In the Marvel Universe, Jerry has acquired a peculiar panel that rewards him with little red stars for performing good deeds. These stars can be used to travel to other magical realms to learn sorcery, or to invigorate his mind and enhance his magical studies in order to safeguard himself and his family. Jerry reluctantly embarks on a journey of continuous benevolence to earn these red stars while diligently studying magic. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Marvel World. But in New York, Queens, a yellow school bus filled with elementary school students travels along the road. Seated at the back, a handsome young boy with brown hair gazes at the news broadcast on the bus's front television, laying out alongside that "I can't believe it, Iron Man. This truly is the perilous Marvel Universe." The news on the television is reporting the extraordinary announcement made just 2 days prior by Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, confirming that he is indeed Iron Man. The boy's name is Jerry Carmen. He is 11 years old and on the brink of entering middle school. However, this is merely his identity in this lifetime. In reality, he is a traveler who crossed over into this world after an accidental death in his previous life, and he has now spent 11 years here. Initially, he thought he had merely been reborn abroad, but various signs indicate that the situation is far more complex than he had imagined. It was only in recent days, with the renowned Iron Man making headlines across all news platforms, that he became entirely convinced this is the infamous Marvel Universe, where a mere snap of fingers could annihilate half of existence. In truth, Jerry's understanding of the Marvel series is quite limited. He had watched the 3 Spider-Man films starring Tobey Maguire, but a colleague who is a Marvel enthusiast later informed him that those were not entirely representative of the Marvel Spider-Man. Nevertheless, he did watch the first Avengers film, as, at that time, none of his single colleagues could accompany him to the theater, prompting him to treat himself to the experience. For instance, in 7 or 8 years, a certain purple-skinned figure will snap his fingers, extinguishing half of all life in the universe, including Earth. In the distant, frigid abyss, I summon the ice and snow sorceress to heed my call. Black blizzards that freeze all transform everything into pure snow. Ice-binding obliteration formation. As Jerry ponders his future, a commanding yet youthful voice suddenly resonates in his ear. Turning to see, a cascade of bubbles bursts playfully against his face. "Elsa, I told you not to play with the bubble wand on the bus. The teacher will be displeased." Jerry gazes at the golden-haired girl wielding the magical bubble wand, who is aiming bubbles at him, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. "You, the demon Lord Jerry from the abyss, shall fall to me, the Ice Queen Elsa." Frosty freeze wave. Unfazed by Jerry's admonition, the blonde girl persistently directs bubbles at him. How could a beautiful Ice Queen yield to a demon? The girl sitting beside Jerry is named Elsa Hathaway. She is 10 years old and is Jerry's sister in this lifetime. From a young age, she has adored magical animations, often imagining herself as a magical princess or queen. In Jerry's words, she is somewhat afflicted with a case of middle school syndrome. Yet, Jerry finds no fault in her enthusiasm after all. He himself had wielded a stick as a sword during his childhood, pretending to be a legendary swordsman on the dirt roads. After school, in fact, there was a time when he accidentally damaged a neighbor's patch of rapeseed, leading to his mother chasing him 3 miles with a broom in hand. Reflecting on his own childhood misadventures often brings him a tinge of embarrassment. Now that you have discovered my true identity, I shall no longer hide. I am the demon Lord Jerry from the abyss. As Queen Elsa, behold my dark claw of death. Seeing that normal conversation fails to engage his sister, Jerry joins the playful banter, tickling the girl while stealthily snatching her bubble wand and slipping it into his backpack. Crash! Suddenly, the bus comes to a screeching halt, the force of inertia nearly throwing Jerry from his seat as he wrestles to maintain his balance. Fortunately, he reacts quickly, gripping the handrail firmly while securing his sister, who is also at risk of being tossed from her seat. However, not all the other children are as fortunate. Many are either thrown from their seats or collide their heads against the windows, erupting into tears. Jerry, noticing the commotion, instructs his sister to stay put as he prepares to assist. Damn. A car suddenly blocked our path. I nearly collided with it. Bang, 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 clang. At that moment, several gunshots echo from the bus entrance, followed by the door being forcefully kicked open. Don't move. Stay put, or I'll blow your heads off. A towering, muscular man clad in a mask storms into the bus, brandishing a rifle. Following him, 3 other masked men armed with weapons enter, each carrying large bags filled to the brim. Seriously, how unlucky can I get? Indeed, the ensuing scene validates his grim expectations. Drive away from here, head towards the outskirts, or I'll blow your brains out. The muscular man presses his rifle against the driver, Paul's head, issuing a menacing command. Okay, I'm on it. With a gun to his head, Paul dares not disobey and immediately starts the bus, reversing towards the suburban direction. Meanwhile, the sound of police sirens blares in the distance. This is a school bus, they won't dare retaliate. You two, open the back windows and fire at them. One of the masked men who entered with the strong man instructs the only teacher aboard, Belle, while the other two nod in agreement. They move to the rear, opening the windows and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the pursuing police cars. Jerry clutches his sister, Elsa, tightly, pressed against the back seat, as the thunderous sounds of gunfire and the exuberant shouts of the masked men heighten his anxiety. Though he practiced martial arts for several years in his past life, easily handling 2 or 3 ruffians, and has been diligent in physical training in this life, he is still just 11 years old, and his physical prowess is no match for these robbers. There's a saying, to discuss combat without considering physical capability is mere folly. Moreover, these robbers are all armed. Demon Lord Jerry, are those your minions? Quickly return my wand so that I, the Ice Queen Elsa, can punish them with magic. Peeking from behind Jerry, Elsa eagerly stretches her head forward, attempting to reach for Jerry's backpack. Sister, you are truly fearless. Without hesitation, Jerry firmly presses her head back down. Given the circumstances, relying on the police seems rather futile. I must depend on myself. As the sound of the sirens gradually diminished and receded, Jerry couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then, his gaze sharpened, and a virtual panel materialized before him. Chapter 2. The initiation of the first journey. This peculiar virtual panel had manifested inexplicably on the very first day of his rebirth in this world, and it was visible solely to him. After years of diligent study and perusal of the panel's descriptions, he had come to comprehend its primary functions. Foremost among these was the accumulation of little red stars for every good deed he performed. Upon gathering 5,000 red stars, he would be able to exchange them for unique wizarding bloodline, thus granting him passage to a parallel world where he could learn the arcane arts. Moreover, as indicated by the panel, the time in this primary world would come to a standstill while he pursued his magical education in the parallel realm. Throughout the years, Jerry had earnestly engaged in acts of kindness within his capacity, assisting elderly women across the street, helping neighbors with mobility challenges dispose of their garbage, confronting bullies who tormented others, and voluntarily taking on household chores. Coupled with the wisdom of an adult soul, he excelled academically at school. Consequently, he was regarded as an exemplary child by relatives, neighbors, and teachers alike, a paragon of virtue, often referred to as the ideal child. Interestingly, he discovered that while the panel rewarded good deeds with red stars, there were no penalties for misdeeds. Acts such as theft or snatching candy from children did not result in any deductions of his stars. Observing the number of stars he had amassed on the panel, Jerry inhaled deeply and clicked the exchange button adjacent to it. In truth, he had accumulated sufficient stars for over 6 months, sufficient to redeem the wizarding bloodline and embark upon his journey into the parallel world. Yet, he had hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed. His current household, while not affluent, was comfortably middle class. Given that he had been granted a second chance at life, he believed that with dedication to his studies, his future would not be bleak. Was it truly necessary to venture into an unknown wizarding world fraught with peril? In truth, Jerry preferred a life of tranquility over the thrill of adventure. His aspirations in his past life had been modest: to own a car and a home, to have a caring and attentive partner, to return home to a warm meal after work, and to travel with his family during holidays. He sought neither immense wealth nor fame, but rather safety and familial joy. Unfortunately, for a child from a rural background, such dreams were not easily attainable, and he had passed away without ever amassing enough for a down payment. However, he now recognized that the world he inhabited was none other than the perilous realm of Marvel. The cacophony of gunfire nearby further underscored the urgency of acquiring his own power. Otherwise, he and his family would be in grave danger. While Jerry favored a peaceful existence, he was not devoid of courage. He confirmed the exchange for the wizarding bloodline, initiating the implantation process. Implantation successful. Commencing extraction of the parallel world. Successfully extracted the Harry Potter parallel world. Initiating identity implantation. Identity implantation successful. Commencing entry. The experience of entering this small world for the first time lasted a month. Should one wish to continue, time could be exchanged using the little red star. As lines of text appeared on the panel, Jerry realized that the world he inhabited seemed to have momentarily frozen in time, and he felt a darkness envelop him, gradually losing consciousness. On August 1st, 1991, in a certain orphanage in the town of Winton, Surrey, London, a brown-haired boy slowly sat up from his bed. To his astonishment, he found himself in the realm of Harry Potter. Fortunately, he had watched the entire series of films. Rubbing his still dizzy temples, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Initially fearing he would be thrust into an unfamiliar magical world, the realization that he was in the Harry Potter universe filled Jerry with unexpected joy. In this world, as long as he kept his distance from the trio known as the Iron-Headed Boys, he would remain relatively safe until Voldemort's resurrection, which, he surmised, was still 4 or 5 years away. Feeling less disoriented, Jerry began to organize the fragments of information now swirling in his mind regarding his identity in this world. Here, he was also known as Jerry Carmen, but without a family, he was merely an orphan residing in the Edward orphanage. Other details included a brief introduction to the staff of the orphanage and some of the other children, but beyond that, he found little else. Perhaps he should familiarize himself with his surroundings. After donning his shoes and clothes, Jerry was about to push the door open when a series of sharp taps echoed from the window. Turning around, he saw a gray, long-eared owl pecking at the closed window with a letter in its beak. Could it be that it had arrived so soon? Jerry hurried to the window, opened it, and welcomed the owl inside. The owl flew into the room, placed the envelope on the table, and then hooted at Jerry, seemingly requesting a morsel of food. Jerry glanced around, rummaged through his pockets, and shrugged at the owl, offering an awkward yet polite smile. The owl, perceiving his lack of provisions, let out another hoot which seemed to express its disdain before flapping its wings and departing through the window. Well, who would have thought that on his very first day, he would be scorned by an owl? With a resigned shake of his head, Jerry stepped forward to retrieve the letter lying on the table. The envelope was crafted from material far more exquisite than ordinary paper. It was made of vintage parchment. The front bore several lines inscribed in an unusual emerald green hue. Recipient, Jerry Carmen. Address, Mr. Jerry Carmen, 2nd floor, Edward Orphanage, Winton, Surrey. Flipping it over, he found a familiar wax seal affixed to the back. The seal featured a prominent letter H, surrounded by the images of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Upon opening the envelope, 2 sheets of parchment emerged, one detailing the requisite books and supplies for first-year students at Hogwarts, along with essential notes. The other parchment bore the formal Hogwarts acceptance letter, signed by the esteemed headmaster Albus Dumbledore, president of the International Wizarding Federation, Knight of Merlin, 1st class, and chief warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Jerry Carmen, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of the necessary books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Jerry carefully tucked away the acceptance letter from Hogwarts and murmured to himself. Chapter 3. The Boy with 8-Pack Abs. The following day, knowing that Professor McGonagall would visit, Jerry arose early. After receiving the admission notice from Hogwarts, he had meandered through the orphanage. According to the information he recalled, this establishment, known as Edward's Orphanage, was founded 2 decades ago by a merchant named Edward, who funded its creation before his passing. The original intention was to assist the unfortunate orphans abandoned for various reasons. However, after the elder's demise, the orphanage's mission had somewhat shifted. Nonetheless, the situation was not entirely dire. The orphans' meals and overall treatment had diminished significantly, and the staff were no longer as amiable as they once were. Jerry believed this was a natural course of events. In this era, the absence of child abuse in such institutions was, in itself, a commendable achievement. After all, some orphanages, while ostensibly serving as shelters, operated clandestinely as illegal enterprises. It is often stated, the world is bustling, all for profit. The commotion of society is driven by self-interest. Except for the greatest of saints, no one is entirely selfless. He himself was no exception, save for those he held dear. If not for certain interests, he would not engage in thankless endeavors. Previously, he had strived to perform good deeds and assist others, primarily motivated by a desire for a small red star. Without that small red star, he likely would not have sought to aid strangers. During his school days, if he witnessed someone fall, he would lend a hand. Yet, after several years in the workforce, he would merely choose to walk around a fallen individual. After all, the cost of intervention could amount to his hard-earned yearly salary. However, having lived this life anew, he found that the multitude of good deeds performed for the sake of the small red star had indeed influenced him. He discovered that genuine gratitude from others bestowed an inexplicable joy upon his heart, a sentiment he was reluctant to acknowledge. After queuing for a modest breakfast, Jerry made his way to the large courtyard at the front of the orphanage. He recalled that Professor McGonagall was an animagus who, when venturing into the Muggle world, preferred to transform into a tabby cat. Thus, he waited in the courtyard, hoping to witness the enchanting spectacle of a cat transforming back into a human. Half an hour later, Jerry, who was hiding in a corner and observing the surroundings for any signs of cats, furrowed his brow as he glanced towards the right side of the courtyard. Their 3 boys, around 13 or 14 years of age, were laughing heartily as they pushed a boy of about 8 or 9 down to the ground, relentlessly mocking him. From his memories, Jerry recalled that these 3 boys were the oldest in the orphanage, reveling in their physical strength to bully the younger orphans. Any orphan who dared to defy them would likely suffer prolonged torment, even violence. Consequently, the children in the orphanage were deeply fearful of these 3, and upon witnessing the boy being taunted, they dared not intervene. In the past, there have been victims who reported such incidents to the staff at the orphanage, but the staff paid little heed, offering only verbal warnings to the trio. Ironically, the one who had reported the bullying faced long-lasting retaliation from the 3 boys. For the staff, as long as the orphans did not incur any serious injuries, they generally turned a blind eye to these matters, viewing children's scuffles as trivial. The boy currently being assaulted was a recent arrival at the orphanage, making him an easy target for the trio. After a moment's contemplation, Jerry chose not to intervene. He believed that even if he helped the boy now, once he left the orphanage for Hogwarts, the boy would still be subjected to bullying. Furthermore, there was no advantage to be gained. Should a fight break out and Professor McGonagall, who was visiting, witness it, it could leave a negative impression. However, upon hearing the triumphant laughter of the 3 boys and seeing the defiant boy encircled, on the verge of enduring further torment, Jerry sighed and stood up. I am not soft-hearted. I merely wish to test whether performing good deeds in this world might yield similar rewards, such as a little red star. Yes, this is merely a necessary experiment. With a few muttered words, Jerry strode forward and shouted, "Stop!" At the sound of Jerry's voice, the 3 boys instinctively halted and turned to face him, their expressions filled with surprise. They had not anticipated that among the orphans, someone would dare to shout at them, particularly someone as typically quiet as Jerry. "So, you wish to join this newcomer?" They taunted, momentarily releasing the tearful boy as they approached Jerry with ill intentions. While it was understandable for a newcomer to defy them, it was unacceptable for someone like Jerry, who had been in the orphanage for 5 or 6 years, to resist. They felt the need to punish him appropriately. Otherwise, how could they maintain their dominance over the other orphans? Everyone here is an orphan. Life is already difficult enough. Why resort to such cruelty? Jerry said, gazing up at the 3 boys, who towered over him by a head or more. He understood that most children who grew up in the orphanage carried psychological burdens, except for a few. Those who merely grapple with feelings of inferiority are inconsequential. It is the individuals who, burdened by their own insecurities, seek validation through the torment and bullying of those they perceive as weaker that truly evoke my disdain. In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse, your only purpose being to elicit a fleeting sense of joy in me. Among the 3 youths, the stoutest and tallest surveyed the surroundings, his gaze brimming with derision. Although I am not inclined to bully children, I must impart a lesson. Failure to do so may lead to future complications. At that moment, Jerry came to a realization. He would remain at the orphanage for another month before school commenced. And given the nature of these 3, conflict was inevitable, even without today's incident. Therefore, it would be prudent to decisively subdue them now, potentially alleviating future troubles. Shaking his head, Jerry casually removed his jacket and t-shirt, placing them atop a nearby surface, revealing a lean physique. At merely 11 years of age and standing shy of 4 feet 7 inches, his muscles were remarkably toned, not the bulk of a fitness enthusiast, but rather a firm, sinewy build reminiscent of steel reinforcements. This resulted in a somewhat frail appearance when clothed, yet once undressed, he transformed entirely. Chapter 4. The Visit from Professor McG. Freed from the burdens of work and the anxieties of academia, he truly possessed ample time to dedicate to physical conditioning in this life. In his previous existence, he had always harbored an interest in martial arts. As a child, he would wield a stick for hours, convinced of his prowess. As he grew older, inspired by Bruce Lee's films, he fell in love with Jeet Kune Do, spending his pocket money to secretly purchase a manual to practice. In college, he joined a martial arts club, receiving more formal instruction, and even represented the club in competitions, earning accolades. However, after graduation, the demands of work consumed him, and his training lapsed. In this reincarnation, liberated from life's pressures, he commenced training early, sculpting his current lean musculature. Although he might not stand a chance against the towering armed robbers on the school bus, confronting these 13 or 14-year-old boys posed little challenge. Moreover, since merging with the wizarding bloodline, he sensed some wondrous transformation within his body, not an increase in strength or speed, but rather an elevation of his very essence of life. Indeed, while a wizard's physical strength may not surpass that of an ordinary person, their endurance is remarkable. What is this fool doing? Does he believe that shedding his garments will enable him to prevail against us? The leading chubby boy mocked, his face a mask of ridicule. I find his diminutive frame eager for a rendezvous with my fist. Another youth, with ill intentions, brandished his fist the size of a sandbag and launched a punch at Jerry's abdomen. Golden Dragon Fist, fourth form. Little Dragon asked the way. Jerry evaded the attack with a swift retreat, then, like a flash of lightning, delivered a kick to the youth's waist, sending him sprawling to the ground with but a single strike. Following this, he executed a seamless backward kick, fiercely connecting with the face of another boy who had yet to respond, deftly bringing him down as well. Although merely 11 years of age, Jerry's physique was muscular, his strength surpassing that of the 13 and 14-year-olds before him. Coupled with years of dedicated training in Jeet Kune Do, many of his techniques had become second nature, far surpassing his previous prowess in collegiate competitions. Naturally, these bullies, accustomed to preying on the weak, were no match for him. Upon witnessing his two companions cry out in agony on the ground, the rotund leader bellowed in fury and charged at Jerry. Towering over Jerry by a head and boasting a physique at least twice his size, he was convinced that a collision, followed by a devastating body slam, would render Jerry immobile. What naivete! Faced with the advancing leader, Jerry merely scoffed, choosing not to evade but to step forward, cutting into the boy's center line. With a deep breath, he propelled himself off the ground, twisting his waist, thrusting his hip, and delivering a punch, a short yet powerful strike. The tremendous force erupted forth, striking the leader squarely in the abdomen and sending him hurtling 2 meters away. Observing the trio from the orphanage, now incapacitated and wailing on the ground, the other onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the usually fearsome trio would find themselves in such a predicament, nor could they believe that the typically reticent Jerry possessed such formidable prowess. Why wait any longer? Let grievances be avenged. Jerry urged the other orphans, who were still in shock, as he donned his clothes once more. His earlier disrobing had merely been a precaution against dirt, as Professor McGee had planned a home visit shortly. However, he had somewhat overestimated the trio's resolve. These boys, who derived pleasure and solace from tormenting the weak, lacked any true grit. A mere blow from Jerry had rendered them too pained to continue the fight. If only the trio had banded together, enduring their pain, to collectively confront him, he would have indeed faced a greater challenge. Upon hearing Jerry's encouragement, the orphans, accustomed to being bullied, suddenly brightened, exchanging glances before cautiously approaching the 3 groaning boys. Watching the trio being pummeled by the collective force of his peers, Jerry couldn't help but muse, unity is strength. Jerry had initially restrained his strength, believing the boys' somewhat corpulent bodies would withstand the impact. Yet, against the onslaught of dozens of orphans, they were utterly outmatched, quickly suffering from a multitude of bruises. While 2 or 3 orphans would have been no match for the trio, the combined force of dozens ensured that even the older, bullier boys could not prevail. Once the inner fears are shattered, one realizes that the seemingly invincible adversary is, in fact, not so formidable. When Jerry swiftly defeated the trio from the orphanage, the dread that all the orphans harbored towards them was significantly alleviated. Following this altercation, it is believed that even in Jerry's absence, they would no longer fear the trio. To Jerry's surprise, upon donning his attire and opening the panel, he noticed the number of little red stars had increased from 1,000 to 1,005. He had presumed that acquiring these stars was exclusive to the main world, yet it was delightful to discover that they could also be obtained in the minor worlds. This revelation was indeed a fortunate turn of events, as it provided another avenue for gaining these stars. As Jerry turned his gaze towards the school gate once more, he noticed a tabby cat perched on the wall, curiously observing him. He wondered if this feline could possibly be Professor McGonagall in disguise. Maintaining his composure, Jerry nonchalantly averted his gaze, then called out to the group of orphans. "All right, you can cease your efforts." The orphans immediately halted their assault on the trio of boys, still feeling a sense of trust in Jerry, who had so effortlessly triumphed over them. Clearing his throat, Jerry proclaimed, "I, Jerry Carmen, am decidedly opposed to violence. I would much prefer that we, as fellow orphans, strive for self-improvement, foster friendships, and support one another in our shared endeavors to become valuable members of society." Radiating warmth and brilliance. Although the orphans did not fully grasp the sentiment, they enthusiastically applauded his words. Jerry nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the battered boys. "Previously, you exploited your age to bully the younger orphans in this establishment. Today serves as a lesson for you. We are all orphans, and as long as you acknowledge your mistakes and amend your behavior, you will be welcomed back among us. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, indeed," they replied in unison. Chapter 5. the manifestation of followers. Despite having physically confronted the boys, Jerry felt justified in his actions, as he had explained his reasoning and acted in defense of the weak. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door being rapped upon brought a spark of excitement to Jerry's eyes, prompting him to rise and open the door. Standing before him was the headmaster of the Edward Orphanage, accompanied by a woman of approximately 50 to 60 years, adorned with square glasses and clad in a plaid shirt and green robes. Mrs. McGonagall, this is the Jerry Carmen you were seeking. The headmaster's tone conveyed both respect and a hint of trepidation, revealing that Professor McGonagall had likely briefed him on her intentions and demonstrated her wizarding abilities. Thank you, Headmaster Bryant. I would appreciate it if you could lead the way, as I wish to speak with Mr. Carmen privately. Of course, I shall take my leave now. The headmaster nodded vigorously before hastily exiting the room. Good day, Mr. Carmen. Professor McGonagall stepped into the room and greeted Jerry warmly. Jerry politely inquired of Professor McGonagall. Good day, may I ask who you are? I am the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I shall be your instructor for Transfiguration. You may call me Professor McGonagall, she elucidated. Instantly, Jerry feigned a moment of realization. So, the letter delivered by the owl yesterday was penned by you. But, is magic truly real in this world? What exactly is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Young wizards raised in a muggle environment often harbor similar doubts upon receiving their acceptance letters. McGonagall was well accustomed to this and knew precisely how to swiftly earn the trust of young sorcerers. Flavius, she exclaimed, drawing her wand and pointing it at a cup upon the table. A beam of magical light shot forth, transforming the cup into a plump orange cat. Magic has always existed. Throughout your upbringing, you must have encountered some astonishing experiences. Those are manifestations of the power that dwells within your bloodline. Hogwarts is a school dedicated to teaching you how to learn and control magic. As McGonagall demonstrated her magic, Jerry's eyes widened in wonder. Although he had seen similar feats in films during his previous life, witnessing a cup morph into a cat with a mere wave of a hand was a wholly different experience. The ability to transmute inanimate matter into living beings struck him as truly magical. After approximately 20 minutes, this encapsulates the situation. Do you have any further inquiries? McGonagall observed Jerry's complete belief in her words and posed her final question. Professor, while I am eager to study magic at Hogwarts, you must understand that I lack the means to pay for tuition. Jerry pondered aloud, voicing his concern. He recalled that in the films, young wizards from Muggle families could exchange Muggle coins for galleons at Gringotts. Yet he surmised that the orphanage he resided in would be reluctant to finance his education at Hogwarts. A smile graced McGonagall's face. You need not worry about that. The school provides scholarships to ensure your education. You may repay it once you graduate and secure employment. Very well. I have no further questions. Jerry nodded, having grasped the essential information. His familiarity with certain details aided his swift comprehension. Excellent, Mr. Carmen. It appears you possess not only remarkable bravery, but also a strong capacity for understanding. McGonagall regarded the composed Jerry with a look of satisfaction. She had witnessed the entirety of the bullying incident that transpired within the orphanage's walls, and Jerry's conduct at that moment had impressed her greatly. She believed that the courage and sense of responsibility displayed by this 11-year-old, along with his optimistic spirit, were qualities that many adult wizards lacked. If one were to encapsulate Professor McGonagall's impression of Jerry in a single phrase, it would be, this child is destined for greatness. Well, since you have expressed your desire to learn magic at Hogwarts, today I shall escort you to Diagon Alley to procure all the necessary items for the upcoming school year. Professor McGonagall retrieved a pocket watch from her coat, glanced at the time, and rose from her seat. Diagon Alley? A look of surprise crossed Jerry's face. It was not that he was unaware of the purpose of Diagon Alley. Rather, he had not anticipated that Professor McGonagall would personally accompany him to gather his school supplies after the home visit. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on him. A young wizard from a typical wizarding family would not require an educator from Hogwarts to guide them to Diagon Alley. Likewise, a young wizard from a Muggle family would have parents to assist them, and as long as they communicated clearly, there would be no issues. Hermione always visited Diagon Alley accompanied by her parents. Now, as an orphan, if Professor McGonagall did not take him to Diagon Alley, who would? Relying on the orphanage's director or staff would be utterly unreliable. It was a street dedicated to the sale of wizarding goods, where all the supplies for school were to be acquired. Professor McGonagall assumed Jerry was unfamiliar with Diagon Alley, so she offered a brief explanation. How do we get there? By train? He inquired. No need for that. Just grasp my arm. It may feel a bit uncomfortable for a moment, so brace yourself. Without further elaboration, McGonagall extended her arm toward Jerry. Could it be? Jerry's mind raced as he suddenly comprehended. Indeed, as he seized Professor McGonagall's arm, he witnessed her once more drawing her wand and softly uttering, "Apparate." Instantly, Jerry felt as though McGonagall's arm was attempting to slip from his grasp, prompting him to hold on tightly. Following a series of crackling sounds akin to firecrackers, the world around Jerry plunged into darkness, only to be met with a powerful sensation of compression from all sides. It felt as though he were being extricated through an exceedingly narrow tube. It seemed to last an eternity, yet also a mere moment, before light once again graced his vision. Taking a few deep breaths to alleviate the dizziness, he turned to observe his surroundings. He and Professor McGonagall were no longer in the orphanage room, but had materialized on a bustling street. Chapter 6. A First Encounter with Diagon Alley. "Are you all right?" Professor McGonagall inquired with genuine concern. Jerry smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Were we?" He realized that the spell McGonagall had just performed was an advanced form of magic known only to adult wizards, the art of apparition and its variant, apparition with a companion. However, mastering apparition was no trivial feat. Many adult wizards struggled to execute it flawlessly, and a misstep could result in being torn apart by spatial forces. Furthermore, the distance one could apparate depended on the wizard's magical capacity and their proficiency with the spell. Some wizards could only apparate a few hundred or thousand meters, while others could transport themselves between cities with ease. Professor McGonagall undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. However, at the moment she employed both apparition and the ability to transport others, enabling not only her own instantaneous relocation, but also that of another. Jerry had assumed that Professor McGonagall would directly materialize him in Diagon Alley. It became apparent that they had instead emerged onto a Muggle street. They stood on Charing Cross Road in London, a gateway from the Muggle world into Diagon Alley. It is imperative to remember the name and location of this street. For on your next visit to Diagon Alley, you shall need to navigate here independently. In Professor McGonagall's eyes, Jerry was a child utterly oblivious to the wizarding world, and thus she deemed it essential for him to experience the entire process of a normal wizard's entry into Diagon Alley, so that he might one day traverse it alone. Look yonder at that pub. It serves as the entrance to Diagon Alley. Following the direction of Professor McGonagall's finger, Jerry's gaze traversed a lavish cinema and a bustling hamburger joint, finally resting between a large bookstore and a record shop. There stood a rather dingy and narrow pub, marked by an old wooden door and a weathered sign hanging askew, inscribed with the words "The Leaky Cauldron." Although this modest establishment appeared starkly out of place amidst the tidy bookstore and record shop, every passerby seemed oblivious to its presence, as if it were entirely invisible to them. Jerry understood that ordinary muggles indeed could not perceive this pub, for it was concealed by a spell that repelled muggles, a charm rendering those without wizarding blood unable to detect or approach it. Ding! As the wooden door creaked open, the chime resonated through the air, and Jerry was pulled inside the Leaky Cauldron by Professor McGonagall. The interior of the pub was dimly lit, with few patrons present. A cursory glance revealed only 7 or 8 wizards clad in robes, engaged in conversation over drinks. Upon the sound of the bell, all eyes turned toward them, and upon recognizing Professor McGonagall, they nodded politely. As the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall was quite renowned within the magical community, and many of the wizards present could be considered her former students. It could be said that she had taught at Hogwarts for at least 50 years, her influence spanning countless students. "Oh, it's Professor McGonagall. Would you care for a drink?" called out a nearly bald old wizard behind the counter, resembling a withered walnut, smiling warmly at her. "No, thank you, Tom. I am here to escort a new student to Diagon Alley," Professor McGonagall replied, waving her hand in refusal. Ever since her husband Elphinstone had tragically perished due to a venomous tentacula, she had seldom left Hogwarts aside from her annual home visits, rarely lingering outside its confines. That fellow must be quite ancient, Jerry mused to himself as he followed Professor McGonagall through the pub toward the back courtyard, casting a sidelong glance at the pub's proprietor, Tom. He recalled that in the film, when Voldemort was enrolled, this individual was already the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, sharing the same name, Tom. In the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron, beneath the green brick wall by the trash bins, Professor McGonagall gently tapped her wand against the wall 3 times and explained to Jerry, "Observe, just like this. Count the 3rd brick above the bins. Then 2 bricks to the left, and tap your wand 3 times, and the entrance to Diagon Alley will reveal itself." Soon, a small hole appeared in the center of the green brick wall, which gradually widened. Before long, a broad archway emerged, wide enough for 4 or 5 people to pass through simultaneously, leading to a winding, cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. This was indeed Diagon Alley, the shopping haven for wizards in London. As Jerry followed Professor McGonagall through the archway and stepped into Diagon Alley, his heart raced with excitement. The scenes from the film materialized into reality, and despite being mentally prepared, he found himself wide-eyed at the enchanting spectacle before him. In stark contrast to the casually dressed, fashionably adorned individuals outside, the majority of the street's inhabitants were clad in an array of colorful wizarding robes, each wielding a wand. Naturally, there are also various wizarding pets, along with a few house elves and fairies. Brass, bronze, tin, and silver cauldrons, all models available, automatic stirring, collapsible, and extendable. Come and take a look. Gray owls, screech owls, barn owls, tawny owls, snowy owls, all types of owls are here. The latest model, the Firebolt 2000, the fastest broomstick in the sky. You deserve it. Dragon liver, bat spleens, eel eyeballs, spell books, quills, parchment, potion vials, globes, all at affordable prices. The storefronts lining the street were adorned with an array of advertisements, bustling with excited young wizards. Did you bring your letter? Professor McGonagall inquired as they approached a shop named the Potage's Cauldron. Of course, Jerry replied, pulling out the parchment envelope he had received the day before and showing it to Professor McGonagall. She nodded approvingly. Good. Their essay list of essential supplies inside. I will guide you in acquiring them. Upon hearing this, Jerry retrieved the second page of the letter and began to read aloud. Essential supplies for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. 1. Uniforms. 2. Textbooks. 3. Other equipment. 4. Pet instructions. Parents are particularly advised that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Chapter 7. Hermione Granger. The scholarship for Hogwarts is 100 galleons per year, and there is no need to withdraw it from Gringotts, as Professor McGonagall had brought it along during her home visit. The currency of the wizarding world primarily consists of 3 types: galleons, sickles, and nuts. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. There are many items, Mr. Carmen. We may need to purchase a large trunk first, and also a small cart. Professor McGonagall led the curious Jerry through the throngs of people and soon arrived at a shop brimming with assorted curiosities. Within this establishment, Jerry procured an oversized trunk, a small cart, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, and a brass balance scale. They then visited a cauldron shop adorned with a dazzling sign, where they acquired a standard-sized cauldron made of pewter. What sort of pet do you desire? An owl, a cat, or perhaps a toad? Professor McGonagall inquired, glancing at the nearby owl shop. Jerry's face reflected a contemplative expression. In truth, he had little inclination towards pet ownership, having never kept one in his previous life. The young wizards of today favored owls for their utilitarian ability to deliver messages and gifts. Assuming Jerry was somewhat uninformed about pets, Professor McGonagall recommended the most fashionable pet at Hogwarts, an owl. Owl? On second thought, I prefer cats, Jerry replied. Indeed, while owls were exceptionally practical for young wizards, serving as messengers and gift-bearers, he felt that cats and toads offered little utility beyond sustenance. However, Jerry knew of a cat named Crookshanks, a creature with the bloodline of a Kneazle, found in a pet care shop in Diagon Alley. This cat was deemed the cleverest by Sirius Black, capable of discerning the character of dubious individuals and identifying animagi in their animal forms. Furthermore, it could solve problems independently, without assistance or guidance. As someone who harbored secrets, Jerry thought that if he were to acquire a pet, such a cat would be quite suitable. With Crookshanks around, Ron's rat, Scabbers, transformed from Peter Pettigrew, would likely steer clear of him. As for an owl, the school provided communal owls for use, negating the need for personal ownership. Besides, there was also an owl post service available. Cats? Nowadays, few young wizards opt for cats as pets. As an animagus who transformed into a tabby cat, Professor McGonagall naturally held a fondness for them. Nevertheless, the trend among young wizards leaned towards acquiring owls, which indeed offered greater assistance, prompting her recommendation for Jerry to consider an owl. However, if Jerry chose a cat as a pet, she would still be quite pleased. I prefer cats. Jerry chuckled. Very well, we shall make a visit to the magical menagerie shortly, for this shop offers no pets other than owls. Professor McGonagall smiled, a rare occurrence, and then guided Jerry to Madame Malkin's robe shop across the street. You go in and try on robes. I'll assist you in acquiring some books next door, and then we shall proceed to the magical menagerie to buy a pet. Absolutely, Jerry nodded, stepping confidently into Madame Malkin's shop. What a brave little fellow. As McGonagall observed Jerry in this unfamiliar setting, she noted that, aside from curiosity, he exhibited not a trace of timidity. Even his willingness to venture alone into the shop to try on robes was marked by an admirable resolve. "Are you seeking to purchase the Hogwarts uniform, my dear?" Just as Jerry stepped through the door, a short and plump witch greeted him with a warm smile. "Indeed, I require 3 plain wizarding robes. A simple pointed hat for daytime, wear a pair of dragon hide protective gloves, and a winter black cloak with silver fastenings." "Thank you," Jerry replied politely, articulating each item as he had seen listed on the parchment. "Oh, rest assured, we have plenty in stock. In fact, there's currently a young girl trying on clothes in the back." The chubby witch gestured toward the rear of the store. Following her indication, Jerry beheld a young girl with a mass of unruly brown curls and prominent front teeth standing atop a footstool. Nearby, a witch was pinning her black robe while measuring something with a tape. "Hey, are you also headed to Hogwarts?" the girl inquired with a somewhat haughty tone as Jerry stepped onto the footstool for his own measurements. "Yes, I'm a new student this year," Jerry replied with a smile. If Jerry had been an 11-year-old boy, he might have felt a twinge of irritation at the girl's condescending tone. However, given that he was, in essence, a man in his 40s due to his past life and subsequent reincarnation, he found her demeanor rather endearing. "Me too. No one in my family understands magic, so I was utterly astonished yet thrilled when I received my acceptance letter. I mean, as far as I know, this is the finest magical school." The girl, seemingly chatty, seized the opportunity to converse with Jerry while momentarily immobilized on the footstool. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable." Jerry complimented her in a supportive manner. The girl immediately lifted her chin with pride. "Of course, when Professor McGonagall visited my home yesterday, I asked her a multitude of questions, and I've resolved to memorize all the textbooks before school starts. I shall undoubtedly become the top student." "Oh, that is certain. I can tell you are no ordinary individual. You will surely become an exceptionally talented witch. Keep it up," Jerry exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up from beneath his robe while inwardly chuckling at her enthusiasm. "Hermione, are you ready over there? We have purchased everything except the textbooks." At that moment, the shop door swung open, and a middle-aged couple entered, pushing a small cart, calling out to the girl who had been chatting with Jerry. "Let's be friends. I am Hermione Granger." Hermione extended her right hand towards Jerry, sensing that this young boy before her was unlike any of her previous classmates. There appeared to be an immediate rapport between them. "Jerry Carmen." Upon hearing Hermione's introduction, Jerry momentarily froze before breaking into a smile and shaking her hand. "I'm off to buy my textbooks. I shall see you when term begins." "See you at the start of term." Once Hermione and her family had completely departed, a look of confusion crossed Jerry's face. Was Hermione the one with prominent front teeth and thick, curly brown hair? This seemed somewhat incongruous with the image he had seen in the films. He recalled that the Hermione from the movies did not possess prominent front teeth and was quite beautiful. However, upon reflection, the young girl he had just met, with a bit of grooming and some adjustments to her teeth, could also be quite lovely. After all, she had large, expressive eyes and her features were well proportioned, albeit marred somewhat by her lack of style and her prominent teeth. "All done, dear." 10 minutes later, the stout Madame Malkin approached Jerry, carrying a bag containing Hogwarts uniforms. "Thank you." Jerry paid the fee, placed the garments into a suitcase, and, pushing a small cart, exited Madame Malkin's robe shop. "Professor McGonagall." As he stepped outside, Jerry spotted Professor McGonagall approaching him with a bag of magical books and waved eagerly. "Now, we only need a pet and a wand. Ollivander's wand shop is at the end of Diagon Alley. Let us first visit the magical menagerie." After placing the spell books into his suitcase, Professor McGonagall led Jerry in the cart down the street of Diagon Alley. Passing by Florin's ice cream shop, she even treated Jerry to 100-flavor ice cream. "That is Gringotts Bank, a wizarding bank run by goblins. Should you need to store valuable items in the future, this bank is quite secure." "Well, presumably," Professor McGonagall patiently explained as Jerry's gaze lingered on the tall, white building to his right. However, halfway through her explanation, she suddenly recalled the burglary incident at Gringotts yesterday, and her tone lost its certainty. Jerry nodded, indicating his understanding. In truth, he had not been observing the bank. His attention was drawn to the 2 goblins standing guard at the entrance, marveling at how unappealing the goblins of this world truly were. "By the way, Mr. Carmen, I must earnestly caution you. Should you come to Diagon Alley alone in the future, remember to steer clear of that alley." At this moment, Professor McGonagall suddenly became serious, pointing towards a narrow, shadowy alley opposite Gringotts. "What is that?" Jerry's mind began to race with speculation. "That is Knockturn Alley. Just know that it is a perilous place for you." "Understood, I shall remember." Jerry nodded earnestly. In his eyes, Professor McGonagall seemed to embody the archetype of a tough exterior with a tender heart, despite her often stern demeanor. Her concern for young witches and wizards rivaled that of any professor at Hogwarts. Upon witnessing Jerry's remarkable understanding, Professor McGonagall relaxed her expression slightly and led him onward towards the enchanting creature shop, nestled between the boisterous magical joke shop and Gringotts. The magical creature shop was modest in size, yet brimming with an array of fascinating pets. The moment Jerry stepped inside, he was greeted by a wall adorned with an abundance of tightly packed iron cages. Within them resided a voracious purple toad devouring dead flies, a turtle with a shell that sparkled like precious gems, a white rabbit that could transform into a silk top hat at will, as well as an assortment of cats, mice, and ravens in various hues. Professor McGonagall, welcome. How may I assist you? A young witch sporting thick black glasses approached the entrance with a respectful tone upon noticing the professor. Ah, Pavla, I brought a first-year student to select a pet for school. Professor McGonagall responded with a gentle smile. How is your work progressing? Quite well. My employer treats me kindly, and if the young lad has a preference, I can offer him a discount of 20%. The young witch adjusted her glasses and turned to Jerry with a smile. Madam, I would like a cat, Jerry exclaimed, scanning the shop swiftly until he spotted his desired companion. What do you think of this gray, short-haired cat? It's exceedingly gentle and perfect as a pet, the young witch suggested, presenting the most aesthetically pleasing British short hair before him. Jerry glanced at it, shook his head, and pointed to a large-faced yellow cat lounging atop the highest cage against the wall. I prefer that type of cat. He recalled that Hermione's cat was a long-haired yellow feline, and the only one in the shop that fit the description was the one he was now indicating. Kneazle? The young witch appeared taken aback. The Kneazle had remained in the shop for several years due to its unconventional appearance, and she had not anticipated that Jerry would take an immediate liking to it. Yes, I find it adorably quirky and quite lovable, Jerry responded earnestly. That is splendid news. I have long worried that it might never find a good owner. I hope you will take excellent care of it. Pavla, a former Hufflepuff student of Hogwarts with a passion for magical creatures, had taken up her position at the shop after graduation. Her joy in Jerry adopting the Kneazle stemmed not merely from making a sale, but from knowing that the creature had found a loving home. I shall do my utmost to care for it, even though this is my first experience with a pet. Jerry's sincerity resonated in his voice. After departing from the magical creature's shop, Jerry cradled the purring Kneazle in his arms as he followed Professor McGonagall to the final shop at the end of Diagon Alley. This was Ollivander's wand shop, renowned for its expertise in wand crafting for centuries. The process of selecting a wand mirrored that depicted in the films. The proprietor measured him meticulously with a tape measure before commencing the wand trials. The experience was unremarkable and akin to that of any ordinary young wizard, for he bore the lineage of a typical wizarding family. After trying 2 or 3 wands, Jerry quickly found one that suited him well, a wand made of alder with the heartstring of a fire dragon, measuring 11 inches. It seems you're destined to be a helpful little wizard, Mr. Ollivander explained with a smile as he observed Jerry wielding the wand. Alder is a type of wood that is not easily bent. However, I have discovered that its ideal owner is neither stubborn nor obstinate, but rather someone who is kind-hearted, considerate, and charming. Helpful? Hearing Mr. Ollivander's explanation, Jerry gazed at the wand in his hand, a hint of peculiarity crossing his face. Chapter 9. Fundamental Magical Theory. After departing from Ollivander's wand shop, it was already noon. Professor McGonagall graciously treated Jerry and Crookshanks to lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, and then they returned once more to the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. Shrink away. Jerry watched as Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at a large trunk and a small cart, a flash of blue magical light illuminating the air. The once full trunk and cart now shrank to the size of a palm. Professor McGonagall placed the miniaturized trunk and cart into her pocket and extended her arm. All set. Jerry paused for a moment, then quickly grasped Professor McGonagall's outstretched arm. Apparate, with a wave of her wand. Both their figures vanished from the streets of Diagon Alley. Magic, what a wondrous force. Gazing at the familiar room of the orphanage, Jerry couldn't help but exclaim in awe. No need to envy. Once you graduate from Hogwarts, you too can effortlessly wield such magic. Of course, you must apply yourself diligently. Professor McGonagall retrieved the trunk and cart from her pocket, releasing them from their enchanted diminutive form, and spoke to Jerry. I will. Jerry placed Crookshanks down and nodded earnestly. He was determined to study magic diligently because the world he inhabited was far from safe, and magic was the only means of self-preservation he had at his disposal. For the sake of survival, he was resolved to devote every ounce of his energy to mastering the arcane arts. This is your ticket to Hogwarts, September 1st, King's Cross Station. All the details are on the ticket. Your headmaster will escort you there. I've already made arrangements, so be attentive. In contrast to Hagrid, who hastily tossed a ticket to Harry and rushed off, Professor McGonagall was remarkably thorough, ensuring that the orphanage's headmaster would assist Jerry, and she addressed potential concerns regarding their journey on the Hogwarts Express. Moments later, Jerry smiled and assured Professor McGonagall, "Professor, I've memorized everything. Rest assured, I will be on time for the Hogwarts Express." Professor McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I shall see you at school. And Mr. Carmen, I believe you are well suited for Gryffindor." With that final remark, she waved her wand and vanished from sight. Gryffindor Academy? Upon witnessing the disappearance of Professor McGonagall, a look of consternation crept across Jerry's face. Initially, when he recognized that he had entered the world of Harry Potter, he promptly dismissed Gryffindor and Slytherin from his considerations. His first preference was Ravenclaw, followed closely by Hufflepuff. After all, his primary objective was to immerse himself in this world and diligently master the art of magic to enhance his abilities. The Gryffindor cohort, known for their impulsivity, often found themselves embroiled in trouble, while Slytherin was plagued by severe class tensions, making it challenging for an orphan like him to fit in. Neither of these houses seemed conducive to his quest for knowledge. In terms of an academic atmosphere, Ravenclaw, with its emphasis on wisdom and intellect as criteria for selection, undoubtedly stood out as the most favorable option, filled with high-achieving scholars who engaged in mutual discourse, fostering rapid advancement. Should he fail to be sorted into Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff would serve as an acceptable alternative, as its members were generally honest and kind-hearted, unlikely to disrupt his studies. However, it appeared that Professor McGonagall had taken a liking to him and wished for him to join Gryffindor. Moreover, given that he could earn small rewards in this world, Gryffindor was now a viable consideration. He resolved to set aside this dilemma for the time being, as the sorting ceremony was still a month away. His immediate priority was to learn a few spells to deal with the bandits. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to focus on self-study in magic. With enthusiasm, he opened his large trunk and retrieved a bag filled with textbooks. One by one, he laid out the 8 spell books on his bed. Standard spells, beginner, history of magic, magic theory, beginner's guide to transfiguration, 80,000 magical herbs and fungi, magical potions and elixirs, fantastic beasts and where to find them, and dark magic, a self-defense guide. History of magic detailed the chronicles of the magical realm, serving merely as a source of knowledge. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi provided introductions to various herbs. Magical potions and elixirs was indeed quite useful, for potent potions could serve as invaluable aids in combat, yet with only a month at his disposal. Mastering potion making was beyond his reach, and he lacked the ingredients to concoct formidable brews. Fantastic beasts and where to find them, a tome discussing various magical creatures, might be of use during future adventures, but for now, it could wait. Jerry set aside magic theory, retaining it for focus study, while placing the other 3 books on a nearby table. As a novice in magic, Jerry understood that he must first comprehend what magic is and its operational principles before delving into related incantations. Thus, magic theory, which elucidated foundational concepts, was the text he most urgently needed to explore. With a serious demeanor, he picked up magic theory, seated himself in a chair, took a deep breath, and slowly turned to the first page. To whimsically alter the deepest secrets of the origins of life, one must be prepared to bear the most extreme and perilous consequences. This was the first fundamental rule of Wulfric's magic. For hours later, Jerry closed the theory of magic, rubbed his temples, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hermione Granger, truly a prodigy of her generation. She is indeed remarkable." Initially, Jerry believed that having experienced the college entrance examination and possessing commendable learning abilities, along with over 40 years of life experience, he could certainly master the rudimentary principles of magic. However, reality proved to be a harsh contradiction. As he delved into a completely foreign knowledge system, self-studying for 4 hours without guidance felt akin to deciphering an ancient text. It was reminiscent of an ordinary mortal stumbling upon a tome that revealed the secrets to transcendence, struggling to comprehend each word without a mentor's aid. Thus, contemplating how Hermione, that 11-year-old girl, managed to self-learn most of the first-year magic before the term began without any guidance left him in awe. Perhaps Hermione was indeed a genius and prodigy in the realm of magic, while he was merely an average individual. He could only hope that the invigorating capabilities of the Little Red Star would prove effective. Otherwise, he would be in quite a predicament. Chapter 10. The Invigorating Effects of the Little Red Star. According to the description on the panel, the Little Red Star not only allowed him to experience life in the magical world of Harry Potter, but also activated functions that enhanced his cognitive abilities, such as learning, understanding, and memory. Of course, the panel did not specify the extent of these enhancements, leaving it to his personal experience to determine. Presently, He felt that relying solely on his own capabilities for learning, even exerting 200% effort, it would likely take him a month to barely master the simplest of spells. Gurgle. Rubbing his growling stomach, Jerry glanced at the darkening sky, deciding that after dinner, he would thoroughly test the invigorating functions of the little red star. Crookshanks, we're off to dinner. Rising from his chair, Jerry was about to call his first pet, Crookshanks, to join him for dinner, only to discover that the cat, who had been sleeping soundly on the bed, was now nowhere to be found. Oh, has he run away? Searching beneath the bed, inside boxes, and throughout the room yielded no sign of Crookshanks, leaving Jerry scratching his head in exasperation. It dawned on him that he had been so engrossed in his reading that he had barely noticed his surroundings. Just then, Jerry felt a sudden, chill breeze creep down his neck, causing him to shiver slightly. To his surprise, Crookshanks had somehow positioned himself outside the window, cleverly prying it open with his paws before slipping inside and deftly closing it behind him. The cool gust he felt moments ago was indeed the result of Crookshanks' window maneuver. Meow. Crookshanks bounded over to Jerry, dropping what he had in his mouth onto the floor, then nudging it towards Jerry with his paw, as if to say, "Today, I have become your master. This is the nourishment bestowed upon you by your master. Do indulge." "Thank you, Crooked Mountain." Jerry gazed at the lifeless rat that had been cast at his feet, a slight twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. No wonder that which proclaimed Crooked Mountain to be remarkably easy to sustain, requiring little preparation of sustenance. After dinner, Jerry resumed his position at the desk, reopening the theory of magic. Activating the invigorating feature of the little red star, he instantly drew in a sharp breath. A wave of refreshing energy surged directly into his mind, invigorating his once sluggish brain, which had been dulled by a day of labor. It felt as if he had awakened after a deep slumber of 8 or 9 hours, the coolness of a glass of water revitalizing him. His mind was remarkably clear, and his brain was unusually alert. As he lowered his gaze to continue studying the theory of magic, the complex magical concepts that had eluded him earlier in the afternoon suddenly transformed into simplicity. It was as if the intricate calculus had been reduced to a mere linear equation, the difficulty diminishing several degrees. More accurately, his cognitive and memorization capacities had ascended several levels, rendering the once formidable calculus as straightforward as a linear equation. With the aid of the invigorating feature, Jerry's pace through the theory of magic quickened significantly. Previously, after 4 arduous hours, he had barely managed to grasp 4 or 5 pages, never fully comprehending them. However, now, with a boost of mental clarity, he had traversed a quarter of the book in just 1 hour, nearly achieving complete understanding. Stop. For hours later, having thoroughly perused and internalized the entirety of the theory of magic, Jerry temporarily disabled the invigorating feature. Without its assistance, his mind reverted to its normal state, accompanied by a wave of intense fatigue. It appeared that employing the invigorating function not only consumed the little red star, but also heavily taxed his mental faculties. It seemed prudent to stock up on several boxes of walnuts for future endeavors. At that moment, Jerry recognized that while the invigorating feature was undeniably potent, it also imposed a considerable burden on his body. Hastily closing the book, he reclined on his bed, slipping into the deepest slumber within 2 seconds. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and caressed Jerry's face, he slowly opened his eyes. A night of profound sleep had restored his mind to its normal condition. I must not overindulge in its use next time. Having experienced the exquisite state of mental clarity for the first time yesterday, he had succumbed to the temptation of prolonging it for a full 4 hours. While he had comprehended the entirety of the theory of magic in one go, it had left his brain overtaxed, and he had scarcely sustained consciousness before entering a deep sleep mode. The prolonged activation of the cognitive enhancement function is evidently unwise. The excessive utilization of the brain compels the body to instinctively enter a deep sleep, as such slumber is essential for optimal cerebral recovery. However, in a state of profound rest, even the most thunderous roars from outside would elicit no response, indicating a complete lack of vigilance in that condition. Should danger arise, one would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Upon accessing the panel, Jerry scrutinized the number of little red stars consumed since activating the cognitive enhancement. 240. This implies a consumption rate of 1 star per minute. Last night, he had activated the function for a total of 4 hours, leading to the consumption of 240 stars, confirming the rate of 1 star per minute. Overall, this was within his expectations. Previously, he had a total of 1,005 little red stars. After the consumption of 240, he had 765 remaining, suggesting he could activate the cognitive enhancement function for nearly 13 hours more. based on his prior experience with magical theory, which took approximately 4 hours to grasp. He estimated that he could swiftly complete the remaining 3 texts: Standard Spells, Beginner's Guide to Transformation, and Dark Magic, a self-defense guide, within that same 13-hour time frame. Thus, it seemed that his current stock of little red stars would barely suffice to allow him to expedite his original month-long study plan into the next 2 or 3 days through the intermittent acceleration provided by the cognitive enhancement function. Chapter 11. 14 Spells. 5 days later, Jerry, wand in hand, nervously pointed towards the wooden door of the room and softly uttered the incantation. Alohomora. A faint surge of magical energy flowed from within him, coursing down his arm into the wand. Magnified by the wand, it transformed into a beam of blue magical light, striking the door lock with precision. Click, click, click. The previously locked wooden door trembled mechanically before swinging open of its own accord. Phew, at last success. Witnessing the successful execution of the unlocking spell, Jerry released a long sigh of relief. In truth, 2 days prior, he had gradually absorbed all the magical knowledge and spells from the 4 tomes through the intermittent activation of the cognitive enhancement function. However, merely comprehending the theoretical knowledge within those texts did not guarantee the successful manifestation of the corresponding spells, despite the spells contained within these volumes being the most fundamental and straightforward. Jerry understood from his assimilation of their contents that a wizard's ability to wield magic stems from their unique bloodline, which inherently generates a wondrous force known as magical energy. Magic is thus founded upon this energy, transformed through incantations and mental fortitude to produce an array of extraordinary effects. To successfully cast a spell, one must first possess magical energy, which elucidates why muggles and squibs, despite knowing the incantations, cannot perform magic. In addition to magical energy, a wand is essential. The wand serves as both an amplifier and a stabilizer, enhancing and stabilizing the magical energy one emits, thereby facilitating the casting of spells. While it is possible to perform magic without a wand, it necessitates that the wizard possesses an exceptionally powerful magical force and a profound mastery over the art of magic. Different wands provide varying degrees of amplification and stabilization. The more suited the wand is to its wielder, the easier it becomes to cast spells and the greater their potency. Conversely, a mismatched wand not only complicates spell casting, but may also render it completely ineffective. Moreover, to successfully unleash a spell, one must possess a solid theoretical foundation in magic and a clear understanding of the spell to be cast. As discussed in the Standard Spells, Beginner section, a wizard named Barafio mispronounced a spell, substituting F4s, and consequently found himself sprawled on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. Therefore, to accurately perform incantations, relentless practice is imperative. With enough repetition, precision in spell casting will follow. Of course, some spells are inherently more challenging to cast, requiring more intricate techniques that may not be covered in textbooks and necessitating guidance from a skilled instructor to master them gradually. After 2 days of diligent practice, Jerry finally discovered some techniques and successfully executed his first spell, the Unlocking Charm. With this initial success, his subsequent practice is bound to become increasingly smooth, and he believes it will not be long before he masters all the spells from his first-year textbook. 10 days later, Jerry held his wand and tirelessly practiced various spells within his room. The spells learned in the first year are generally straightforward and do not consume much magical energy. Even with Jerry's current magical capacity, he can easily perform them, albeit with significantly reduced potency. Among the 4 spellbooks, or more accurately, 3, as the theory of magic solely covers theoretical knowledge, 14 spells are documented, including Softening Charm, Cutting Charm, Unlocking Charm, Levitation Charm, Binding Charm, Repairing Charm, Transformation Charm, Restoration Charm, Snot Charm, Flame Charm, Repelling Charm, Smoke Screen Charm, Wand Lighting Charm, and Wand Extinguishing Charm. Of these, except for the Transformation Charm, which Jerry has yet to master, he has proficiently grasped the others. However, among the 14 spells, only the Cutting and Flame Charms possess any offensive capabilities. The rest are largely non-aggressive. Moreover, with Jerry's current magical strength, the Cutting Charm is insufficient to even sever fabric completely, while the Flame Charm can barely produce a small flicker, akin to that of a lighter. Originally, Jerry expected to find a spell for binding an entire body, similar to the one Hermione used in the movie to immobilize Neville. In terms of combat practicality, that particular spell seemed the most useful. Ultimately, it has been revealed that the spell in question is not recorded in the first-grade textbooks. The binding curse may have been self-taught by the academically gifted Hermione from certain magical tomes in the library, or it could be a spell from higher-grade textbooks. It is no wonder that Ron and Harry appeared utterly bewildered when they witnessed Hermione cast that incantation, although the two may not excel in their studies. The first grade curriculum covers only a handful of spells, and it is implausible that they were entirely ignorant, especially since it was already the end of the term. Unless the spell was entirely absent from the textbook, their astonishment upon seeing Hermione perform, it would be understandable. Nevertheless, even the spells taught in the first grade lack offensive capabilities. However, they are undeniably wondrous forms of magic. Jerry mused that with proper utilization, they might yield unexpectedly remarkable results. Moreover, he could also gather some small red stars, having completely exhausted his supply. He recalled that young wizards were seemingly prohibited from casting spells outside of school, lest they attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. However, it appeared that pre-enrollment young wizards were not subject to this regulation. In the film, Hermione mentioned that she had successfully attempted to cast a few spells at home before school began. The probability of such occurrences must be quite low, considering the scarcity of wizards and the fact that the orphanage where he resided was located in a small town in Surrey, far removed from the bustling streets of London. Chapter 12. The First Practical Application of Magic. At 10 o'clock in the evening in Warrington, at Edward's orphanage. Crookshanks, I'll be stepping out for a while. Do not wander off, Jerry announced as he donned dark attire and grasped his wand. He then addressed a ginger, long-haired cat sprawled on the floor, amusing itself by playing with its fluffy tail before opening the window and climbing out. Jerry's room was situated on the second floor of the orphanage, but his agility rendered such heights trivial. With a mere push from the windowsill, he effortlessly leapt down. In truth, many children possess superior climbing skills compared to adults, particularly Jerry, who, with his six-pack abs, exhibited strength akin to that of an average 17 or 18-year-old. The orphanage was shrouded in darkness at 10 o'clock, and Jerry stealthily traversed the front yard, deftly scaling the large iron gate to exit the premises. He chose to experiment with magic at night, considering that his movements would be less likely to be detected, and many criminal activities typically occur under the cover of darkness. Luminos. Drawing his wand from his pocket, Jerry softly uttered the incantation, and the tip of his wand immediately radiated a brilliant light, comparable to that of a flashlight. The illumination charm was among the simplest of the 14 spells he had learned. However, he recalled that while studying this spell, he had come across an advanced version, which, when cast, could emit a brightness akin to that of a small sun, typically employed to serve as a substitute for the sun in miniature worlds. This inevitably reminded him of the magical suitcase belonging to Newt in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Perhaps the small world within that suitcase had its sun created by this advanced transformation spell. Thus, Jerry believed that he should not underestimate the fundamental spells he was currently learning. Many powerful spells might indeed be extensions derived from these rudimentary incantations. The location of the Edward orphanage lay to the south of the town, somewhat secluded, with his wand illuminating the path. Jerry walked for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the town center. Unlike the orphanage, where everyone had already succumbed to slumber, the town at 10 o'clock still had several shops open, particularly around the bar, where an array of flamboyantly dressed men and women were coming and going. In Jerry's recollection, the vicinity of the bar at midnight was prone to criminal activities, prompting him to patrol the area with his wand, especially in the darker, less populated alleys. Unfortunately, after patrolling until 1 in the morning, he had yet to encounter a single crime. The only incident he faced was when he helped an elderly couple who had slipped while taking an evening stroll, earning himself 2 little red stars as a reward. It became evident that the worlds of Harry Potter and Marvel differed significantly, particularly in a small town where life was less burdensome. Encountering a crime proved to be quite a challenge. At 11:30, in a dimly lit alley of Wellington town, a white-collar woman returning home late due to overtime was confronted by a burly white man wielding a fruit knife. This scene unfolded just as Jerry was patrolling nearby, allowing him to witness the act. However, rather than rushing in to save the woman immediately, he concealed himself at the alley's exit, quietly observing the man. After successfully robbing her of money and a necklace while holding the fruit knife, the thief hurriedly dashed towards the alley's exit. Flavito, with his wand drawn, Jerry aimed at a puddle at the alley's mouth and cast a transformation spell. London's weather was often rainy and foggy, leaving puddles in its wake. Struck by the spell's magic, the sizable puddle instantly transformed into a slick, viscous oil. As the fleeing man rushed out of the alley, he stepped into the slick oil. Ouch! He slipped, and due to his momentum, was sent sprawling onto the ground. The transformation spell was the most challenging among the 14 spells Jerry was studying. While other spells typically bestowed certain attributes upon a material, transformation involved completely changing one substance into another. It was no wonder that it was distinguished as a separate discipline, given its profound complexity. However, not all transformations were exceedingly difficult for beginners. The text mentioned several key points to enhance the success rate of transformation spells. Firstly, the transformation of substances of the same kind is notably more accessible. For instance, transmuting water into wine or oil is a feat typically mastered with ease by novice wizards in their first year. Conversely, converting water into stone or steel presents an exceedingly formidable challenge. Moreover, the metamorphosis of inanimate objects into living beings and vice versa is not overly complex, albeit it necessitates the study of transformation spells. Secondly, the diminutive size of an object correlates with the likelihood of successful transformation. For example, reshaping a matchstick into a needle or hair into thread is relatively simple. In contrast, attempting to transmute a matchstick into a spear or utility pole proves to be quite arduous. Lastly, the simplicity of an object structure is directly proportional to the ease of its transformation. For example, altering a mouse into a snuff box or a rabbit into slippers are tasks achievable by first and second-year wizards. In stark contrast, transforming an owl into a telescope is an intricate endeavor, one that even many fifth-year wizards may find insurmountable, let alone conjuring an airplane, cannon, or machine gun. Such feats would likely elude even the great Dumbledore. These concepts merely scratch the surface. More advanced transfiguration encompasses Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration, interspecies transformation, and human transfiguration, subjects that require diligent study at school. Amidst swirling smoke, as the burly man fell, Jerry seized the moment to cast a smoke screen spell. Instantly, a dense fog enveloped the area surrounding the man, while Jerry darted into the haze like a nimble cheetah. The fallen giant, still dazed from a fall, sensed the presence and hastily grasped a fruit knife that had fallen to the ground. However, Jerry's reflexes were swifter. He cast a softening spell upon the knife, rendering it as limp as a noodle. With the greatest threat neutralized, Jerry showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick to the head of the man who was attempting to rise. Jerry's strength rivaled that of any typical 16 or 17-year-old, and his full-force kick struck the giant's temple, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. Chapter 13. A Return to the Marvel Universe. Under normal circumstances, even if Jerry were an expert in Jeet Kune Do with a chiseled physique, he would hardly stand a chance against the imposing white man before him, especially with a knife in hand. In a previous life, Jerry had seen reports of a certain martial arts champion who, upon encountering an armed assailant, found himself hospitalized after a struggle, while the assailant escaped unharmed. Martial prowess typically shines when both parties possess comparable physical conditions, should there be a significant disparity. Unless one is resolved to inflict fatal harm upon the other, targeting vital points becomes exceedingly difficult. Moreover, when one is unarmed and the other wields a knife, it is prudent to flee. Although disarming an assailant is not entirely impossible, it often results in grievous outcomes. Thus, Jerry effortlessly subdued a burly man armed with a knife using merely a few low-level spells that posed no direct threat, demonstrating the remarkable efficacy of unconventional magical assistance. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Jerry's advantage stemmed partially from his surprise attack. After incapacitating the robber, he did not hastily depart. Instead, he retrieved 2 bills from a scattered pile of cash and slipped them into his pocket before leisurely leaving the scene. Although the 2 bills were not a substantial sum for him, he constantly reminded himself that while performing good deeds is commendable, one must also seek recompense. This was something he adamantly wished to avoid. Having lived for over 40 years, he understood what actions could enhance his well-being. In this second life, he sought neither immense wealth nor unparalleled power, yet he was equally unwilling to become a selfless fool solely devoted to others. Life is but a fleeting century, and sometimes a touch of selfishness is not a grave error. Moreover, his peculiar interface rewarded him with a small red star for every good deed performed. And even if he were to retract his actions immediately afterward, no repercussions would ensue. In other words, if he saved a life, he would receive the red star. And should he later take that life, the star would remain intact, such as its lack of intelligence. Shortly after Jerry's departure, a timid white-collar woman cautiously peered out from the alley. Moments ago, she had heard what seemed to be a scream, but out of caution, she refrained from emerging immediately. Upon noticing the unconscious, burly man not far from the alley's entrance, her heart raced with shock, soon followed by relief. On September 1st, 1991, Jerry rose early, preparing all the essentials required for his journey to Hogwarts. Today marked the commencement of his magical education and the conclusion of his 1-month trial period. As the countdown reached its end, he once again experienced the sensation of the entire world being suspended in time, followed by a sudden darkness that enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, his wand had accompanied him. Ignoring the two robbers nearby, Jerry instinctively glanced at the wand in his right hand. Without its aid, casting spells would be nearly impossible, with a staggering failure rate of 99. Now, the challenge lay in safely dealing with the four assailants. Gripping his wand tightly, Jerry squinted as he surveyed the interior of the school bus. With the assistance of magic, neutralizing these robbers should not pose too formidable a challenge. He had already tested this the previous night. However, ensuring that the robbers did not inadvertently harm the other children on the bus was the true difficulty. Therefore, his plan was to remain observant, hoping for a favorable turn of events. If none materialized, he would be compelled to act, although there was a risk of collateral damage. His primary concern was the safety of himself and his sister. As for the rest, he could only offer his apologies. If the robbers managed to escape the police and leave the bus with the stolen money, that would be ideal, sparing him the need to take further risks. As for the little red star, it can be acquired simply by doing good deeds. In the future, when he has mastered his magic, opportunities will abound, making any risk unnecessary. Smith, we have shaken off the pursuing police, Jerry reported to the two robbers beside him, who laughed heartily as the last police car was forced to halt under their reckless gunfire. The robber, pointing a gun at Ms. Bailey, presumably the leader among the four, turned to inquire of the robber controlling the driver, Paul, have we arrived? Smith, we're almost there. Approximately 20 minutes later, under the direction of the leading robber, the school bus came to a stop on a secluded, deserted road. What now? Shall we kill them all? The two robbers at the back approached the one called Smith. Jerry, upon hearing this, raised his wand. If the robbers intended to eliminate everyone on board, he would have no choice but to act boldly. Fool, why kill them all? Are you impatient for our demise? Smith exclaimed, kicking the proposing robber. He understood well that robbing a small bank, while alarming, would not be catastrophic, as the loss would only impact the bank. Furthermore, the money they had acquired was merely a pittance in the grand scheme of things. However, if they were to murder a busload of elementary students, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage, making them targets of universal condemnation. There was even the possibility that the military could be dispatched against them. Thus, he berated his dim-witted subordinate. Chapter 14. The combat use of the Little Red Star. Smith, I believe taking one as a hostage as a precaution is sufficient. We can release the others, as they will only be a burden. The robber in front clearly grasped the leader's intent and proposed a reasonable suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, Smith nodded and began selecting from the children on the bus. Seeing this, Ms. Bailey, who was being threatened by Smith's gun, trembled and raised her hands. Use me as a hostage. They are just children. If you take them, they will surely cry and be difficult to soothe. Her words were stammered, reflecting her profound fear. Meanwhile, the driver, Paul, lowered his head further, burdened by the responsibilities of his own children, wife, and parents. Even if he felt guilt, he was unwilling to take the lead in this situation. Indeed, that makes sense. Clearly, Smith was swayed by Ms. Bailey's argument. While taking a child would eliminate concerns of resistance, the potential for tears and chaos was a serious consideration, especially since the hostage was meant to deter police scrutiny. Executing them outright was not ideal. Smith, I think this suggestion is excellent. The two robbers at the back, observing Ms. Bailey's relatively attractive features and curvaceous figure, exchanged knowing smirks. As Teacher Bailey observed the situation, her body trembled momentarily, yet she ultimately refrained from uttering another word and obediently rose to stand beside Smith. Sighing deeply from his seat at the back, Jerry could no longer contain himself and gradually stood up. I believe I would make the most suitable hostage. My father is the Sheriff of Queens, and the subsequent pursuit may very well be under his command. Moreover, I am merely a child, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance, and I am quite obedient. Teacher Bailey, a figure of responsibility and compassion, was someone Jerry did not wish to see fall into the hands of the robbers. Importantly, by accompanying the criminals, he would be free from any concerns, allowing him to act without restraint. Thus, he took the initiative to stand up. Upon noticing Jerry's action, Bailey's expression shifted dramatically. Jerry was renowned as an exemplary student, achieving top grades and exhibiting commendable character, making him one of her favorites. Witnessing him offer himself as a hostage filled her with a mix of gratitude and anxiety. Conversely, upon hearing that Jerry was the sheriff's son, Smith immediately turned his attention towards him. Having the sheriff's son as a hostage would undoubtedly instill greater apprehension among the police than a mere elementary school teacher. Moreover, a child was clearly easier to manage than an adult woman capable of resistance. Bring him over. Smith commanded one of the accomplices, Smith, I still believe this woman is more suitable. The robber protested, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Smith, well aware of his subordinate's tendencies, swiftly delivered a kick. With money, what woman is unattainable? Hurry and bring the sheriff's child. We must make haste. Brother. Aisha, witnessing the robber approach her brother Jerry, sensed the impending danger and fearfully grasped his hand. Though somewhat naive and oblivious, she was not foolish. She realized that if her brother were taken away, something disastrous could ensue. Jerry gently released Aisha's hand and winked at her before walking towards the robber. Listen here, brat, behave yourself on the way, or I won't hesitate to blow your head off. As they disembarked from the school bus, the robber angrily kicked Jerry's backside, but Jerry adeptly leaped forward, evading the blow. When the robber attempted to strike again, he was reprimanded by his leader, Smith. After 4 robbers escorted Jerry off the bus, they shot out all 4 tires of the vehicle with rifles before entering a nearby grove. Not long after, they arrived at a prearranged black SUV. It appeared they had come well prepared. Jerry settled into the back seat of the vehicle, sandwiched between 2 burly robbers, and couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of his predicament. An hour later, in front of a dilapidated warehouse in the suburbs, the black SUV came to a gradual halt. The 4 robbers, carrying a hefty bag of cash stolen from the bank, marched Jerry into the warehouse. Click. Jerry gazed at the locked wooden door secured by the robbers and murmured softly to himself, "It appears they have no intention of leaving any survivors. Then I shall not hold back." Upon entering the warehouse, he had witnessed the 4 robbers simultaneously remove their masks, and at that moment, he realized they had subconsciously sealed his fate. However, the robbers were still consumed with the elation of eluding capture and acquiring a substantial fortune. Yet, once they regained their senses, it would likely be too late for him. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the upper hand. For those who hesitate, suffer the consequences. If he did not act now, when would he? Hearing the raucous laughter of the 4 robbers outside, reveling in a large bag of dollars, Jerry understood that their vigilance was at its lowest, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to strike. With a swift incantation, he drew his wand, which was tucked into his trousers, and first directed a transfiguration spell at a broken chair leg he had found in the room, transforming it into a sharp dagger. Given his current proficiency in transfiguration, this dagger should remain effective for approximately 10 minutes, a meager but sufficient time. "Alohamra," he exclaimed, pointing his wand at the securely locked wooden door. The lock clicked open, and with his wand in his left hand and the dagger in his right, Jerry cautiously pushed the door ajar and stealthily slipped outside. The dilapidated warehouse was cluttered with a plethora of useless debris, providing him ample cover for concealment. Instead of casting spells upon the 4 robbers, Jerry activated the invigorating feature of his panel first. After diligently performing good deeds in town each night, coupled with his recent intervention in thwarting a robbery, he had successfully accumulated over 50 energy stars. With such a reserve, activating the invigorating feature would sustain him for at least 50 minutes. Chapter 15. Jerry in superhuman state. Why activate the invigorating feature prior to combat? Through numerous experiments, Jerry discovered that this feature essentially unleashes the potential of his brain within a short span, placing it in a state of heightened activity. This state, which could expedite his learning of magical knowledge, could certainly be applied to combat as well. When utilized for learning, it significantly enhances his comprehension, memory, and analytical abilities. In battle, it allows the brain as heightened capacity to liberate the body, unlocking its full potential. This state of bodily liberation through mental prowess is what Jerry refers to as his superhuman form. He recalled a film from his past titled Lucy, in which the protagonist, through a drug, transcended the limits of her body and mind, ultimately becoming an omniscient and omnipotent being. While Jerry's superhuman state may not be as exaggerated, it nonetheless enables his body to approach complete liberation under the command of his mind. It is well known that an untrained individual finds it exceedingly difficult to coordinate their muscles and maximize their physical strength. However, those martial artists who have undergone extensive training can exert a remarkable control over their muscles, allowing them to unleash far greater power from the same physique. Jerry, in his current superhuman state, undergoes a transformation akin to that of an amateur martial arts enthusiast instantaneously becoming a grandmaster. While his body remains unchanged, in this superhuman condition, both his strength and speed are significantly amplified compared to his normal state. Coupled with a highly efficient brain, his senses are equally heightened, resulting in a combat prowess that can ascend several tiers. Nevertheless, this state is not without its drawbacks. The longer it is maintained, the more pronounced the side effects become. Firstly, regarding his brain, Once the enhancement ceases, it becomes sluggish due to the overexertion of his potential, leading to an overwhelming desire for sleep. Prolonged use can even plunge him into a deep slumber, reminiscent of the time he had read for 4 consecutive hours. Excessive utilization may also result in severe muscle strains afterward. Thus, entering this superhuman state necessitates either a swift resolution or ensuring one is in a completely secure environment upon concluding. Otherwise, the consequences could be perilous. Amidst a swirling cloud of smoke, Jerry raised his wand and directed it towards the 4 individuals counting money. A beam of magical light shot forth, and the center of the warehouse was soon enveloped in a thick fog. Smoke bomb? This is troubling. The police have arrived. As the smoke suddenly billowed around him, the leader of the robbers, Smith, instinctively realized they had been located by the authorities. He hurriedly commanded his subordinates to seize the rifles beside them and began firing towards the warehouse's entrance and windows while retreating deeper into the premises. At that moment, Jerry propelled himself forward like a cheetah, charging towards the 4 robbers obscured by the smoke. In his superhuman state, Jerry's speed was akin to that of elite sprinters, allowing him to traverse nearly 20 meters in less than 3 seconds, arriving before the first robber. This robber was none other than the burly man who had previously threatened him after disembarking from the school bus. Revenge is a dish best served cold, but clearly, Jerry was not one to wait. With a powerful leap, he slashed his dagger across the man's throat. A horrifying sound echoed as blood gushed forth. The burly man instinctively clutched his neck, gasping for air, only to realize that his once mighty physique was now weakened and feeble for blood loss. Sensing the unfolding chaos, the other 3 robbers swiftly turned, guns drawn. Without hesitation, Jerry raised his wand and cast a softening spell on the rifle of the farthest robber. While a transformation spell would have been more effective at this juncture, given his current magical proficiency, he could manage to transform a small dagger. But the likelihood of successfully altering an entire rifle was slim. The softening spell, however, would render the rifle incapable of firing by softening its barrel. And so he proceeded. As he cast the softening spell, his right hand was not idle. He deftly hurled the dagger in his grasp toward the nearest thug. In a state of superhuman prowess, the knife flew forth with remarkable speed and precision, akin to the skills of a master of concealed weaponry depicted in films. A piercing scream erupted as the dagger lodged itself with deadly accuracy into the thug's right eye socket, penetrating deep into the brain. At that moment, Jerry's 6th sense began to scream warnings, for the thug leader, positioned neither too far nor too near, had raised his rifle, aiming it directly at Jerry's head. With swift resolve, Jerry pointed his wand at the back of the first burly man, drawing upon years of experience playing Angry Birds in a past life. Combined with the calibration of his superbrain, he unleashed all his magical energy to cast a repulsion spell. The luminous magic streamed from his wand, striking the back of the first thug, who was soon drenched in a torrent of blood gushing from his neck. Transformed into a massive red bird, he crashed violently into the thug leader. Experiencing the sensation of being struck by a nearly 200-pound man was a first for Smith, resulting in him being knocked to the ground, his head colliding painfully with the earth, rendering him unconscious and severely injured. With his wand stowed away, Jerry wasted no time and sprinted towards the farthest thug. The recent repulsion spell had nearly exhausted his limited magical reserves, leaving him with no choice but to confront the last thug in close quarters. Meanwhile, the final thug was still in a state of utter confusion. What was happening? First, a smoke bomb, followed by a barrage of gunfire that revealed no police presence, and now one of his comrades had been swiftly dispatched by a small boy. Just as he prepared to fire at the indistinct figure within the smoke, his rifle inexplicably went limp, as if turned to noodles. Truly a nightmarish scenario. Upon drawing closer and recognizing the boy as the brown-haired child they had forcibly removed from the school bus, the thug was left in shock. Chapter 16, Total Annihilation. While the thug was bewildered, Jerry was far from disoriented. Capitalizing on his superhuman state, he quickly closed the distance to the last thug. Realizing that he needed to act swiftly or meet the same fate as his fallen companions, the thug discarded his useless rifle and reached for the pistol at his waist. Jerry, unwilling to allow him the chance to draw his weapon, leapt forward, delivering a powerful knee strike directly between the thug's legs. The thug's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively shielded his groin with both hands, abandoning his intention to draw his gun. However, he severely underestimated Jerry's strength. The impact caused the thug to double over, gasping in pain, clearly not enjoying the experience. Yet, after successfully landing the knee strike, Jerry did not pause for breath. Under the command of his extraordinarily powerful mind, he leveraged his arms against the thug's shoulders, propelling his body into the air above the thug's head. With legs coiling around the thug's neck like a constrictor, he engaged all his muscles, twisting with a force akin to opening a stubborn bottle cap. Crack! The last robber's head suddenly made a complete 180, lifeless and beyond revival. He flipped and leaped down, surveying his surroundings to ensure there was no danger. Jerry promptly released his superhero status, deactivating the invigorating functions. Ah, what a delightful sensation. The brief skirmish of merely 2 or 3 minutes placed a manageable strain on his mind. He felt a momentary dizziness, but soon returned to normalcy. However, the intensity of those few minutes had left his muscles feeling as if they had not run in years. Akin to the sensation one experiences upon waking after a night's rest following an exhausting 5-kilometer run. Truth be told, the experience of being in superhero mode was truly exhilarating. If his combat skills had previously been at an amateur level, they had now surged to an elite standard. After taking a moment to recover, Jerry approached the lifeless body of the robber he had dispatched with his dagger, retrieving the now transformed blade. He then made his way to the unconscious leader, known as Smith. Without a hint of hesitation, he plunged the dagger fiercely into the robber's chest, eradicating threats to ensure no roots remain. He felt no compassion for these individuals, who were clearly responsible for multiple deaths. Moreover, the leader likely caught a glimpse of his identity amidst the smoke, making it imperative that he could not be spared. Though it was his first act of murder, Jerry experienced only a slight wave of nausea, finding little discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had already faced death once, having been struck by a truck. Thus, the fear of mortality was not as formidable as he had imagined. Indeed, the disparity in their capabilities was evident. This was worth it. Opening the peculiar interface, Jerry discovered that his collection of little red stars had surged to 2,000, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. 2,000 stars were equivalent to what he had accumulated over 2 or 3 years of virtuous deeds. Remarkably, he had earned them all at once. It seemed that the mundane acts of kindness, such as taking out the trash or aiding an elderly woman across the street, paled in comparison to the valor of confronting 4 armed robbers, storming a bank, or hijacking a school bus. Despite his newfound 2,000 stars, Jerry did not immediately enter the world of Harry Potter. Each exit from this realm necessitated a cooling-off period, during which even ample stars could not grant him re-entry. Furthermore, after the initial trial, entering this magical world required the expenditure of 100 stars each day. While 2,000 stars appeared considerable, it would only suffice for 20 days. Additionally, he would undoubtedly need the acceleration feature for his studies in magic at Hogwarts. Thus, he contemplated how to amass more stars for future needs. Closing the peculiar interface, Jerry strolled to the central location of the warehouse. At that moment, on the table in the center, there lay not only bottles of beer, but also a large bag, presumably containing cash amounting to $1 million in bills. Due to the recent skirmish, numerous banknotes from the bag had scattered across the ground. Jerry picked up 8 or 9 of them, stuffing them into his pocket while murmuring to himself. It is worth noting that Jerry is merely an 11-year-old child in this world, and his father would not grant him an abundance of pocket money. Typically, he manages to procure a few coins from classmates who enjoy stirring up trouble. He possesses a remarkable talent for countering violence with violence. Though they are all elementary school students, each wielding limited resources, $700 or $800 is not a substantial amount. The bank would hardly mobilize for such a trifling sum. Now, all that remains is to await the police's rescue. One must wonder if the officers will indeed find their way here. They should, considering the cacophony of gunfire that just erupted. In fact, not long after Jerry had reclined on his bed, a man clad in a striking golden and crimson mechanical armor materialized above the warehouse. Inside the opulent mansion of Tony Stark, the report came through. Sir, a bank heist has occurred in Queens. The robbers have taken a school bus filled with children hostage and have since evaded police pursuit. While examining the blueprints for the Mark V suitcase-style armor, Tony paused to absorb J.A.R.V.I.S.S. briefing, setting down the documents and gradually making his way to the armor platform. It was a fortuitous opportunity to clear his mind and ignite some inspiration. Ever since he had voluntarily revealed his identity days prior, he had been endeavoring to create a more portable suit of armor to handle unforeseen incidents. However, shrinking such a large suit down to the size of a suitcase proved to be a daunting task. Standing on the armor platform, Tony was soon enveloped by the Mark IV armor, controlled by the artificial intelligence, JARVIS. The Mark III was currently out of commission due to severe damage sustained during a confrontation with Ironmonger, prompting Tony to fabricate the Mark IV as a substitute. The functionalities of the Mark IV were essentially akin to those of the Mark III, albeit with slight aesthetic modifications. Activating the thrusters on the suit, Tony piloted the Mark IV at speeds rivaling that of a fighter jet, pursuing the direction in which the robbers had fled. Chapter 17. The First Encounter with Iron Man. JARVIS. Retrieve all surveillance footage and analyze the potential escape routes of the robbers. Tony commanded from within the Mark IV armor. Certainly, sir. JARVIS responded, exhibiting remarkable efficiency as it swiftly processed various surveillance data to pinpoint the general trajectory of the school bus following its escape from the police. After a brisk flight, guided by JARVIS, Tony soon located the school bus, which had suffered a flat tire, along with the teacher and students aboard. Upon learning that 4 robbers had taken a young boy hostage and retreated into a nearby thicket, he utilized the tire tracks left in the underbrush, along with the various road cameras, to reaffirm the robbers' vehicle en route, successfully locating their hideout within a warehouse, in contrast to the police's laborious manual monitoring of surveillance feeds. JARVIS speed was evidently far superior. Scan the warehouse structure and ascertain the number of individuals inside. Due to the presence of hostages, Tony refrained from immediately donning his armor and charging in, relying instead on the advanced scanning system within his suit to conduct a thorough examination of the warehouse. Sir, there are 5 individuals inside the warehouse, 4 adult human males and 1 human child. However, the 4 adult males have ceased all vital signs. What? Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony's face displayed a look of astonishment. With a resounding blast, he discharged his palm repulsor to breach the entrance, stepping into the warehouse. Who could have done this? Blood, corpses, and scattered stacks of dollars littered the floor, and the warehouse was enveloped in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It was evident that someone had arrived before him, eliminating the robbers entirely. Oh, the police have arrived rather promptly. Their efficiency is commendable. Jerry, who was lying in bed with his eyes closed, immediately sprang up upon hearing the cacophony from outside. Would this not seem somewhat unusual? A mere 11-year-old boy had been abducted by 4 ruthless robbers, yet he displayed no fear, instead maintaining a facade of calmness, which seemed rather implausible. After a moment as contemplation, Jerry retrieved his wand and muttered a spell directed at himself. Endless snot. A faint magical glow illuminated his face, causing 2 streams of mucus to cascade down. This was the snot spell, an incantation that rendered the recipient's nose perpetually runny. As Jerry had deliberately reduced the spell's potency, the effect was significantly diminished. Perfect. A seemingly ordinary, frightened child had now made his entrance. Moments later, the wooden door was violently forced open, and a towering figure clad in armor entered the room. Iron Man. At that moment, Jerry, with a face awash in mucus, could not help but exclaim in surprise. He had anticipated the arrival of the police, but to his astonishment, it was Iron Man who stood before him. Listening to the soothing voice emanating from the suit, Jerry was momentarily taken aback, then wiped his nose and feigned innocence, saying, "Iron Man, you are so cool. Indeed, quite cool. Just behave, and I might consider gifting you a small model." Tony opted not to lead Jerry through the gruesome scene of corpses and blood at the warehouse's main entrance. Instead, he lifted his hand and blasted through the wall, exiting the warehouse. Jarvis, contact the police still searching for the robbers. Send them the address and all records from our entrance and exit. After issuing his command to Jarvis, Tony scooped up Jerry and flew low in the direction of the recently departed school bus. "What's your name?" "Jerry. Did you hear any unusual sounds in the room just now?" "I only heard gunfire and shouting." "Shouting?" "Yes, words like idiot, bastard, and whore." "All right, no need to elaborate. Forget those unpleasant words. Are you really Iron Man?" "Absolutely. Is it true that you will give me a model?" "Of course. It will arrive at your doorstep by tomorrow morning." Thus, Jerry endeavored to play the part of an ordinary child, engaging in casual conversation with Tony. "It seems I must find the time to procure a flying broomstick." Observing Tony soaring freely in his armor, Jerry couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. Those who possess an inner sense of freedom often harbor a dream of flight, particularly the kind that one can command independently, gliding effortlessly through the skies. Jerry is no exception. Fortunately, wizards have their own unique methods of flying. The simplest and most convenient means of flight is the flying broomstick, such as the Nimbus 1000, which boasts a speed of approximately 100 miles per hour, equating to around 160 kilometers per hour. More advanced broomsticks can achieve speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, like the Nimbus 2000, and there are even swifter models like the Firebolt. As one's power grows, one may even learn flight spells, transforming into a streak of white light and soaring without the need for any magical apparatus. However, regardless of whether it is a broomstick or a flight spell, Their speed cannot rival that of Tony's Iron Man suit, which, as he had heard from colleagues in his previous life, can reach supersonic speeds. Nevertheless, wizards utilize broomsticks for short-distance flights, while for long distances, they may employ apparition or port keys, enabling instantaneous travel to their destination. To ensure Jerry's safety, Tony did not fly particularly fast. It took a full hour to reach the location where the school bus had previously stopped. By this time, the area surrounding the bus was encircled by a considerable number of police officers. Upon locating the bus, Tony promptly communicated its position to the local police station. Jerry, oh, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. Miss Bailey, though only in her mid-20s, was an exceptionally responsible teacher. During the incident on the bus, she had bravely volunteered to be a hostage to protect her students. As Jerry, her student, had taken her place, she would have felt an immense guilt if she could not confirm his safety. Miss Bailey, I am perfectly fine. As soon as Jerry landed, he was enveloped in a warm embrace by the visibly relieved Miss Bailey, who planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him momentarily dazed, especially given her generous demeanor, which made him feel a tad embarrassed. Indeed, the bodies of children sometimes afford them certain unique privileges. Chapter 18. Jerry's Heroic Garb. Jerry! Jerry! At that moment, a familiar voice called out from ahead. Jerry looked up to see Aisha bouncing out of a police car, brandishing her magical bubble gun, and sprinting toward him. All right, I leave this child in your capable hands. I shall take my leave. Tony, noticing the approaching police officers, greeted them briefly before activating his suit and soaring into the sky. He was unwilling to squander precious time in idle chatter with the authorities. Thank you. And don't forget about the model you promised. Jerry waved goodbye to Iron Man, expressing his gratitude while reminding him of the earlier commitment. Jarvis, do the children truly perceive me, Tony Stark, in such a poor light? Tony, feeling slightly wounded by Jerry's repeated reminders and evident distrust, retorted, Sir, you merely have a poor memory when it comes to such matters. Indeed, now proceed to manipulate the laboratory's robotic arm to create a proportionate model of battle armor based on the height of that boy. And have Miss Potts send it to him first thing tomorrow. Understood, sir. As Tony Stark piloted the battle armor and vanished from sight, Jerry gradually regained his composure. Eagerly, Aisha bounded over to Jerry, her face alight with excitement. Of course, as the Lord of Demons, my expertise lies in sending them to the depths of hell. Jerry chuckled, affectionately ruffling Aisha's hair. Aisha, why are you here alone? Where's your father? Sheriff Haas has just received news and assumed you were still at the warehouse. So he personally led a team there, explained Miss Bailey, who had just released Jerry from her grasp. It seemed that Iron Man had already transmitted the warehouse's location to the police while rescuing himself. However, it mattered little during the skirmish. He had been particularly cautious and left no trace of having dispatched several criminals. 3 of the thugs had met their demise at the edge of his dagger, which had long since been restored to a mere bench leg, while the final assailant perished beneath his feet, leaving no fingerprints behind. He had been meticulous in avoiding any bloodstains during the altercation. In truth, even if fingerprints were found, it would not raise suspicion. Being abducted by 4 armed criminals from a school bus to the warehouse inevitably involved some physical contact. Most importantly, no one would suspect a bright, well-behaved 11-year-old boy could, while confined in a room, eliminate 4 ruthless armed criminals unscathed. The after-effects of his recent superhuman state had yet to fully dissipate, rather than standing idly. He preferred to find a place to rest momentarily. All right, I shall take you to your father's vehicle for a brief respite. Miss Bailey promptly nodded and guided the exuberant Aisha and Jerry towards the car. As for the officers who had recently gathered, Jerry recognized most of them, as they were largely his father-esque colleagues. Greeting them with familiarity elicited a chorus of praises. His earlier conduct on the school bus had already spread among the officers, and now, whenever they encountered Jerry, they would commend him with the saying, "A tiger's cub does not grow into a dog." Some veteran officers, seeing Jerry, could not help but recall their own mischievous children, prompting a deep sigh in contrast. Among his peers, Jerry was undoubtedly the top performer in all of Queens. At midnight, precisely at 12 o'clock, in a certain residential building in Queens, Jerry silenced the ringing alarm clock and slowly sat up in bed. Consequently, Sheriff Haas, accompanied by Jerry and Aisha, along with the invitation extended to Miss Bailey, sought a fine dining establishment in Queens to indulge in a lavish meal, celebrating Jerry's fortuitous escape from harm. In the course of their conversation, Jerry subtly gleaned from Haas that the police department held no suspicion regarding him. They merely believed a nameless hero of remarkable skill had valiantly dispatched 4 robbers and left without trace. Certainly, such private actions are not advocated by the police department. and the ability to meticulously erase all traces raises suspicions that this unnamed hero may not be as simple as he appears. Rising to dress, Jerry cautiously donned a baseball cap, opened the door, and swiftly traversed the living room, clutching his wand as he departed the house and made his way to the elevator of the building. From this day forth, he resolved to dedicate 2 to 3 hours each night to earn little red stars. These stars have become his most vital resource. They are necessary for entering the small world, accelerating his magical studies, and activating his superhuman state. The source of these stars lies in performing good deeds, particularly in thwarting crimes. Greater the crime, greater the reward in little red stars, a fact well demonstrated during the day. Lowering the brim of his baseball cap, Jerry skillfully evaded the building's surveillance cameras and security personnel, reaching the ground floor. This is not the late 20th century of the Harry Potter universe. In a world as technologically advanced as Marvel, surveillance systems are omnipresent. If he wished to avoid early detection by the police or the specialized agents of SHIELD, he must exercise utmost caution, especially since he had yet to master the disillusionment charm, which would render him less conspicuous. Lena's Magic Shop. This establishment specializes in selling various fairy tale costumes and props for children, and it is a favorite of Elsa, who has procured several Ice Queen outfits and magical wands from this very store. Why did Jerry venture to this shop so late? It is, of course, because he requires a suit of his own. In reality, one cannot simply don a pair of glasses to become unrecognizable like Superman. To avoid being identified while earning little red stars, he needs a distinctive costume, akin to those worn by all superheroes, that conceals his appearance. What attire could be more suitable for a bona fide wizard than a wizard's robe? Conveniently, Jerry has learned that Lena's Magic Shop offers several styles and colors of wizard robes for sale. Chapter 19, Becoming a Hero from this day forward. Alohomora. With a flick of his wand, the tightly locked door of the shop was instantly unlocked by the arcane magic of the unlocking spell. Truth be told, in an ordinary world, Jerry could have become the most elite thief with just this spell, leading a carefree life free from financial worries. Alas, this is Marvel, where an unlocking spell cannot deter the likes of the purple potato. Pushing open the door and stepping into the shop, Jerry searched diligently until he emerged at the checkout counter, adorned with a black wizard hat and a mask that revealed only his eyes, clad in a flowing black robe. After retrieving $200 bills from his pocket and placing them on the counter, he turned and departed. He chose this method of payment rather than a straightforward transaction, primarily to avoid the risk of being traced through the style of his purchase. Although he was a wizard, he was not one of those backward-thinking sorcerers native to the magical realm. He never underestimated the power of technology in this world, especially in a universe where certain advancements surpassed contemporary innovations, such as the Marvel world. Jerry's father, whose full name was Haswell, served as a sheriff in the Queen's precinct, tasked with maintaining the peace in the area. As the son of a sheriff, he had a fair understanding of the crime hotspots in Queens, simply by paying a modicum of attention. In truth, the security situation in Queens was relatively stable, with few significant issues arising. Incidents like the recent bank robbery were rare occurrences. Once, he overheard his father discussing the overall safety of New York City with colleagues, noting that the area with the highest crime rate was a neighborhood in Manhattan known as Hell's Kitchen. Despite encompassing only 8 streets, the level of crime there was greater than that of the entire city combined. However, Jerry had no intention of venturing there to earn his stripes just yet. Moreover, he had only recently begun to explore the realm of magic and possessed primarily supportive spells. Although he was capable of entering a superhuman state, it came with considerable side effects. The danger of going to a place like Hell's Kitchen was, quite frankly, substantial. As Jerry left Lena's magical shop, he had not wandered far when he noticed something unusual occurring at a 24-hour convenience store nearby. While it was termed a convenience store, Jerry felt it was more aptly described as a small shop. Inside, a young African-American man, dressed in casual hip-hop attire, was brandishing a handgun at the store's owner, an elderly Chinese woman who appeared to be nearing 60. "Hurry up, you yellow-skinned witch." The woman, her face a mask of anger, dared not resist as she hastily stuffed the day's earnings from the cash register into a small bag, placing it on the counter. The young man was evidently a seasoned criminal, even sans a mask, confident that as long as his target was not white, he would likely face minimal repercussions. His typical heists involved relatively small amounts, which often deterred the Chinese proprietors from reporting the incidents. Even if they did, the sums involved were so trivial that the police would likely treat the matter as a mere formality rather than a serious investigation. Some individuals are like that. They lack the courage to stand up to those who harm them, yet feel emboldened to bully those who, like themselves, are also victims. acting as though their behavior is justified. Just as the young man reached for the bag containing a scattered sum of over $1,000, a diminutive figure obstructed the entrance of the convenience store. "Move aside, you little brat, or I'll shove your head up your backside." Faced with a child clad in an oddly fashioned black wizardess robe and a mask, the young man wasted no time in issuing a loud threat. "Please put down the bag," the child implored. "It seems you're seeking a death wish." Though the young man was reluctant to actually shoot someone and create a scene, he had no qualms about teaching the child a lesson. He tucked the purse from his left hand into his bosom and then raised his hand forcefully to push forward. His intention was to topple the little rascal blocking the door and deliver a few hard kicks, teaching him the harsh realities of society, making him understand that someone who is yet to grow up should refrain from meddling in others' affairs. "Do not harm the child," exclaimed the elderly woman behind the counter in alarm. "Huh." Jerry, observing the approaching hand of the young black man, did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly raised his hand to seize the young man's middle finger, twisting it with great force. The young man screamed in agony, his right hand instinctively lifting the firearm to shoot at Jerry. Quick to react, Jerry anticipated this move and raised his wand to cast a softening spell. "What?" The young man stared incredulously at his now pliable gun, which resembled dough in his grip. Taking advantage of the moment, Jerry knew he lacked the raw strength of his opponent without his superhuman state, thus aimed for a critical strike. The young man, caught off guard by the softened weapon, discarded it and fell to his knees, clutching his groin in pain. Releasing the young man's finger, Jerry executed a smooth hand chop to the back of the kneeling youth's neck, rendering him unconscious. The superhuman state drained his small red star, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary side effects. "Oh my goodness!" The elderly woman gasped in astonishment as Jerry swiftly subdued the would-be robber. "Here, your money, Grandma." Jerry retrieved the purse from the young man as possession and tossed it onto the counter, then rummaged through the youth's pockets, finding a few dozen dollars which he pocketed. "This is my reward, Grandma. You can call the police to apprehend this robber." "Thank you, young man." The elderly woman, taken aback by the peculiar child in the wizard's robe, expressed her gratitude loudly. Could it be that this young boy was of the same Chinese descent as she? Chapter 20, An Eccentric Family. He had spoken Chinese to the elderly woman intentionally. He needed to earn small red stars to enhance his power, as he would inevitably be involved in an increasing number of events aimed at preventing crime and disaster. With the enhancement of his abilities, these events would surely escalate in magnitude. Sooner or later, he would attract the attention of the public, the police, the government, and even the SHIELD agency. If someone were to investigate him closely, they would unravel the threads and discover that this wizard, capable of wielding magical powers, had spoken fluent and authentic Chinese while performing his first act of kindness in public. People are inclined to believe in the answers they painstakingly uncover. Jerry, dressed in his wizard's robe, adorned with a wizard's hat and wielding a wand concealed behind a mask, inadvertently revealed his true identity due to a language slip during his initial inexperienced endeavor. Thus, his true identity is likely that of a young boy from China residing in New York. You see, this perfectly misleads those eager to uncover his real self. The matter of concealing one's identity is of paramount importance to Jerry, for he is not alone. He has a loving father and a delightful younger sister. He will grow strong in the future, yet his family may never possess his strength. Although there is no blood relation between them and his current form, they have lived together for 11 years, making them his only true kin in this world. Speaking of which, this peculiar family of three possesses an unusual dynamic. Each member bears a different surname. Jerry Carmen, his sister Aisha Hathaway, and their father Hasworth. Despite the absence of a biological connection between Jerry and the other two, Aisha and Haz are indeed a legitimate father and daughter. Tragically, Aisha's mother passed away shortly after her birth due to health complications, prompting Haz to honor his late wife by bestowing upon his daughter her mother's surname. Jerry's situation, however, is even more dire. His parents vanished without a trace when he was merely a month old, and to this day, no news of them has surfaced. Haz, being a close childhood friend of Jerry's father, took him in after his parents' disappearance, raising him as his own for 11 years. Jerry harbors immense gratitude towards Haz, for even though he has been reborn with memories intact, he had no means of self-defense as an infant. On the midnight streets of New York, aside from homeless vagabonds, weary workers returning from late shifts, and young revelers, few others could be seen. Oh, of course, there are also those criminals who thrive in the darkness, as well as the superheroes lurking in the shadows to thwart their misdeeds. Thief! Catch the thief! A woman's frantic cry suddenly pierced the stillness of the night. Lucy, a junior reporter, had worked extra hours tonight to prepare material for the following day. Little did she expect that upon exiting the subway, she would be accidentally jostled. With her seasoned experience, she promptly checked her shoulder bag, only to discover a gaping tear, with her wallet having vanished. Thus unfolded the ensuing scene. Despite her timely realization, a businesswoman clad in a suit and high heels could scarcely outrun a thief renowned for his speed. Helpless, she could only cry out, hoping a kind-hearted passerby would intervene. Unfortunately, the streets at this hour were sparse, and those few present chose to remain mere spectators, unwilling to risk their safety by confronting the thief. Just as Lucy watched the thief's figure fade into the distance, an enigmatic cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped him. A moment later, as she arrived, breathless, the haze abruptly vanished, leaving behind only the unconscious thief who had pilfered her wallet and the pink purse clutched in his hand. After successfully thwarting yet another street crime, Jerry glanced at the time and resolved to conclude his first hunt of the evening. Notably, he had addressed 4 criminal incidents that night, while none were particularly significant. He had earned nearly 200 little red stars. In the depths of New York's night, both visible and invisible crimes proliferated like the stars in the sky. However, due to the lack of a reliable mode of transportation, Jerry's range of activity was confined to the vicinity of his neighborhood. Furthermore, his inability to swiftly locate criminal occurrences hindered his efficiency. Finding 4 incidents in one night felt like a stroke of luck. Regrettably, he did not possess the superhuman acuity to hear crimes unfolding in his vicinity at any given moment. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jerry instinctively awoke from his slumber. Since acquiring a degree of self-sufficiency, he had consistently risen at this hour, a ritual that had become second nature over the years. He rolled out of bed, donned his clothes and shoes, and stepped out of his home. His early morning excursion was not dedicated to heroic deeds or accumulating little red stars, but rather to his routine of morning jogging. The muscles he had developed were not mere happenstance. They were the result of daily workouts and countless hours of perspiration. "Good morning, Jerry. Back to running again." "Good morning, Grandpa George." While still in the elevator, Jerry encountered an elderly neighbor who enjoyed morning walks. It was hard not to remember a child who had been rising early to jog since the age of 4 or 5, especially one so polite that he would readily help dispose of trash or carry items. Kind, proactive, optimistic, courteous, helpful, academically exceptional, and athletic, these labels encapsulated the impression Jerry had made on all his neighbors over the years. They were also the source of frustration for many local children, including those in his building. 10 kilometers had become his daily requirement, although, due to his youth and shorter legs, coupled with occasional detours to earn a few little red stars, it often took him longer to complete. Otherwise, with his current physical condition, he could finish the 10-kilometer run in under 30 minutes. After tossing his soiled clothes into the washing machine and activating the automatic wash cycle, Jerry commenced his morning ritual of brushing his teeth and showering. 10 minutes later, he changed into comfortable home attire, secured a scarf around his neck, and entered the kitchen. Chapter 21. A bowl of clear noodle soup. As a child from a rural background, Jerry had mastered various household chores and agricultural tasks from an early age. After graduating from university and remaining in the city for work, he often cooked for himself. This was not out of concern for the cleanliness of outside food. Children from rural areas typically did not mind such matters, but rather because preparing meals at home was significantly more economical than dining out. As prices continue to rise, relying solely on dining out in the city can lead to a daily expenditure of at least $30 for 3 meals. And that is for rather mediocre fare. Should one desire a more substantial meal, the cost likely ascends to $40 or more. Conversely, purchasing groceries and cooking at home, especially from local markets where one can haggle, allows for a more economical approach. Typically, 30 yuan can sustain one for 2 days, and the meals can be quite delightful. The adage, "a poor child grows up quickly," originally aims to commend the maturity of impoverished children compared to their affluent counterparts, as they tend to be more responsible and resilient. However, this is not necessarily a laudable circumstance. Often, such maturity stems from the harsh realities of life, compelling them to be obedient and sensible. Which child does not yearn for love and affection? The lives of the impoverished are already fraught with hardship, academic pressures during school, job-related stresses in the workplace, the burdens of married life, and health concerns in old age. The only period of carefree joy, childhood, is overshadowed by the necessity to assume adult responsibilities. This resonates deeply with the true essence of Jerry's previous life. Thus, while he may not be a culinary master, he possesses a commendable aptitude for preparing simple home-cooked meals. As a soul with the wisdom of adulthood, he is reluctant to accept Hass's care without contribution. He willingly takes on responsibilities within his capacity, such as cooking, managing household chores, and looking after Aisha. Of course, part of this inclination is due to Haas being a quintessential rough-around-the-edges character. If Jerry were to neglect tidying up, the household would descend into chaos within mere days, a prospect that would greatly unsettle his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. As for cooking, Haas's culinary skills leave much to be desired. His meals would not entice even the stray cats in the neighborhood. Aisha has a fondness for noodles, so he resolves to prepare a bowl of clear soup noodles for breakfast. As for whether Haas and Aisha would find this unfamiliar, it is actually quite manageable. Although they may not favor certain Chinese dishes, the vast array of options ensures there is always something to their liking, such as the clear soup noodles, kung pao chicken, boiled fish, sweet and sour pork, or shredded pork and garlic sauce. Haas had once inquired about Jerry's proficiency in preparing such a variety of Chinese cuisine, to which Jerry calmly presented a comprehensive collection of Chinese recipes he had procured from Chinatown. "Jerry, why are you up so early? Since it's summer vacation, you could afford to sleep in a bit more. I can order breakfast for you both." As he retrieved the necessary ingredients from the refrigerator, a groggy Haas began to rouse himself. As a sheriff, Haas does not enjoy the luxury of holidays. He must continue his duties and manage the aftermath of the previous day's bank robbery. "Don't worry, I'm accustomed to it. Once you're ready, you can wake Aisha. We're having noodles for breakfast. They won't taste as good if they sit too long." "Noodles? Oh, that sounds wonderful. I love noodles." After Haas swiftly got himself ready, he proceeded to Aisha's room. Rousing the little one for breakfast is no simple task, and Haas would likely need to exert considerable effort. "Aisha, get dressed. It's time to eat. The god of death, Hars, you shall not take me, the Ice Queen, from my castle. Prepare to face the frozen void ice spear." Ouch! Listening to the fierce sounds of battle between father and daughter echoing through the room, Jerry could not help but chuckle and shake his head. In a hot pan with cold oil, he cracked 3 eggs. Once the eggs took shape, he flipped them over, frying them until both sides were golden and fragrant. Then added pre-boiled hot water. As the sizzling eggs met the hot water, a creamy, fragrant broth emerged. When the water in the pot boiled again, he ladled out the eggs, dividing them into 3 portions, and added the noodles along with a few small greens he had picked earlier. While the noodles boiled, he took out 3 bowls, placing in each a suitable amount of soy sauce, aged vinegar, salt, chopped scallions, and most importantly, lard. As the noodles boiled a second time, he poured the broth into the 3 bowls, followed by the noodles, eggs, and greens, creating a delightful bowl of clear broth noodles. At that moment, Hars had finally dragged the reluctant Elsa from her room, quite literally by the collar, ensuring she had brushed her teeth and washed her face. "My favorite noodles." Upon seeing her beloved breakfast, Elsa exclaimed joyfully, "Hurry and eat before it cools down." Jerry ruffled Elsa's tousled hair. "Honestly, Jerry, if you ever open a Chinese restaurant, your business would surely thrive. These noodles are far superior to those I've had in Chinatown." Hars remarked, savoring the noodles with his fork, unable to suppress his admiration. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Cooking occasionally is fine, but I don't plan to spend every day in the kitchen." Cooking was merely a survival skill for Jerry, not a passion. "Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? A scientist, a police officer, a lawyer, or perhaps an entrepreneur?" Hars said, taking a large sip of soup. In Hars's eyes, a child as exceptional as Jerry was a rarity he had never encountered in his many years, leading him to believe that with Jerry's willingness, any of those careers would be attainable. Jerry paused at the question, momentarily taken aback. A scientist, a police officer, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, armed with the experiences of his past life, enhanced learning abilities, and magical powers, these once coveted professions seemed easily achievable in this new life. But was this truly what he desired? His previous longing for these professions stemmed not from passion, but from the allure of attractive salaries and benefits, which seemed unreachable for an ordinary worker like him, lacking connections and social skills. In this life, however, it appeared that he need not worry about money. So, what kind of person did he truly wish to become? And what career did he aspire to pursue? "I haven't decided yet. I'll figure it out when I grow up." Setting down his chopsticks, Jerry smiled as he expressed his thoughts. Indeed, he had not yet made up his mind. At least for now, he had no particular ambitions, only a desire to strengthen himself and protect his 2 loved ones, Hars and Elsa, from harm in the future. Chapter 22. The Gift from Iron Man. After breakfast, Hars donned his police uniform, adopting a rare, serious demeanor, and called Jerry over. "What is it, Dad? Has Elsa once again damaged your treasured lightsaber?" Jerry gazed at Haas, whose expression was somewhat serious, revealing a look of surprise on his face. For this was not characteristic of Haas. "Ahem, that's not it." Haas awkwardly cleared his throat and then resumed his stern demeanor. "Jerry, you have always been so understanding, kind-hearted, and imbued with a sense of justice since childhood. Your father is exceedingly gratified and proud of you. However, you're still a child. If you ever find yourself in a situation akin to yesterday's, I implore you to prioritize your own safety. You're my only son, and if something were to happen to you. Yesterday, upon learning at the police station that Jerry and Elsa's school bus had been hijacked by robbers, Haas felt as though he might explode. After locating the bus and hearing from Teacher Bailey about Jerry's courageous act of substituting himself as a hostage for others, he was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. From a police officer's standpoint, Haas wholeheartedly encouraged and recognized Jerry's actions. Yet as a father, how could he possibly wish for his child to engage in such potentially life-threatening behavior? Although Jerry was not his biological son, over the years, Haas had come to regard him as his own. Ultimately, the paternal instinct prevailed over the officer's duty, prompting him to earnestly advise Jerry to prioritize self-protection in the future. I understand, Dad. Truth be told, I was quite scared too. It wouldn't happen again. Jerry, no longer a mere child, comprehended Haas's heartfelt concern and nodded in agreement without any hint of defiance. However, should such a circumstance arise again, the ordinary child Jerry would certainly refrain from action. It would be the enigmatic wizard boy who would take charge. That is good to hear. You and Elsa can play at home while I head to work. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Seeing that Jerry displayed neither resistance nor discontent, Haas felt a sense of relief. After all, Jerry's actions were commendable, and anyone would praise him for his bravery in this incident. As a father, he worried that his lack of recognition might lead Jerry to misunderstand or develop some negative rebellious feelings. Yet the outcome was undeniably positive. Jerry remained as thoughtful and mature as ever, effortlessly grasping his father's intentions. Elsa, Daddy has to go to work now. Aren't you going to give me a kiss goodbye? With time running short before his shift, Haas called out to Elsa, who was engrossed in watching cartoons in the living room. Elsa did not disappoint her father. She sprang off the sofa and dashed over to plant a kiss on Haas's big face. Daddy, before you go to work, let us play a game. A game? What kind of game? Haas paused in surprise. We'll see who can touch the lightest. If you win, I'll let you go to work, Elsa said, her eyes sparkling with innocence. All right, that sounds too easy. Haas clenched his fist and gently poked Elsa's tummy with the utmost delicacy. Now it's my turn. Elsa chuckled lightly, then clenched her small fist, summoning all her strength as she exclaimed, "The Ice Queen's retribution." She struck fiercely at Haas's abdomen, causing him to plop down onto the ground in surprise. All right, Dad, you've won. Now off to work. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Haas opened the door to find a delivery man holding a lengthy cardboard box, who politely inquired, "Is Mr. Jericho Min at home?" "Yes, I am. What brings you here?" Haas replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. "This is your package. I need you to sign for it," the delivery man said, placing the box on the ground. "My package? I haven't ordered anything online." Jericho, who had just arrived, echoed the same bewilderment. At 11 years of age, he spent his time either exercising or seeking opportunities to earn little red stars. He rarely ventured online, let alone purchase something so large. The delivery man glanced at the shipping label. "It's a package sent to you from a lady named Virginia Pepper Potts." The name rang a bell. "Isn't she Iron Man's girlfriend?" Jericho exclaimed. "Oh my God, this is Iron Man's suit. How incredibly cool. Dad, this is the armor Iron Man promised to send me when he saved me yesterday." I thought he was joking, but he actually sent me a set, Jericho replied, excitement bubbling within him. "But I thought your favorite was the lightsaber from Star Wars?" "Star Wars is merely a film, but Iron Man's armor is real. I absolutely adore Tony Stark's suit that can fire energy blasts." Jericho was left speechless. He never imagined his father, Haas, was an Iron Man fan. People often said that certain eccentricities could be hereditary, a notion Jericho had dismissed, until he encountered Haas and Elsa. He realized that indeed, such quirks could be passed down. However, while Elsa was enamored with various forms of magic, Haas had a penchant for mechs and lightsabers. "Dad, if you like it, you can have it," Jericho said. He was not particularly interested in mechanical items. He had merely requested a model from Iron Man to bolster his own image and avoid raising any suspicions. Besides, Iron Man's gift was surely just a model, incapable of serving as a weapon. "Jericho, your dad loves you," Haas exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Jericho's words, nearly leaping with delight as he leaned down to give Jericho a heartfelt fatherly kiss. "Dad, it's 8:40. You have 20 minutes to make it to the precinct, or you'll be late." Jericho skillfully intercepted Haas's affectionate gesture. "My goodness, time flies. Jericho, please take care of this armor model and ensure Elsa doesn't break it." Haas hurriedly entrusted the Iron Man model to Jericho before rushing out the door. Indeed, a man remains a boy at heart until the very end. Jerry could not help but shake his head. A 36-year-old, astute and capable police chief, who had a penchant for such trivialities, was indeed a curious sight. After all, if someone were to present him with a pair of nunchucks, once wielded by Bruce Lee, he would certainly not remain as composed as he was now. Chapter 23. Re-entering the little world. Upon closing the door, Jerry, burdened by the weight of an intricate iron battle armor model, was preparing to deliver it to Haas's room when he lifted his gaze and spotted Aisha perched upon the sofa, her eyes fixed on the model in his hands. A mischievous grin playing upon her lips. "Do not even think about it. Otherwise, Father will be displeased." Jerry issued a reluctant warning. Aisha huffed defiantly. "I wouldn't dream of coveting that scrap metal. It pales in comparison to my magnificent crystal wand." She brandished a wooden stick embedded with an oversized glass bead. Having lost her mother at an early age, Aisha often found herself in Jerry's company, especially as Haas was frequently occupied with police matters. Thus, Jerry had assumed the role of her guardian and companion. Consequently, when he issued a warning, Aisha, albeit reluctantly, adhered to his counsel. "By the way, Jerry, and Susan mentioned they would come over to play today. And Susan? Very well, two little rascals who love to mooch off meals." Jerry sighed, rubbing his forehead. And Susan were Aisha's classmates, having grown up alongside her. Their fathers were colleagues of Haas, both working at the same police station, and the three families shared a close bond. When Aisha's mother passed away, Jerry was just 2 years old, and Aisha was 1. It was largely thanks to the alternating assistance from and Susan's mothers that they had not suffered too greatly. As Jerry grew older and became capable of looking after both himself and Aisha, he had less need to trouble their families. However, and Susan frequently visited during holidays, eager to play with Aisha and savor Jerry's home-cooked Chinese meals. "Just stay here and watch television. I shall catch up on some sleep." Having spent the previous night earning little red stars, he had sacrificed a considerable amount of sleep. With the early morning's demands, he intended to seize the moment before the other 2 little girls arrived to indulge in a much-needed nap. Otherwise, should the trio convene, finding peace to rest would prove quite a challenge. In the distant, frigid realms, the ice and snow demon, heed the summons of my ice queen Aisha. Unleash the black blizzard that freezes all. Transform everything into pure white snow, and let the icy waves encase the world. Fires that burn endlessly in the depths of hell. In the name of my flame queen, and I summon you forth. Incinerate my foes and cleanse the world of all its sins with your purifying flame. Omnipotent wind spirit, with the atmosphere as your bow and brilliance as your arrow, embody the will of my wind queen Susan, and pierce the void of the distant sky with your hurricane arrow. 2 hours later, Jerry was stirred from his slumber by the sounds of youthful voices outside his room. He recognized that Susan had arrived. Indeed, upon opening the door, he found 3 golden-haired girls standing on the sofa, each wielding their respective wands and casting earth-shattering magic spells. "Hello, Brother Jerry." Annie and Susan, upon spotting Jerry in the living room, joyfully waved their wands at him. "Do not be distracted, lest your magical prowess falter and you succumb to Elsa." Upon hearing this, Annie and Susan nodded earnestly, promptly raising their wands to unleash their magic upon Elsa. Jerry, witnessing this display, wore a paternal smile, then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for lunch. Aside from his own substantial appetite, owing to his daily exercise regimen, the 3 young girls consumed very little. A simple dish of sweet and sour pork and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes sufficed. During the holidays, if unoccupied, he would engage in fundamental martial arts training, practicing punches, kicks, stances, elbows, knees, throws, and grips within the community below. Often, fights need not be overly complicated. Mastering these fundamentals, combined with a command over strength, speed, and reflexes, could effectively address most situations. At midnight, he was once again roused by the preset alarm. Donning the wizarding attire he had acquired the previous day, quietly, he departed from the building, embarking on his quest for more little red stars. Thus, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On a bright morning, after Heisei left for work, Jerry, unusually, did not indulge in a nap. Instead, he sat in the living room with Elsa, enjoying a cartoon. Although his gaze was fixed on the television, his mind was preoccupied with the peculiar panel before him. After over a month of diligent effort, the number of his little red stars had exceeded 6,000, and at that moment, the indicator for entering the small world on the strange panel glimmered once more. This signified that he could once again venture into the magical realm of Harry Potter to further his studies. Through the experiences garnered from his nocturnal escapades over the past month, Jerry had amassed numerous unique encounters, which fueled his desire to learn more magic in the small world. Firstly, each clandestine outing under the cover of night felt akin to thievery, as he evaded cameras and security personnel. On one occasion, he even crossed paths with Heisei, who was taking a midnight bathroom break. Secondly, lacking a personal mode of transportation proved exceedingly inconvenient, particularly now, in the vicinity of his community. He had garnered a modicum of fame. Occasionally, after rescuing someone, fans would pursue him for photographs and autographs. Among them, a notable journalist named Lucy seemed to have deduced his general whereabouts, lurking daily with her camera. This made his recent excursions for Little Red Stars rather challenging. Most frustratingly, his altruistic endeavors appeared to go unrecognized by the police. On occasion, if he lingered too long after an act of kindness, he would find himself pursued by officers in their vehicles. Once, he even encountered Heisei during the night shift, and in a bid to avoid recognition and escape swiftly, he resorted to activating his superhero form. It is worth noting that, as his magical abilities have been steadily advancing, the potency of several spells had likewise increased. Now, he could effortlessly subdue wrongdoers with magic alone, rendering the side effect-laden superhero form unnecessary. In summary, to earn the coveted Little Red Stars more efficiently, he must attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to master a plethora of more useful spells. With over 6,000 Little Red Stars, he could sustain 2 months of study at Hogwarts. However, if he frequently activates the brain-refreshing function, he might not endure for the full 2 months, necessitating a strategy to earn some Little Red Stars in the small world to supplement his needs. Entering the world of Harry Potter, Jerry, seated on the sofa, hesitated no longer. With a focused thought, he pressed the entry button on the panel. The entire world once again fell into a state of suspension. Chapter 24. The journey begins at platform 9 3/4. When Jerry opened his eyes once more, he found himself not in his home in Queens, New York, but at the Edward Orphanage in London. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the large suitcase he had prepared prior to his departure, placing it on the small cart. And then, cradling Crookshanks, he began to push the cart towards the orphanage's grand entrance. Following Professor McGonagall's instructions from a month prior, the current headmaster of Edward Orphanage was waiting in a car. The existence of wizards, being so enigmatic, was not something every ordinary person could readily accept. Many ordinary individuals of this era, especially the elderly, likely felt a mixture of fear and reverence upon discovering that wizards truly exist in this world. The headmaster of Edward Orphanage was no exception. Thus, during the journey to King's Cross Station in London, the headmaster remained largely silent and cautious. Jerry, too, refrained from engaging in conversation, deeming it unnecessary. Wellington, the town, was still a considerable distance from King's Cross Station in London. The car journey took over 2 hours, and they barely arrived at the station's entrance just past 10 o'clock. After setting down Jerry and his suitcase, the headmaster politely advised him to stay safe before hastily departing in his car. It seemed unlikely that he would choose King's Cross Station for any future train journeys, given that it harbored a platform designated specifically for wizards. Quite a terrifying prospect. The ticket indicated a departure time of 11 o'clock, and with a little over an hour to spare, Jerry preferred to arrive early rather than risk being delayed by unforeseen circumstances and missing the train. With Professor McGonagall's ticket in hand, he smoothly entered the station and followed the signs to the wall between platforms 9 and 10. This must be the fabled platform 9 3/4. Standing before the barrier, Jerry observed that all the nearby travelers instinctively veered away as they approached it, confirming his suspicions that he had found the correct location. Pushing his cart, he chose not to charge headlong into the wall as depicted in the films. Instead, he approached with a sense of curiosity. Why must one collide? Should he be mistaken, it would surely result in an unfortunate bump. Walking slowly would not hinder his entry, and he could also savor the unique experience of passing through the wall. The small cart made contact with the barrier, as if it were merely brushing against the air, effortlessly plunging through. Was it a form of spatial magic, or merely an illusion? With Crookshanks accompanying him, Jerry pushed the cart through the barrier, a wave of confusion washing over him. He had not experienced the sensation of spatial compression that he had during his earlier apparition lesson with Professor McGonagall, which made him question whether this was truly spatial magic. However, to dismiss it as mere illusion felt insufficient. Shaking his head, he realized that as a novice in the realm of magic, such profound inquiries were beyond his grasp. Upon crossing the barrier, a 5-meter-long wrought iron archway appeared before him, inscribed with the words Platform 9 3/4. As he continued to push the cart forward, the enchanting wizarding platform gradually revealed itself. The first sight to catch his eye was a striking crimson steam train, adorned with a large sign declaring Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Surrounding the train was a bustling throng of wizards in robes and an assortment of magical creatures. Arriving early, he noted that many compartments still had ample vacancies. He casually pulled open an empty compartment, tidied it up, and activated his focus-enhancing function by retrieving the book Magical Potions and Elixirs. In the previous month, he had dedicated himself to studying magical theory and spells in preparation for a confrontation with 4 armed robbers. Now that the threat had dissipated, it was time to delve into other subjects before the term commenced. In the wondrous world of Harry Potter, he found potions to be among the most valuable knowledge, surpassing even the myriad of spells. The Polyjuice potion, which could transform one's appearance entirely, the Veritasserum that compelled truthfulness, the powerful Amortentia that incited obsessive infatuation, and the Felix Felicis that brought extraordinary luck were all invaluable. These would undoubtedly prove useful when he ventured into the Marvel Universe. Thus, Jerry was particularly diligent in his studies of potion making. Furthermore, the cost of quality potions was exorbitant. Mastering this craft could secure him a prosperous future within the wizarding community. The contrast between the impoverished Lupin and the affluent Snape underscored the significance of mastering potion making. In terms of skill, Lupin was not significantly inferior to Snape. They were of equal standing. Yet, in terms of background, Lupin's father had been a Ministry of Magic official, while Snape's father was a muggle, an abusive alcoholic with a volatile temperament. As time passed, more young wizards began to filter into the compartment. After half an hour of studying magical potions and elixirs, Jerry deactivated his focus-enhancing function, stowed away the book, and leaned back in his seat to rest his eyes. Due to the activation of the brain-refreshing function, he experienced a considerable burden on his mind. To prevent slipping into deep sleep once more, he typically activates the function for half an hour, followed by intervals of 1 to 2 hours, allowing for complete recovery before reactivating it. Though this method may not be the most efficient, it is undoubtedly the safest. The most efficient approach would be to activate it for half an hour, then enter deep sleep for another half hour, followed by reactivation, and so forth in a continuous cycle. However, when immersed in deep sleep, he becomes entirely devoid of vigilance and protection. Moreover, his supply of little stars is insufficient for such a strategy. Consuming 1 star per minute, he could operate for 12 hours a day, which would require the expenditure of 720 little stars. Crucially, even with the brain-refreshing function activated, relying solely on self-study yields remarkably low efficiency. Thus, his plan is to conserve the little stars as much as possible for maintaining his days in this world, resorting to their use only during crucial moments to aid memory and comprehension. After all, each departure from this world incurs a 1-month cool-down period. Chapter 25. You truly are a little genius. Jerry? After Jerry had closed his eyes in meditation for about 10 minutes, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly resonated from not far away. Slowly opening his eyes, he turned to gaze outside the compartment. A young girl, with tousled hair and dressed in a simple knitted sweater and jeans, struggled to drag a large suitcase, her expression tinged with astonishment as she stood in the aisle. It was none other than Hermione Granger, the little which he had encountered in Diagon Alley. "Miss Granger, we meet again." Jerry greeted Hermione with a smile, then, with a slight motion of his eyes, rose to assist her with the suitcase. "There's still room here. Please sit." "Thank you," Hermione exclaimed, visibly grateful as Jerry deftly placed her heavy suitcase on the overhead rack. As a young witch born into a Muggle family, leaving her parents to embark on the mysterious journey to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hermione appeared outwardly strong, often adopting a slightly haughty tone to mask her feelings. Yet, beneath that facade lay a flicker of anxiety and fear. After all, she was merely 11 years old, though she would turn 12 in 18 days. 12 still represented the age of a girl venturing out alone for the first time. At that moment, encountering the only familiar peer on the train to Hogwarts offered her a sense of reassurance amidst her trepidation. Hermione's proud and somewhat aloof demeanor, along with her exceptional academic achievements, had resulted in her having few friends at Hogwarts and even fewer during her time at Muggle primary school. Jerry was currently the only person she felt comfortable conversing with, someone she could envision as a potential friend. "Wow, what a beautiful cat. Is it your pet?" As Hermione settled into her seat, her gaze fell upon Crookshanks, who was sprawled out and snoring contentedly. Instantly, her eyes transformed into heart shapes, as if to convey, "Is this not the feline of my dreams?" Jerry glanced at Crookshanks' face, which resembled a squashed persimmon, and couldn't help but smirk slightly. He had to concede that Crookshanks was indeed a remarkable cat, exhibiting a high degree of independence that required little oversight from Jerry. Most of the time, he could even manage his own meals, occasionally bringing a morsel for Jerry as well. Furthermore, Crookshanks was exceptionally clever, never once relieving himself within the confines of the room. However, when it came to beauty, Jerry found it difficult to agree. Aesthetic appreciation varied greatly among individuals, much like the appearance of a bull terrier, a chihuahua, or a Cornish Rex cat. These creatures, often deemed unattractive by the masses, nevertheless captivated the hearts of many. Hence, it was no surprise that Hermione was enamored with Crookshanks' unique charm. "Pray tell, Miss Granger, did you not acquire a pet?" Jerry inquired, lifting the sleeping Crookshanks and offering him to Hermione. She swiftly accepted him with gentle hands, cradling him close. Disturbed from his slumber, Crookshanks shook his whiskers in mild discontent. Yet upon sensing the warmth of Hermione's affection, he settled back into a peaceful sleep. "Just call me Hermione," she replied. "When I visited the bookstore, I purchased numerous supplementary magical texts alongside my essential textbooks, leaving me with insufficient funds to acquire a pet." To achieve her status as an academic prodigy, Hermione possessed not only an extraordinary aptitude beyond that of most witches and wizards, but also a diligence and dedication rarely seen among her peers. "Given that, Hermione, you must already have a considerable understanding of magic, correct?" Jerry remarked, laced with admiration. Hermione, brimming with pride, lifted her chin slightly. "Of course, not only have I memorized all the first-year textbooks, but I have also practiced several spells at home, all with successful outcomes. Moreover, I have read a history of modern magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century. Wow, you truly are a little genius," Jerry exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. His compliment was genuine, stemming from heartfelt appreciation. The mere fact that she had memorized all her textbooks within a month was a testament to an extraordinary memory. While Jerry had also committed 4 subjects to memory, it was largely thanks to the cognitive enhancement offered by his panel. In his past life, he knew all too well that merely reviewing and memorizing the poetry and classical texts studied in the previous semester during the 2-month summer break was no easy feat. Flattered by Jerry's repeated praise, Hermione felt a warm flush creep across her cheeks. Youthful as she was, constant compliments could render anyone a tad bashful. With Hermione's arrival, Jerry ceased to rest his eyes and instead engaged in a delightful conversation with her. Naturally, the primary topic revolved around various magical knowledge from their textbooks. Although Jerry had enhanced his cognitive abilities and memorized several books, including magical theory and standard spells, beginner, mastering even the first-year incantations with a proficiency that surpassed Hermione's. This did not imply a complete grasp of all the content within the texts. It was akin to a modern individual encountering an ancient tome inscribed entirely in classical Chinese. Despite memorizing its contents, he could only vaguely comprehend the narrative it conveyed. Moreover, the same book, containing identical content, could yield disparate interpretations among different readers. For instance, some might perceive Journey to the West as the adventurous tale of Tang Sung and his 4 disciples journeying to the West for scriptures, while others might discern a spirit of defiance against feudal constraints. Still, others might uncover the intricate schemes hidden within various events, viewing the world as a chessboard and all beings as pawns in a sage's strategy, along with the human affairs steeped in worldly desires despite celestial themes. Conversely, some might merely focus on the monkey and the enchanting female spirits and queens. Thus, mutual communication and learning among individuals are essential to embrace diversity and foster collective growth. Given Hermione's talent, having self-studied most spells and perused numerous magical tomes within just a month before the school year commenced, she undoubtedly possessed unique insights into magic, making an exchange with her profoundly rewarding. This was precisely why Jerry had invited Hermione to sit in his compartment. In Chapter 26, Jerry, Hermione, and Neville, during their conversation, Hermione gradually realized that Jerry was indeed a kindred spirit. Although he hadn't memorized as many texts as she had, he possessed considerable insights into magical theories and various spells, piquing her interest and fostering her admiration for him. The saying goes, when hearts resonate, even a few words are sufficient. When drinking with a confidant, 1,000 cups are few. As Jerry and Hermione delved deeper into their discussion, they became increasingly engrossed, oblivious to the fact that the Hogwarts Express had already departed from the station. At that moment, a somewhat stuttering voice suddenly interrupted their magical exchange. "Is anyone here? Everywhere else is full." A round-faced, slightly chubby, young wizard appeared in the aisle of the compartment, cradling a golden toad in his left arm and pulling a suitcase with his right hand, his eyes occasionally glancing at the empty seat opposite Jerry and Hermione. "No one is here. You may sit across from us." The boy's face lit up with joy as he promptly pushed his suitcase into the corner of the compartment and settled down with the toad. "Em Neville Lonbatim. A new student this year. You can call me Neville." He introduced himself nervously after taking his seat. "Jerry Cameron. Hermione Granger." Jerry and Hermione exchanged glances, sensing the boy before them was somewhat anxious. They both smiled and introduced themselves, perhaps feeling the kindness in their tones. The boy gradually began to relax and engaged in their conversation. However, since Neville had not yet reviewed the textbook, the trio shifted their discussion from magic to their respective backgrounds and family situations. When the topic turned to family, Neville, who had initially been quite tense, became noticeably less reserved. I was raised by my grandmother, but for many years my family treated me like a muggle. My uncle Algie always tries to catch me off guard, attempting to coerce me into revealing my magical abilities. He then recounted harrowing experiences, such as being thrown into the Black Lake by Uncle Algie, nearly drowning, and being thrown from a height, almost meeting the same fate. Jerry and Hermione exclaimed that the relatives of pure-blood wizard families certainly had their peculiar ways. From what Jerry understood, Neville's parents were both Aurors, who had been captured by Death Eaters during the First Wizarding War and tortured with the Cruciatus Curse until they lost their sanity, ultimately residing in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. To help the one-year-old Neville forget the horrific scenes of his parents' torment, his grandmother cast a forgetfulness charm on him. However, due to his tender age, the spell had adverse effects, impairing his mental faculties and rendering him particularly forgetful. One might wonder, can a one-year-old truly retain memories? Jerry had heard that Neville was, in fact, the prophesied child mentioned by Professor Trelawney, as both of his parents were Aurors who had thwarted Voldemort on at least 3 occasions, and Neville was born in July. It was even said that he could use magic to wrap himself more snugly in his blanket shortly after birth. Had it not been for the side effects of the forgetfulness charm, which impaired his ability to control his innate magical powers, Neville's magical talent might have rivaled that of Voldemort himself. Nevertheless, these matters were of little significance to Jerry. He had no interest in who the prophesied child was. His focus lay in leveraging the narrative he was aware of to enhance his own strength and secure advantages for himself. Once Neville finished his tale, Hermione began to share anecdotes from her childhood before receiving her acceptance letter, as well as the changes that followed. Unlike Neville, who hailed from a pure-blood wizarding family, Hermione grew up in the suburbs of London, with both parents working as dentists, ordinary muggles who had no knowledge of magic. Perhaps it was due to her non-magical upbringing that Hermione felt such a strong desire to prove herself. Nonetheless, her family's comfortable financial situation and harmonious home life meant that her childhood was, in fact, quite joyful. After they had both shared their stories, their attention turned to Jerry. He hesitated for a moment before quickly responding. I am an orphan, abandoned in a children's home at a young age, unaware of whether my parents were wizards or muggles. It was only upon receiving my acceptance letter to Hogwarts that I learned of the existence of magic. The expressions of sympathy began to emerge in Neville and Hermione's eyes as they regarded Jerry. Though Neville's parents are in the hospital, he is fortunate to have a loving grandmother and uncle and aunt. He has not truly suffered throughout his childhood. In contrast, although Hermione hails from a muggle family, she is an only child and has always been the cherished jewel of her household, leading a childhood filled with happiness. Comparatively, Jerry's situation in this world is indeed rather dismal. It is astonishing that despite his tragic background, Jerry can still face life with a smile, exuding such positivity and optimism, truly a testament to his bravery and resilience. While Hermione listens to Jerry recount his story, she perceives no sadness or distress in his expression. Rather, he radiates a carefree and sunny disposition, evoking both sympathy and admiration within her. Darling, shall we buy something to eat? At that moment, a sudden cacophony of clattering noises echoed from the corridor, followed by the entrance of a woman with a warm smile and dimples, who opened the door to their compartment. The trio had been so engrossed in their conversation that they had lost track of time, and noon had come and gone. Upon seeing the little cart brimming with an array of snacks, their stomachs began to rumble in unison. I want a chocolate frog, Neville exclaimed, darting towards the cart. Hermione and Jerry promptly followed suit, eager to select their treats. Hogwarts grants Jerry a scholarship of 100 galleons each year. After purchasing all his essentials, he still has about 4 or 5 galleons left, sufficient for his daily expenses for an entire year. It is worth noting that accommodation and meals at Hogwarts are complimentary, and the magical snacks are reasonably priced as well. Jerry spent merely 1 silver sickles and 15 bronze nuts for 3 pumpkin pasties and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He opted for the pumpkin pasties to satiate his hunger, favoring the substantial fare over the assortment of snacks. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, the renowned product of this world's jelly bean company, boasts over 700 distinct flavors, ranging from the familiar chocolate, strawberry, and orange marmalade to the peculiar tastes of spinach, pig's liver, and beef tripe, not to mention the more adventurous flavors like vomit, earwax, and snot. Surely, this enchanting confection must be a delight for his sister. Chapter 27. The Flag Set by Jerry. With a crunch, Neville pressed down on the chocolate frog that had leapt from its box to the table, and promptly devoured it, taking a hearty bite from its head and swallowing it down. Meanwhile, the golden-backed toad, Trevor, who had been lounging beside Neville, shivered at the sight and quietly hopped away, disappearing in a few leaps. "Neville, you certainly seem to have a fondness for chocolate frogs," Hermione remarked, taking delicate bites of her cake while observing Neville consume 6 chocolate frogs in succession. Her curiosity piqued. "It's not that I particularly love them, but they come with collectible cards of famous wizards. I've started a collection, but alas, I've forgotten how many cards I have and which ones I still need." Neville retrieved a picture from the box and placed it before the two of them. Just as he began to explain, he was suddenly overcome with sadness. Jerry recalled from his past life that he had spent most of his meager pocket money on purchasing Little Raccoon instant noodles, not out of a particular fondness for them, but rather to collect the water margin cards contained within. Alas, he never managed to complete the set. The picture depicted an elderly man, clearly advanced in age, with a head of snowy white hair and a beard. He sported a crooked long nose and wore crescent-shaped glasses, dressed in a purple wizard's robe that exuded an air of kindness. Beneath the image was inscribed a name, Albus Dumbledore. To his astonishment, it was indeed Dumbledore. Hermione gasped upon seeing the name. Jerry flipped the picture over, revealing a series of introductions about Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, is widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, and achieving notable success in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. The triumph over Grindelwald in 1945 was likely the last achievement Dumbledore would have wished for. Having watched Fantastic Beasts, Jerry knew that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had shared a deep romantic relationship. Upon flipping the picture back, he found that Dumbledore's portrait had vanished, presumably having gone to visit another picture. "Neville, you should eat fewer chocolate frogs from now on," Jerry advised. "Why?" Neville asked, looking puzzled. "Because too many chocolate frogs can lead to weight gain, and you might never collect all the cards." Jerry glanced at Neville's round physique. "Being too overweight isn't conducive to attracting a girlfriend. By the way, have you decided which house you wish to join?" Seeing Dumbledore's picture seemed to ignite something in Hermione, and her excitement surged. "I hope to be sorted in a Gryffindor. They say it's the best. I've heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." Either it turned out that her statement was actually a rhetorical question. After Hermione enthusiastically shared a wealth of information, Neville mustered a bit of courage and raised his hand. "I hope to be in Gryffindor, too, because my grandmother says both my parents were Gryffindors." "Jerry, what about you? Which house do you wish to join?" "Gryffindor, of course." After much contemplation, Jerry had gradually come to a decision regarding the Sorting Hat. Initially, he had hoped to be placed in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, as that would allow him to study magic quietly and improve himself without facing danger. However, upon further reflection, he realized how much he desired the little red stars. And since he could earn them in this small world, joining the reckless and adventurous house seemed rather appealing. Moreover, Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, although somewhat stern, possesses a commendable character, and my previous impression of her was exceedingly positive. As long as he adeptly utilizes the invigorating features available to him, his academic performance will undoubtedly excel, and perhaps he might even request Professor McGonagall for some personalized guidance. Much like the time in 3rd year when she arranged for Hermione to have access to a time turner for supplementary learning. By joining Gryffindor, he could, in accordance with the original narrative, intercept the memory ball ahead of Harry, showcasing his skills before Professor McGonagall. Consequently, she might exceptionally allow him entry into the Gryffindor Quidditch team and generously present him with a Nimbus 2000. In this manner, he would acquire the fastest broomstick currently available, entirely free of charge. As for his proficiency on the broom, there is no cause for concern. What does Quidditch truly test? Is it the level of inherent magical power? Is it the ability to wield magic? Certainly not. Otherwise, how could Harry, who was utterly inexperienced upon his arrival, be recognized and admitted? The essence of Quidditch lies in the coordination of the body and the agility of physical responses. Thus, physical fitness and acute senses are of paramount importance. Similarly, a combat-savvy wizard must possess not only proficient magical abilities, but also a degree of aptitude in physical fitness and reflexes. For instance, in terms of learning capacity and understanding of magic, Hermione far surpasses Harry. Yet, when it comes to combat, Harry's practical skills are significantly superior. This is why Harry was allowed an exception to join the Quidditch team right from the start, while Hermione struggled with her broomstick lessons. However, physical prowess and heightened senses aren't Jerry's forte, as long as he can master the broom's takeoff, activating his extraordinary state. Both his senses and body will reach their utmost limits. Not to mention, against even the most gifted Quidditch players, Jerry is confident he would emerge victorious. In Chapter 28, The Lost Leaf, once he receives the Nimbus 2000 for free, he can directly assist Gryffindor in securing the Quidditch trophy in his first year, fulfilling Professor McGonagall's desire to triumph over Slytherin in the Quidditch matches. It is worth noting that in the original story, Gryffindor did not actually clinch the Quidditch trophy until Harry's third year, as the matches were cancelled in the second year due to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. It was only in the third year that Gryffindor triumphantly defeated the other three houses, achieving the rare honor of winning the Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts. After much contemplation, he concluded that joining Gryffindor would be the most advantageous choice for him at this juncture. This evening, during the sorting ceremony, he would choose Gryffindor. Upon hearing that Jerry also aspired to join Gryffindor, a joyful smile graced Hermione's face. She cherished the prospect of sharing the same house with such a remarkably compatible friend. "Ah, Leaf, where have you gone? My Leaf has vanished once again." At this moment, Neville suddenly erupted into a wail that startled Hermione. "Neville, what's the matter?" she inquired, noticing him crouched on the ground, forlornly searching for something. After scouring the compartment, Neville helplessly sank to the floor, sobbing. "My Leafa, the toad my uncle bought me as a reward for getting into Hogwarts, always tries to escape from me, and now it's gone." Though Hermione possessed a hint of pride, she was fundamentally a warm-hearted and kind girl. Seeing Neville in distress, she immediately took Jerry's arm and encouraged him. "Neville, do not fret. The train is not that large, and your Leafa cannot fly. It surely must be hiding in one of the nearby compartments. We'll ask around and find it in no time." Jerry, knowing that Neville's toad was unlikely to be lost for long, shrugged and offered his consolation, as Hermione had already taken the initiative. Upon hearing their reassurances, Neville finally ceased his sobbing and stood up. "We should probably change into our school uniforms before we search for Leafa," gazing out the window at the fields rushing by in the dimming twilight. Jerry retrieved his and Hermione's large trunks from the overhead rack. A moment later, the trio donned their new Hogwarts robes and exited the compartment. "Jerry, you search that way. I'll take Neville this way," Hermione called to Jerry as she led Neville to the right, methodically inquiring in each compartment. Left with no choice, Jerry turned to the left to commence his search. Consider this an opportunity to earn a few house points, he mused, recognizing that assisting others in locating lost items could indeed yield a modest reward, typically 1 or 2 points. However, this little creature proved elusive. 20 minutes later, Jerry had questioned every compartment on the left side, but had yet to locate the missing Leafa. Nonetheless, he had encountered several familiar young wizards along the way, such as the indistinguishable twins George and Fred, whom even their mother, Mrs. Weasley, struggled to tell apart, and Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, rumored to possess giant blood. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jerry and the others, the clever Crookshanks was also lending a paw, soon discovering Leafa in a hidden corner of the train. Wingardium Leviosa. With his wand pointed at the toad, he cast the levitation charm, causing it to float in the air, thwarting its attempts to leap away. Jerry scooped up Crookshanks, giving it a few affectionate strokes, and rewarded it with some fish treats he had brought from the orphanage. "Let us go find Neville." He is quite worried. With the levitation charm dispelled, Jerry grasped Leafa and departed the compartment, heading toward the direction where Hermione and Neville had recently gone. Perhaps having heard that they were searching for Neville, Leafa began to thrash about, its 4 legs flailing wildly in Jerry's grasp. Jerry furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene, pausing to lift Leif, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glint as he declared, "Braised toad, dry pot toad, garlic toad, flavored toad, boiled toad. How I relish toad meat. The skins, too, can be fashioned into various medicinal herbs." Noticing Leif's cessation of struggle, Jerry nodded in satisfaction and resumed his search for Neville and Hermione. His earlier threats were merely intended to intimidate Leif, whose appearance resembled that of the common toads often found in the fields of his hometown. Who would dare consume a warty toad? However, if it were a bullfrog, he might reconsider, for the flavor of bullfrog is truly delightful. "Neville, you're Leif." "Thank Merlin. Thank Jerry, my Leif." Upon seeing Leif, Neville rushed forward with outstretched arms, elated. Jerry chuckled as he handed Leif over to Neville. "Crookshanks truly is remarkable." At that moment, Hermione caught up, a hint of pride in her voice as she addressed Jerry. "Jerry, guess who I just saw?" "Who?" Jerry's heart stirred as he anticipated the answer. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the one who vanquished the Dark Lord as an infant." Hermione appeared quite animated. Harry Potter? Jerry feigned confusion. He's mentioned in A History of Modern Magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century. Oh, I forgot, those are my extracurricular books. Which you Haven T read. Hermione suddenly recalled that Jerry, like herself, was not from a wizarding family and had not immersed himself in the rich history of the wizarding world as she had. Let me introduce you. Surprisingly, Hermione, who had appeared quite composed in the films during her first encounter with Harry, felt a flutter of excitement within, much like any other young witch. Clearly, Harry Potter's name held considerable sway within the wizarding community. Chapter 29, My Aversion to Fighting. Not a problem. I quite enjoy making friends. Jerry did not decline. Having decided to join Gryffindor, befriending Harry in advance seemed a judicious choice. After all, as the future savior in Dumbledore's eyes, Harry was highly regarded at Hogwarts, and cultivating a rapport with him would undoubtedly earn Jerry favor with Dumbledore. Furthermore, Hogwarts admitted only a limited number of students each year, further divided among the four houses. Perhaps he would even find himself sharing a dormitory with Harry. Let us go, he yes in that compartment ahead. However, just as they reached the door of the compartment where Harry resided, a heated argument erupted from within. You ought to be more courteous, or you will tread the same path as your parents. They too were foolish. If you associate with the likes of the Weasley family or Hagrid, you will be adversely influenced. Say that again. Oh, do you wish to fight, do you? At the forefront, Hermione opened the door, and Jerry peeked inside, discovering that the compartment was not occupied by just the two individuals Hermione had mentioned, but rather by 5 boys who were poised for confrontation. Among them stood a boy at the side of the seat, adorned with glasses, possessing black hair and green eyes, with a distinct lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Clearly, this was Harry. Standing closely beside Harry was another boy, unmistakably Ron, with the signature Weasley red hair and blue eyes. Turning to face the 3 boys opposite them, a flicker of confusion crossed Jerry's face. One of them, a boy with pale golden hair and a slender, angular face, was flanked by 2 burly companions. This trio bore an uncanny resemblance to Harry's nemesis, Draco Malfoy, and his cohorts. However, Jerry could not recall such an encounter occurring on the train in the films. Could it be that his memory had faded with time, or perhaps his presence had triggered a butterfly effect, or was there some other unknown reason? What are you doing? Are you about to fight? You're causing trouble before we even reach school. Hermione, leading the trio, observed the scene inside the compartment with a serious expression. And you've brought 3 reinforcements, thinking that sheer numbers will be advantageous? Upon seeing Jerry and the others appear at the door, Malfoy's previously composed demeanor shifted slightly, prompting him to take a step back and position the towering Goyle and Crabbe in front of him. Goyle and Crabbe, however, clearly dismissed the smaller figures before them, each taking a menacing step forward, one blocking Harry and Ron, while the other obstructed Hermione, Jerry, and Neville. As Crabbe approached the entrance, Hermione instinctively tensed, and Jerry, noticing this, momentarily set aside his doubts and pulled Hermione behind him. We do not wish to fight. However, this does not seem to be your compartment, he asserted. Indeed, you are not welcome here. Kindly vacate the premises. But we do not wish to leave, do we, Goyle Crabbe? Malfoy interjected. We VE consumed all our snacks, and it appears you have a plethora left. We shall depart once we VE finished. He pointed to the scattered array of treats on the compartment table, signaling Goyle and Crabbe with a glance. Understanding the cue, Goyle shoved aside the slender Harry with his left hand while greedily reaching for the bountiful snacks with his right. Meanwhile, Crabbe raised his hands and forcefully advanced toward Jerry at the door, seemingly intent on toppling both Jerry and the Hermione and Neville behind him. 2 cries of dismay echoed within the compartment, not from Harry or Jerry, but from Goyle and Crabbe themselves. For, at the moment Goyle reached the snacks, Ron's pet Scabbers, hidden among the treats, seized the opportunity and bit down on Goyle's finger. On the other side, Jerry, noticing Crabbe's aggressive approach, revealed a cold smirk and simultaneously extended his own hands. He did not seek to compete in strength with the robust Crabbe, but rather engaged him in a firm grip, intertwining their fingers. In the moment of Crabbe's bewilderment, Jerry suddenly exerted force on his wrist, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. Their fingers connected. Crabbe's 10 digits were simultaneously subjected to Jerry's immense pressure, causing him to weep in pain. The physique of a wizard is distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Losing limbs is scarcely regarded as a significant matter. Therefore, Jerry did not hold back when he struck, which resulted in Crabbe's tears. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed Goyle and Malfoy scrambling to escape his vicinity. With a cold chuckle, Jerry first tripped Goyle with a deft movement of his right foot, sending him sprawling to the floor. Then, with his free hand, he employed a wristlock maneuver to swiftly subdue young Malfoy. Thus, The scene within the box unfolded as follows. Jerry's left hand remained clasped with crabs, forcing him to the ground in tears, while his right hand twisted Malfoy's arm behind his back, rendering him unable to rise, all the while his foot pressed down on Goyle, who was howling in agony over a lost tooth. The tableau was undeniably striking. A careful observation of the reactions of the other 4 individuals revealed much. Among them, the most astonished was undoubtedly Hermione. Having spent the most time with Jerry, she had always perceived him as a true gentleman, polite and gentle. Previously, unless she requested otherwise, he would address her as Miss Granger. Jerry, perhaps you should release them. They appear to be in considerable distress, Hermione cautiously suggested, noticing the tears streaming from the trio. Oh, is that so? My sincerest apologies. It appears I may have been a tad too forceful. In truth, I abhor violence. But your earlier behavior left me with little choice. Jerry responded with a smile, offering an explanation to Malfoy and his companions before gradually loosening his grip. Regrettably, upon hearing Jerry's explanation and witnessing his cheerful demeanor, Malfoy and his cohorts simultaneously shuddered, retreating in terror to the corner by the door of the box. Chapter 30. An unconventional method of making friends. I merely intervened to convey that violence is not a solution to our problems. There is no need for aggression. We can resolve our issues through calm discussion. Your earlier attempt to seize snacks through force is equally misguided. Should you desire a snack, a polite request to these 2 classmates would suffice. I am certain that with a courteous approach, they would be inclined to share. Perhaps feeling his earlier actions were somewhat excessive, Jerry coughed softly and reiterated his point. He then turned to Harry and Ron, inquiring, "Do you gentlemen concur with my sentiments?" Harry and Ron, momentarily taken aback, nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. You see, had you approached with a more amiable attitude, they would have been willing to share some snacks with you. Jerry turned his gaze once more towards the shivering trio of Malfoy, huddled in the corner by the compartment door, and softened his tone as much as possible. We are all newcomers this year. Perhaps we might even be sorted into the same house. Let us shake hands and become good friends. Upon seeing Jerry extend his hand and cast a sharp glance in their direction, Malfoy and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and quickly rose to place their right hands on Jerry's outstretched palm. Harry and Ron, noticing Jerry looking their way, exchanged a glance before stepping forward to join the gesture. Hermione, come over. It will create a better atmosphere if we all participate. Jerry beckoned with his free left hand towards Hermione and Neville. A befuddled Hermione, pulling along an equally bewildered Neville, approached hesitantly before placing her hand atop the others. All right, let us join hands and hearts, forget this unpleasantness, and strive together for excellence, not just in our studies, but in becoming the finest wizards. He almost let slip a corporate slogan from his past life. As the handshaking concluded, Jerry smiled and turned to Harry and Ron. Hello, I'm Jelly Common. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley. Just then, an announcement echoed through the train, indicating that they would soon arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it reaches the school, he added. At that moment, as they were about to exit the compartment, Harry and Ron, finally regaining their composure, called out in unison, Thank you, Jerry. No need for thanks. We are all classmates. After all, I believe in persuading others through virtue. Jerry winked at them before leading Hermione and Neville out of the compartment. Persuading through virtue? A series of question marks seemed to hover over Harry and Ron's heads. Was that truly what has transpired? Jerry, are you skilled in combat? Hermione inquired, watching Jerry as he placed Crookshanks into a cat cage with curiosity. Though Hermione appeared to be a staunch adherent to rules, being a Gryffindor also meant she was willing to bend those very rules to aid her friends, just as she had done when setting Professor Snape's clothes on fire, or when she and Harry and Ron ventured to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, sneaking Snape's ingredients to brew Polyjuice Potion. Hence, she internally agreed with Jerry's actions to assist Harry and Ron against Malfoy's group. She was merely curious about how Jerry had become so adept at fighting. Jerry, noticing Hermione as a potential ally in his magical journey, felt it prudent to cultivate a positive image in her eyes. Well, let's just say. Furrowing his brow, Jerry feigned a sigh and, with a hint of melancholy, explained, in truth, I was not always adept at fighting. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. You see, I was born in an orphanage. He chose not to elaborate further. Yet, the astute Hermione had evidently gleaned something from Jerry's expression, her eyes betraying a glimmer of sympathy. Often, the most intricate and believable fabrications pale in comparison to the narratives conjured within another's mind, which can evoke a deeper sense of conviction. At that moment, Hermione's imagination conjured a poignant tale of Jerry, abandoned at birth, and subjected to relentless bullying during his formative years, ultimately honing his combat skills. "It's all right, Jerry. Things will get better." Hermione stepped forward and enveloped Jerry in a warm embrace. "Yes, indeed, it will get better." While Jerry remained unaware of the specifics Hermione had envisioned, he sensed her thoughts were of a positive nature and chose not to inquire further. The train came to a halt, and Neville, lacking Hermione's imaginative insight, had remained somewhat bewildered throughout. Only upon the train cessation did he react, calling out to the embracing pair, "We can get off now." As the train drew to a stop, the previously empty corridor became bustling with young wizards emerging from their compartments. Jerry, Hermione, and Neville struggled to navigate through the throng, joining the tide of students disembarking the train. Hogsmeade Station, the terminus of the Hogwarts Express, was a notably cramped platform. First years, come this way." As Jerry, Hermione, and Neville found themselves amidst the crowd, uncertain of their next move, a thunderous voice boomed from the far left of the platform. Turning to investigate, they beheld a giant, approximately 3 or 4 meters tall, sporting a bushy beard and holding a magical lantern, calling out to the masses. That must be Hagrid. With such a stature, it could only be Rubeus Hagrid, the half-giant known as the Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts. After navigating through the throng, the trio finally joined the other first-year students at Hagrid's side, which included Harry, Ron, and the distant figure of Draco Malfoy. Hagrid exchanged a few words with Harry, then, lantern in hand, led all the first years along a steep, narrow path to the left of the station. "Hermione, if it becomes difficult to walk, you can hold on to my arm." Jerry, noticing Hermione's struggle, extended his arm to her. The descent was uneven, causing the young wizards to stumble intermittently. Chapter 31. The first entrance to Hogwarts Castle. Just around this bend, you will catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts. Jerry heard Hagrid call out loudly after approximately 20 minutes of walking. Indeed, as they reached the end of the path and made a turn, the dense woods that had previously obscured their view vanished entirely. Before them lay a vast, inky black lake. At the far end of the lake, a majestic medieval castle, imbued with an air of mystery, stood silently upon a towering hillside, its spires piercing the night sky, with windows twinkling beneath the celestial expanse. Especially against the backdrop of the dark lake, the castle appeared particularly grand, eliciting expressions of awe from all the young wizards, including Jerry. Although he had found Hogwarts impressive while watching films in his previous life, it was merely confined to the small screen. The sensation of witnessing the universe or its planets on television is utterly distinct from the experience of being enveloped by the cosmos itself. To put it more plainly, gazing at the beauty of a woman in a photograph pales in comparison to the enchantment of encountering her in person. Now, as Jerry stood by the Black Lake, witnessing the enigmatic Hogwarts castle with his own eyes, he truly grasped why Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry held such renown in the wizarding world. Undoubtedly, every wizard who had attended Hogwarts would forever remember the astonishment of their first sighting of the castle. No more than 4 people per boat. At this moment, Hagrid pointed to a line of small boats, each equipped with magical lanterns, moored by the lakeside, informing the young wizards that they would need to board these vessels to cross the Black Lake to Hogwarts. Consequently, the young wizards began to form teams to embark. There were plenty of boats, so it was not required for each to be filled to capacity. Many young wizards paired up or traveled in groups of 3. Naturally, Jerry, Hermione, and Neville found themselves in the same boat. Set sail, with Hagrid calling out as all the young wizards successfully boarded their boats. The vessels, propelled by the rippling waves of the Black Lake, glided swiftly toward Hogwarts Castle without any need for rowing. Indeed, it seems we are rowing without oars, entirely relying on the waves. Jerry couldn't help but mutter to himself as he observed the orderly procession of boats advancing on their own. "Jerry, do you know why we are taking boats to the castle?" At that moment, Hermione, sitting beside him, raised her chin and inquired. Clearly, Hermione's penchant for showcasing her knowledge had resurfaced. While peers might find this tendency tiresome, Jerry, as an adult, considered it a splendid opportunity to receive free enlightenment. "I must admit, I am quite unaware." He genuinely did not know why the young wizards traveled by boat to Hogwarts. His past cinematic experiences merely depicted it that way, although later installments seemed to feature carriages instead. Yet, during those films, his attention had been captivated by the wondrous magic, leaving little room for contemplation on the mode of transportation. Seeing Jerry's ignorance sparked Hermione's enthusiasm, and she eagerly began to explain. "Behold, the small boat accommodates 4 positions, symbolizing the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The route we now traverse is akin to the path once taken by these founders in their quest to locate the castle." What a revelation. Indeed, one learns throughout life. It is no surprise that Miss Know-It-All excels beyond ordinary reach. Thus, while absorbing Hermione's enlightening discourse, Jerry savored the unique vistas of the Black Lake. As they glided across the waters, Jerry and his fellow wizards traversed a dark tunnel beneath the cliffs, gradually easing their pace until they came to rest beside the underground dock of Hogwarts Castle. All right, everyone, follow my lead. We shall soon arrive at the castle's grand entrance. Hagrid, wielding a magical lantern, led the way. Once Jerry and the other young wizards disembarked from the boat, they congregated behind him. They ascended a path strewn with gravel and small pebbles, climbing laboriously for half an hour until they finally reached a level, damp meadow beneath the castle's shadow. Before them stood a colossal oak door, the very gateway to Hogwarts. Hagrid approached and knocked thrice upon the door, which swung open to reveal a tall, serious-faced witch clad in emerald green robes, Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, known to Jerry. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, she stated. Upon hearing their exchange, Hagrid departed, leaving McGonagall to guide them onward. They descended the steps beneath the oak door and entered the grand hall on the first floor. Remarkable, Jerry heard Harry and Ron exclaim as they passed by, and he nodded in agreement. Although merely a hall, it seemed to possess an extraordinary spaciousness, perhaps enhanced by the use of the undetectable extension charm. The ceiling appeared to stretch into infinity, creating a surreal illusion. The stone walls of the hall were adorned with flickering torches, illuminating the entire space. While directly opposite them loomed an opulent marble staircase, presumably leading to the second floor. From a door on the right, the faint murmur of hundreds conversing drifted in. Jerry surmised that it must be the grand dining hall, where the sorting ceremony would soon take place. To the left, a small room awaited, where Professor McGonagall now ushered them across the blue stone floor of the hall towards it. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast of opening is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the hall, you must first inside the small room. Professor McGonagall greeted the young wizards and proceeded to provide a general overview of the upcoming sorting ceremony, the 4 houses, academic credits, and the house cup. She refrained from detailing the criteria for sorting or the exact process, as the young wizards would soon discover these particulars. Having concluded her address, she instructed the young wizards to tidy their attire in preparation for the sorting ceremony before temporarily excusing herself to the Grand Hall. Chapter 32. It turns out to be a world within a book. Hermione, do not fret. You are truly remarkable, and the sorting ceremony will pose no issue. Jerry softly reassured Hermione, who was nervously reciting the 14 spells from her textbook repetitively after Professor McGonagall's departure. He understood that the so-called sorting ceremony had little to do with magic or spells. It merely involved donning a hat that would determine, based on one's character and lineage, to which house one belonged. If a student exhibited traits from multiple houses, they could converse with the hat to select their preferred one. Much like in the film, where Harry exhibited qualities of both Gryffindor and Slytherin, yet ultimately chose Gryffindor and was sorted accordingly. How could they accurately assign us to our respective houses? Surely, there must be some form of assessment involved. Fred's jest about the ordeal being quite detrimental seemed to be just that, a jest. At that moment, Jerry overheard a conversation between Harry and Ron. He observed the 40 or so young wizards in the room, aside from a few, like young Malfoy, who hailed from pure blood families. The majority mirrored Hermione's anxiety. Most shared her belief that the upcoming sorting ceremony might involve a magical test. However, they were not like Hermione. Indeed, most young wizards, akin to Harry and Ron, had yet to successfully cast a single spell. Even those from pure blood families, such as Malfoy, who may have been exposed to magic earlier, did not possess significantly superior magical prowess compared to their muggle-born counterparts. According to a brief video Jerry had seen in a previous life, it appeared that a young wizard's magical lineage stabilizes at the age of 11, allowing them to learn and practice magic. Wasn't riding a broomstick delightful? Wasn't indulging in magical sweets enticing? Wasn't shopping in Diagon Alley a thrilling experience? Yet to them, the sight of muggle-born wizards in a state of panic provided a rather amusing spectacle. Why reveal the truth to them? As for Ron and Neville, both from wizarding families, Ron was hindered by the overshadowing presence of his inept brothers, George and Fred, while Neville struggled with poor memory, often failing to recall even when his grandmother mentioned something. Just as the young wizards were enveloped in their anxious anticipation for the sorting, sudden shrieks shattered the oppressive atmosphere within the room. Jerry turned towards the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, more than 20 translucent ghosts floated through the walls, gliding above the heads of the young wizards and waving cheerfully at them. All right, everyone, line up and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. At that moment, McGonagall reappeared at the door of the small room, and the drifting ghosts gracefully filed into the walls, vanishing from sight. It was indeed a rather enchanting scene. Jerry and the young wizards queued behind Professor McGonagall as they entered the opulent Great Hall, marveling at the splendid scene within. Perhaps due to the significance of the opening feast and the sorting ceremony, the hall was adorned in an extraordinary fashion. Thousands of candles, enchanted to float, replaced the magical chandeliers, illuminating the entire space with a brilliant glow. At the 4 long tables filled with young wizards, golden plates and silver goblets sparkled under the flickering candlelight. What enchanted Jerry the most was the ceiling of the Great Hall. If one did not observe closely, one might think it was open to the sky, for upon looking up, one could behold a breathtakingly beautiful galaxy suspended above. Positioned beneath the podium between the 4 house tables and the staff table, Jerry watched as Professor McGonagall first placed a stool upon the platform. Then, she retrieved a tattered, exceedingly old and grimy hat. This must be the ancient sorting hat, coeval with Hogwarts itself. The sorting hat seemed to have originated as an ordinary hat belonging to Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts, which was later imbued with consciousness by the 4 founders through magic, granting it the ability to assist in choosing a house based on the characteristics of the young wizards. The notion of endowing an inanimate object with independent thought and personality often left Jerry in awe of the magical world of Harry Potter. Its power did not lie in its capacity for destruction, but rather in its profound idealism, devoid of any scientific basis. It was simply magical. You may not find me beautiful, but do not judge by appearances. Should you find a hat more exquisite than I shall consume myself. The hat quipped, twisting upon the stool before splitting open wide, resembling a mouth, and began to sing its unique sorting song. Even more astonishing was that once the song concluded and the applause of the young wizards erupted, the hat graciously stood upright and performed a refined bow. Have you ever witnessed a hat bowing? Certainly not. This was Jerry's first encounter with such a spectacle, one he had not seen even in films during his previous life. I shall call forth names, and those names shall don the hat and take a seat upon the stool, awaiting their sorting. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unrolling a parchment and intoning, Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of line. Ironclad Hannah. Observing the girl seated upon the stool with the sorting hat, Jerry finally recognized the source of his earlier disquiet. It dawned on him that this was not the cinematic world of Harry Potter, but rather the literary realm. He distinctly remembered that in the film, Hermione Granger was the first to be sorted, while Hannah Abbott was the first in the book. The memorable Ironclad Hannah reference was something he had encountered in numerous short videos. However, the crux of the matter is that in his previous life, he had merely viewed those few films on television and had not taken the time to seek out the original texts. The disparity between the film and the source material should not be significant, one would presume. Chapter 33. The Unexpected Incident at the Sorting Ceremony. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat lingered for merely a moment upon the head of a girl named Hannah before swiftly delivering its verdict. At that moment, the young wizards seated at the far right table immediately rose to their feet, applauding and cheering to welcome the girl named Hannah in a Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger. After the sorting hat had sorted 7 or 8 young wizards at a varied pace, Hermione's name was finally called. Go, Hermione! With Jerry's encouragement, Hermione dashed up to the podium. Gryffindor. The sorting hat hesitated for a brief moment, but as if sensing something, it ultimately proclaimed Gryffindor. Overjoyed, Hermione sprinted toward the far left table, filled with applause and laughter that belonged to Gryffindor. Jerry Cameron. Just as Hermione completed her sorting, Jerry's name sprang forth from Professor McGonagall's lips. Adjusting his wizarding robes, he approached the podium at a measured pace, placing the sorting hat upon his head. I wish to be sorted into, as Jerry intended to express his desire to be placed in Gryffindor, akin to Harry in the film. He was taken aback when the sorting hat, upon contact with his hair, immediately declared the result. Slytherin. Slytherin? What the? Upon hearing the sorting hat's announcement, Jerry's mind was instantly flooded with a cacophony of dismay, as the various plans he had meticulously crafted shattered to pieces following the sorting hat's decree. Taking off the sorting hat with some reluctance, and noting Professor McGonagall's expression of regret, Jerry trudged toward the second row on the right, the Slytherin table. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Hermione's face fell upon realizing that Jerry had been sorted into Slytherin. She had truly wished for both of them to be placed in Gryffindor together. Yet fate had played a cruel trick, separating her from this rare and compatible friend. Nevertheless, she stifled her disappointment and waved toward Jerry, aware that he too harbored a desire to be sorted into Gryffindor and would undoubtedly be disheartened by this turn of events. The stiffness of his expression had betrayed his feelings. How could Jerry end up in Slytherin? Every dark wizard originates from Slytherin. Ron, who had yet to be sorted, exclaimed in disbelief to Harry upon witnessing Jerry's placement. Jerry is not a bad person. Let us not forget how he stood up to that fellow Malfoy on the train. Although Harry harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Slytherin due to Ron's influence, he could not help but express immense gratitude towards Jerry for his gallant act on the train. Thus, even when Jerry was sorted into Slytherin, Harry remained convinced that Jerry could not possibly be a villain. Oh, I know. I never thought of Jerry as a bad person. I merely felt that the Sorting Hat had erred in its decision. Jerry ought to have been placed in Gryffindor. Ron shrugged. At that moment, the young Malfoy was also assigned to Slytherin by the Sorting Hat. Observing this, Harry nodded in agreement. Slytherin seemed aptly suited for someone like Malfoy. How could he possibly belong to Slytherin? It defies logic. Seated at the Slytherin long table, Jerry found himself too preoccupied to enjoy the sorting ceremony, furrowing his brow in contemplation about why the Sorting Hat had so swiftly deemed him a Slytherin. The fundamental criterion for entering Slytherin was either to be of pure blood or half-blood, meaning both parents must be wizards, or at least one must be. A wizard with Muggle parents, like Hermione, regardless of their prowess, could never be assigned to Slytherin. Then Jerry pondered, who were his parents in this world? They did not exist. His body was an extraordinary panel brought over from the Marvel Universe, and the wizarding blood coursing through him had been acquired through the exchange of little red stars. Thus, Jerry speculated that the wizarding blood he had exchanged was likely the most pure and ancient lineage. After all, it was remarkable that the extraordinary panel could transport him from the Marvel realm to the world of Harry Potter. It stood to reason that the exchanged wizarding blood would not be diluted. This is not to say that half-bloods are inferior. Rather, he personally believed that pure blood wizarding lineage might offer a higher potential for growth, such as possessing greater magical abilities than their peers. After all, the most formidable wizards like Dumbledore and Grindelwald appear to be purebloods. Of course, true strength primarily hinges on one's comprehension and application of magic, and those slight advantages in magical power should not be overstated. Voldemort, Snape, and Professor McGonagall were all half-bloods yet undeniably powerful, especially Voldemort, who is second only to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. In fact, individuals like Hermione could also be classified as half-bloods, albeit perhaps with a lower concentration of wizarding lineage. Jerry believed that any wizard born to Muggle families must have had ancestors who were wizards, though the wizarding blood had yet to awaken in the descendants. Furthermore, analyzing character traits, Slytherin wizards are often perceived as proud, ambitious, cunning, and power-hungry. Jerry felt he did not quite align with these attributes. Perhaps a comment he once stumbled upon online regarding Slytherin was more fitting for his current predicament. The remark suggested that the true representative of Slytherin was, in fact, Professor Slughorn, who pursued fame and fortune, reveling in the company of notable students, yet refrained from causing harm to others, establishing a club for Slytherins, yet engaging in mutually beneficial relationships with outstanding students to achieve a win-win scenario. He supports the idea of blood purity, yet not as a mindless adherent. He equally admires Muggleborns like Hermione and Lily, Harry's mother, who possess remarkable talent. Exceptionally astute, he assesses situations to safeguard his own interests while adhering to his principles. Ultimately, during the final confrontation, he, as a Slytherin, resolutely aligned himself with Hogwarts. Thus, a Slytherin can be seen as a self-interested individual with moral boundaries, one who does not intentionally harm others. Viewed in this light, it seems to resonate somewhat with his second chance at life. The notion of pure blood, coupled with his authentic personality and his current purposeful actions, raises the question, is this why the Sorting Hat deemed him a Slytherin? Chapter 34. The Bold and Elegant Jerry. Alas, at this juncture, one can only take it step by step. The analyses thus far are mere deductions based on his results, and he cannot ascertain their veracity. After all, the Sorting Hat's decision is supposed to reflect the innermost desires of the young wizard, and he had clearly wished for Gryffindor. Could it be that, deep down, he secretly yearned for Slytherin? Never mind, there is no point in dwelling on this now. Having been sorted into Slytherin, he must embrace this identity and diligently study magic at Hogwarts. He gazed up at Professor McGonagall, who had previously been amiable towards him, and then glanced at the faculty table where Professor Snape appeared to loom like a large, ominous bat, stern, cold, and acerbic. Jerry couldn't help but sigh again. Truly, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. The comprehensive strategies he had devised for Gryffindor were now rendered futile, compelling him to engage his intellect once more and chart a new course befitting a Slytherin. However, upon reflection, becoming a Slytherin may not be entirely detrimental. After all, Snape, despite his harshness towards wizards from other houses, exhibits a certain friendliness towards his own students. Moreover, with Snape's expertise in various dark arts, establishing a good rapport with him might present opportunities to learn formidable spells. Just then, the illustrious Harry Potter, after a brief exchange with the Sorting Hat, was destined to be sorted into Gryffindor, marking the conclusion of the sorting ceremony. Draco, I never expected you to be sorted into Slytherin as well. What a coincidence. Coming back to his senses, Jerry noticed the distant trio of Malfoy and, with a glint in his eye, approached them, squeezing himself between them and enthusiastically draping an arm over their shoulders. Such a coincidence. The young Malfoy stiffened, forcing a strained smile as his face twitched. Moments earlier, upon witnessing Jerry's sorting into Slytherin, he had nearly blurted out an expletive. He could not fathom how someone as boorish and uncouth as Jerry could possibly be sorted into the noble and elegant Slytherin. However, considering the other's combative prowess demonstrated on the train, which had effortlessly bested them 3-1, he swallowed his anger and took a seat at a distance from Jerry, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Resorting to physical altercations is not the behavior befitting an elegant Slytherin wizard. Once he mastered his magic, he would ensure that Jerry understood the repercussions of inciting the wrath of a noble Malfoy. Draco, it seems you have developed quite a rapport. At that moment, a short-haired witch seated across from Malfoy gazed incredulously at Jerry, who was nestled between Malfoy and Goyle. Indeed, Goyle, Crabbe, and I became fast friends on the train, Jerry replied, squeezing Malfoy and Goyle's arm slightly. Hello, I am Jerry Carmen, Pansy Parkinson. Jerry removed his hand from Goyle's shoulder and extended it towards Pansy. She hesitated for a moment, but reciprocated with a brief handshake. Given Malfoy's haughty demeanor, one could only assume that the friends he chose were of exceptional pure-blood lineage. Yet, this Jerry Carmen was a name he had never encountered before. The feast begins. At this juncture, the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore rose from the center of the staff table and announced in a resounding voice. As Dumbledore's words echoed, Jerry beheld the once barren golden platters before him suddenly adorned with an array of steaming, aromatic delicacies. Roasted beef, succulent chicken, pork chops, lamb ribs, sausages, and steak. Silver goblets brimmed with an assortment of juices and milk. The culinary magic behind this spectacle appeared to warrant further study. As Jerry marveled at the magically conjured feast, his eyes sparkled with delight. He immediately resolved to incorporate culinary magic into his magical studies. Moreover, he mused that he must not neglect the spells for managing household chores. While his mind raced with plans for future magical studies, his body was not idle. Like the other famished young wizards, his stomach growled with hunger. It was unclear whether it was his ravenous appetite or the evident skill of the house elves' culinary magic, but he found the banquet remarkably delectable that evening. Pansy, it's been ages. You've cut your hair. While Jerry savored his meal, Malfoy feigned conversation with Pansy, subtly shifting his position. Draco, you noticed? Does it look nice? Pansy's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, it looks quite lovely. Jerry cast a sidelong glance, noting Malfoy's departure from his side, and silently chuckled without intervening. His intended effect had been achieved. Whether Malfoy sat beside him was of little consequence. Suddenly, as he was halfway through a piece of steak, Jerry was startled by the shrill screams of the young witches and wizards around him. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that several of young Malfoy's peers were casting terrified glances toward his side. Curiously turning his head, he beheld a gaunt apparition with hollow eyes and a rather terrifying visage, draped in a robe stained with silver blood, having inexplicably taken a seat beside him. Greetings. I am Jerry Cam, a newcomer from Slytherin. Jerry smiled gracefully, setting down his knife and fork with poise, and nodded slightly to the ghost beside him. The specter turned its head, somewhat astonished, as it had never encountered a freshman unafraid of its presence. A hint of admiration flickered across its fearsome countenance. Barrow, or you may refer to me as Bloodman Barrow, the ghost of Slytherin. Welcome to our house. Thank you. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Jerry resumed his composed enjoyment of the steak. As an adult, particularly one who had experienced life and death, and had been responsible for the lives of others, he was not one to be intimidated by a ghost. Observing Jerry's utter lack of fear and his elegant conversation with the frightening specter, most of the first-year Slytherins, including some second years, exhibited looks of admiration. Chapter 35, The Slytherin Common Room. Among all the ghosts at Hogwarts, Bloodman Barrow was the one that all young witches and wizards feared, to the extent that some timid souls would weep upon encountering his terrifying demeanor alone. Furthermore, Barrow held the highest status and was the most formidable of Hogwarts ghosts. Even the audacious prankster Peeves dared not defy his commands. At that moment, a blonde young witch seated across from Goyle and Crabbe observed the elegantly dining Jiraiya and whispered to a nearby robust fellow witch, Marison. "Don't you think he looks quite handsome?" "Daphne, I still think Goyle is more handsome," replied the blonde witch. Thus, after the brief commotion caused by the ghosts, the banquet resumed its lively atmosphere. Guests indulged in delectable cuisine, sipped beverages, and began to introduce themselves and engage in conversation. Unlike the Muggle-born witches and wizards at the adjacent table, who shared their peculiar experiences after receiving their acceptance letters from Hogwarts, the Slytherin students primarily discussed topics highlighting their affluent backgrounds, their parents' social standings, and other matters of status. Among them, the family of young Malfoy clearly held the highest prestige, being one of the ancient Sacred 28, with the elder Malfoy serving as a Hogwarts governor and maintaining close ties with high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. The wealthiest among them was a boy named Blaise Zabini. His mother, Mrs. Zabini, was a renowned and beautiful witch who had been married 7 times. Each of her husbands had left behind substantial inheritances upon their passing, thus surpassing even young Malfoy's family in terms of wealth. Jerry summarized the key points: the prohibition of venturing into the perilous Forbidden Forest, the restriction against practicing magic in the corridors during breaks, and the invitation for second-year students and above to volunteer for the Quidditch tryouts with Ms. Hooch in the second week. Most importantly, no one is allowed in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. After imparting these crucial reminders, the school song was sung. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long, golden ribbon that spiraled gracefully like a serpent, revealing the lyrics of the school song. As the song concluded, the opening feast officially came to an end. "First years, please follow me. I am your prefect, Gemma Farley, and I shall escort you to the common room." As the feast dispersed, a girl around 14 or 15 years old, clad in robes, rose from the Slytherin table and called out to the somewhat bewildered first-year Slytherins. The young wizards quickly gathered around her, following her through the throng towards the Slytherin common room. The Slytherin common room, supposed to be above the castle? Jerry wondered as he mingled among the young wizards, observing Gemma leading them towards the basement, feeling a tinge of surprise. He recalled from the films that Harry and his friends ascended via moving staircases and entered their common room through the portrait of the Fat Lady. The Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms were located on the 8th floor, whereas the Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms resided in the basement. However, Gemma confidently proclaimed, "I can assure you, our Slytherin common room is absolutely the finest. You shall see shortly." At that moment, Gemma, who had been explaining various school protocols, addressed the location of the common room, alleviating Jerry's curiosity. They entered the dungeons through the opulent marble staircase on the right side of the entrance hall, traversing a labyrinthine, dimly lit corridor, until Jerry soon beheld a stone wall. "Noble," Gemma declared as she spoke the password to the stone wall, which transformed from a damp, empty expanse into a grand stone door that slowly creaked open. Accessing the common room required a password, which changed bi-weekly, with a new password posted in advance on the notice board within the common room. "Remember, the password for these 2 weeks is Noble," Gemma explained with a tone of pride and superiority. The young wizards nodded in agreement, clearly approving of Slytherin's password. Truly, they embodied the essence of Slytherin. As Jerry observed the group, all with their chins held high, displaying a delightful air of haughtiness, he couldn't help but find these little Slytherin wizards quite endearing. Upon entering the common room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the magical lamps, bound by chains and glowing with an emerald hue, and the decor fashioned from animal skulls adorning the walls. His first impression was simply, how very green. What peculiar aesthetic does Slytherin possess? However, it is not entirely devoid of advantages. At least the furnishings within the Slytherin common room, such as the fireplace, sofas, tables, and chairs, appear remarkably exquisite, adorned with various beautiful carvings. Moreover, on the wall opposite the fireplace hangs a medieval tapestry, vividly illustrating the renowned adventures undertaken by Slytherins of yore, which is quite fascinating to behold. Of course, what intrigued Jerry the most was the large window occupying 2/3 of the wall opposite the stone door of the common room. Gazing through this expansive window offered a direct view of the depths of the Black Lake, where enormous squids and diverse aquatic creatures leisurely swam by, evoking a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of past visits to an aquarium. It turned out that the Slytherin common room was situated beneath the Black Lake, magically insulated from the encroaching waters, allowing its inhabitants to experience a perpetual sense of the mysterious depths akin to an underwater shipwreck. The boys were directed to the left room, while the girls proceeded to the right. Their schedules should already be in their respective rooms. If any issues arose, They could seek Jerry's assistance later. As Jemima observed the little wizards standing before the grand window, marveling at the enchanting scenery, she offered a final remark before departing. The view from the window was indeed magical, yet the young wizards were exhausted from the day's events and soon dispersed in search of their rooms. Jerry was no exception. He left the common room earlier than the others and headed towards the boys' dormitory on the left. Each dormitory door bore the names of its occupants, allowing him to swiftly locate his own. Jerry read the names affixed to the door: Draco Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, Vincent Crabbe. With a bemused smile, Jerry thought to himself, "It seems I am quite fated to be with these three." Chapter 36, A New Plan. Upon entering the room, Jerry noticed that his luggage had already been placed beside the bed closest to the door. The bed was a traditional four-poster, draped with green silk curtains, and the bedspread was embroidered with silver threads. Similarly, the window in this room had been enchanted, providing a view of the lake outside, where one could even hear the gentle ripples of the water surface. Falling asleep to the soft sounds of lapping water would surely be delightful. It is no wonder that the head boy remarked that the Slytherin common room is the finest among the four houses. Excluding the excessive green, it truly is quite splendid. "All right, Crookshanks, do not be impatient. I shall release you momentarily," Jerry said, glancing at the table beside the bed where Crookshanks was meowing from his cage. He quickly raised a hand to soothe the creature while moving to open the cage. Since Crookshanks was quite intelligent and capable of foraging for food, Jerry had never confined him to a cage during their time at the orphanage. This was the first time, perhaps causing him some distress. Meow. As soon as Jerry opened the cage, Crookshanks let out an excited yowl and darted towards the window like a streak of yellow lightning. "Crookshanks, stop!" A flicker of realization sparked within Jerry's mind as he swiftly turned to Crookshanks, admonishing him. Alas, it was too late. Crookshanks, captivated by the mesmerizing array of fish swimming just beyond the window, collided headlong into the invisible magical barrier at its center, akin to a creature crashing into a sheet of transparent glass. With a splat, Crookshanks tumbled from the shield, his already flat face appearing even more compressed. Observing this, Jerry felt a blend of amusement and exasperation as he rubbed his forehead. However, as a feline possessing the lineage of a cat lynx, Crookshanks was considerably sturdier than the average cat. Thus, the impact was trivial to him. Dazed yet undeterred, he rose again, perched upon the window, scratching at the magical barrier with his paws, tilting his head to gaze at the fish, seemingly questioning the very essence of his feline existence. Jerry, choosing to ignore Crookshanks, began to organize his belongings, lifting the class schedule from the table. At that moment, familiar shouts erupted from the doorway, revealing the presence of the Malfoy trio, who had spotted Jerry's name. "Hello." Jerry greeted them amicably as they entered. Being members of Slytherin and sharing the same living quarters, he believed it prudent to ease the tension with the Malfoy trio. After all, while they might be mischievous, they were not irredeemably malevolent. "I'll have you know, I'm not afraid of you. My father is a Hogwarts governor, and should you dare lay a hand on me again, I will have him expel you," declared young Malfoy, his tone dripping with bravado. "Wizards should settle disputes with magic. Once I master my spells, we shall engage in a fair duel." Malfoy had evidently prepared a speech outside. Upon entering, he stood a mere 5 meters from Jerry, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe, and spoke with a feigned ferocity. "Not a problem. I genuinely prefer to avoid violence. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall not retaliate against you." Jerry shrugged, responding without hesitation. The Malfoy trio, upon hearing this, visibly relaxed. Despite their haughty demeanor in front of other young wizards, particularly Muggleborns, they were merely 3 11-year-old children. Having been intimidated by Jerry on the train, they carried an underlying sense of trepidation. The original narrative illustrates that the Malfoy trio, having been merely nipped by Ron's rat, fled in a panic, revealing their true lack of courage. With a tacit agreement for peaceful coexistence established, the Malfoy trio no longer regarded Jerry with apprehension, instead beginning to tidy their own belongings and beds. As night fell and the Malfoy trio succumbed to slumber, Jerry quietly rose, clutching his spellbook, and slipped out of the room. Unlike other young wizards, he found himself utterly exhausted by the end of the day, despite his physical prowess. The day had not truly depleted his stamina. The unexpected assignment to Slytherin had indeed caught him off guard. Thus, all his previously laid plans required a complete overhaul. In stark contrast to Gryffindor, within the halls of Slytherin, if he aspired to extract the utmost benefits from his experience, he must excel. He must be exceptional in every regard, surpassing all in excellence, much like the young Voldemort. Voldemort, born in a Muggle orphanage and of mixed heritage, thrived in Slytherin, a house that revered family legacy and pure blood, becoming an idol for all Slytherins due to his remarkable prowess. During his time at Hogwarts, Voldemort, despite his humble beginnings and the loss of his parents, was exceptionally intelligent and capable, rising to prominence as a prefect, a handsome figure, and a model student. He appeared polite and reserved, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, leaving a positive impression on nearly everyone. Particularly, the then head of Slytherin, Professor Slughorn, held him in high regard, even divulging secrets about the forbidden Horcruxes when he inquired if Jerry wished to absorb as much magic as possible at Hogwarts. Voldemort was undoubtedly his exemplar. However, considering his own learning capabilities, he realized that mere ambition would not suffice. Merely achieving average grades would be a considerable challenge, let alone excelling. Therefore, he resolved to alter his strategy, intending to utilize the little red stars extensively to expedite his learning process. His original plan had been to conserve the little red stars for extending his stay in the wizarding world and for learning particularly significant spells. Subjects such as history of magic, astronomy, and herbology, which were not immediately critical, could be revisited when he had accrued more little red stars. Now, aspiring to emulate Voldemort, he recognized the necessity of employing the little red stars liberally, striving to outshine all his peers across every subject and emerge as the most distinguished student, thus securing his place within Slytherin. Moreover, he had no connections with Snape. Without exceptional merit, he would fail to catch the professor's eye. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, illuminated by its green glow, Jerry settled onto a sofa, activating his cognitive enhancement function, and opened his spellbook to begin memorizing the material for the upcoming History of Magic class. Chapter 37, The First Signs of Prominence. The instructor was the ghostly Professor Cuthbert Binns, and the class was held on the second floor. The following day at noon, after finishing lunch in the grand dining hall, Jerry, accompanied by fellow Slytherin wizards, ascended the opulent marble staircase to the History of Magic classroom on the second floor. During lunch, he encountered Hermione, who had been sorted into Gryffindor. She expressed her regret that Jerry was not in Gryffindor, yet reassured him that he would always remain her best friend, even in Slytherin. In class, the seemingly ancient ghost, Professor Binns, spoke in a breathless, monotonous tone, elaborating at length on the history of magic. In the classroom, the majority of Slytherin and Ravenclaw students were teetering on the brink of slumber, lulled by Professor Binns's monotonous voice. However, one young wizard stood apart from his peers. Seated in the front row, he sat upright, his eyes sparkling with vitality, seemingly impervious to Binns's hypnotic tone. This was Jerry, who intermittently engaged his mind to stay alert. He would switch on his mental acuity for the essential content found in textbooks, and when Professor Binns ventured into supplementary material, he would activate his memory for comprehension. In truth, the subject of magical history was not as futile as many young wizards claimed, despite its lack of practical spells and magical knowledge. A diligent study of this subject revealed numerous secrets of the wizarding world. Jerry's understanding of this realm was largely confined to films and snippets of videos, which provided a very limited perspective. Professor Binns's course, however, vividly and accurately presented the entirety of the wizarding world before him, serving as a substantial aid for his future magical studies. It is akin to learning the language, scripts, and unique cultural knowledge of a completely foreign country. Such an endeavor can be quite daunting. Yet, once one has grasped the historical context of that nation, the challenges of learning diminish significantly. Perhaps this explains why many young wizards deem magical history the least valuable course, even as it permeates every year of their education at Hogwarts. As the class drew to a close, Professor Binns began to solicit questions, inquiring if anyone could recall the recently discussed demon, Emmerich. The drowsy students exchanged glances, and just as Professor Binns was about to dismiss the class, Jerry in the front row raised his hand. "What is your name?" "Jerry Carmen," he declared. A flicker of surprise crossed Professor Binns's aged visage, clearing his throat and capturing the attention of his fellow students. Jerry began to speak. Emmerich the Evil was a short-lived, yet fiercely powerful wizard. He once wielded the Elder Wand and terrorized southern England during the early Middle Ages. He met his demise in a duel against the creature Egbert. You see, the Elder Wand was actually mentioned in our first-year magical history class by Professor Binns. He continued. "Excellent. Slytherin earns 3 points." Professor Binns was astonished that his lecture had been recounted verbatim by this student, a rarity indeed. "Mr. Carmen, could you elaborate on the oddball?" "Uric?" Uric the Oddball was a medieval wizard renowned for his eccentricities, such as wearing a jellyfish as a hat and sleeping in a room filled with over 50 pet birds. He is considered one of the most bizarre wizards in history, often becoming the punchline in wizarding jokes. Jerry diligently recounted the notes he had taken during class, word for word. "Jerry, You are undoubtedly one of the most remarkable students I have encountered in terms of memory. 3 points for Slytherin. As Professor Bin's voice echoed through the room, the previously uncertain Slytherin young wizards erupted into enthusiastic applause. The significance of house points had been clearly articulated by Professor McGonagall upon their arrival at Hogwarts Castle the previous day, and the coveted house cup, earned through these points, represented the highest honor for a wizard at Hogwarts. Yesterday, Jerry's composed and graceful conversation with the formidable Blood Prince, Barrow, had already left a lasting impression on the first-year Slytherins, further enhancing their favorable opinion of him. Of course, this did not extend to the trio of young Malfoy. Engaging in dialogue with the terrifying Blood Prince showcased Jerry's courage, while his ability to secure 6 points for Slytherin in the study of magical history reflected his intelligence. Though Slytherin was known for its arrogance, as long as one's lineage posed no issue, exceptional talent only served to endear one further to them. It was a well-known fact that being sorted into Slytherin at the sorting ceremony indicated an unblemished bloodline. Following the conclusion of magical history, Jerry perceptibly noted a shift among the once-proud Slytherin students, who began to initiate conversation with him. Among them, a blonde witch named Daphne Greengrass was particularly enthusiastic. However, Jerry refrained from underestimating Professor Quirrell, for he understood that the former Ravenclaw possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to evade Gringotts' defenses and infiltrate its depths to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, the dark mark of the ultimate antagonist, Voldemort, lay concealed upon the back of his head. Despite Professor Quirrell's intentional display of cowardice, a careful listening to his lectures revealed that they were not without merit. Chapter 38. Hermione's Invitation. Mastery of spells does not equate to unleashing their full potential. For instance, while Jerry could only use a basic fire spell to light a cigarette, Dumbledore could incinerate thousands of inferi with it. Dumbledore's magical prowess far surpassed Jerry's, but even more crucial was his unparalleled understanding of the fire spell, beyond the reach of ordinary wizards. Yet, Jerry remained unperturbed. His ultimate goal was to enhance his magical abilities through learning, and acquiring house points to elevate his reputation could be approached at a leisurely pace as opportunities abounded. Over the following days, Jerry attended herbology, astronomy, charms, and transfiguration classes. In herbology, he consistently identified each plant's name and characteristics with remarkable accuracy upon Professor Sprout's inquiries. In astronomy, he effortlessly distinguished between various stars and constellations. During charms, while other young wizards were still grappling with theoretical aspects, he successfully cast corresponding spells from the textbook, albeit with modest efficacy, demonstrating a level of proficiency that was commendable. Regarding the transfiguration class, when Professor McGonagall concluded her lecture and instructed everyone to practice transforming a matchstick into a needle, Jerry, amidst Professor McGonagall's astonished exclamations, accomplished the task in under 10 seconds, thereby becoming the first young wizard to successfully transform a matchstick into a silver needle. Consequently, within just 4 days, Jerry amassed over 20 points for Slytherin, leaving a remarkably positive impression on all the teachers and garnering a modest reputation among the other houses. Unlike Hermione, Jerry, possessing the soul of an adult, endeared himself to any young wizard who sought his company. They found him not only exceptionally talented, but also refreshingly humble and amiable, often sharing a jest or two. This demeanor fostered admiration rather than jealousy among the young wizards from the other 3 houses. As aside from a young wizard named Hermione from Gryffindor, no one else had accrued points comparable to Jerry's. Thus, Friday arrived. The day consisted of only half a day of classes, specifically Professor Snape's potions lesson, marking the first joint class for Slytherin and Gryffindor. The potions classroom, located in the basement and in close proximity to Slytherin's common room, exuded a somewhat eerie ambience due to its perpetual absence of sunlight, particularly with the glass jars lining the walls, each containing various preserved specimens of creatures. "Hello, Jerry, you're quite early." "Hermione, you are early as well." Jerry, who had a habit of rising early, finished his breakfast and arrived at the potions classroom as the first young wizard to enter. Hermione, known for being the first to arrive for every class, coincidentally encountered him. With no one else present, they naturally took seats together and began to converse. Given that they were assigned to different houses and did not share classes regularly, their opportunities for conversation were limited mostly to mealtime encounters. Moreover, Hermione, a diligent scholar, devoted her free time to studying, while Jerry was equally relentless in his pursuit of magical knowledge to enhance his abilities. "Jerry, do you have any free time this weekend? How about we visit the library together?" Hermione suggested with a hint of anticipation in her gaze, having memorized her first-year textbooks during the summer. and after inquiring with Prefect Percy, she learned that Hogwarts possessed a library filled with numerous magical tomes. Thus, she sought to explore it on a leisurely Friday. Coincidentally, she encountered Jerry, who shared a similar passion for reading, prompting her invitation. Upon hearing the word library, Jerry's eyes brightened. Over the past few days, he had been engrossed in memorizing history of magic, magical plants and fungi, and magical potions and elixirs, leaving him little time to consider a visit to the Hogwarts library. Do you know where the library is located? I inquired. I had already found out that it is on the second floor of the castle, down the corridor on the far right. All right, let's go early on Saturday. Jerry nodded in agreement to Hermione's invitation. While Jerry and Hermione engaged in conversation, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor began to enter the potions classroom. Among them, Harry and Ron settled beside Hermione, joining in their dialogue. The discussion gradually shifted from magical knowledge to the wondrous experiences they had encountered at Hogwarts in recent days. However, the two seemed somewhat exasperated by Hermione's occasional boasting and lecturing, particularly when she brought up the embarrassing incident of their tardiness in Transfiguration class, which had drawn Professor McGonagall's ire. Their interest was piqued, however, by Jerry's mention of the grand window in the Slytherin common room that offered a view of the lake bed. Jerry, as a Slytherin, I must caution you that associating with those of impure blood and traitors is unwise. It will undoubtedly influence you. A haughty, slightly condescending voice suddenly pierced Jerry's ear. He turned to find Daphne, the blonde Slytherin witch, seated beside her close friend Millicent. Daphne had been captivated by Jerry during the opening feast, drawn to his handsome appearance and his composure, even in the presence of formidable figures like Bellatrix. His exceptional performance across various subjects only fueled her fantasies of what a true Slytherin ought to embody. Unfortunately, Jerry seemed particularly fond of solitude. Whenever she attempted to engage him, he would offer a charming smile and a few brief exchanges before returning to his books. Although the sight of him quietly reading in the common room was somewhat appealing, her spirits plummeted upon entering the classroom and witnessing Jerry conversing animatedly with the Gryffindor trio. Among the Gryffindors, one was a wretched mudblood, another was the traitorous Weasley who had forsaken his bloodline for Gryffindor, and the last was the infamous Harry Potter, who should have belonged to Slytherin but had opted for Gryffindor. Chapter 39, My Damned Charisma. Hearing Daphne's words, Jerry was momentarily taken aback. However, he did not perceive any fault in her perspective. After all, as a Slytherin, her sentiments seemed rather conventional, shaped by her upbringing and environment. Yet, Jerry was not a typical Slytherin and did not share their antiquated views. The strength of an individual is not inherently tied to the purity of their blood. What truly matters is one's own power. External factors are ultimately superficial. If you possess sufficient strength, you become the architect of your own rules. Daphne, he declared with unwavering resolve, no one can influence me. I, Jerry Carmen, as a Slytherin, shall undoubtedly become the mightiest wizard in this world. His gaze, resolute and intense, emanated a captivating aura. Upon witnessing this, Daphne's body stiffened, and the dissatisfaction in her gaze vanished without a trace, leaving only an overwhelming sense of admiration. Ah, this damned charm of mine. How juvenile the line sounds. Yet, it seems children truly fall for such antics. As a Slytherin, if he were to refute Daphne's assertions regarding the purity of blood, it would surely incite the ire of all Slytherins. However, to draw a distinct line between himself and Hermione would not align with his innermost feelings, especially since she was the only one in the entire house capable of keeping pace with him and engaging in meaningful exchange. Moreover, fostering a good relationship with Harry would undoubtedly yield numerous positive outcomes with Dumbledore. Just look at him, a remarkably exceptional Slytherin, devoid of any prejudices regarding bloodlines, willing to befriend Gryffindors and Muggle-born wizards alike. Is this not precisely what Dumbledore wishes to witness? Otherwise, should Dumbledore perceive him as a second Voldemort, it could spell trouble. Jerry, the most outstanding wizard is not solely you. I am equally worthy. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, sitting beside Hermione, regarded Jerry with a glimmer of admiration. How could you possibly compare to Jerry? Daphne mockingly retorted towards Hermione. At that moment, the entire potions classroom fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The source of this sudden stillness was none other than Professor Snape, clad in black robes, whose expression could frighten a 3-year-old into tears as he appeared at the classroom door. Among all the professors at Hogwarts, who instills the greatest fear in young witches and wizards, it is neither Dumbledore, the most powerful and celebrated wizard, nor Professor McGonagall, the most serious and strict. Rather, it is the perpetually expressionless, seemingly dark Snape, who exudes an aura suggesting that a single fit of anger could unleash the most terrifying and malevolent dark magic. Even the Slytherin students, upon encountering their housemaster, felt a shiver run down their spines. Snape strode to the podium with the grace of a great bat, one hand clutching his wand, the other holding the potions textbook. Like the other professors, he first retrieved the attendance sheet. However, when he reached Harry's name, he paused momentarily, raised his gaze, and shot Harry a piercing look, whispering derisively, "Harry Potter, our new arrival, the renowned figure." The trio of Draco Malfoy and his companions, seated at the back, stifled their laughter. After this, Snape continued with the roll call. When he reached Jerry Cammon's name, he again halted, his tone laced with a hint of admiration. "Quite impressive. Unlike certain individuals who are all talk and no substance, you have already earned over 20 credits since the term began. That is what I call excellence." This subtle jab revealed Snape's clear disdain for Harry, or perhaps an evident favoritism towards Slytherin students. Jerry inwardly scoffed, aware that Hermione's credits over the past few days were not significantly fewer than his own. However, Hermione had earned her points for Gryffindor, which was precisely why Snape had overlooked her during the roll call. Originally, young Malfoy, who had been laughing at Harry's ridicule by Snape, turned pale upon hearing Jerry's praise, his face resembling the green glow of the Slytherin common room. Setting down the attendance book, Snape's gaze was cold and vacant as he surveyed all the young wizards in the classroom, succinctly introducing the subject of potions. Jerry summarized this by stating that the discipline was formidable and that those who could not master were simply foolish. With the introductory remarks concluded, Snape immediately directed a series of incisive questions concerning potions towards Harry. Unlike Hermione or other typical young wizards, Harry could not possibly have memorized the arduous text of magical drafts and potions before the school year commenced. Consequently, Snape seized this opportunity to mock Harry once again. Even Jerry, who had anticipated the situation, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Harry for a fleeting moment. Had it not been for the countless grievances Harry endured while growing up with his aunt, he would not have developed such a resilient heart. Had it been any other young wizard, they would likely have been reduced to tears by Snape's intimidation. In truth, Jerry understood that although Snape was willing to protect Harry with his own life, it was solely because Harry was the son of Snape's most beloved woman, Lily. With a striking resemblance to his former rival, James, and having entered Gryffindor, it was nearly impossible for Snape not to harbor animosity towards Harry. Had Harry been sorted into Slytherin, Snape's demeanor would likely have been quite different. With a resigned sigh, Jerry stood up, despite his reluctance to intervene. As he recognized Harry's unfortunate plight, especially with Hermione's hand raised so high, the combination of Dittany and Mugwort could concoct a potent sleeping draught, known as the Draught of Living Death. The stone known as Dungstone, extracted from a goat's stomach, possesses powerful detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are indeed the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Slytherin received 10 points. Snape nodded in satisfaction, prompting cheers from the Slytherin students. Even Goyle and Crabbe could not restrain their applause, though they were quickly silenced by a mere glance from young Malfoy. 10 points awarded directly, as expected of you, Professor Snape. Such blatant favoritism from Snape made Jerry feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 40. The Half-Blood Prince's Notes. Furthermore, Potter, due to your recent insolence towards the teacher, Gryffindor will lose a point. Snape concluded with this remark before beginning to pair the young wizards for group work. Although Harry was angry, he found himself powerless. Seeing this, Jerry could only pat Harry's shoulder over Hermione's as a gesture of consolation. What could he do? After all, Harry's father had a history of bullying during his school days, and now that his father was no longer present, Snape could only vent his frustrations on Harry. Perhaps this is what one might call the inheritance of a father's legacy. Oh, no, it should be termed the repayment of a father's debts. During the grouping, as Gryffindor had a larger number of students while Slytherin had fewer, resulting in odd numbers, Jerry and Hermione were assigned to the same group to collaboratively brew a potion for treating boils. They comprise a common antidote, a potion for treating boils, a forgetfulness potion, a herbicide, a sleeping draught, the elixir of life and death, a swelling potion, and a wakefulness potion. Upon concluding the allocation, Snape meticulously elucidated the entire brewing process of potions and subsequently demonstrated the preparation of a vial himself. The art of potion brewing bears a striking resemblance to the chemistry experiments that Jerry had encountered in his past life, utilizing various instruments such as small vials and scales to mix ingredients with precision according to a formula. Attention to detail and meticulousness are paramount in potion crafting. However, unlike ordinary chemical experiments where simply following the steps yields the desired outcome, potion brewing demands more than mere adherence to procedure. Failing to integrate one's magical essence and properly concluding the potion with a wand would result in a mere useless amalgamation. Thus, a muggle devoid of magical ability, even if equipped with the necessary ingredients and methods, would find themselves incapable of concocting a proper potion. You ignorant fool, do you not have eyes? What you refer to is not stinging nettle, it's crushed snake fangs. Do you comprehend the meaning of crushed? His tirade was incessant, berating every young wizard who crossed his path, leaving even the Slytherin students unscathed from his scorn. Yet, when he reached Jerry and Hermione's group, a satisfying nod and a few compliments were bestowed upon them. At this moment, Jerry had entered a state of heightened alertness, both his mind and body operating at peak performance, coupled with Hermione's natural aptitude for potion making. Crafting the simplest of potions posed no challenge. Success. Shortly after Snape departed, a plume of pink smoke erupted from the cauldron before Jerry and Hermione, signaling the successful concoction of the healing potion. Just then, a startled cry erupted from the adjacent group of Neville and Seamus. Inexplicably, their cauldron had sprung a leak, spilling potion and releasing a noxious green vapor. Quick as a flash, Jerry, invigorated and alert, reacted by delivering a swift kick towards the duo. Nevertheless, Neville's companions, Harry and Ron, found their shoes splashed with the potion, resulting in several holes burned through the fabric. This incident underscored the perilous nature of potion brewing. A single mishap could easily cost one their life, and this was merely the simplest potion. It is perhaps not surprising that there are so few masters of potion making in the wizarding world, a reflection of the inherent dangers involved in the craft. Lacking an innate talent for potion brewing could not only lead to failures and the waste of precious ingredients, but also pose significant risks to one's life. Idiot! Snape bellowed as he strode over, waving his wand to banish the spilled potion and the acrid smoke that lingered in the air. It seems you hastily introduced the porcupine quills into the cauldron without removing it from the fire, did you not? Neville and Seamus rose from the ground in silence, clearly acquiescing to this notion. Your response was remarkably swift. Had it not been for you, those two would have had to visit the infirmary. Slytherin earns 3 points. Upon concluding this remark, he noticed Jerry and Hermione's potion on the table, and his eyes lit up. They have managed to brew it so quickly. Splendid indeed. A rather perfect concoction. It appears you possess a remarkable aptitude for potions, thus Slytherin receives 3 additional points. Ahem, Professor, the potion was brewed collaboratively by Hermione and me. Jerry, witnessing Snape's blatant disregard for Hermione, felt compelled to interject. Snape cast a glance at Hermione. Very well. Gryffindor shall also receive 3 points. With that, he resumed his patrol around the classroom. However, as he approached Harry and Ron, he paused abruptly and turned to Harry, who was busy simmering a Snargaluff pod. Potter, why did you not advise Neville against adding the porcupine quills? Do you believe that his mistake would reflect well upon you? Gryffindor has lost another point due to your negligence. Harry stood there petrified. Alohomora. Jerry cast an unlocking charm at the classroom door and stepped inside. After meticulously surveying the room, his gaze fixed upon the storage cabinet beside the lectern. This cabinet was where Snape stored various potion ingredients commonly used in class. After rummaging through the cabinet, Jerry finally discovered what he sought at the very bottom. A second-hand 6th-year potions textbook, Advanced Potion Making. As he opened the first page, a handwritten name caught his eye. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 41, Sectum Sempra. From Jerry's previous cinematic exposure, he understood that the somewhat pretentious title of Half-Blood Prince was bestowed upon himself by Snape during his own school days. Within this 6th-year potions textbook, a wealth of Snape's insights on potion making was recorded. Naturally, most of these insights would only be applicable during 6th-year potion brewing. Even if memorized now, they would not be of much practical use, akin to formulas learned in advanced mathematics that, despite being committed to memory, are difficult to apply in elementary arithmetic. Thus, obtaining 6th-year potion insights is of limited utility for Jerry's current first-year studies. However, his interest lay not in Snape's potion wisdom, but rather in the spells that Snape had documented in this Half-Blood Prince's notes, particularly the most renowned one, Sectum Sempra. This spell currently held great significance in Jerry's mind. It is not that its power is particularly formidable. Judging by the film, Harry's use of it against young Malfoy merely resulted in severe injury, indicating that Sectum Sempra's lethality is not exceptionally high. Unlike spells such as the Binding Curse or the Stunning Spell, which can directly control the target, or the Killing Curse, which guarantees death upon impact, Sectum Sempra merely inflicts substantial harm. Certainly, it may be due to Harry's lack of proficiency that he does not wield a greater power. Had Snape employed it, the impact would likely have been far more formidable. However, let us not forget that even a first or second-year wizard should they cast the full body bind curse, could effectively immobilize an opponent. Nonetheless, Jerry remains particularly enamored with the disarming charm for a distinct reason. Its most striking advantage lies in its intangible nature upon release, rendering it undetectable. Typically, when a spell is cast, it is accompanied by a visible burst of magical light, much like the killing curse, which manifests as a green beam hurtling towards its target. While certain death is almost assured, with swift reflexes and keen anticipation, one might still evade such an attack. In contrast, the disarming charm is released without any magical luminescence. It is akin to unleashing an invisible blade, unless one is fortified with a shield charm in advance, perceiving it is exceedingly challenging. This advantage may not be particularly pronounced within the wizarding community, for while wizards possess commendable physical attributes, their speed and reflexes do not vastly exceed those of ordinary humans. Consequently, they often find themselves unable to dodge magical assaults merely through physical means. The principle of casting a spell with a wand parallels that of firing a bullet from a gun, at the velocities of magic and bullets. Evasion is nearly impossible for the average individual. Any successful evasion is generally not due to superior speed, but rather through astute anticipation of the opponent's movements, allowing for preemptive dodging. Few wizards can achieve this, leading them to opt for magical defenses, such as employing a shield charm or countering directly. However, in the Marvel Universe, there exists a plethora of individuals whose physical capabilities surpass those of ordinary humans, enabling them to dodge bullets. In such instances, if an adversary possesses exceptional physical prowess, akin to evading bullets, conventional spells may struggle to inflict harm. This is precisely where the disarming charm proves invaluable, as its invisible release allows one to inflict damage unbeknownst to the adversary. This was a spell Jerry had meticulously planned to acquire from the outset. Yet, previously occupied with memorizing his textbooks, he had not found the time to do so. Now, having committed nearly all his text to memory, he fortuitously attended potions class today and seized the opportunity to take it with him. Little M.O. and his companions were absent from the dormitory. Indeed, at this age, boys are seldom inclined to remain indoors during daylight hours, often engaging in adventurous explorations of the castle. After a brief respite to recuperate from a mental exertion expended during the morning's potions class, he found himself alone in the dormitory that afternoon, delving into the self-invented spells recorded in Snape's notes. The notes detailed a total of 6 spells: the disarming charm, the quick healing charm, the reverse jinx, the falling bell charm, the ear-sealing charm, and the toenail growth charm. Upon thoroughly reviewing and noting all 6 spells, Jerry discovered that the disarming charm not only possesses the trait of being intangible, but also carries a curse-like quality. One must employ its corresponding counter-curse, the quick healing charm invented by Snape, to negate its effects. At that moment, Jerry realized that not all spells could be unraveled with the universal counterspell, Stupefy. Many specialized enchantments require knowledge of their corresponding countercharms to dispel the magical effects they produced. For instance, if one were ensnared by the upside-down bell spell, one would need to employ the bell to ground counterspell to release themselves, or simply wait for the magical effect to dissipate on its own, under the invigorating influence. Jerry's mind was racing. However, it was uncertain whether the spells invented by Snape were of such high caliber or if Jerry's current theoretical knowledge of magic was insufficient. After devoting an entire afternoon, he had not managed to master a single spell. It was worth noting that learning first-year spells had not been nearly as challenging. It seemed that a visit to the library was indeed necessary, relying solely on first-year textbooks and the material covered in class. Acquiring proficiency in spells of the caliber of the disarming charm was undeniably arduous. Thus, he resolved to learn from Hermione and delve into the library's resources to expand his magical knowledge, thereby enhancing his magical prowess. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already past 6. With a heavy head, Jerry departed from the Slytherin common room and headed to the Great Hall for dinner. After the meal, instead of engaging in conversation with fellow Slytherins, he collapsed into bed to recover from the lingering effects of his earlier mental exertion. It was inconceivable for Jerry to squander precious time on socializing. Each day was a valuable opportunity to cultivate his magical abilities. In Slytherin, as long as one demonstrated exceptional talent and contributed significantly to the house's honor, one would be deemed the brightest among them. Social interactions thus became less significant. Furthermore, as a future idol for young witches and wizards, maintaining a certain distance from fans to preserve an air of mystery was indeed prudent. At 11 o'clock that evening, after all the young Slytherins had succumbed to slumber, Jerry, well-rested, rose and took his magic book to the common room, reigniting his mental acuity and entering a state of study. Chapter 42. Snape's Misunderstanding. The following morning, Jerry and Hermione, having made prior arrangements, eagerly rushed to the second-floor library after finishing breakfast in the Great Hall. "So many books," Hermione exclaimed as they stepped inside the library. Jerry glanced around and nodded in agreement. The films had not particularly highlighted the library's vast collection, leading to the impression that Hogwarts Library was rather modest, with a limited number of magical texts. In reality, the library housed several thousand shelves, containing over 10,000 magical books. After all, the history of wizards is extensive, encompassing various fields and numerous classifications, making it inconceivable for relevant literature to be scarce. "Let's first obtain a library card." Regaining her composure, Hermione led Jerry towards the location of the librarian, Ilma Pants. Along the way, she informed him that in order to read or borrow books from the library, one must first obtain a library card. Ilma Pants, a frail and elderly witch, upon hearing that Jerry and Hermione wished to acquire library cards, sternly warned them, "Should you tear, damage, soil, or in any manner mistreat or desecrate the books within this library, I shall ensure that you face the gravest consequences within my authority." Furthermore, eating snacks within the library is strictly prohibited, and without a teacher's signature, entry to the restricted section is forbidden. Seeing Jerry and Hermione nod solemnly, she waved her wand over 2 pristine library cards, registered their information, and handed them over. The restricted section, Jerry thought, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the rows of shelves marked as such, and together with Hermione, they proceeded to the general book area in search of the magical tomes they needed. The shelves in the restricted section undoubtedly housed numerous tomes detailing powerful spells and potions. But without a teacher's signed approval, access would not be easily granted. He had considered sneaking into the library at night, much like he had pilfered the Half-Blood Prince's notes, to discreetly acquire books from the restricted section. However, after some contemplation, he dismissed this fanciful notion. In the potions classroom, aside from some basic herbs used by students, there was nothing of great value. Even if discovered, it would not spell disaster. The library, however, was a different matter, especially the restricted section, which surely contained many perilous spell books and would possess formidable protections. He was not Harry, with Dumbledore's clandestine access. Thus, for the time being, he resolved to refrain from such reckless endeavors, planning to reassess when he had grown more formidable. The library was replete with books, a myriad of miscellaneous volumes. And after some time rummaging, Jerry finally stumbled upon a volume he deemed beneficial, a study on the development of modern sorcery. A brief perusal revealed substantial explanations regarding magical theory, which would greatly aid him in mastering spells. He then settled in the reading area, activating his mind-enhancing function as he delved into the book. Before long, Hermione joined him, clutching a copy of the medieval witchcraft guide, and sat beside him. Thus, the two of them quietly occupied a bench, engrossed in their respective magical texts, occasionally attempting to engage in discourse whenever they encountered challenging passages. By the end of the day, they felt profoundly enriched. At times, solitary contemplation paled in comparison to the efficiency of collaborative dialogue. Jerry mused that discussing the advanced spells invented by Snape with Hermione might expedite his learning process. However, after further reflection, he chose to withhold this idea. It was best to keep his clandestine spell-learning endeavors under wraps. Should it come to light, the favorable persona he had cultivated would surely crumble. The Hogwarts Library closes its doors at 8 in the evening. Thus, after agreeing to return the following day for further reading, Jerry and Hermione each borrowed several tomes on magic with their library cards before departing. However, a minor incident occurred as they exited the library. They unexpectedly encountered the brooding Professor Snape. Upon noticing Jerry and Hermione laughing as they emerged, Snape momentarily froze, and then, seemingly recalling something, he unexpectedly softened his tone and posed a few inquiries to them. Among his questions was whether he and Hermione had been acquainted and become friends prior to their entrance into Hogwarts. Jerry, remembering that he and Hermione had indeed met in Diagon Alley, nodded affirmatively. To his astonishment, Snape, upon receiving this answer, visibly tensed, let out a deep sigh, and placed a hand on Jerry's shoulder, earnestly advising him not to let the lack of shared house cause a rift in their friendship. Furthermore, he cautioned against becoming overly consumed by magic and urged him not to be outdone by Harry. This left Jerry rather bewildered. Given Snape's nature, one would expect him to advise minimizing contact with the foolish Gryffindors and rather to focus on studying magic to earn points for Slytherin. Had he misunderstood something? Unable to unravel the confusion, Jerry decided not to dwell on it and redirected his focus to mastering magic. During his free time and evenings, he would delve into the magical books he had borrowed from the library for further study. If he encountered any uncertainties, he would consult Hermione. In truth, he had considered seeking guidance from a teacher. However, with the limited number of instructors at Hogwarts, most of whom taught 7 different year groups, finding time for detailed instruction proved challenging. Soon, Wednesday of the second week arrived. On this day, he spotted a notice on the bulletin board in the Slytherin common room indicating that they would have flying lessons with Gryffindor the following day. Many young witches and wizards, especially those like young Malfoy who had a penchant for Quidditch, buzzed with excitement at the prospect of flying lessons. At 10 o'clock that Wednesday evening, Jerry rose as usual and left his dormitory. Yet this time, instead of heading to the common room to study, he chose to breach Hogwarts curfew and stealthily ascended the stairs. Currently, he had only a little over 30 of his small red stars remaining, barely enough to last until the next day. Chapter 43, The Room of Requirement. Initially, Jerry had entered with over 6,000 small red stars stored. According to his original plan, these should have lasted him a full 2 months. However, being sorted in his Slytherin compelled him to devote himself entirely to his studies, absorbing vast amounts of magical knowledge, which resulted in a rapid depletion of his small red stars to activate his revitalizing functions. Consequently, in merely 11 days, he had dwindled his stock of over 6,000 small red stars down to just over 30, setting aside the minimal consumption on the first day. Since his enrollment in school, he has devoted approximately 3 hours each evening to enhancing his cognitive functions for study. During the day, he intermittently engages in this cognitive enhancement, accumulating an additional 4 to 5 hours. Thus, on average, he dedicates 7 to 8 hours daily to this pursuit. Each minute of cognitive enhancement consumes a small red star, amounting to 60 stars per hour. Consequently, over 7 to 8 hours, nearly 500 stars are expended. Over the span of 11 days, nearly 5,000 small red stars have been consumed solely for this cognitive enhancement. In addition, his daily presence in the small world incurs a fixed consumption of 100 stars, leading to a total depletion of over 6,000 stars in 11 days. Not only has he acquired practical spells and profound knowledge of magic, but his proficiency in magical application has also seen significant improvement. Now, he finds himself in need of a flying broomstick. Unfortunately, being a member of Slytherin, he cannot procure a complimentary Nimbus 2000 from Professor McGonagall, so he must seek alternative means. Upon further inquiry, he learns that the teaching broomsticks used in classes are stored in the staff quarters overseen by Madame Hooch. However, the idea of sneaking into the staff quarters to steal a broomstick would be tantamount to courting disaster. After much contemplation, he realizes he must explore other avenues. Ultimately, he recalls a location where he could obtain a broomstick at no cost: the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. He remembers from the film that it was either Goyle or Crabbe who, while casting the Fiendfire spell in the Room of Requirement, inadvertently allowed Harry and his friends to escape with 3 broomsticks. The Room of Requirement is located on the 8th floor. Cautiously pushing open the stone door, Jerry descends into the basement corridor. Ascending from the 2nd floor leads to the ever-shifting magical staircases, which, despite their whimsical movements, adhere to certain patterns. These patterns have been explained to them by the prefect on the first day of school. The walls are adorned with numerous portraits, most of which depict sleeping figures, while a few awake individuals barely react to Jerry's presence. Instances of young wizards breaching the rules to wander the castle at night occur annually. Previously, there was Harry's Father-S group, followed by the Weasley twins, and later, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. As long as he is not caught in the act by the patrolling Filch or any professors, he is unlikely to face any repercussions. Jerry is also aware that the portraits serve as Dumbledore's eyes and ears. He likely has a general awareness of all activities within the castle. However, he feels no concern, as Dumbledore does not intervene in such nocturnal escapades, especially since he is not pilfering books from the library, but merely seeking the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor, which is hardly a significant matter. Treading carefully upon the magical staircases, Jerry advances toward the 8th floor. Just as he steps onto the corridor of the 8th floor, a diminutive figure materializes at the railing. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Filch's beloved cat, Lady Loris. Meow. After a brief meow directed at him, Lady Loris turned to hasten to inform Filch. In a moment of urgency, Jerry swiftly retrieved a secret weapon he had prepared from his left pocket and tossed it towards Lady Loris. Thud! A perfectly roasted golden trout landed at her feet. The sight of the delectable fish halted Lady Loris in her tracks. Meow? She hesitated, casting a glance at Jerry, as if to question, "Are you attempting to bribe me? Am I the kind of cat who can be easily swayed?" Observing her reaction, Jerry allowed a smirk to grace his lips and produced another roasted golden trout from his right pocket, tossing it her way. Since she had not immediately rejected the offer, It signified her interest. Thus, he thought, if he continued to increase the persuasion, there would be little cause for concern. After all, which cat could resist fish? Sure enough, moments later, Jerry nonchalantly strolled past the now engrossed Lady Loris, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal as he sought the potential location of the room of requirement. Eureka! Jerry's eyes brightened upon spotting a grand tapestry hanging in the corridor. The tapestry depicted a wizard attempting to teach a giant to dance, only to be pursued in a comical panic by the giant wielding a large club. If memory served him correctly, the white wall opposite this magnificent tapestry should be the entrance to the room of requirement. The method to access this room was something he had encountered in a trivial article during his previous life. I need that hidden place. Jerry's mind echoed this thought as he paced back and forth in front of the white wall 3 times. Click! Suddenly, a remarkably smooth door manifested on the previously barren wall. Excellent! A smile spread across Jerry's face as he grasped the brass doorknob, pulled the door open, and stepped over the threshold. Inside lay a space as vast as a cathedral, overflowing with a mountain of diverse items, all once concealed by students of Hogwarts. However, most of these treasures were rather trivial: bottles, hats, boxes, chairs, baseball bats, and the like. Yet among them, there existed some truly valuable items. Most notably his primary objective for this excursion, a flying broomstick. Chapter 44, Return and Test Flight. After rummaging for a considerable time, Jerry not only found a flying broomstick that appeared to be in relatively good condition, but he also stumbled upon several seemingly impressive spellbooks, common spells, and their counterspells, outsmarting dark magic, self-defense spell collection, and fighting poison with poison. These were unexpected treasures from his foray. Additionally, he spotted the legendary diadem of Ravenclaw upon a portrait of a wizard covered in pockmarks, which was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. However, he paid it little mind. At this point, such an object held no value for him. He lacked the ability to destroy it and feared the influence of Voldemort's soul within it. It was better to disregard it entirely. How swiftly the clock struck midnight. He was astonished to how quickly time had passed while he was preoccupied with his search. Jerry hastily gripped the flying broom with his left hand, while his right held a wand and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, all the while cradling several tomes of magic in his arms, eagerly awaiting the stroke of midnight. As the peculiar panel announced the onset of a new phase, the world around him fell into a state of suspension once more. Jerry, what on earth are you doing with that peculiar broom and stick? And what are those books? Came the bewildered voice of his sister, Elsa, echoing in his ears. It seemed that next time he ventured into this little world, he ought to choose a more solitary moment. Seated on the sofa, broom, wand, beans, and spell books in hand, Jerry glanced at his sister, whose wide-eyed gaze was fixed upon him, and silently resolved to concoct a clever ruse. This broom is merely a new purchase for tidying up the room, and this stick, well, it's actually a tool I acquired for stirring soup. As for these books, noticing the skepticism in Elsa's eyes, he quickly donned a cheerful expression and exclaimed, "These are a comprehensive mathematics guide tailored for elementary students, just for you. This way, you won't find your summer vacation dull." What? Jerry, what are you saying? How dare you sneakily cast a hypnotic spell upon your queen? Upon hearing anything related to mathematics, Elsa's reaction was instantaneous. She abandoned the television and leapt from the sofa. Supporting her head, she swayed and dashed into her room with the grace of a dancer, slamming the door behind her. Jerry was acutely aware of his sister's greatest Achilles heel, mathematics, a subject she had never passed since her schooling began and one she loathed with fervor. Each time he attempted to tutor her in this subject, incidents akin to today's would occur, where she would be struck by various magical mishaps. When the clock struck midnight, he finally opened his eyes, quietly departing the neighborhood with his broom in hand, navigating through the shadows and avoiding potential pedestrians and ubiquitous cameras. Jerry cautiously made his way to an abandoned factory he had discovered during his previous patrol. His caution was not unwarranted. The power of technology should never be underestimated. In a modern metropolis riddled with surveillance, any trace left behind could easily unveil his true identity. Upon entering the factory, Jerry pulled down the hood of his sweatshirt and retrieved the broom from a large black plastic bag. Sonic sweep. Gazing at the words inscribed upon the broom, he realized it was an outdated model. A few days prior, he had borrowed 2 books from the library, The Origin and Development of the Flying Broom and A Beginner's Guide to Using the Flying Broom. The Sonic Sweep broom was part of the Sweeper series developed by the Sweep Company, first released in 1937, meaning this particular broom, plucked from the wish-granting room, boasted decades of history. Yet, it appeared to have been scarcely used, maintaining a semblance of freshness. With a surge of magic coursing through him, he uttered the incantation, and the energy radiated from his right hand, intertwining with the broom below him. The enchanted broomstick joyfully rolled along the ground before coming to a halt. Jerry raised his eyebrows in bemusement. It appeared that not only was his aptitude for magic rather lacking, but he also lacked any innate talent for handling a broomstick. Previously, he had been filled with confidence, believing that if he attended broomstick classes, he would surely outshine Harry and become the star of the classroom. In retrospect, that notion seemed rather hasty. Although his physique was robust, and he could undoubtedly maneuver the broom with agility once airborne, it was imperative that he first learned to lift the broom into the air. With a determination to sharpen his focus, Jerry swiftly entered his superhuman form. Harnessing his extraordinary intellect, he began to practice the incantation for controlling the broomstick repetitively, rapidly enhancing his proficiency. Thanks to this mental boost, in less than 5 minutes, he had completely mastered the technique required to command a broomstick. With only a few red stars remaining, he promptly ceased their expenditure upon acquiring the skill. With renewed resolve, he recited the incantation once more, and the broomstick gracefully landed in his right hand. Mounting the broom, he directed it with his thoughts, and it began to levitate. "Let us go," he commanded, and the broom gradually accelerated, soaring towards the far end of the warehouse. Just as it was about to collide with the wall, he swiftly pulled upwards, narrowly avoiding disaster and veering back. "Ha, splendid. Truly splendid," Jerry exclaimed as he maneuvered the broom through the warehouse, reveling in the exhilaration. The simplicity of a man's joy was evident. Despite his soul nearing 40, riding a broom that allowed him to soar freely through the air remained an immensely delightful experience. In the throes of middle age, one often becomes increasingly mature and composed due to the pressures and responsibilities of life. Yet, in solitude or in the company of like-minded peers, one might reveal a more youthful and playful side. Exuberantly darting around the warehouse, Jerry almost collided with the ceiling on several occasions. Yet he ultimately mastered the broomstick's usage. It was time to venture outside and test his newfound skills. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was still not yet 1 o'clock. He changed out of his hoodie and donned the wizarding attire he had brought along, grasping his wand and broomstick as he stepped out of the warehouse. Chapter 45. Jerry soars on his broomstick. Woo! In stark contrast to the confined space of the warehouse, flying on the broomstick across the vast expanse of the sky offered a far superior experience. The cool summer breeze howled past his ears, and his wizard's robe billowed like a pair of black wings. At a maximum speed of 60 miles per hour, equivalent to 100 kilometers per hour in a car. It was not particularly swift, yet the exhilarating freedom of flying unencumbered in the air was far more thrilling than driving on the ground. However, this was only feasible in summer. If one were to attempt such flying in winter, they would likely find themselves in a hospital the following day, receiving intravenous fluids and cold medication. After soaring through the air for a while, feeling as though the frigid winds at high altitude might render him foolish, Jerry began to descend, weaving between towering skyscrapers, venturing towards locations previously inaccessible to him. His prior reliance on foot travel had confined his patrol range primarily to the streets and alleys surrounding his neighborhood. However, his consistent presence had significantly reduced crime in the vicinity, which, in turn, diminished his efficiency in earning little red stars. Flying granted him a vantage point far superior to that on the ground, enabling him to swiftly identify illicit activities with greater accuracy. In a luxurious penthouse of a high-end building in Queens, a family of 3 found themselves bound on the floor by ropes, while 2 masked intruders, one tall and lean, the other shorter, menaced the father with a knife, demanding the combination to the safe. Although the father was filled with rage, he reluctantly divulged the safe's code for the sake of his family's safety. As the intruders excitedly opened the safe in the bedroom, eagerly stuffing stacks of cash into a pre-prepared suitcase, an unexpected shadow appeared outside the glass window. Were it not for his flying broomstick, he would have never encountered such a fortunate opportunity. While gliding through the high-rise buildings, Jerry's attention was suddenly caught by a scene unfolding in a neighboring room. Someone was in the midst of a burglary. A surge of delight filled him. He retrieved his wand and signaled a finger to the little girl, who was being held by her mother and had widened her eyes in astonishment upon seeing him. With a flick of his wand, he cast an unlocking charm upon the bedroom window. With a crisp click, the lock on the window unlatched automatically. The sound of the window opening and the sudden rush of cool air drew the attention of both the intruders and the father and mother, who were fixated on the robbers. They all turned their heads in unison, their expressions morphing into disbelief. What did they behold? Something was hovering outside the window. But how could this be possible? They were on the 28th floor, over 100 meters above ground. "Good evening," Jerry greeted politely, waving his wand at the 4 astonished individuals within. Before the 2 robbers could regain their composure, he pointed his wand at them, unleashing 2 beams of magical light. Petrificus totalis. Instantly, the two intruders stiffened, collapsing to the ground with a clatter, their cash scattering across the floor. This binding spell, which Jerry had laboriously discovered in a library tome titled Curses and Counter Curses, proved to be an exceptionally practical offensive incantation capable of petrifying an ordinary adult in an instant, even with his level of magical power. However, this form of petrification differed from that of a basilisk. The binding spell merely utilizes a form of magical power to restrain your limbs. However, your eyes remain mobile, your consciousness intact, and your senses function normally. Once ensnared by the spell, one can either employ a universal countercharm to liberate oneself or await its automatic release after a designated period. Conversely, the petrification inflicted by a basilisk is a different matter entirely. It transforms one into stone, rendering all sensation null. Without a means to reverse this condition, one would be akin to a lifeless corpse. The two forms of magic exist at disparate levels. Flavito. After ensnaring the two robbers, Jerry pointed his wand at the ropes binding his father's wrist in the bedroom, employing a transfiguration spell to transform the ropes into noodles. He then directed his wand once more at the safe. Fly, dollar bills. Two crisp $100 bills soared from the safe, landing gracefully in his hand. The summoning spell, an ancient incantation learned from the tome Guide to Medieval Sorcery, is believed to be included in the 4th grade spellbook as well. Its functionality is straightforward yet immensely practical. When attempting to summon an object, one must concentrate their thoughts and vividly envision the item. Regardless of its location, it will come to you. However, mastering this spell is deceptively challenging. The success rate of the summoning spell is influenced by various factors: the weight, size, and material of the object, its magical properties, the distance between you and it, and whether it is a living or inanimate entity. For instance, Jerry's task of summoning 2 lightweight bills was relatively simple, yet attempting to summon the heavy safe would prove arduous, especially if it were situated in another room. Summoning a magical object or a living creature would exponentially increase the difficulty. Furthermore, summoning a person is futile, even with unparalleled proficiency in the spell. Uttering a command to summon his sister, who lay sprawled and sound asleep at home, would yield no results. My magic can only hold them for 10 minutes. I must hasten to alert the authorities. These bills shall serve as my reward. After stowing the money in his pocket, Jerry mounted his enchanted broom and swiftly vanished from the window. The father, regaining his composure, quickly liberated himself from the noodle-like bindings and untied his wife and daughter before leaning out the window. As he beheld Jerry's silhouette on the broom, gradually disappearing into the sky, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Oh my God, magic truly exists in this world. Recalling Jerry's mention of the 10-minute duration, he hurriedly bound the 2 magically restrained intruders with rope and called the police. Chapter 46. A Modest Fame. Soaring above Queens on his broom, Jerry felt the satisfying weight of $200 in his pocket, a contented smile gracing his face. Earning both little red stars and some cash was indeed a delightful endeavor. Although he did not resort to magic for theft or coercion, he believed that equivalent exchange and receiving compensation were acceptable practices. Moreover, he never took much, sometimes merely a few dollars, if the individuals he rescued were impoverished. He would directly extract money from the criminals. In this society, while money is not omnipotent, its absence is undoubtedly detrimental. Reflecting on the Spider-Man portrayed by Maguire in his previous life, he often found it astonishing that someone so formidable could remain in such dire financial straits, especially when his side job involved swinging through the city to deliver food. With his abilities, participating in underground boxing would be contrary to his principles. Yet working at a construction site should be feasible, as it would likely yield greater earnings than food delivery. However, Jerry believed he could not achieve this. Although he performed good deeds daily, ultimately, his actions were driven by a desire to strengthen himself and protect his loved ones. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from a nearby alley. Jerry stowed away his knife and directed his flying broom towards the source of the distress. All petrified, the knife flies forth. In less than a minute, Jerry soared into the air again. Having mastered the binding spell, ordinary robbers appeared as vulnerable as infants' eyes, significantly enhancing his efficiency in resolving such matters. Furthermore, he would no longer face the awkward situation of being pursued by patrolling officers afterward. At 3 a.m, such actions were not entirely risk-free. If someone could access satellite surveillance and scrutinize the nearby neighborhood, his identity could easily be compromised. Each time he took off and landed at the abandoned factory, it provided a layer of security, albeit not absolute. However, navigating the neighborhood with his broom and attire was somewhat cumbersome. Once he mastered the illusion spell, shadow, shifting, or the seamless growth charm, this dilemma would be easily resolved. Meanwhile, at the Queen's Police Department, in the sheriff's office, Haas scrutinized several witness statements with a perplexed expression directed at his subordinate officer. "Are you certain this isn't a jest?" The officer shrugged helplessly. "I thought they were joking too, but the testimonies of the 3 victims and the 2 robbers align perfectly. They all mentioned a little wizard on a broomstick who saved them. A wizard? Magic? At their age, who still believes in such nonsense? I thought only my daughter was that naive." Haas shook his head and tossed the statements onto the desk. He suspected that there was an unspoken secret between the family and the 2 robbers, leading them to concoct such absurd excuses. Just then, the officer seemed to have an epiphany and reminded Haas, it does resemble a child's antics. They all enjoy dressing up as wizards and tend to operate at night. However, I had never heard of one having a flying broom. In that moment, Haas also recalled that for the past month, there had been a child who enjoyed wearing a wizard's robe and apprehending wrongdoers at night, exhibiting impressive skills. On one occasion, he had pursued this child for quite some time, without success. Perhaps that broom is merely an aircraft that bears a striking resemblance to a broom, and that magic is actually advanced technology akin to Iron Man's arsenal. The officer stroked his chin, wearing an expression that suggested this must be the truth. Haas nodded in agreement, remarking, "Let us not concern ourselves with him. After all, he is alleviating our burdens, which is no small matter." Yet, is it truly the case that children today possess such extraordinary abilities? As he spoke, his thoughts drifted to his son, Jerry, an exceptional child in his own right, whose academic prowess and domestic skills often left him, as a father, feeling quite inadequate. "However, Captain, Chief George previously instructed us to exert every effort in apprehending this child, known as the wizard. While his actions may be commendable, they are equally unlawful." The officer reminded once more, "I suspect these leaders fear that should matters continue in this manner, it would reflect poorly on our police department's competence. Nonetheless, it is indeed perilous for a child to engage in such activities each night. Please review the surveillance footage to ascertain the child's residence. Perhaps we might pay him a visit." "Understood, Captain." Time flew by, and soon a week had passed. Throughout this week, Jerry took to the skies over Queens each night aboard his broom, always the first to arrive at the scene of any criminal activity, wielding his wand to cast spells with remarkable speed. Consequently, his reputation as a rising star grew exponentially compared to before. Not only were the police in search of him, but media personnel, eager to boost their ratings, also began employing various methods to uncover clues about him. However, Jerry's movements were swift. Once he resolved the situation, he would vanish on his broom, leaving the resourceful reporters and patrolling officers to glean details from victims and assailants alike. For the citizens of Queens, whispers circulated of a child clad in a wizard's robe who appeared on his broom after midnight. The specifics remained elusive, and many remained skeptical, despite hearing tales from those who claimed to have witnessed him. One afternoon, while Jerry's sister, Elsa, napped in her room, he practiced the shadowless spell in the living room. In the weeks since his return, the influx of rewards had been substantial, allowing him to lavishly invest in learning the intricate spells gleaned from the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Through diligent practice, he had begun to master several of these challenging incantations. What remained was the need for further rehearsal to enhance his proficiency, enabling him to wield their true power effectively. Chapter 47. The Spell of Water and Fire Resistance. Shadowless, Jerry waved his wand at an apple resting on the coffee table. An invisible blade erupted from the wand, slicing a gash into the cup beside the apple. This accuracy still leaves much to be desired. After glancing at the pristine apple, Jerry turned his gaze to the cup beside it and shook his head in resignation. Through relentless practice, he had finally mastered the elusive spell. Yet the potency of his magic remained somewhat lacking due to his current capabilities. To unleash the full potential of the spell within a brief time frame, he needed to engage in further practice and refine his precision. A cut to the thigh and a cut to the neck, even with identical force, would yield vastly different consequences. He aspired to wield the invisible blades conjured by the spell with pinpoint accuracy, ideally able to sever a fly's wing as it fluttered past. Naturally, achieving such finesse would require time and extensive training. Restoration complete. With a flick of his wand, he cast a repair spell on the cup, restoring it to its original state before resuming his practice of the spell. However, just as he began to gain better control over the incantation, a cacophony of sirens from fire trucks suddenly pierced the air outside. How many were there? He sensed at least 3 or 4 fire engines racing down the main road adjacent to the community. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jerry swiftly retrieved a guitar case from his room and dashed outside. A fire could mean many people trapped inside. Saving them could earn him quite a few accolades. In an old warehouse, Jerry quickly donned his wizard attire from the guitar case and recited the incantation for his flying broomstick, propelling himself into the sky. There, soaring high above, he soon spotted the 8 or so fire trucks speeding down the street, and with a burst of acceleration, he closely followed in their wake. "Oh my God, what is that? Mom, look, someone is flying." The world seemed utterly surreal as onlookers marveled at the sight of a figure astride a broomstick soaring through the air. The citizens, drawn by the blaring sirens of the fire trucks, simultaneously noticed Jerry hovering just above them, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Until now, Jerry had operated primarily under the cover of night, and those who had glimpsed him were mostly individuals near crime scenes or police officers reviewing surveillance footage afterward. Thus, while many had heard whispers of a wizard, few had actually laid eyes on him, and a significant number remained skeptical. After all, it was common knowledge that numerous media outlets tend to exaggerate for the sake of attracting attention. Notions of wizards and magic often boil down to mere illusions performed by skilled magicians, like David Copperfield's flight tricks. Yet today, under the bright light of day, they were witnessing a wizard, garbed as such, riding a broomstick devoid of any high-tech embellishments, which left them utterly astonished. This speed hardly resembled a mere trick. Jerry glanced down at the awestruck crowd below, unperturbed by their reactions. It was only a matter of time before the public would come to recognize him. He had long since prepared himself for that eventuality. The crux lies in earning more little red stars, swiftly enhancing one's abilities. One's strength is augmented. Everything else becomes trivial. Unlike genuine superheroes, he harbors certain hesitations. Naturally, it is prudent to maintain a positive public image. Otherwise, being perceived as a nefarious villain and facing a barrage from other superheroes could lead to significant trouble. To articulate it more clearly, at least on the surface, he must occupy the moral high ground, ensuring greater safety. Engaging in high-profile acts of heroism, such as today as fire rescue, has its advantages. With this thought in mind, Jerry deliberately lowered his flying altitude, offering a friendly wave to the astonished citizens of New York City below. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, he finally spotted the billowing smoke in the distance. He accelerated upward, taking a shortcut through the air directly towards the source of the smoke. His top speed during a sweep of the city was 60 miles per hour, approximately 100 kilometers per hour, allowing him to swiftly outpace the fire department's patrol cars. 2 minutes later, Jerry arrived at the scene of the blaze. A 6-story building along the street was engulfed in flames for reasons unknown, and police officers were already present to maintain order, while several journalists were broadcasting live with their cameras. Among them, Jerry recognized a familiar face, Lucy, the journalist who had previously taken an interest in him. Earlier that day, she had received a live interview assignment at a nearby hamburger joint, but unexpectedly found herself at the scene of a fire that erupted midway through her task. Without hesitation, she and her cameraman rushed to the site to begin their live coverage. "This is Oak Street, and I'm your favorite Lucy. A fire has unexpectedly broken out here. From what we can ascertain, it seems to have originated on the 2nd floor and has now spread to the 5th. While some residents have managed to escape, many remain trapped inside the building, and the fire department has yet to arrive. The situation is dire. Oh my God, it seems there is someone in the air," Lucy exclaimed, her attention drawn by the astonished gasps from the onlookers. She looked up to see a diminutive figure clad in a wizardess robe, inexplicably hovering above them on a broomstick. Lucy's eyes brightened, and she called out to her cameraman excitedly. He quickly raised his camera, focusing on Jerry in the sky. Jerry, seizing the moment, swiftly withdrew his wand from his pocket and cast a water and fire-resistant spell upon himself. This ancient charm, learned from the medieval sorcery guide, was designed to protect against both rain and ordinary flames. According to the text, many medieval wizards employed this spell when facing the threat of being burned at the stake by muggles. With the protection of the spell, Jerry accelerated once more, flying into the 4th floor engulfed in flames. Observing the flames raging on the 2nd and 3rd floors, it was evident that those who could escape had done so, while those unable to flee were likely scorched beyond recognition. The only hope lay with the occupants of the 4th and 5th floors, who might still be rescued. Chapter 48, Becoming Renowned. Help! Help! Upon bursting onto the 4th floor, Jerry, now in full superhero mode with heightened senses, detected a faint cry for help emanating from a nearby room. Without hesitation, he summoned his willpower, deftly maneuvering past the debris of stone and steel that had fallen due to the intense blaze, and arrived at a blisteringly hot iron door. With full force, he cast a repelling spell, sending the loose door flying open. Jerry charged into the room, where he found a young woman clad in a bathrobe, her mouth and nose covered with a damp towel, struggling against the suffocating smoke. At that moment, her eyes were glazed, her cries for help growing weaker. He realized that if he delayed further, she would surely lose consciousness and be consumed by the flames. Invoking a spell of fire and water resistance upon the woman, Jerry offered no explanation, effortlessly lifting her and placing her on his flying broomstick. Battling through the flames, he soared out of the window. "It's in your hands now." Upon landing, he entrusted the bathrobe-clad lady to the orderly police officers, and without waiting for a response, he plunged back into the inferno. Each life saved was a cherished star earned. After a brief search, he discovered 2 young men near the elevator, likely overcome by smoke while attempting to escape via the lift. Utilizing the fire and water resistance spell alongside a levitation charm, Jerry grasped each of their arms and soared out of the flames on his broomstick. Meanwhile, the fire brigade finally arrived, several fire trucks unleashing torrents of water, ultimately bringing the blaze under control. When Jerry safely set down an elderly couple who had huddled together on the rooftop of the 6th floor, the surrounding citizens and police officers silently raised their hands in applause. In that moment, enveloped by the gratitude of the crowd, Jerry felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Perhaps, even without accolades, this was a rewarding experience. However, he quickly dismissed such perilous thoughts. He was not yet the formidable force he aspired to be, merely stronger than the average individual, and he must avoid any hubristic notions. "Thank you immensely. How should I address you, wizard?" A police officer in a sheriff's uniform approached Jerry. Gratitude etched on his face. "Huss, wizard? I quite fancy that title. I have studied magic since childhood, driven by the desire to act heroically and assist others." Indeed, as the sheriff, Haas had to respond to such a significant disaster in Queens, and his awareness at such a young age was truly commendable. Haas first expressed his astonishment, then hesitated slightly. Before he could gather his thoughts, Jerry seized his flying broom and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight, leaving the reporters, including Lucy, who had just managed to squeeze through, utterly disappointed. Jerry was not inclined to grant any interviews. Had it not been for Haas's recent appearance, he would have retreated on his broom without a second thought. He was not a professional spy or a master of psychological analysis. Careless words could inadvertently expose sensitive information. Once Jerry disappeared, a flicker of confusion crossed Haas's features. Why did the voice of that wizard sound so familiar? "Captain, what are you talking about?" One of the team members inquired, intrigued by Haas's murmurs. "Nothing. Quickly organize the ambulance to transport the injured to the hospital," Haas commanded the officer, dismissing the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind. But would that wizard simply let him go? At George's office, he lamented, "What can I do? Did you not see? He can fly. Can we fly?" Enough of these useless discussions. Saving lives is our priority. If anything arises, let the director contact me later. After departing the fire scene, Jerry ascended high into the sky on his broom and opened his attribute panel. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he beheld over 3,000 newly acquired red stars. Saving a life was worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. At the disaster site, he had rescued over 20 individuals, earning more red stars than he had accumulated through a week of diligent nightly patrols. Indeed, the greater the calamity, the more red stars he could acquire by participating. Jerry had previously tested the waters. He discovered that if he created a disaster and then intervened, he could also earn red stars. For instance, if he set a building ablaze and then rescued people, it would yield stars. However, upon realizing this loophole, he resolved never to exploit it, for it represented a moral boundary. Today, he might ignite a fire to save lives and earn red stars, but tomorrow, he could easily justify taking lives for the same gain. Once Pandora's box is opened, it is nearly impossible to close. Human desires are insatiable. Without proper restraint, one could inevitably transform into a power-hungry madman. At that point, he might even sacrifice his loved ones for strength, a fate he vehemently wished to avoid. His initial intention in acquiring power was to safeguard himself and those he cherished, not to pursue power for its own sake. Moreover, there exists no wall impervious to whispers. Engaging in such deeds would undoubtedly lead to discovery, and he would become an unequivocal villain. In the realm of Marvel, how many villains truly survive to the end? However, just as he was about to step through the door, a figure suddenly leaped out from the side. "Jerry, how could you venture out alone without me?" Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Aisha, who, having awoken from her slumber, was fuming in search of him. Chapter 49. The initial use of culinary magic. "Go out to play?" "Not at all. I have been summoned by a mysterious magical spirit to retrieve the extraordinarily potent magic beans that enhance magical power," Jerry solemnly explained to the irate Aisha, who stood with her hands on her hips. "Extraordinarily potent magic beans?" Aisha's face displayed a look of confusion. Look, here it is. Jerry produced a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which he had prepared in advance. Wow, these truly are extraordinarily potent magic beans. Aisha snatched the box from Jerry's hands, her eyes sparkling with delight as she beheld the colorful, candy-like beans within. Jerry closed the door and gently reassured Aisha. Indeed, although masked, there was no way that Haas could be unfamiliar with his son's voice. The most telling aspect was Jerry's physique, which he could not conceal. Thus, to mitigate any potential risks, he needed Aisha to cover this flaw. Rest assured, Jerry, I want to tell the Dark Lord Haas. The thought of Jerry secretly buying her sweets was too precious to reveal to her father. If he found out, he would surely punish Jerry, and she would be deprived of her treats forever. So sweet, so delicious. Aisha tossed one of the Bertie Bott's beans into her mouth, her eyes lighting up as she savored the flavor of toffee. Jerry shook his head and stowed away the guitar bag containing a flying broomstick and wizard costume beneath his bed. The Bertie Bott's beans were not mere candies, but rather beans of various flavors, ensuring no harm would come to Aisha's teeth. By the way, the extraordinarily potent magic beans come in many flavors, so be cautious while tasting. No sooner had he spoken than a retching sound emerged from the sofa, clearly indicating Aisha had encountered an unsavory flavor. After a brief wash-up, and noticing the time had surpassed 5 o'clock, Jerry donned an apron in the kitchen and commenced preparations for dinner. As he passed through the living room, he observed Aisha staring at the box of Bertie Bott's beans, her expression a mixture of desire and trepidation, prompting him to chuckle and shake his head. Drawing the sliding door between the kitchen and the living room, Jerry retrieved his wand from beneath the apron. Let me see if this practical household cooking magic is truly effective. With a flick of his wand, the frozen chicken in the sink soared into the air, landing deftly on the cutting board, while the knife swiftly sliced it into evenly sized pieces. Simultaneously, garlic cloves peeled themselves, ginger was sliced mid-air, and the iron pot heated up as oil was poured in, making the kitchen appear as though it had gained sentience. In less than 10 minutes, a beautifully aromatic dish of braised chicken, a plate of garlic sautéed lettuce, a dish of stir-fried shredded pork with potatoes, and a large bowl of tomato and egg soup were presented before Jerry. The pots and pans in the kitchen began to clean themselves autonomously, proving to be remarkably practical. Normally, if he were to undertake the cooking himself, the preparation of 3 dishes and a soup would consume at least an hour, not accounting for the subsequent time spent washing dishes and tidying the kitchen. However, now he merely stood there, waving his wand and uttering a few incantations. Within 10 minutes, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Initially, he had naively believed that mastering transfiguration would allow him to conjure an abundance of delectable dishes with a mere flick of his wand. Yet, as he delved deeper into the study of transfiguration, he realized it was far more complex than he had imagined. As an independent discipline, it encompasses a plethora of advanced magical knowledge and various branches, such as interspecies transformation, human transformation, transfiguration, summoning, apparition, and animagus transformation, among others. Moreover, one must adhere to the fundamental Gam's law of elemental transfiguration. Thus, while it is feasible to transform a stone into bread, consuming that bread would result in a rather unpleasant surprise once the magical effect dissipated, leaving one with a stone in their stomach. Conversely, transforming a cup of tea into rum is entirely permissible, as it poses no harm to the body upon the magic's retraction. The ultimate conclusion is that it is impossible to conjure an entire banquet of edible delights solely through transfiguration. However, there exists a limitation to this culinary magic. The wizard's own culinary skills must be proficient. The flavor of food produced by cooking magic will be identical to that of a dish prepared by the wizard themselves. Therefore, if one is a novice in the kitchen, these cooking spells will prove ineffective. This principle also applies to various household cleaning spells. The efficacy of the magic is contingent upon the wizard's proficiency in domestic tasks. Consequently, whether it be culinary or household magic, while these spells are relatively simple to learn, achieving optimal results necessitates a certain level of skill in cooking and household management. Fortunately, Jerry was quite confident in this regard. After years of practice, his domestic and culinary skills could easily be rated at a commendable level, if not a perfect score. Upon his first use of cooking magic, he was pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness, and, satisfied with the 3 dishes and a soup, he cast a warming charm before leaving the kitchen. Haas typically finished work between 6:30 and 7 o'clock, leaving him with over an hour to further peruse his magical texts. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. To wield magic adeptly, one must devote ample time to study and remain diligent. Chapter 50, Wizarding Essentials, You Deserve It at the S.H.I.L.D. Headquarters Director Nick Fury stood by the window, patiently listening to the report from his capable assistant, Agent Maria Hill. It was reported that General Ross's capture team suffered a complete defeat at the hands of the Hulk, the monstrous incarnation of Dr. Banner, at Culver University in Virginia. Indeed, Dr. Banner has vanished with General Ross's daughter, Dr. Betty, after fleeing from Culver University. Hill nodded. Has there been any indication of their intended destination? Nick Fury inquired as he turned to face her. Hill handed over the report, stating, according to our logistics team's technical personnel, an analysis of Dr. Banner's email communications reveals he has been in contact with an individual named Mr. Blue, seemingly in search of a means to restore his physical condition. Therefore, we deduce that he will likely seek out Mr. Blue with Dr. Betty in tow. Mr. Blue? The biological cell line at Grayburn Academy in New York, Dr. Samuel Stern? So they are headed to New York? Fury frowned as he examined the information regarding Mr. Blue. Hill displayed a look of inquiry. General Ross is affiliated with the military, and we cannot interfere too much in his operations. However, given the current circumstances, their chances of success seem slim. Thus, I need you to personally travel to New York. If Dr. Banner is on the run, attempt to locate him discreetly without alarming him. Understood, Director. Hill nodded and prepared to depart. Just then, Fury appeared to have a thought and called out to Agent Hill once more. During your trip to New York, make time to engage with this young individual and ascertain his situation, uncovering his true identity. Shortly after Hill's departure, a female agent clad in a black combat suit, with red-brown curly hair and an impressive physique, entered the room. Natasha, how are things on your end? Fury asked, unfazed by her arrival. The newcomer was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an adept agent of S.H.I.L.D., skilled in disguise, infiltration, hacking, and combat. I have successfully infiltrated Stark Industries and am currently serving as Tony Stark's secretary. However, from my observations, Tony's health appears to be quite compromised, and his mental state is rather unstable. Palladium poisoning? Understood. Continue to monitor Tony Stark's physical and mental conditions closely and report any issues promptly. Fury's expression remained unaffected by the Black Widow's report. A week later, in the Queens District of New York. What is your opinion on the recently emerged wizard? A wizard? I watched the live broadcast of him rescuing people from a fire. Regardless of whether he possesses magic, I admire him greatly. I consider him a hero indeed. I believe he is certainly not a child. He could be a dwarf, perhaps a diminutive old man, or someone cursed with a shrunken form. You see, wizards and stories often fit such descriptions. I think he is just a child, perhaps attending a school dedicated to teaching magic. In fact, I have always believed in the existence of magic and even established a website. Wizard, if you happen to see this report, please visit my website. Our URL is XXXX. Oh, what a wizard. He is merely an eccentric, a whimsical magician. I cannot bring myself to believe in magic. Science. We must place our faith in science. Are you referring to that elegant wizard who saved my life? I admire him, or perhaps I love him. Is he just a child? No matter. I can embrace a May-December romance. By the way, little wizard, I am quite affluent and can provide for you. Feel free to call me. My number is XXXX. Well, that concludes today's Street interview. It appears that the majority of citizens hold a favorable view of the wizard who rescued over 20 individuals from the fire. I am your beloved Lucy. See you tomorrow. Sitting on the sofa, Jerry felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched the news coverage about himself. Although some individuals expressed their dislike and distrust towards him during the interview, those who recognized his valor were in the majority, particularly those he had once saved. Jerry understood well that no one can be universally adored. His goal was not to win the affection of every citizen, but rather to maintain a positive public image. After all, his altruistic deeds were primarily for the sake of Little Red Star. Jerry, why do I feel like I've seen the broomstick that the wizard rides before? At that moment, a comment from Elsa made Jerry's heart skip a beat. Although the flying broom resembled a typical broom, years of modifications by wizards rendered it subtly distinct. The recent surge of magical wizards on television captivated Elsa, who was fervently obsessed with magic. Presently, her foremost idol was the wizard portrayed by Jerry. Ahem, as the Snow Queen, I believe you need a new magical robe, just like the wizards, along with an identical broom. I noticed that, and Susan seemed to have purchased matching gear. What? And the others bought new equipment behind my back. How outrageous! Upon hearing that, and Susan had acquired wizard-themed gear, Elsa promptly set aside her earlier thoughts about the flying broom. Indeed, I suspect they wished to secretly obtain stronger equipment after losing to you during your last battle. Jerry nodded in agreement and continued. How about this? Since we have some free time, I'll take you to Lena's magic shop to purchase a set that surpasses theirs. Really? Jerry, you're the best. 1,000 times better than Dad, 1,000,000 times better. Upon learning that Jerry intended to take her to buy the same wizard-themed set, Elsa erupted with joy, momentarily forgetting about the flying broom. Chapter 51. The Secret of Haas. Turning off the television and grabbing his keys, Jerry led Elsa out of the community towards a nearby magic shop named Lena. He often received a fee for his good deeds, ranging from a few dollars to a couple hundred, and sometimes even took all the cash from the criminals he encountered. Thus, he now possesses savings amounting to tens of thousands of dollars, undeniably placing him among the affluent in comparison to his peers. Purchasing a wizard's outfit and a magical broom for Aisha is merely a trivial matter. Good afternoon. What would you like to buy? In the shop, the vibrant and cheerful 20-something owner, Lena, was handing over a packaged wizard's outfit and magical broom to a couple with a child, while smiling warmly at Jerry and Aisha, who had just entered. Lena, once an enthusiast of mysticism, firmly believed in the existence of magic. After graduating from university, she opened this quaint little store specializing in various magical artifacts. Unfortunately, due to her lack of business acumen, her establishment struggled, leading to an overstock predicament that nearly resulted in bankruptcy. Moreover, there had been a theft incident in the past. Fortunately, the thief was not unscrupulous and left behind a sufficient amount of cash, so she refrained from involving the authorities. However, just 2 weeks ago, her shop's fortunes turned dramatically. A certain heroic figure, who rode on a broom and wielded magic, donned a wizard's outfit strikingly identical to those sold in her store. This coincidence led to an unprecedented surge in sales, not only among children, but also attracting numerous adults. Recognizing the soaring demand for wizard outfits, Lena displayed rare commercial insight and promptly sought out manufacturers of magical toys, hoping to order a batch of flying brooms and wands identical to the one used by the hero. These toy manufacturers, clearly possessing sharp commercial instincts, swiftly adjusted their production lines shortly after the news broke, beginning to create wizard-themed brooms and wands that were nearly indistinguishable in appearance. This situation was, in fact, anticipated by Jerry. In his previous life, even Marvel movies featuring fictional heroes saw an influx of merchandise like Iron Man suits, Captain America's shields, and the wildly popular unisex Spider-Man costumes. Now, with a genuine wizard emerging as a hero, it was only natural that businesses would seek to profit by producing similar equipment. The crucial aspect was that the wizard's gear was significantly less complex to manufacture than the Iron Man models that had gained popularity, making it feasible for smaller manufacturers to produce. This was precisely the outcome he desired. As a child, his physique was the most likely giveaway of his identity, and lacking advanced spells such as the disillusionment charm or apparition was quite perilous. However, now that many children of similar stature were purchasing wizard outfits, magical brooms, and wands akin to his own, as long as he refrained from actually flying or performing magic, he could easily masquerade as an ordinary child. Consequently, the likelihood of his identity being discovered would be considerably diminished. I would like 2 sets of wizard outfits and gear of the highest quality. Jerry placed 5 crisp $100 bills on the counter. No problem, no problem. Please wait a moment, and I will pack them for you right away. Lena's eyes lit up at the sight. The sorcerer, I truly adore you. For Lena, the thriving business of her little shop can be attributed primarily to the sorcerer, for which she is genuinely grateful. As an enthusiast of the mystical arts, the sorcerer also serves as her idol. As they pushed open the door, Jerry and Aisha, with one hand carrying a bag containing a sorcerer's outfit and the other holding a counterfeit flying broom, strutted down the street, drawing envious glances from countless children. Jerry looked. Isn't that Dad? At that moment, Aisha suddenly tugged at Jerry's arm, pointing to a coffee shop across the street. Upon hearing this, Jerry turned to gaze and could not help but exclaim softly. Indeed, there sat Haas in the cafe, and he was not alone. Opposite him was a young woman, exquisitely dressed, with a stunning figure and cascading golden waves of hair. A closer look revealed her to be none other than their elementary school teacher, Ms. Bailey, who had previously stood up during the bus hijacking. Observing the pair in animated conversation, exuding an air of sweetness, Jerry's heart stirred with realization. Are they romantically involved? No wonder, after the incident on the school bus, Haas had insisted on inviting Ms. Bailey to dinner. It seems there had been an ulterior motive all along. However, he felt quite positive about it. First and foremost, Haas had faced considerable challenges over the years, juggling police cases while also managing household responsibilities, playing both father and mother. Although Haas had taken on most of the household chores after gaining independence, he was still under 40, brimming with vitality, and certainly deserved companionship. Additionally, Jerry perceived Ms. Bailey as quite admirable. Her appearance was secondary to her character. This was evident from the bus incident, where her courage to confront the assailants stemmed from a genuine concern for the children's safety, making her far more noble than he. "I want to drink coffee too," Aisha remarked, eyeing her father inside the cafe, her mouth watering. Without a second thought, Jerry rejected the idea. Not only would entering disturb Haas and Ms. Bailey's date, but coffee also wasn't suitable for Aisha's age. It was unhealthy, and he feared it might keep her awake, leading to restless antics at night. Aisha pouted, "I detest milk." "You must drink milk to grow taller," Jerry patiently explained. "But I simply do not like milk." Aisha was clearly unwilling to yield. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck Jerry, and he looked at Aisha. "All right, I understand. Just a kiss, and once we go over, they won't be kissing anymore." Aisha's spirits lifted at the thought of coffee. "You're quite clever for your age." Jerry was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in resignation. Despite being only 10, Aisha was well-versed in many things one might assume were beyond her years due to her constant exposure to television and the internet. Not bothering with Haas and Ms. Bailey any further, Jerry led Aisha toward their community. Chapter 52, Doubts and Tests. Flavitude. In the kitchen, Jerry discreetly took out his wand and, with a flick, transformed a freshly poured glass of pure milk into a cup of sweetened coffee. According to the principles of transfiguration, although Elsa was drinking coffee, it would soon revert to milk in her stomach. Thus, the problem was perfectly resolved. Sometimes, Jerry pondered that if it weren't for the pursuit of earning little red stars, he could, without being a superhero, amass wealth and achieve greatness solely through the wondrous spells he had mastered. For instance, this transfiguration spell was a boon for dieters, allowing unpalatable whole grains and boiled vegetables to be transformed into delectable, high-calorie hamburgers, fried chicken, cakes, and ice cream. Even plain water could be transfigured into exquisite wines and sugary sodas. Who could possibly fail at dieting under such circumstances? Establishing a weight loss business under these pretenses would be a surefire success. However, he mused, the subsequent rebound might be quite severe, but what did it matter? Should one rebound, they could simply embark on another dieting journey. With his wand stowed away, Jerry emerged from the kitchen, beaming as he approached Elsa, who was seated on the living room sofa. "Come on, dear brother, it's time to wake up and drink." "Oh, I mean sister, it's time for your coffee." Elsa took the coffee and savored a delightful sip, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Children are often like this, or perhaps it is simply human nature. The more one tries to withhold something, the more it becomes desired. Conversely, that which is easily obtained tends to lose its charm over time. Coffee may not inherently be superior to milk, yet for Elsa, coffee was a rare treat, while milk, readily available in the fridge, had become mundane through daily consumption. "You're still too young," Jerry thought. "When you grow up, you'll understand how important it is to drink milk for nutritional benefits to support your future health." Shaking his head, he resolved to return to his magic book for a while longer. At 9 o'clock that evening, the family gathered on the sofa, engrossed in an episode of Friends. However, aside from Elsa, both Jerry and Haas were physically present but mentally elsewhere. Jerry was invigorating his mind, summarizing the key points he had gleaned from the magic book earlier that day. Meanwhile, Haas was still troubled by the voice of the little wizard from the recent fire incident, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his son Jerry's voice. Since that event, he had felt something was amiss. Yet, before children undergo their voice-changing phase, their speech often bears a resemblance, which seemed insufficient to draw conclusions. Upon further reflection, Haas considered that Elsa's words were sometimes not entirely trustworthy, as she seemed to heed Jerry's words more than those of her father. The troubling realization was that Jerry, from a young age, had exhibited peculiar traits, and their similar heights and builds only fueled his suspicions. Ultimately, Haas's primary concern was the danger posed if Jerry truly was the magical wizard who ventured out nightly to combat crime. It is essential to recognize that many criminals are armed. What if one gets injured? "Jerry, I have something of great significance I wish to discuss with you." Ultimately, Haas deemed it best to directly inquire about the matter. A matter of great importance? Jerry withdrew from his contemplation of magical knowledge, momentarily taken aback. Then, with a dawning realization, reassured him, "Father, we are already aware of it. You need not feel any psychological burden. Both Elsa and I stand firmly in your support." "What do you mean you know something? What psychological pressure do I have? And what are you supporting me in?" Jerry looked at Haas, bewildered, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Father, you do not intend to tell Elsa and me about your relationship with Ms. Bailey, do you?" At this, Haas was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of panic. This officer, usually brave in the face of danger, now stumbled over his words. "And no, how do you know about my relationship with Bailey? Actually, this matter. Since the day of the school bus hijacking, Haas had developed a fondness for the courageous and beautiful Ms. Bailey, who, due to Jerry, began to see Haas in a different light. To raise a child like Jerry, imbued with a sense of justice, is a testament to Haas's character as a father. Though nearing 40, Haas maintained an admirable physique, exuding the charm of a mature man. Thus, their relationship blossomed. However, they had both intended to keep this from Jerry and Elsa, fearing the children might resist the idea of a new family member. As an elementary school teacher, Bailey understood the psychology of children well. Yet now, Jerry had directly informed Haas that both he and Elsa were already aware of the situation, leaving Haas somewhat unprepared. He had entirely forgotten his earlier intention to question Jerry. Sensing the moment, Jerry gently patted Haas on the shoulder. "Father, this afternoon, when Elsa and I were out purchasing wizard-themed outfits, we spotted you and Miss Bailey at the cafe. Rest assured, we both quite like her, and we wholeheartedly support your relationship." With that, he rose and made his way to his room. "It's 9 o'clock. I'm off to bed." At that moment, Elsa also yawned and patted Haas on the shoulder. Haas eventually realized that the other party seemed disinclined towards children, leading to a decisive breakup. Perhaps this was for the best. Yet, he soon found himself wondering if he hadn't clarified whether Jerry was indeed that little wizard. Just as Haas prepared to rise, he reconsidered and sat back down, reasoning that even if Jerry was, he likely wouldn't confess. It would be prudent to check on Jerry later that night. Chapter 53, Jerry's Plan. At 2 in the morning, Jerry's door creaked open. A tall figure, stooped low and stealthy like a thief, entered. It was none other than his adoptive father, Haas. "Could it be that I have overthought this?" Haas gazed at Jerry, sprawled across the bed with half the blanket kicked off, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. He gently covered Jerry with the blanket and quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. Not long after Haas departed, Jerry slowly opened his eyes. It seemed he needed to devise a way to completely dispel Haas's suspicions. Earlier, while on the sofa, Jerry had inadvertently kept his alert senses heightened, allowing him to easily detect Haas's unusual behavior. Thus, out of caution, he refrained from going out to earn little red stars that night, as he usually did. Indeed, Haas had come to check on him that evening, indicating that he harbored doubts about Jerry's identity once again. In truth, Jerry did not distrust Haas. The previous bus hijacking incident had demonstrated that. In contrast to justice and his responsibilities as a police officer, Haas prioritized the safety of himself and Aisha. Even if Haas were to learn that Jerry was a wizard, he likely wouldn't disclose that information to anyone, nor would he take Jerry to the police station for registration. However, as an ordinary person, it was indeed safer for Haas to remain unaware. Should he discover Jerry's true nature, even if he remained silent, there was no guarantee that others could not extract that information from him. If Jerry had enemies, the safety of both Haas and Aisha would be at stake. Therefore, for the time being, it was best to allay Haas's suspicions without revealing the truth. But how could he thoroughly dispel Haas's doubts? He hadn't yet mastered the forgetting spell. After careful contemplation, he gradually formulated a plan in his mind. The next day, at the dining table in the living room, Aisha innocently pointed out, "Dad, why do you have 2 dark circles under your eyes?" as she enjoyed her frosty, golden fried dumplings. Haas, sipping his porridge, stammered that he had stayed up late the previous night due to a colleague calling to report on a case. Meanwhile, Jerry internally chuckled. However, due to his enhanced alertness, each time he fell asleep, he entered a deep slumber, achieving a level of sleep efficiency unmatched by ordinary individuals. Moreover, children's mental resilience was naturally stronger. Haas, nearing 40, was in the throes of middle age. Staying awake until 2 or 3 in the morning and then rising early was hardly conducive to vitality. "Dad, since you and Miss Bailey are together now, why not invite her over for dinner tonight?" A moment of surprise crossed Haas's face before he quickly replied with delight. "All right, son. Today is Friday, and I'll finish work early. I'll make a reservation and take you and Miss Bailey out to eat." Since the children were already aware of his relationship with Bailey and accepted her, it was indeed time for Bailey to meet them in a different capacity. However, upon hearing this, Jerry promptly shook his head and advised, "No need. Dining out is quite wasteful. I once read in a book that the highest form of hospitality is a home-cooked meal. Ms. Bailey is about to become the most significant member of our family. And of course, dining together at home fosters a delightful atmosphere." However, Haas hesitated. He was not skilled in culinary arts, which meant that the family feast would indeed be a burden for Jerry. "Dad, do you truly believe that my dishes are less delectable than those from a restaurant?" Jerry, noticing Haas's uncertainty, feigned annoyance. Haas quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? What restaurant could possibly compare to the meals my son prepares?" "Very well. I shall inform Bailey shortly, but that means it will be quite the task for you." "It's no trouble at all. Just remember to call home when you finish work tonight. I need to prepare the ingredients in advance so that when you and Ms. Bailey arrive, I can have everything nearly ready." What ist? If we dine out, wouldn't that ruin our plans? Time, 5:30 p.m. The landline in the living room suddenly rang. Jerry, Dad is calling for you. While preparing ingredients in the kitchen, Jerry hurried to the living room upon hearing his sister Elsa shout. Dad, you finished work. Great. I understand. I'll start preparing right away. After hanging up, Jerry chuckled as he approached Elsa. Elsa, would you like some magical ice cream that replenishes your powers? I want to eat it, but didn't you and Dad say I can't have any right now? Riding her magical broom beneath the air conditioner. Elsa's eyes brightened at Jerry's words, but she quickly became puzzled. Ahem, isn't it because your brother cares about you? Seeing that you haven't enjoyed any for so long? Jerry coughed awkwardly. So, will you have it or not? Yes. The innocent Elsa readily trusted Jerry, especially since he had secretly made her coffee the previous day. All right, but you mustn't tell Dad that I went out to buy ice cream for you, or else there won't be any left in the future. With that loophole sealed, Jerry hurriedly grabbed his guitar case from his room and dashed out. Time, 6:30 p.m. Having just received Bailey's confirmation, Haas drove his police car joyfully through the city streets. Suddenly, the radio broadcasted a news segment. Hello, everyone. I'm your favorite reporter, Lucy. It is now 6:30 p.m., and we have received reports from citizens that the wizard has made another appearance following the recent fire incident. He is currently riding his flying broom, rescuing an unfortunate elderly man who has fallen into the river. Let's give him a round of applause. Upon hearing this news, Haas felt a surge of urgency and pressed down on the accelerator. Oh dear, why are we going so fast? Bailey, seated in the passenger seat, was startled by the sudden acceleration. It's getting late. I fear that by the time Jerry finishes cooking, we may not arrive in time. Haas casually explained. Bailey nodded, reflecting, I never imagined that Jerry would be so responsible at school, and yet he manages all the household chores at home. He is only 11. After her moment of reflection, she turned to Haas and complained, You should have told me sooner. I could have gone ahead to lend a hand. Jerry refused, stating that he wished to personally prepare a table of exquisite Chinese cuisine as a gift to celebrate your arrival. Besides, you are not well versed in Chinese cooking. Haas explained. Indeed, I feel that my culinary skills may not even match Jerry's. Do you think I could truly be a good mother? Bella suddenly grew pensive. Chapter 54. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. It should be about time. Jerry glanced at the clock. It was already 6:40. He immediately took flight on his enchanted broomstick, heading towards the abandoned factory. Initially, he intended merely to make a public appearance, ensuring that people knew he had been present at that hour. However, upon encountering someone in distress, he seized the opportunity to render assistance, thus earning a few merit points. Who is there? Step out. At that moment, he was still in his superhuman state, his senses extraordinarily acute. Just moments ago, he had detected an unfamiliar scent that did not belong to the warehouse emanating from behind a rusted machine. Greetings, Mr. Wizard. I mean no harm. A tall, striking woman donned in specialized combat attire emerged slowly from behind the machinery, hands raised to indicate her lack of weaponry. This individual was none other than Maria Hill, a top agent dispatched to New York by Director Fury. Hill was equally taken aback, surprised that this wizard not only wielded magic, but also possessed a keen sense of awareness. It should be noted that as a top agent, Hill's stealth skills were impeccable. She had made no sound while hiding behind the rusted machinery. How had he discovered her presence? Who are you? What are you doing here? Jerry maintained his vigilance, refusing to relax simply because the woman was attractive and had her hands raised. I am not a villain. I am Agent Maria Hill, working with the Defense Strategic Response Center and the Logistics Support Bureau. Here is my business card. Hill produced a card from her combat suit and stepped forward to hand it to Jerry. I wish to discuss something with you. I wonder if you have the time. The name Defense Strategic Response Center and Logistics Support Bureau sounded vaguely familiar. Searching his recollections, he quickly realized that this was the full title of S.H.I.E.L.D. Apologies, but I have an urgent matter to attend to at the moment. How about this? Meet me here at this warehouse after midnight, and we can discuss it in detail then. Very well. Hill was momentarily taken aback, watching as Jerry vanished from sight, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. After arriving in New York, since she had yet to find any trace of Dr. Banner, she had begun investigating this wizard capable of casting spells. However, after a series of inquiries and a thorough review of police records, she found that he had taken great care to conceal his identity. Remarkably, not a single camera in the entire Queens area had captured video of this wizard's face. Initially, his disappearances were accompanied by a cloud of smoke, and later, his agility on the broom made him exceedingly difficult to track. Even when she accessed satellite imagery, all that was recorded was his entrance and exit from an abandoned warehouse. Nothing else could be discerned. It is now confirmed that the boy known as the wizard is likely of Chinese descent, aged between 9 and 13, residing in a nearby residential complex adjacent to this abandoned warehouse. His initial activities have been concentrated in this vicinity. However, this area is densely populated, with numerous residential buildings and a multitude of children fitting the description, making the search a rather formidable challenge. Thus, today she personally arrived at the warehouse, hoping to uncover some clues. To her surprise, she encountered the very individual she sought. Consequently, she decided to reveal her identity and engage in an earnest face-to-face conversation, considering that he was merely a passionate child imbued with a strong sense of justice. Yet, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. After finding a secluded spot, she removed her mask and transformed her guitar case into a suitcase with a transfiguration spell, with a new style for her coat. Jerry hurriedly dashed towards his own residential area. "Give me a box of ice cream and a bottle of mineral water." As he passed a small convenience store, he recalled his promise to buy ice cream for Aisha and paused momentarily. 5 minutes later, at his doorstep, Jerry opened the packaged ice cream and swiftly devoured its contents, then poured in the mineral water, wielding his wand to cast a transfiguration spell. Instantly, the box of mineral water transformed into a new box of ice cream. This ice cream was certainly not suitable for Aisha, as it would not be good for her developing teeth and might deter her from eating dinner later. However, to ensure Aisha remained unaware of his outing, he resorted to the spell as a substitute. Upon entering, Aisha eagerly rushed towards him. Jerry, where's my magic ice cream?" "My magic ice cream?" With a serious expression, Jerry handed her the box of ice cream. Aisha happily accepted it and began to eat with fervor, matching Jerry's earlier haste at the door. After presenting the ice cream to Aisha, Jerry dashed into the kitchen and shut the door, taking out his wand to commence his cooking magic. 15 minutes later, Aisha, having finished her ice cream, sat on the sofa, puzzled as she rubbed her stomach, murmuring, "Why do I feel no sense of fullness after such a large portion of magic ice cream, except for the need to urinate?" Normally, after consuming an entire box of ice cream, she would feel quite satiated, yet this time, there was no sense of satisfaction. Just then, a click echoed from the door as it unlocked. Following this, Haas entered with Bailey. "Aisha, where's your brother Jerry?" Haas inquired immediately upon entering. "He's in the kitchen." Aisha pointed towards the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Haas swiftly made his way to the kitchen. Jerry, observing Haas entering the kitchen, continued to pour the beaten egg mixture into the soup while gesturing towards the 7 steaming dishes on the countertop. All is well. Haas gazed at the 7 steaming dishes on the counter, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he began to serve the food. It was evident that these 7 dishes could not have been prepared in merely 30 minutes, particularly the larger ones, which required considerable time and effort. Clearly, his son Jerry was not the magical wizard he had hoped for. This revelation, however, brought him a significant sense of relief. Chapter 55, A Conversation with Hill. As Jerry carried the last bowl of tomato egg soup into the living room, he chanced upon Miss Bailey, who was retrieving a sparkling ice crown from a bag to present to Elsa. He set the soup on the dining table and greeted her with a smile. "Good evening, Miss Bailey." "Good evening, Jerry. I have a gift for you as well," Miss Bailey exclaimed, quickly retrieving a guitar case from the chair behind her. "I heard from Haas that you've recently developed an interest in guitar, so I bought you a new one." During their first meeting, Ms. Bailey had inquired about Jerry and Elsa's interest from Haas, spending an entire day selecting these 2 perfect gifts. "I like guitar." Jerry paused for a moment, but soon recalled that, to prevent Haas from discovering the broomstick guitar case in the house, he had indeed mentioned his newfound interest in guitar. Seeing that both Elsa and Jerry appreciated her gifts, Miss Bailey felt a wave of relief. In truth, she was only in her 20s, having graduated from university just 3 years prior. This was her first time giving gifts like these, and she worried that Jerry and Elsa might not like them. Now, Jerry and Elsa were no longer her students. They were Haas's children, which changed the dynamics somewhat. Fortunately, both Jerry and Elsa were quite understanding, especially Jerry, who consistently considered her feelings in his words and actions. Thus, the atmosphere during dinner remained harmonious. For Jerry, Haas, nearing 40, was fortunate to have found someone as young and beautiful as Ms. Bailey, especially while still caring for the 2 of them. Naturally, he felt it was his duty to lend a hand. As for Elsa, she had always looked up to Jerry, and with Ms. Bailey gifting her an Ice Queen crown, who could resist such a splendid offer? Haas, too, was eager for a joyful family gathering, making every effort to lighten the mood. Under such circumstances, dinner was undoubtedly a delightful affair. After the meal, everyone settled on the sofa, watching television and chatting. Suddenly, Ms. Bailey turned to Jerry with a suggestion. "Jerry, why not try the new guitar? I heard from Haas that you play quite well." Jerry glanced at Haas, who silently gestured encouragement. In Haas's eyes, Jerry was a prodigy. Anything that piqued his interest, he would master swiftly. Previously interested in cooking, Jerry had already become quite the chef. Since he had expressed an interest in guitar, it was only natural that he could play it reasonably well by now. Faced with Miss Bailey's expectant gaze and Haas's unwavering confidence in him, Jerry felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, during my previous life as a university student, I had indeed studied the guitar. Otherwise, today would have been quite embarrassing. I extracted a brand new guitar from its case and tuned it. What song would you like to hear? I want to hear a song about wizards. At that moment, Aisha excitedly raised her small hand. About wizards? Jerry suddenly recalled a catchy tune from his past life and instinctively began to strum and sing. You, oh you, singing of sunrise, poor oh poor, singing of sunset, mister. Wizard rides his broomstick, soaring high, while my broom can only tidy up the rubbish heap. What is the happy planet, poor oh you? As the performance concluded, Haas, Teacher Bailey, and Aisha were all left in a state of shock. It turned out that Jerry also had his shortcomings. At the entrance, Haas cleared his throat and explained to Jerry and Aisha. Meanwhile, Teacher Bailey's face inexplicably flushed. Jerry instantly understood and casually added, all right, if it gets too late, you can find a hotel outside. Otherwise, it might disturb Aisha and me when you come in. Thanks to the timely assistance from my son. Haas's eyes lit up. Teacher Bailey's face turned crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Jerry, Aisha, see you next week. She bent down and waved to them, disregarding Haas, and swiftly made her way towards the elevator. Goodbye, Teacher Bailey. Jerry exchanged a glance with Haas, who promptly turned to chase after her. They've left. We should get some rest. At midnight, Jerry slowly opened his eyes, pulled out the guitar case containing his flying broom and wizard attire from under the bed, and quietly left the community. That evening, he had a rendezvous with Agent Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he was not well-versed in the Marvel Universe, he was aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was the organization responsible for forming the Avengers in this world. Hence, he regarded their visit with considerable importance. However, due to the peculiar circumstances during the day, he had arranged to meet the agent at a different time. After changing into his wizard attire in a secluded area, Jerry soared on his broomstick to the vicinity of an abandoned warehouse. He circled the area to ensure there were no ambushes before entering the warehouse on his broom. I sincerely apologize. I had some urgent matters earlier, Jerry said as he dismounted from his broom, addressing Agent Hill, who stood inside the warehouse. Hill glanced at the flying broom with interest before shaking her head. It's all right. My visit was rather unexpected, so let us skip the pleasantries. I'm not entirely clear on what your organization entails, but what exactly do you need from me? Jerry had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversations with a professional agent, as it could easily expose sensitive information. Thus, he directly approached the matter at hand. Your tone suggests that you are quite wary of me. Have you ever heard of our Defense Strategic Defense Center and the Logistics Support Bureau? You are indeed perceptive. Jerry feigned a resigned shrug. No, I just tend to be cautious around organizations like yours, as you always seek to uncover my secrets, which can be quite perilous. Furthermore, do you not find the name of your organization rather lengthy? It is somewhat cumbersome, yet we are diligently working to amend it. Suddenly, Hill chuckled and, in a gentle tone, elucidated, we do not wish to pry into your secrets. However, your actions have piqued our interest, and your abilities may pose a potential threat to society. I merely stumbled upon some magic by chance and wish to do good within my capacity. How could it possibly threaten society? Jerry's tone intentionally carried a hint of irritation. Chapter 56, Fury's Decision. Do not be agitated. As a national security agency, you should understand that certain matters cannot simply be dismissed as harmless based on your word alone. At the very least, you ought to allow us to comprehend your nature. Only through understanding can we make an informed judgment. Hill spoke soothingly, guiding him with care. Jerry drew forth his wand, pointing it at a passing mouse, unleashing a beam of magical light that instantaneously transformed it into a stone. I will not disclose my true identity to you. I have watched numerous films, and those like you in governmental agencies, once aware of my true self, would imprison me and dissect me like an alien specimen. Furthermore, do not attempt to forcibly apprehend me. My magic is not to be trifled with. Do not blame me if I turn you all into stone or pigs. Transforming small creatures like mice into similarly sized objects poses no challenge for me. The metamorphosis of substances of the same kind, provided they are not excessively large, presents little difficulty for Jerry. He is currently tackling the complexities of cross-species transformation. His assertion serves to amplify a sense of intimidation while simultaneously showcasing his uniqueness. Hill gazed at the lifeless mouse, now encased in stone, her pupils dilating in shock. Previously, Jerry had merely appeared to her as a child capable of flying on a broom and possessing minor supernatural abilities, a child whose powers she deemed insignificant. After all, feats such as flight and immobilization are trivial. Many advanced technological weapons at S.H.I.L.D. can achieve similar results. Her colleague, Agent Coulson, possesses an antique vehicle equipped with an advanced flamethrower, capable of soaring at speeds far surpassing that of this young wizard's broom. However, the ability to transmute a living mouse into stone, along with Jerry's claim of being able to transform humans into pigs, transcends the realm of scientific explanation. At least, the current technology of S.H.I.L.D. cannot achieve such feats. Instantly, Jerry's perceived danger level in her eyes escalated several-fold. Naturally, his value increased correspondingly. Simultaneously, she reflected on the detrimental influence of unscrupulous films, which had fostered such wariness in him. Yet, upon further contemplation, she acknowledged that his words were not entirely alarmist. As a seasoned senior agent, she understood the many dark corners of this nation, especially with numerous politicians who, driven solely by self-interest, are indeed unworthy of trust. Well, we need not delve deeply into your true identity, but I wish to pose a query. Why do you persist in doing good deeds? Is it for the thrill? Or was there another underlying reason? Upon hearing this, Jerry lowered his head, and due to the mask he wore, S.H.L.D. could not discern his expression, yet it seemed that he was somewhat dejected. For once, someone had told me, with great power comes great responsibility. Very well. I understand your situation and shall report it truthfully to my superiors. As long as you have not utilized your abilities for nefarious purposes, we shall not take further action against you. That shall suffice for today. Isaaki regarded Jerry with a serious glance before turning to depart from the warehouse. He simply left without extending an invitation for me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decisive exit, Jerry's face displayed a look of surprise. Initially, he had assumed that Agent Hill had come to recruit him for S.H.I.L.D., but it appeared that was not the case. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Perhaps, in the eyes of S.H.I.L.D., he remained merely a child, despite possessing a modicum of magical prowess. They would not employ child labor under normal circumstances. It seemed that their visit was merely to ascertain his true identity. In truth, Jerry felt a sense of relief at this outcome. Although S.H.I.L.D. undoubtedly offered numerous opportunities to earn small stars, it was equally perilous. Thus, Jerry had never contemplated joining their ranks. He would only consider a partnership based on equitable exchange. The crux of the matter was that his current abilities were still too limited. He had yet to venture into Hell's Kitchen. Despite possessing a flying broom and an array of offensive spells, a surprise attack could easily spell disaster for him. Moreover, the criminals in Hell's Kitchen wielded formidable weaponry. Consequently, during their conversation, he deliberately employed the words of his previous life's Uncle Spider to mislead Agent Hill, hoping to create a favorable impression. Ideally, he hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s treatment of him would mirror that of their approach to Spider-Man. Then, he could collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. and seek opportunities to engage in more significant perilous events to earn a greater number of stars. Pausing his thoughts, Jerry mounted his flying broom and departed the abandoned warehouse. Now that he was out, he intended to patrol Queens, seeking opportunities to earn small stars. He had already squandered a day yesterday and could not afford to waste another. The time until the cool-down period for his entry into the small world was rapidly dwindling. He needed to accumulate enough small stars before his next entry to prolong his stay at Hogwarts, learn more spells, and enhance his magical prowess. If memory served him correctly, the interval from Iron Man's debut to the first Avengers film was not particularly long. At that time, a massive alien invasion was set to descend upon New York, presenting a prime opportunity to acquire a multitude of little red stars. However, if one lacked sufficient strength, not only would the little red stars be unattainable, but one's own life might also be at risk. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York, Hill returned to the headquarters and relayed the details of her conversation with Jerry, along with her assessment of him, to Nick Fury at the Washington headquarters. Upon receiving the report, Fury commanded that the investigation into the sorcerer's identity be temporarily set aside, directing their primary focus toward monitoring Greyburn Academy. Clearly, the formidable destructive potential of Dr. Banner posed a far greater threat than that of the still youthful sorcerer. Chapter 57, Rayburn Academy. 1 week later, in the morning, Haas was in the bathroom tending to his hair, while Aisha tiptoed over with her head bowed. Dad, I just made a tiny mistake. You won't be angry, will you? Sweetheart, what happened? Haas paused his styling spray, feeling an uneasy premonition wash over him. Aisha, her gaze drifting, whispered, well, while I was flying to your room on my magic broom, your Autobot suddenly attacked me, and I ended up shattering it with my magic. What? The Autobot? Darling, you must be referring to the Optimus Prime model I waited 3 days to purchase last year. Haas quickly grasped the implication, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. Aisha slowly nodded. It's nothing serious, just a model. We're still going to the amusement park today, so why don't you go change your clothes? That Optimus Prime model was a limited edition, and now it was impossible to buy another. Yet, faced with his daughter, Haas couldn't bear to chastise her, only feeling a pang of regret for having forgotten to close the door when he left the room. Noticing Haas's pained expression, Aisha suddenly lifted her head and smiled. Dad, I was just kidding. Your Autobot is perfectly safe on the table. However, before he could scold Aisha for her mischief, she continued, but I did accidentally break those 2 lightsabers of yours. Now that's no joke. Lightsabers? They're fine, as long as Optimus is okay. We can always buy new lightsabers later. Upon hearing that it was merely the lightsabers that were damaged, Haas felt a sense of relief. After all, they weren't limited editions, and he could simply spend a bit more to replace them. At that moment, Jerry, who was in the living room preparing items for their outing, overheard the father-daughter exchange from the bathroom and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He recognized that his sister, though often silly, displayed remarkable cleverness at crucial moments, especially when dealing with Haas. Although Aisha had inadvertently broken Haas's cherished lightsabers, Haas would refrain from scolding her, yet his mood would inevitably be affected. Today was their planned trip to the amusement park with Ms. Bailey, and a sour mood would certainly dampen the day's enjoyment. However, thanks to Aisha's antics, Haas's spirits were even lifted beyond their previous state. As Elsa strutted out of the bathroom with an air of triumph, Jerry couldn't help but chuckle, urging her, enough of the games. Hurry up and change your clothes. We must set off soon. Around 9:30 in the morning, Jerry and Elsa boarded Haas's police car, arriving at a renowned amusement park in Manhattan. Teacher Bailey had already arrived at the entrance, having purchased the tickets in advance. In truth, Jerry harbored little enthusiasm for the amusement park. It was primarily Elsa's delight that motivated him. Moreover, Haas had managed to carve out time to accompany Elsa, and Teacher Bailey wished to foster camaraderie among them, so he refrained from voicing any objections. Compared to soaring through the skies on a magical broom or delving into the intricacies of enchanting spells, the park's attractions failed to ignite his interest. Help! I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. Let me down. Amid the cacophony of screams, including Haas's, Jerry pondered whether using magic to halt the roller coaster would earn him any merit points. He mused that those around him, nearly in tears from fright, genuinely wished to disembark. Surely, his act of stopping the ride would be a benevolent gesture worthy of recognition. However, today was not the day. Perhaps he would attempt it on a future solo visit. The roller coaster, the free fall ride, the haunted house, each seemed to present an opportunity for merit points. After indulging in nearly all the attractions until past 2 in the afternoon, the 4 of them finally departed the amusement park, their stomachs grumbling as they drove towards the bustling Broadway in search of a dining establishment. How does this guy even drive? On the bustling streets, a taxi abruptly cut in front of Haas's vehicle, nearly prompting him to utter a curse, only refraining due to the presence of the children, Elsa and Jerry, in the car. Moments later, as Haas's car halted at a traffic light, Jerry spotted the reckless taxi, which screeched to a stop at the curb. A man and a woman swiftly exited the vehicle. The man began to inhale and exhale rapidly, seemingly attempting to regulate his heartbeat, while the woman, visibly enraged, unleashed a torrent of invectives at the taxi driver, clearly dissatisfied with his perilous driving. Jerry, Elsa, look over there. That's Rayburn College, the alma mater of your teacher. After we finish our meal, I'll take you inside for a tour. At that moment, Teacher Bailey, seated in the front passenger seat, pointed toward a university beside the road, smiling as she introduced it to Jerry and Elsa. Rayburn College is one of New York's premier universities. Your father hopes that you both will aspire to attend such an institution in the future. Haas chimed in, affirming her sentiment. Absolutely. Jerry and Elsa are so bright. They will undoubtedly gain admission to even better universities. Teacher Bailey encouraged them, while Haas subtly shook his head in disbelief. Jerry had no doubts. In fact, he believed that with his intelligence, gaining admission to MIT would pose little challenge. The real concern lay with his daughter, who had never passed a math exam. It was questionable whether she could even secure a place at a third-tier university, much less Rayburn College. After their meal, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. To aid digestion and allow Jerry and Aisha a glimpse into collegiate life, Haas and Bailey guided them into Greyburn College. Truly, it was a prestigious institution. As Jerry strolled along the cobblestone paths of Greyburn, he admired the picturesque scenery and the vibrant youth of the college students, feeling a sense of wistfulness. In his past life, he attended a community college, a public one at that. The advantage was its remarkably low tuition. But the downside was that the entire campus was smaller than a mere quarter of the high school he attended in his county. It felt as though his previous college experience was steeped in solitude, and perhaps this time he could make amends. As the four meandered, the sky gradually darkened. The cafeteria's steak and cake are absolutely delightful. I'll take you to try them shortly, Bailey suggested, pointing proudly to a nearby, standalone building. Of course, that sounds wonderful, Haas replied, a hint of happiness illuminating his face. Bailey's youthful demeanor seemed to pierce through Haas's seasoned exterior, revealing the truth that men, regardless of age, are invariably drawn to the allure of youth. Jerry observed Haas's expression and shook his head inwardly. It was perfectly normal, as he too understood the sentiments of manhood. I'm in agreement. Jerry concurred with Bailey's proposition. Aisha, upon hearing the mention of cake, could hardly contain her excitement. However, just as they began to make their way toward the cafeteria, Jerry suddenly furrowed his brow and halted. He felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet, followed by a chorus of startled gasps. Turning toward the source of the commotion, he beheld military jeeps, tanks, and numerous soldiers clad in camouflage, armed with rifles, advancing toward them from the main gate. Apologies, but there is a significant military operation underway, and we must temporarily seal off this area. Please vacate immediately. A soldier, rifle in hand, jogged toward the quartet and saluted as he issued the command. Simultaneously, everyone within the school, students and faculty alike, was ushered out by these soldiers. I'm a police officer. Which military unit are you from? And what perilous operation is occurring within the school? Haas presented his credentials, his expression turning serious. The soldier glanced at Haas's identification, his tone unwavering. I'm sorry, but this is a classified operation, and I cannot disclose any information. You may inquire with your superiors once you are outside. Seeing that the soldier was unwilling to divulge the truth, Haas had no choice but to lead Bailey and the Jerry siblings away, following the crowd as they exited Greyburn College. Upon reaching the street outside the school, Haas quickly spotted several familiar figures maintaining order. The leading sheriff, tasked with maintaining order, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. They had received orders to patrol while driving, with no explanation provided, leaving them perplexed. The deployment of such a large military presence in a densely populated area was undoubtedly a complex matter. After a moment of contemplation, Haas quietly addressed Professor Bailey. Although Bailey harbored concerns, she nodded, taking Jerry by one hand and Aisha by the other, guiding them towards the parking area. Meanwhile, in the residential area of Greyburn Academy, the renowned cytologist, Professor Samuel Stern's laboratory, the couple Jerry had observed disembarking from a taxi earlier, was now present. These two individuals were none other than Dr. Bruce Banner and Dr. Betty Ross, who had escaped from Culver University. Bruce Banner, a celebrated genius scientist, had been invited by General Ross to research the replication of the World War II super soldier serum for the Army's biochemical enhancement project. An unfortunate accident during the experiment exposed Dr. Banner to dangerous gamma radiation, awakening the formidable Hulk within him. Fully aware of the Hulk's terrifying power, Dr. Banner had spent the past 5 years evading General Ross's experiments, traversing various countries while striving to control his anger and find a cure to return to his normal self. His arrival at Greyburn Academy in New York was prompted by Dr. Samuel's development of a potential antidote. With the assistance of Dr. Samuel and his girlfriend, Dr. Betty, Dr. Banner successfully injected the antidote, suppressing the Hulk form within him. However, the partially cured Dr. Banner soon found himself in a heated dispute with Dr. Samuel. It turned out that Dr. Samuel had secretly duplicated a significant amount of Dr. Banner's blood, intending to create a cure for numerous terminal illnesses and thereby secure a Nobel Prize. Dr. Banner, however, insisted on destroying the blood samples, knowing that, under General Ross's ideology, the resulting product would not be a cure for diseases, but rather countless powerful, mindless monsters. As the two men argued, the laboratory was encircled by the military led by General Ross. Several elite snipers, armed with tranquilizer rifles, aimed at Dr. Banner, ready to fire at any moment. Following the commander's orders, a sniper shot struck the immobile Dr. Banner, rendering him unable to transform. Subsequently, soldiers concealed in the vicinity surged into the laboratory, binding the incapacitated Dr. Banner and escorting him out. However, as the soldiers retreated, an officer named Emil Blonsky suddenly burst into the laboratory, coercing Dr. Samuel to inject him with Dr. Banner's serum, transforming him into a formidable creature known as Abomination, whose physique did not belong to the Hulk. Emil Blonsky, formerly serving in the British Royal Marines, had been recruited by General Ross to combat Dr. Banner, but had previously suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Hulk. Subsequently, after an incomplete injection of the super soldier serum, his strength surged dramatically, yet his temperament was adversely affected, rendering him exceedingly irritable and deranged. His singular ambition became to surpass the Hulk in power, ultimately seeking to eliminate him and claim the title of the strongest. As Ms. Bailey drove a police car towards Queens, she was startled by a sudden explosion from behind, prompting her to slam on the brakes and halt the vehicle at the roadside. Boom, boom, boom. A series of detonations erupted from the direction of Greyburn Academy, from which they had just departed. Haas, listening to the distant, perilous explosions and recalling the armored vehicles and armed soldiers that had recently entered the academy, Miss Bailey felt an ominous foreboding wash over her, her expression betraying her concern. Fainting, fainting. 2 beams of magical light flickered within the vehicle, causing both Miss Bailey and Aisha to collapse into their seats. It was Jerry who had seized a moment to stealthily draw his wand, casting a sleeping spell upon Miss Bailey and Aisha. Fortunately, he had discreetly stowed his flying broom in the car's trunk before leaving, or he would have been delayed in reaching them from such a distance. Exiting the vehicle and opening the trunk, he retrieved his guitar case, feeling an inward sense of relief. Chapter 59. The Wizarding Battle Against Abomination. Upon witnessing the arrival of a substantial military force, Jerry instinctively knew that something monumental was about to transpire. After all, it was not common for tanks and armored vehicles to be deployed within the city, even in the event of a terrorist attack. This situation also suggested that a multitude of little red stars might soon emerge. Just as he was lamenting the imminent end of his cool-down period and the insufficient reserve of little red stars, the opportunity presented itself. Initially, he intended to remain with Haas to observe, but given the recent developments, he realized there was no rationale that would convince Haas to let him stay. Thus, he had no choice but to follow Miss Bailey into the car. It was only once she parked that he seized the opportunity to quietly procure his wand and softly utter the sleeping spell. With the guitar case slung over his back, he cast a locking spell on the police car for good measure before stealthily entering the dark alley beside the street. After donning his wizarding attire and mounting his broomstick, Jerry accelerated towards the site of the explosions in the distance. At Greyburn Academy, a grotesque giant, 5 meters tall and of a sickly yellow hue, leapt from the laboratory building's window. Clutched in his hand were the lifeless bodies of 2 soldiers, their bones crushed by his grip. This was Colonel Brankies, transformed into the Abomination after being injected with Banner serum. With a triumphant roar, the Abomination hurled the corpses to the ground and bounded over 10 meters towards the street outside the school. Soldiers who had not yet fully retreated were terrified at the sight and hastily raised their weapons to fire at him. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off his body as if striking steel, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Conversely, any elite soldier who came within his reach would be severely injured or killed with a mere swipe. Even tanks and armored vehicles were not spared. He effortlessly bent their barrels and sent them hurtling away. The formidable power and defensive capabilities of the Abomination rendered it impervious to the onslaught of modern military weaponry, as it surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, piercing through the ranks of soldiers and spilling into the streets outside the academy. Situated near Broadway, Greyburn Academy found itself surrounded by throngs of onlookers, despite the temporary barricades erected by the military and police. How could one resist capturing this spectacle on their mobile devices and sharing it on social media? Even journalists flocked to the periphery, eagerly anticipating the chance to document a sensational story. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions and gunfire erupted, followed by the massive form of the Abomination descending from above, landing atop a taxi. With a sickening crunch, the taxi, along with its driver, was instantaneously flattened, blood splattering across the pavement. "Hulk, come out!" The Abomination's eyes gleamed with a savage thirst for blood. With a thunderous roar, it seized a nearby car and hurled it into the crowd of spectators. The air was filled with screams of terror and cries for help, a frantic symphony of horror. "My God, what is that creature?" Outside the barricades, Officer Haas and his fellow law enforcement personnel were momentarily paralyzed by fear at the sight of the Abomination's arrival. However, as the creature commenced its rampage, they quickly regained their composure, drawing their firearms and opening fire on the beast. Although the bullets failed to inflict any real harm, they succeeded in eliciting a modicum of pain and capturing its attention. Unsurprisingly, the Abomination disregarded the feeble crowd, redirecting its gaze towards Haas and his colleagues. A cold smile crept across its face as it lifted a nearby bus with ease, preparing to bring it crashing down upon the officers. "Look out! Get out of the way!" Haas shouted as the bus hurtled toward them, prompting the officers to roll away in a desperate attempt to evade the impending doom. Yet, the speed of their escape paled in comparison to the sheer mass of the bus. Just as it appeared that Haas and his fellow officers would be obliterated, a sharp voice rang out from above. "Wingardium Leviosa." A brilliant beam of blue magical energy struck the bus, momentarily suspending it in midair. Gazing upward, the crowd beheld a child clad in wizard robes and a pointed hat, soaring above them on a broomstick. "Get clear! My spell won't hold for long," Jerry shouted urgently, noticing the officers frozen in shock. The levitation spell he had cast was designed to lift objects into the air, yet with his current level of magical prowess, he could only maintain the spell for a fleeting moment against the weight of the bus. Without time for gratitude, Haas and his team swiftly escaped the bus's path. With a thunderous crash, the bus finally plummeted to the ground. Relieved to see Haas unscathed, Jerry let out a small sigh of relief before directing his gaze toward the origin of the chaos. What in the world is that monstrous being? It doesn't even resemble the Hulk. Seeing the towering figure, over 5 meters tall, heavily muscled and grotesquely hideous, Jerry couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This formidable creature bore a slight resemblance to the Hulk from the Avengers. Yet Jerry distinctly recalled that the green giant was entirely green, save for his hair, while this monstrosity was clad in an unappealing shade of earthy yellow. Crucially, the Hulk was a member of the Avengers, undoubtedly aligned with the forces of good, whereas this creature's savage visage and propensity for violence suggested he was far from a noble superhero. Before advancing, Jerry prudently inquired with Haas about the situation. However, Haas appeared equally bewildered. "We have no idea. We only saw that creature leap out from the school. Could it be that this institution was conducting some biological experiments that resulted in such a beast?" It was entirely reasonable for Jerry to entertain this notion, as many of the villains and monsters in the Marvel Universe were indeed the byproducts of experiments conducted by scientists or biologists. It seemed likely that this hulking figure was no exception. "Sheriff, you take charge of evacuating the crowd and relocating the injured to safety. I will distract him," Jerry declared. "Be careful. That creature is impervious to bullets and won't be easy to handle." Haas nodded in acknowledgement and hurried with the other officers toward the injured populace. Since their firearms would prove ineffective against the beast, it was more prudent to assist those in peril rather than charge into certain doom. With that, Jerry accelerated on his flying broomstick, hurtling toward the roaring abomination that was indiscriminately hurling cars. Chapter 60. The sorcerer battles the abomination Hulk. Come forth. There is not a capable fighter in sight. The abomination seized a rocket fired from a distant military jeep, crushing it with a tremendous grip, the explosion erupting around him without so much as a scratch. He then swatted aside the cars obstructing his path and charged toward the jeep with a furious roar. "Petrify them all!" Suddenly, a radiant blue beam of magical energy descended from above, striking his back. A peculiar force enveloped him, instantly immobilizing him in place. It was Jerry, who had stealthily maneuvered behind the creature from above, casting a binding spell upon him. Roar! Alas, the mere moment of confinement allowed the abomination to unleash another deafening roar, breaking free from the binding spell and lunging furiously toward Jerry, who hovered above. That was close. At that moment, Jerry activated his superhuman mode, heightening his senses to a razor-sharp acuity. He swiftly ascended on his broomstick, narrowly evading the creature's fierce leap. Given the immense power displayed by the abomination, even in superhuman mode, a single blow would undoubtedly be fatal. What surprised him, however, was how swiftly his binding spell had been dispelled. It had barely held the creature for a second. In retrospect, it was understandable. The potency of binding magic depended on the sorcerer's skill, and given Jerry's current level of magical prowess, it posed little challenge to an ordinary individual. Even when cast upon an average adult wizard, the binding spell can effectively immobilize them for a considerable duration, as the physical strength of a typical wizard is not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. However, employing the full-body binding curse against formidable magical creatures such as dragons and giants proves to be largely ineffective. On one hand, these creatures possess high magical resistance, and on the other, their physical prowess is tremendous. Thus, the magical force wielded by an average wizard is insufficient to restrain them. The current abomination is akin to the giants of the wizarding world, but it is evident that the strength and defensive capabilities of the abomination are several tiers above those of an ordinary giant. As the abomination collapsed, Jerry, Recognizing the futility of the binding spell, dove once more, aiming a sleeping charm at the back of the abomination's head. Unlike the earlier victims, Miss Bailey and Aisha, who succumbed immediately, the abomination only experienced a brief disorientation before shaking its head and regaining awareness. The sleeping spell primarily targets the mind, and while it proves to be somewhat more effective than the binding curse, it still fails to induce a complete unconsciousness akin to that experienced by ordinary individuals. Perhaps sensing Jerry's assault as a greater threat than the modern weaponry surrounding it, the abomination swiftly abandoned its attack on the soldiers and fleeing civilians, leaping towards Jerry once again. Yet Jerry was not easily outmaneuvered. He skillfully accelerated on his broomstick, evading the abomination's strike, and retaliated with an inverted bell spell. However, due to the abomination's massive size and Jerry's lack of proficiency with the spell, it bore no effect. Thus, Jerry, relying on his diminutive stature and swift reflexes, flitted about like a mosquito, incessantly employing various spells to harass the abomination, fully drawing its ire and preventing it from wreaking havoc upon the fleeing populace. Through this experimentation, Jerry discovered that most spells were largely ineffective against the abomination. The only useful spells were the sleeping charm, the penetrating curse, the toenail growth charm, and the mucus charm. The sleeping charm could render the abomination dazed for 2 seconds, while the penetrating curse aimed at its eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and vulnerable areas. Though it could not breach its defenses, still inflicted considerable discomfort. The toenail growth charm could elongate its toenails, hindering its movements, while the mucus charm caused an incessant flow of mucus during combat, imposing a negative status effect, albeit the abomination lacked any compulsions or cleanliness obsessions. Thus the hindrance was not substantial. In summary, these spells failed to inflict any direct damage upon the abomination, merely serving to irritate it and sustain its fury towards Jerry, diverting its attention from harming others. Fortunately, while Jerry was unable to inflict harm upon the abomination found it equally challenging to pose any threat to Jerry. The current abomination resembled a colossal gorilla in the animal kingdom, while Jerry was akin to a small bird. Although the gorilla could easily crush the bird with a single swipe, as long as the bird remained airborne, it remained beyond the gorilla's grasp. Even if the gorilla hurled stones, it would find it exceedingly difficult to strike the agile, fluttering bird. Yet the little bird could effortlessly soar above him, dropping a disgusting clump of droppings that sent him into a furious rage. Unfortunately, the good times were fleeting, despite being influenced by the potion that rendered him mercilessly savage. His intellect had not entirely plummeted to the level of a mindless brute. After a brief struggle, he soon discovered an effective strategy to counter Jerry. With one hand gripping a small toy car, he used it as a shield to deflect Jerry's magical assaults, ensuring that the spells did not strike him directly. Simultaneously, he wielded another toy car as a weapon, launching it at Jerry whenever the latter attempted to reposition for a more precise magical strike. The toy cars presented a significant area of impact, making them difficult to evade, and on several occasions, they nearly collided with Jerry. This forced him to maintain a safer distance, hovering in midair to recuperate the substantial amount of magical energy he had just expended. "Little ant, come down. I shall squash you into a meat patty." The brutish foe bellowed in fury as he watched Jerry float above, skillfully dodging the toy cars he had thrown. Jerry, of course, was not so foolish as to fall for the provocation and descend to his demise, especially considering his dwindling magical reserves. Casting a glance at the area that had recently suffered at the hands of the brute, he noted that Haas and several police officers were bravely carrying the injured, who lay incapacitated on the ground, to safety while Jerry drew the monster's attention. Looking again at his attribute panel, he noticed a number of little red stars rising rapidly, as if propelled by a rocket. It seemed he must continue to draw aggro. A gleam sparked in Jerry's eyes. Chapter 61. The Sorcerer's Battle Against the Brute. To be honest, this was his first experience with such a thrilling and intense battle. Previously, he had dealt with mundane crimes such as robberies and thefts. Although the adversaries wielded handguns and rifles, they were merely ordinary individuals. A single spell would suffice to dispatch them as he flew past on his broom. However, facing the brute, any misstep could result in him being reduced to mere pulp by its overwhelming force. Yet for the sake of those little red stars, taking risks was sometimes warranted. Perched upon his flying broom, Jerry gazed down at the brute, slowly extending his left hand. The brute, mistaking Jerry's gesture for a magical incantation, tightened his grip on the military jeep, shielding most of his body. "Come here, you big oaf," Jerry taunted, curling his left index finger provocatively toward the brute below. The brute could hardly contain his fury, his eyes turning crimson as he summoned all his strength. hurling both toy cars at Jerry in a fit of rage. Miss me. Miss me. You can't hit me. I fly away, and then I fly back. Fool, great fool, Jerry exclaimed, tightly clutching his broom as he evaded the brute's attacks with agile maneuvers, his taunts flowing continuously, causing the brute's temper to erupt completely. Previously, having been pummeled by the Hulk on 2 occasions, I finally acquired formidable strength through a genetic serum, rendering me nearly on par with the Green Giant. To my utter dismay, scarcely 5 seconds upon my entrance, I encountered this repugnant creature, leaving me feeling utterly frustrated. Indeed, it was exasperating beyond measure. You scoundrel, come down here. I bellowed. Come here. Descend now. Boom, boom, boom. Enraged, I struck the ground with both fists, venting the fury that surged within me. The sheer force of my blows fractured the pavement, prompting Jerry above to grimace in response. Since Jerry's arrival, I had been subjected to relentless assaults, although I remained uninjured. The psychological toll was considerable. Just as I devised a strategy to counter my adversary, I was taken aback to find him resorting to underhanded tactics, stubbornly refusing to descend from the air. This was far more frustrating than being mercilessly berated online, only to be blocked without a chance to retort. As Jerry stubbornly hovered aloft, I compelled myself to regain my composure, and a sudden thought struck me. I chose to disregard Jerry's taunts and instead pursued Haas and the fleeing crowd. It became evident that Jerry was merely stalling to protect those civilians. If I pursued them, Jerry would undoubtedly descend to intervene, granting me the opportunity to squash this little pest. Damn it, I cursed, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Jerry hastily mounted his flying broom and sped after me. While he could afford to ignore the fate of others, perhaps losing a few insignificant points, he could not neglect Haas, who was among the civilians. Just then, a military helicopter approached from the distance, and a figure leaped from it, crashing down between me and the retreating crowd. General Ross was aboard the armed helicopter, personally escorting Dr. Banner and his daughter, Dr. Betty, to a clandestine military facility in M Country. Suddenly, the radio operator aboard received an urgent communication, swiftly turning to hand the intercom to General Ross. General, there's an emergency. You need to take this call. Confused, General Ross accepted the intercom, and a panicked soldier's voice crackled through. The Hulk has appeared on the streets. I repeat, the Hulk is on the streets. What? General Ross immediately turned to glance at the restrained Dr. Banner, and upon confirming his safety, he let out a slight sigh of relief and reassured, "This is impossible, soldier. Calm down. First, tell me your location." "General, we are on Street 121, heading north along Brainwave Avenue." Sensing the gravity of the situation, General Ross ordered the helicopter to turn toward Street 121 and commanded the soldier on the other end of the intercom, "Quickly, find a way to relay the situation on the ground." "Yes, General." As General Ross hung up the intercom, a small television in the cabin flickered to life, revealing a shaky live broadcast of the unfolding chaos. The scene unfolds with the abomination rampaging through the streets, wreaking havoc, impervious to the military's firearms. The casualties among both soldiers and civilians escalate amidst the creature's furious roars, resembling a hellish nightmare. Meanwhile, a soldier, who had just communicated vital information, reports into the camera while retrieving a rocket launcher from a nearby crate. He hefts the weapon, takes aim at the rampaging abomination, and fires a rocket that is effortlessly caught and crushed by the beast, leaving it unscathed. "Your experiment?" Dr. Banner questions General Ross with palpable anger, while Dr. Betty glances at her father, her expression betraying disbelief. "Oh God, what have you done?" In the face of their accusations, General Ross appears bewildered. His intention was to harness Dr. Banner's abilities to create controllable super soldiers. However, he had only just captured Dr. Banner and was already troubled by the prospect of what would happen if Banner returned to his normal state, with his blood reverting as well. The emergence of such a formidable creature was the last thing he needed, particularly as it wreaked havoc in the city center, placing the blame squarely on his shoulders as a general. "Look, what is that?" At that moment, Dr. Betty pointed in surprise at a small television. As the abomination charged toward the soldier who had launched the rocket, a child dressed as a wizard, riding a broomstick, appeared behind the creature. The child waved a small stick, casting beams of light at the abomination, which elicited furious roars and successfully diverted its attention, momentarily alleviating the crisis. This child was none other than Jerry, who had rushed over after rescuing Haas. General Ross and Dr. Banner exchanged puzzled glances at the television, clearly unfamiliar with this little wizard on a broomstick. Chapter 62. An unconventional assault. Jerry had gained some notoriety in Queens due to the recent fire rescue, but he remained relatively unknown in the wider expanse of New York, and even more so on a national and global scale. Thus, both General Ross, who had been pursuing Dr. Banner, and Dr. Banner himself, who was perpetually on the run, were oblivious to the tales of the wizard. Known as the Wizard, he was a superhero frequently seen in Queens, wielding magical abilities to combat crime and rescue those in distress. At that moment, logistics agent assisting General Ross began to provide details about Jerry. Can he handle this behemoth? General Ross pondered, watching as Jerry circled the abomination, unleashing waves of blue magical light, a look of concern crossing his face. It appeared that the creature could only be temporarily restrained by the magic. Observing for a while, the logistics agent noted the abomination remained unharmed under Jerry's spell, furrowing his brow. Mobilize all available forces. Upon hearing the assessment from the agents of S.H.I.E. General Rose Dupuy, even if they managed to vanquish this monstrous foe, it seemed that much of Broadway would be left in ruins, for which he would bear significant blame. Let me go down, exclaimed Dr. Banner, his gaze resolute. He understood that if this creature was as formidable as the Hulk, the military's arsenal would be futile, leading only to further casualties. Only the Hulk could prevail against such an adversary. What are you saying? Dr. Betty implored urgently. In her view, Banner had already administered the antidote and was likely back to being his normal self. Rushing into danger now seemed tantamount to courting death. However, deep down, Dr. Banner sensed that the Hulk had not truly vanished. Should peril arise, the Hulk would undoubtedly resurface. As he witnessed the abomination toss Jerry aside and charge towards the fleeing crowd on the small screen, General Ross reluctantly issued the command to open the helicopter's doors. After bidding farewell to Dr. Betty, Dr. Banner leaped out. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart, he felt compelled to jump, believing he bore responsibility for the chaos that had unfolded. Had he not agreed to participate in General Ross's experiment years ago, none of this would have transpired. What on earth is happening? Jerry exclaimed, having just chased after the abomination and barely avoiding an attack when he spotted a figure plummeting from the armed helicopter above. Startled, he quickly distanced himself, initially believing that the military had dispatched a formidable force. However, the figure did not land gracefully. Instead, it crashed into the ground. The abomination was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Before he could react, a familiar roar echoed from the ground. Hulk. In the next moment, a green giant, not much smaller than the abomination, emerged from the rubble, having punched through the debris that had encased him. Hulk, I have awaited your arrival. Let us settle this once and for all. The abomination's eyes lit up with unrestrained excitement upon seeing the Hulk, disregarding the ordinary humans below, whom he viewed as mere ants, and the incessant annoyance buzzing above him. He charged towards the Hulk with fervor. The Hulk, shaking off the disorientation from his fall, let out a thunderous roar as he charged back at the abomination. So green. This must be the legendary Green Giant, Jerry thought, feeling a sense of relief at the arrival of such a heavyweight ally. Given his magical prowess, confronting the massive yellow creature alone was indeed a daunting challenge, and a misstep could turn him into mere paste. Yet his relief was short-lived, for he soon witnessed the Hulk being brutally hurled away amidst the fierce clash with the abomination, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. It appeared that while Dr. Samuel's antidote had not entirely eradicated the Hulk, it had diminished his strength. Now, although he had awakened, the Hulk was not at his peak power. Quick! Use the machine gun to assist him. At that moment, General Ross, aboard the helicopter, urgently commanded the soldier operating the heavy machine gun nearby. Which one to assist? The soldier looked at the two titans locked in a fierce struggle, his expression filled with confusion. General Ross, in a fit of impatience, retorted, of course, the green one. Which other one do you wish to help? Shoot the other one in half. Feeling the barrage of bullets raining down from above, Abomination let out a furious roar and leaped onto the wall of a nearby building, moving with the swift agility of a gorilla to reach the rooftop. He then leapt towards the armed helicopter. Due to Abomination's incredible speed, the helicopter was unable to ascend quickly enough, and he seized the lower edge of the cabin, effortlessly crushing the machine gun into scrap metal. However, just as he was about to strike at General Ross and his companions inside the cabin, Hulk, having regained his composure, followed closely behind and grasped Abomination's ankle, vigorously attempting to pull him down from the helicopter. The tremendous weight and the ensuing turbulence caused the helicopter to sway uncontrollably. As the aircraft teetered dangerously close to colliding with the adjacent building, a small figure suddenly appeared beside the helicopter. It was Jerry, arriving on his flying broomstick. I told you to come up earlier, but you refused. Now that you're here, perhaps it's best you just go down. With a flick of his wand, Jerry cast a spell that shot a beam of magical light directly at the now vulnerable abomination, rendering him unconscious. Although the sleep spell only lasted 2 seconds against abomination, it proved to be sufficient. In that brief moment of unconsciousness, abomination's grip on the helicopter's edge slackened, and with Hulk's forceful effort, both giants plummeted downwards. Wingardium Leviosa. Having freed himself from abomination, Jerry swiftly cast a levitation spell towards the tilting helicopter, stabilizing it temporarily. The pilot, an evident elite among the troops, seized the opportunity as the helicopter steadied and executed a series of complex maneuvers, restoring it to normal operation. Ascend higher. It's too dangerous. I'll go down to assist. Seeing that the helicopter was secure, Jerry shouted towards General Ross and his team within the cabin, then sped off on his broomstick towards the chaotic melee between Hulk and Abomination below. While Jerry's magic could not harm Abomination, he could certainly provide valuable support. Abomination was slightly gaining the upper hand against Hulk, but it would be challenging for him to spare a hand to counter Jerry's spells. Chapter 63. A Convenient Capture. Sleep now. In his superhuman mode, Jerry cunningly sought out Abomination's various combat blind spots, casting a sleep spell that briefly incapacitated him for 2 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk pinned him down and unleashed a series of blows to his head. Awakened violently by Hulk's assault, Abomination pushed Hulk off him with a surge of strength, managing to turn the tables. Sleep now. Jerry hurled another sleep spell, causing Abomination to stagger once more. The Hulk pinned the Abomination beneath him, delivering a flurry of blows. As the Abomination regained consciousness, he retaliated against the Hulk, while Jerry, in a state of unconsciousness, continued to cast his spells. In this chaotic exchange, the Hulk and Jerry, two unsportsmanlike individuals, relentlessly assaulted the Abomination, who exhibited almost no capacity for resistance, enduring a one-sided beating for over 10 minutes. At this point, both his mental fortitude and physical form teetered on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the Abomination experienced an epiphany. There are always greater challenges ahead, and if he could survive this encounter, he vowed never to engage in combat again. One must never underestimate any support character, especially those proficient in control. Panting slightly, Jerry retracted his wand, having nearly exhausted the magical energy he had painstakingly regained in midair. In truth, had his shadowless spell possessed sufficient power to breach the Abomination's defenses, he could have dispatched him single-handedly with a combination of the sleep spell and the shadowless spell. However, despite the Abomination's formidable strength and defensive capabilities, he still paled in comparison to the Hulk. The Hulk grew stronger with every strike, his rage seemingly boundless, while the Abomination, conversely, weakened progressively with each blow, his strength, stamina, and defenses diminishing like any ordinary human. Ultimately, the Abomination had only received an imperfect version of the Super Soldier Serum and a replication of the Hulk Serum from Dr. Banner. Both were mere, substandard products. Witnessing the Abomination's increasingly feeble resistance, which culminated in complete immobility, General Ross finally ordered the helicopter to descend slowly. Observing the surrounding surviving soldiers brandishing their weapons and encircling the Hulk once more, General Ross gestured for them to lower their arms and step back. At this juncture, it was evident that General Ross's attitude towards the Hulk had undergone a significant transformation. Brother, what a delightful collaboration. Meanwhile, Jerry, having regained a modicum of magical power, soared on his broomstick to survey the Abomination, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, and gave a thumbs up to the Hulk. It's all thanks to you, Hulk. Though the Hulk possessed a certain simplicity, he was not devoid of intelligence. In fact, his sensitivity often surpassed that of a typical person. He cherished every individual who extended a hand in assistance or acknowledged him. Jerry's heartfelt praise had not gone unnoticed by him. At that moment, General Ross and Dr. Betty approached. Betty. The Hulk gazed longingly at Dr. Betty, then at the increasing number of armed helicopters in the sky, before leaping away with several powerful bounds, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. By this time, the police and the crowd had largely evacuated. Yet many soldiers who had recently engaged in battle with the Abomination lay injured in various corners, moaning in pain. Swift healing. After exchanging glances with Ross and the others, Jerry utilized the scant magical energy he had left to cast the rapid healing spell on the grievously wounded soldiers. The rapid healing spell, an enhanced version of the ordinary healing spell devised by Snape, not only mended wounds, but also dispelled any curses lingering within them. Jerry's rapid healing spell was limited, unable to fully mend the grievously injured soldiers. However, it effectively staunched their bleeding, allowing them to reach the hospital for surgery and rescue. This scene did not go unnoticed by the logistics agent from SHALD, who had been shadowing General Ross. "Thank you, I am truly grateful," exclaimed a severely injured sniper, finally able to stop the bleeding under Jerry's spell. "Just a small matter. By the way, is this a sniper rifle?" After tending to the last of the wounded, Jerry picked up the sniper rifle beside him, curiosity evident in his voice. The sniper, recognizing his savior's interest, feebly explained, "Yes. But it's not an ordinary sniper rifle. It's a tranquilizer sniper rifle, originally intended for the Hulk." Upon hearing tranquilizer sniper rifle, Jerry's eyes lit up, and he nodded before slinging the weapon over his shoulder. "Consider this my reward for saving you." The sniper was left speechless, eyes wide, ignoring the sniper's astonishment. Jerry hoisted the rifle and waved his wand, summoning his flying broomstick. "All right, since everything is settled, I shall take my leave. I have music lessons to attend tomorrow. Farewell, General." He took my sniper rifle. The sniper reported helplessly as General Ross approached. "Never mind, let it be a gift to him. If it weren't for him on that aircraft, we would have been in grave danger, and his magic far surpasses the tranquilizer sniper rifle. The tranquilizer is utterly ineffective against the abomination, while that young wizard's magic can incapacitate it." At that moment, the SHILD logistics agent stealthily retreated to a secluded area, whispering into her hidden microphone, "The target has departed. The target has departed." In a building 10 kilometers away. Agent Maria Hill received the report through her earpiece and issued a command to a colleague clad in the same SHILD uniform. "Deploy a drone to follow him. Remember, despite his youth, he is quite cautious. Do not allow the drone to get too close." Turning to another staff member, she inquired, "What is the status of the Hulk?" "Report, sir. The Hulk has exited the city and is currently in the forest area, but remains under our drone surveillance." The staff member replied, his gaze fixed on the screen. "Not good. Our drone has been discovered and destroyed," exclaimed the first staff member, staring at the suddenly darkened screen in shock. Chapter 64, A Generous Reward. SHILD truly has unyielding ambitions. Fortunately, I did not deactivate my enhanced awareness, or I would have been discovered. Just as I left Street 121, I sensed I was being watched. To be on the safe side, I accelerated and immediately turned back, only to spot a drone that had failed to hide in time. With a series of precise spells, I reduced it to scrap metal. With his wand stowed away, Jerry ceased to hover in the air and instead soared into the alley below on his enchanted broomstick. He intended to proceed through the alley, albeit at a slower pace, which promised greater safety. After placing the broomstick, a tranquilizer sniper rifle, and his wizarding attire into his guitar bag, Jerry emerged from the alley with an air of composure. "Awake now. What has happened to me?" Ms. Bailey gradually opened her eyes, revealing a look of bewilderment, as if she had just awakened from slumber. "Teacher, it seems you were quite anxious about your father and fainted from the excitement," Jerry explained earnestly. "Is that so?" Ms. Bailey paused momentarily, but soon recollected something, promptly stepping out of the vehicle to gaze toward the direction of Greyburn Academy. However, the sounds of cannon fire had ceased in that area. "If you remain concerned, perhaps you should call your father," Jerry suggested, rolling down the car window. Ms. Bailey, as if emerging from a dream, quickly retrieved her phone to make the call. "That's good to hear." Jerry nodded with a smile, already privy to the situation. "Wait, has Aisha fallen asleep as well?" Noting the absence of Aisha's voice, Ms. Bailey turned to look behind her. "Indeed, she must be exhausted from our day at the amusement park." Jerry had not yet dispelled Aisha's slumbering enchantment, so she lay in the back, blissfully lost in sleep. Gently resting Aisha's head on his lap to ensure her comfort, Jerry silently activated his peculiar panel. After such a strenuous endeavor, having rescued numerous civilians and soldiers, he anticipated a substantial number of little red stars. 50,000, although he had anticipated a significant amount. The sight of the star count nearly made him exclaim in surprise. Previously, after a month of diligent effort, patrolling each night on his broomstick to combat crime, he had only amassed 20,000 stars. Yet this night alone, he had earned 30,000, despite not being the primary force, which truly astonished him. It seemed imperative to engage more frequently in perilous events to accrue a greater number of little red stars. Initially, he perceived it akin to a system of karma or merit. However, he found that engaging in malevolent acts did not hinder his star accumulation. Even creating disasters and then rescuing others did not disrupt the flow of rewards, contradicting his understanding of meritocratic principles. Moreover, he discerned an odd characteristic regarding the acquisition of these little red stars. While it was said that good deeds would yield rewards, it was not entirely so. For instance, Assisting an elderly lady across the street garnered stars, as did helping her dispose of trash. However, giving the elderly lady money yielded no stars, nor did offering charity to a beggar. Intriguingly, the reward for similar deeds varied in quantity at times. For instance, in the case of a robbery, the distinction in outcomes is evident when comparing a thief wielding a small knife to one brandishing a handgun, or when contrasting a slender robber with a burly one. The subsequent accolades bestowed upon the hero, symbolized by a certain number of little red stars, vary significantly. It is perplexing indeed. It seems that his personal involvement is imperative, and the greater the strength and threat posed by the adversary, the more individuals he rescues, the more his tally of little red stars increases. At 8 in the morning, Ms. Bailey, dressed in a loose-fitting white tank top, emerged from her room, stifling a yawn. She had risen early with the intention of preparing oatmeal for the two children, toasting some bread and frying an egg. She realized that she might soon step into the role of their mother, and thus could no longer afford the luxury of lazy mornings. However, upon reaching the living room, she found herself momentarily frozen in surprise. "Jerry, you're up so early?" "Good morning, Ms. Bailey. I'm accustomed to rising early. By the way, I prepare breakfast. It's a more traditional Chinese meal. I hope it suits your palate." Jerry, seated on the sofa, closed his magic book and smiled at Ms. Bailey, who stood there in astonishment. "It certainly does." Ms. Bailey glanced at the sumptuous spread laid out before her, somewhat bewildered, and gestured towards the bathroom. "I'll just freshen up." "All right." Jerry nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a startled exclamation resonated from the bathroom. "What's wrong?" Jerry rushed over. Ms. Bailey pointed to the laundry basket beside the washing machine, her voice tinged with confusion. "Where the clothes I changed out of yesterday?" "Oh, I washed them this morning without thinking. They're currently drying on the balcony. You can wear Dada's clothes for now. They should be dry in a couple of hours." Jerry recalled that while utilizing household magic earlier that morning, Ms. Bailey's clothes had magically washed themselves and were now hanging out to dry. This left Ms. Bailey staring at Jerry, her mind swirling with doubt about her future in this household, whether she would be caring for the children or if they would be taking care of her. "Come on, Ms. Bailey, you need to hurry. Breakfast will get cold." Jerry had begun to realize that Ms. Bailey seemed somewhat inept in the kitchen and with household chores. It appeared that he could not rely on her for culinary or domestic tasks in the future. It wasn't he that she was unwilling. Rather, if cooking and chores were not her forte, Jerry felt he might as well handle them himself. After all, he was unaccustomed to a breakfast of oatmeal and toast. Moreover, with his mastery of household magic, these tasks could be accomplished with a mere flick of his wand, requiring little time at all. It seemed that soon, he would have to look after yet another person in the household. Perhaps this was the true essence of the adage: with great power comes great responsibility. In a household, those with more skills invariably undertake more work. Chapter 65. The cooling off period ends. It is important to note that one cannot entirely fault Ms. Bailey. After all, she is merely in her 20s, having graduated from university just 3 years prior. At a typical age, one would not expect a young girl to possess exceptional household skills. It is rather unrealistic. Achieving independence and self-sufficiency is commendable in itself. Moreover, as Jerry understands, Ms. Bailey's family circumstances appear to be quite favorable. Otherwise, as an elementary school teacher, she would not be driving a Hummer to work every morning. Although Ms. Bailey is both Jerry's teacher and prospective stepmother, in terms of psychological maturity, Jerry is actually several years her senior. Therefore, he perceives her more as an elder sister to care for. As for Elsa, Ms. Bailey delicately picked up a translucent shrimp dumpling and savored it, her eyes sparkling with delight. Elsa is still asleep, likely exhausted from yesterday's activities. With school resuming tomorrow, it is best to let her rest a little longer. "Teacher, please enjoy your meal. I have prepared breakfast for Elsa and Dad and kept it warm in the kitchen. The table is all yours." "Oh my goodness, have you reincarnated an angel on earth? Not only did you complete all the household chores this morning, but you also prepared such a delightful breakfast with such thoughtfulness. This must be what they call a perfectly capable child." Click. "Good morning, Jerry. Bailey. Oh, today's breakfast looks quite sumptuous. After a long night, I'm nearly famished." At the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, the situation unfolded thus. Dr. Banner's whereabouts had been under our surveillance, yet we still could not ascertain the true identity of that young sorcerer. Fury sat at his desk, tapping his fingers on the surface, his gaze fixed on the projection displaying videos of Jerry battling the abomination and rescuing injured soldiers, exclaiming in awe, "This young sorcerer, despite his tender age, is remarkably impressive." Ever since Fury encountered Captain Marvel over a decade ago, becoming embroiled in the conflict between the Kree and Skrull. He had learned that Earth was not the sole home to intelligent life. The universe teemed with other races. He had been devising a plan for the Avengers to counter extraterrestrial threats. Initially, the young magician Jerry, possessing a modicum of magic, was not within the scope of his considerations. Assigning Hill to investigate Jerry in New York was merely a matter of convenience while dealing with the Hulk, akin to a routine duty, part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibilities. However, following recent events, Fury began to perceive that although this young sorcerer was somewhat youthful, he aligned rather well with the requirements of his Avengers initiative. From Jerry's emergence until now, he had consistently engaged in crime fighting, akin to a vigilante. While he did charge a nominal fee for his services, it was merely symbolic. Overall, his character met the fundamental standards Fury sought in potential Avengers. Moreover, considering his approach to tasks, bold yet meticulous, cautious and prudent, S.H.I.L.D. had yet to uncover his true identity, showcasing his elusiveness. The Avengers required individuals who were both courageous and clever, not merely reckless brutes. The sole point of contention is that Jerry is but a child, and permitting a child to partake in perilous endeavors is somewhat questionable. However, given Jerry's current capabilities, there is no necessity for him to take the lead. Merely standing by and employing a controllable form of repulsion magic suffices. Most importantly, and what Fury values above all else, is a remarkable moment at the conclusion of the video, where Jerry utilizes magic to stabilize a gravely injured soldier, allowing him to endure until he reaches the hospital for medical attention. This extraordinary healing magic is a unique ability that none of the other Avengers he is considering possess. Perhaps I should take the time to personally meet this young wizard. As night fell, Professor Bailey had already departed, and Haas, having toiled throughout the night, was still slumbering soundly after breakfast. Meanwhile, Jerry and Aisha were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. The screen displayed some blurry footage, captured by intrepid journalists who risked their lives yesterday to film the battle involving the Abomination, the Hulk, and Jerry. In the face of such danger, there remained fearless reporters who, rather than fleeing, concealed themselves in corners to clandestinely record the events. Jerry couldn't help but marvel at the indomitable spirit of adventure that permeates the populace of this country. No wonder the population growth has been stagnant. The footage revealed the Abomination wreaking havoc and showcased Jerry diverting the creature's attention to allow the crowd to flee, as well as his subsequent collaboration with the Hulk to vanquish the Abomination. Following this incident, it is likely that the title of wizard will gain notoriety not only in Queens but throughout New York and perhaps even the entire nation. In light of past lessons, he must not repeat the same mistakes. Should he inadvertently bring something out from a small world and have it discovered by Aisha, it would be an untenable situation. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Jerry reached beneath the bed to retrieve a guitar case, from which he extracted a tranquilizer sniper rifle, and then took a glass vial filled with powder from a drawer. Sitting on the bed, he focused his thoughts and activated the button to enter the small world. Instantly, the world around him froze in time. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the room of requirement at Hogwarts. He decided to temporarily store the tranquilizer sniper rifle here. Jerry recalled that according to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, wizards are prohibited from using Muggle items, and the Ministry has established a dedicated department for this purpose, known as the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Item Abuse, headed by Ron's father. The item in his possession is not only a Muggle item, but also a highly dangerous firearm. Should it be discovered, even as an exemplary student, he would face severe consequences. Thus, he resolved to conceal the tranquilizer sniper rifle in the room of requirement, a designated place for hiding items, and retrieve it when needed. He placed it behind the statue of a male wizard beneath the Ravenclaw diadem, then took his wand and a vial of powder, quietly exiting the room of requirement. Chapter 66, The Weasley Twins. The wish-granting room is truly remarkable. As Jerry closed the door of the wish-granting room and watched the smooth, iron door gradually vanish, the white walls returned to their original state, prompting him to exclaim in genuine admiration. He perceived the wish-granting room as a magical chamber, imbued with powerful transformation spells, capable of reading the thoughts of its entrants and conjuring a myriad of desired items, while also extending into various different rooms. Perhaps it was crafted in secret by one of the 4 great wizards who founded the school. However, the identity of the creator of this wondrous room was of little consequence. What mattered was that he now possessed it, providing him with a dedicated space to explore and practice dark magic. After a long period of magical study, Jerry had come to understand that becoming a formidable wizard was no trivial endeavor. Certainly, if he merely aspired to be an average wizard, learning for 7 years and graduating with commendable grades would be a simple task. Yet, that would place his abilities on par with some of the aurors in the Ministry of Magic, which was far from his aspirations. He desired to attain a power that could rival that of the legendary Dumbledore and Voldemort by the time he graduated from 7th year. Achieving the prowess of 2 once-in-a-millennium magical prodigies within a mere 7 years would undoubtedly require significant effort. As the clock struck past midnight, the entire Hogwarts castle was enveloped in silence. Even a massive tapestry depicting a wizard dancing with a troll had succumbed to slumber, the troll now peacefully resting in the grass. However, not everyone had succumbed to sleep, particularly a pair of restless Gryffindor twins. "Good evening," they greeted. Upon reaching the staircase on the 8th floor, Jerry awkwardly collided with the Weasley brothers, who had just emerged from the Gryffindor common room. According to Hogwarts regulations, students were forbidden from wandering the castle after curfew, and those caught would not only face a loss of house points but also confinement. Now, Jerry, a Slytherin freshman, had unexpectedly crossed paths with the 2 Gryffindor upperclassmen at the 8th floor staircase after midnight. "Did you not just say the 8th floor was empty?" Fred whispered to George, a hint of confusion in his voice. George shrugged, somewhat exasperated. The Marauder's map indicated that Mrs. Norris was on the 6th floor and Filch was on the 2nd, but it showed no sign of this Slytherin newcomer. Unbeknownst to them, Jerry had just been in the wish-granting room, and Marauder's map could not reveal the presence of anyone inside. Thus, George had not spotted Jerry on the map. "Are you two unable to sleep and merely wish to wander?" Jerry pondered for a moment. Since they had all broken the rules, it hardly posed a significant issue. Yes, you must be that Slytherin newcomer, Jerry, right?" Fred exclaimed, seemingly realizing the situation, his expression relaxing instantly. For Jerry, a first-year student of Slytherin, Fred and George had gleaned some insights from their brother Ron. Consequently, they adopted a cordial demeanor towards Jerry, suppressing their disdain for Slytherin. "Let us join forces." All right. Following this brief exchange, Jerry descended the magical staircase alongside the 2 brothers. As they reached the 7th floor, a familiar feline silhouette obstructed their path. It was none other than Mrs. Norris, who had just finished her patrol of the 6th floor. "Ah, it's you again, now accompanied by 2 cohorts. Having just consumed 2 fish, I am quite satiated and will not be bribed again. I shall report to my master and ensure your apprehension." Upon casting a glance at Jerry, Mrs. Norris promptly turned to head towards the 2nd floor in search of Filch. "Fear not, I have a plan." Jerry, well prepared for this moment, calmly retrieved a glass vial he had prepared in advance. From within, he extracted a handful of green powder, which he then scattered towards Mrs. Norris. Just as Mrs. Norris was about to leave, she seemed to catch a whiff of something, abruptly stiffening before pivoting towards the green powder that lay scattered on the ground. Eagerly licking it up, "What is this?" "Meow. It feels delightful." In that instant, Fred and George watched in astonishment as Mrs. Norris revealed a side of herself they had never witnessed before. After devouring the green powder, she began to sway and bob her head, resembling someone intoxicated at a dance party, before rolling around on the ground, her expression gradually unraveling. Finally, like someone exhausted after a revelry, she lay on the floor, utterly drained, her eyes growing vacant. "What did you feed her? Will she be all right? If something happens to Mrs. Norris, Filch will surely kill us." Fred and George, observing Mrs. Norris's peculiar state, felt as though they had stumbled upon a new discovery. Their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension as they glanced at the glass vial in Jerry's hand. Jerry, however, chose not to elaborate, instead stepping over Mrs. Norris and continuing his descent. The green powder in his vial was, in fact, a common herb not rare in the wizarding world, but rather a well-known catnip favored by Muggle cat enthusiasts. It was specifically prepared for Mrs. Norris. In the future, he intended to frequently visit the room of requirement to practice magic, and in his superhuman mode, he deemed Filch, a mere human, utterly inconsequential. Jerry could distinctly hear the sound of his footsteps from a distance, unlike Mrs. Norris, who, as a cat, possessed natural pads that muted her movements, allowing her to tread silently. Even with his keen senses, he might not detect her approach in advance. Thus, to counter Mrs. Norris, he had taken the time in the Muggle world to procure a canister of powdered catnip from a pet shop. Chapter 67. Jerry's noble aura following their recent encounter. The Weasley brothers concluded that Jerry indeed resembled what their brother Ron had described, an unusual Slytherin. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the other party seems to possess a remarkable talent for mischief, resonating with their own inclinations. Thus, when parting ways on the 4th floor, they kindly reminded Jerry to be cautious. "Thank you, I will be careful," Jerry responded, glancing at the fourth-floor location before nodding and continuing his descent. In just 10 days since the commencement of the term, the Weasley twins could no longer contain their curiosity and felt compelled to explore the strictly forbidden fourth-floor area. After all, during the welcoming feast, Dumbledore himself had declared the fourth floor off-limits, warning that any young wizard venturing there would be courting disaster. Thus, how could the audacious Weasley twins resist the temptation to sneak a peek? The fact that they had not rushed there immediately after the feast was already commendable. However, it remains uncertain whether these two would fare as successfully as Harry and his friends in reaching the three-headed dog. It is likely that their endeavor would not be so smooth. They might not even manage to pass through the initial door. As for the Weasley twins' fourth-floor adventure, Jerry had little interest. He was already aware of the secrets the fourth floor held, yet the contents within were beyond the scope of his current magical abilities. It would be far wiser to diligently cultivate his foundational understanding of magic and acquire more useful spells. Activating his superhuman mode, Jerry skillfully evaded Filch, who was patrolling the second floor, and arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin dungeon. Noble. He uttered the password and stepped into the Slytherin common room, which he had been away from for a month. On the morning of Sunday, September 11th, Jerry sat at the Slytherin long table, elegantly consuming pumpkin porridge with a spoon while engrossed in a book he had previously borrowed from the library titled Curious Magical Puzzles and Their Solutions. Most of the other Slytherin students were buzzing with excitement for the upcoming flying broom lesson in the afternoon. The most conspicuous among them was young Malfoy, who was regaling his peers with tales of his exploits on a broom prior to enrollment, boasting of a particularly thrilling encounter with a Muggle helicopter. In essence, these were mere self-aggrandizing stories, and the other young wizards were equally eager to showcase their own impressive broom-riding skills. Daphne, you were stealing glances at Jerry again. Pansy, with her short hair, cast a somewhat radiant glance toward the far end of the long table, where Jerry was immersed in his book, nudging Daphne beside her. Daphne, blushing slightly, retorted, "What do you mean stealing glances? I'm simply observing openly." At this, Pansy chuckled softly. Among the first-year Slytherin students, there were only 4 girls. Thus, they shared a close bond in their dormitory. However, I heard Draco mention that Jerry seems to have a good rapport with the new students from Gryffindor. He is a traitor. After her laughter subsided, Pansy's expression turned contemplative. Draco harbored envy towards Jerry's exceptional talents. Jerry was certainly no traitor. You fail to comprehend Jerry's aspirations. He has no need to rival those in Gryffindor, for he has never deemed them worthy of his regard. He is truly remarkable. In truth, I too believe he is not a traitor. At the very least, he has earned considerable points for Slytherin, which currently boasts the highest scores among the 4 houses. Pansy nodded in reluctant agreement. However, she did not fully endorse Daphne's assertions, merely 11 days into the term. It remained to be seen whether Jerry was as outstanding as Daphne claimed. The young wizards of Slytherin are proud, and only those far superior can lead them. Nevertheless, in the afternoon's flying broom lesson, your Jerry might find it challenging to stand out. At that moment, Pansy suddenly had a thought and raised an eyebrow at Daphne with a smirk. This suggested that Jerry had never touched a flying broom before. Children from wizarding families typically begin their acquaintance with flying brooms from a young age, becoming exceedingly proficient. Although much of Decora's boasting was likely exaggerated, his skills on a broom were undoubtedly commendable. It would be quite difficult for Jerry to excel in the flying lesson. Moreover, she had heard Decora mention that he intended to mock Jerry and the illustrious Harry Potter during the class. Upon hearing Pansy's words, Daphne furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly affirmed her belief. Even if it is his first encounter, I am convinced that Jerry will prove himself to be the finest. No one can surpass his excellence. Very well, Pansy shrugged, somewhat exasperated. Yet, she glanced at Jerry and remarked with a smile, "He truly resembles a genuine Slytherin. It is hard to fathom that he hails from a Muggle orphanage. Perhaps his parents were renowned wizards, allowing him to inherit noble blood, thus bestowing upon him such a dignified demeanor." If Jerry were to grasp Pansy's thoughts, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Noble demeanor? He merely disliked pumpkin porridge, which led him to consume it spoonful by spoonful. Had it been a bowl of savory tofu pudding, he would have devoured it in no time. Just then, a throng of owls swooped through the great hall's windows, dropping envelopes and packages at the feet of the young wizards. Young Malfoy received a new selection of magical sweets sent by his mother and immediately began to boast of the gluttonous Goyle and Crab. Pansy observed the young Malfoy, proudly displaying his sweets, and then glanced at Jerry, who sat elegantly sipping his pumpkin porridge while engrossed in his book. She shook her head in resignation. Decora, in comparison to Jerry, you truly possess no advantage aside from your lineage. Oh, perhaps also a broomstick. In Pansy's view, Decora's childish display of boasting about candy seemed rather juvenile. as girls tend to mature more quickly than boys. Even if he excels in the flying broom class, it is unlikely that he will displace Goyle's current status in the hearts of all first-year Slytherins. Nevertheless, I still believe Goyle is the most handsome among them. On the other side, the sturdy Millicent suddenly interjected. Pansy and Daphne exchanged eye rolls as they regarded Goyle, who was greedily devouring his food. Chapter 68. The Unexpected Incident in Flying Broom Class. My memory ball. Malfoy, do you want to fight? A cacophony of shouts jolted Jerry from the sea of magical knowledge. Turning his gaze towards the source of the commotion, he discovered that young Malfoy had snatched the memory ball sent by Neville's grandmother as he passed the Gryffindor table, while Harry and Ron were standing up for Neville. However, thanks to Professor McGonagall's timely arrival, the conflict had not reached its climax and was swiftly defused. Closing his book and glancing at the time, Jerry rose and headed towards the Slytherin dormitory. He had Transfiguration class in the morning and had yet to retrieve his textbook. Some might wonder, since Jerry had already memorized the entire content of the Transfiguration textbook and could perform the spells within, was attending class still necessary? Jerry would assure you, absolutely. It is akin to memorizing an entire mathematics textbook and being able to apply some of the formulas through self-study, yet still needing to attend math class for the teacher's explanations. Moreover, in terms of complexity, magic is not significantly less intricate than mathematics. Only through such diligence can his magical foundation be firmly established. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Every brick and tile is essential to its foundation. Aspiring to become a top wizard like Dumbledore requires a solid grounding, which is impossible without laying a robust foundation. Self-study, attending classes, and engaging with peers are indispensable building blocks in the construction of this grand structure. At 3:30 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze blowing, it was an ideal day for flying broomsticks. Jerry and a group of Slytherin young wizards arrived at the expansive lawn at the castle's entrance, where 20 brooms had already been set up. However, those brooms appeared somewhat worn, with some branches awkwardly protruding, seemingly inferior even to his own Nimbus 2000. Before long, Jerry spotted Hermione, Harry, and the other Gryffindor wizards approaching from the castle, accompanied by their broomstick instructor, Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch appeared to be in her early 30s, with short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle. Jerry suspected she might possess the bloodline of some magical avian creature. All right, what are you all waiting for? Stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, make haste. As soon as Madame Hooch arrived, she urged the young wizards to line up beside the 2 rows of broomsticks. With 11 Gryffindors and 9 Slytherins, Hermione was temporarily assigned to stand next to Jerry. Both hands must grip firmly, the body must lean forward. Do not fixate on the ground below, but instead gaze ahead. There is no need to feel anxious. I'm not anxious. I assure you, I'm not anxious. Jerry glanced at Hermione beside him, muttering quietly the flying techniques recorded in the wonderful Quidditch, his body trembling slightly with nervousness, which almost made him want to chuckle. Nevertheless, he softened his tone and reassured her. Hermione, it's perfectly fine. It's merely a broomstick. Let's not fly too high at first. We'll take it slow. But I've never ridden a flying broomstick before. Upon hearing her dear friend's comforting words, Hermione ceased her muttering, but still bore a look of concern. Jerry, without blinking, insisted, it's all right. I've never ridden one either. This is our first time. We'll get better with practice. At that moment, Madame Hooch arrived among the young wizards, commencing her explanation of the magical incantations and techniques for controlling the flying broomstick. Once the theory was concluded, it was time for practice. Extend your right hand. Place it above the broomstick's handle, and then recite the incantation. At Madame Hooch's command, everyone extended their right hands and chanted in unison up. As the spell took effect, the broomsticks beneath them stirred to life. Some flew directly into the hands of their wielders, like Jerry, young Malfoy, and Harry, while others merely rolled on the ground, such as Hermione, Dean, and Parvati. A few remained stubbornly still, like Neville and Seamus. Hermione, you must be resolute and assertive. Convey to it the sentiment that if it refuses to obey, you will turn it into firewood. Jerry noticed Hermione struggling repeatedly to lift her broom, her eyes reddening with frustration. He quickly imparted his own secret technique. Jerry had considerable experience with broomsticks, having flown on one for a month. Initially, he had felt just as Hermione did, but through a moment of clarity, he discerned the shortcut to mastering the broomstick, the transmission of emotion. Broomsticks respond to strength. The more anxious and timid one feels, the less obedient they become. Conversely, the more steadfast and assertive one is, the more compliant the broomstick becomes. Indeed, With Jerry's guidance, Hermione swiftly grasped the method, successfully bringing her broomstick into her grasp. Meanwhile, Daphne, who had already seized her broomstick, silently regretted her hasty action, realizing she should not have been so eager. Half an hour later, under Madame Hooch's attentive guidance, even Neville succeeded in grasping his broomstick. "All right, when I whistle, you will push off with your legs and leave the ground. Put some force into it." Madame Hooch stepped to the front of the group, holding her whistle. However, before she could even blow the whistle, an overly anxious Neville had already propelled himself upward like a rocket, pushing off with all his might. In the blink of an eye, Neville ascended far beyond the few feet Ms. Hokey had mentioned, soaring to a height of several meters, reaching upwards of 10 to 30 feet. Suddenly, his complexion paled, his hands grew weak, and with a loud cry, he slipped from the broom, plummeting swiftly toward the ground under the force of gravity. The abruptness of the incident left even Ms. Hokey momentarily stunned. However, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, a figure shot up from the ground like an arrow, racing toward Neville's impending descent. Not everyone was caught off guard. Jerry, who had anticipated the event, reacted promptly. Chapter 69. A Marvelous Technique. It must be noted that the wizard's physical attributes, strength, speed, and the like, were not significantly superior to those of an ordinary person. Yet his vitality was undeniably resilient. Jerry, mounted upon his flying broom, gazed at Neville, who was plummeting from a height of several meters, and could not help but exclaim in awe. If memory served him correctly, Neville sustained only minor injuries upon impact, receiving assistance from Ms. Hokey to visit the school hospital, where he fully recovered by evening. For an ordinary individual, be they a child or even a robust adult, a fall from such a height would likely spell disaster. Adjusting the angle of his broom, Jerry dove downwards, deftly catching Neville's school uniform as he descended. The other young wizards below erupted in astonished cries. However, the combined weight of Neville and the force of gravity caused Jerry to lose his balance, threatening to unseat him from a broom. This elicited another round of gasps from Ms. Hokey and the young wizards. Yet, Jerry was no stranger to such predicaments. He had previously saved numerous individuals from suicidal leaps while riding his broom. Activating his superhuman reflexes, he swiftly stabilized himself, hooking his feet onto the broom to convert the downward force into a centrifugal motion, twirling Neville in a series of impressive spins before finally securing him back onto the broom. "Neville, you ought to consider shedding a few pounds." Jerry jested as he regained control of the broom, steering it downwards toward the ground while grinning at the boy he had just rescued. Upon safely depositing Neville onto the grass, Jerry executed a nimble dismount, and the two were immediately surrounded by the other young wizards. While Ms. Hokey and the Gryffindor students expressed concern and comfort towards Neville, the Slytherin students regarded Jerry with admiration. Although most Slytherin students had experience with flying brooms from a young age, their exploits were limited to modest heights of 3 to 4 meters in their backyards. Tales of near collisions with Muggle helicopters were merely fanciful exaggerations. A wizard who has not mastered the art of transformation is strictly forbidden from riding a broomstick in the Muggle world. The statute of secrecy is no trifling matter. Exceptions are made only for families like the Weasleys, who reside in exceedingly remote locations. Thus, Jerry's recent daring rescue on a broomstick was nothing short of extraordinary in their eyes. This was not mere boasting, but a genuine live performance. Particularly impressive was his breathtaking aerial maneuver, a dizzying spin on the broomstick that showcased an unprecedented level of skill, leaving them in awe. They even mused that such a feat was rarely seen, even in the prestigious Quidditch World Cup of previous years. To grasp a broomstick with one's feet while holding another in hand, was this indeed a feat achievable by mere mortals? Mr. Carman, having demonstrated exceptional broomstick prowess, bravely saved the hapless Mr. Lombard, earning a resounding applause. Splendid work indeed, with Neville merely shaken but unharmed. Madame Hooch sighed in relief and proclaimed her gratitude towards Jerry's heroic act. As the instructor of the flying class, had Neville suffered a fatal accident, she would have borne the weight of responsibility and her conscience would have been forever burdened. Therefore, her appreciation for Jerry's timely intervention was heartfelt. Furthermore, Jerry's remarkable skill on the broom was truly impressive. To achieve such proficiency on his very first attempt hinted at an extraordinary potential for future Quidditch competitions. Splendidly, Slytherin gained 10 points, and all the young wizards of Slytherin, including young Malfoy, couldn't help but applaud. When faced with someone of comparable talent, one may strive to compete, but encountering an individual whose brilliance evokes a sense of despair can shift one's perspective entirely. At that moment, Jerry inspired such feelings within young Malfoy. In terms of academic prowess, Jerry excelled in all subjects, even surpassing Malfoy in potions, which was supposed to be his forte. In magical abilities, Jerry had already mastered all spells from the textbooks in Transfiguration and Charms, while Malfoy, with his background, struggled to grasp a third of them. In dueling, Jerry could effortlessly defeat Malfoy alongside Goyle and Crabbe. Now, even the one domain where Malfoy believed he could outshine Jerry, the broomstick, seemed devoid of any hope of victory, especially considering that Jerry was merely a novice on the broomstick today. In contrast, Malfoy had always harbored disdain for Harry, often opposing him due to Harry's immense fame as the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Yet he never perceived Harry as particularly brilliant. In fact, he believed Harry fell short in many areas, particularly in potions. Most significantly, as a pure-blood wizard, he was dismayed that Harry chose to join Gryffindor rather than Slytherin, preferring the company of traitors like the Weasleys over associating with someone of his noble stature. So, I assert that Jerry is undoubtedly the finest. At that moment, Daphne from Slytherin cast a triumphant glance at Pansy. Pansy, observing Jerry, who maintained a smile amidst the applause of the crowd, could not help but nod in agreement. I concede, he is indeed somewhat exceptional. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor wizards, upon hearing Slytherin's score, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they still applauded. Jerry's recent actions had certainly earned their admiration, and considering he had risked his own safety to save one of their own, they had no reason not to applaud. The Gryffindors did not possess petty natures. The height was not perilous, as the soft grass below would cushion any falls. Overall, everyone performed admirably, with only a few wobbling, while the rest managed to maintain their balance. Slow down, don't rush. Yes, just steady your direction. Jerry, riding his broomstick beside Hermione, attentively guided her flight. On the other side, Draco Malfoy was locked in competition with Harry, who was encountering a broomstick for the first time. They exchanged challenges back and forth. Although it was Harry's first experience, he displayed remarkable talent, matching Malfoy in every aspect, much to the latter's annoyance. Losing to Jerry was one thing, but losing to Harry was utterly unacceptable to Malfoy. Chapter 70, Snape's Promise. Jerry chose not to intervene in the rivalry between Malfoy and Harry. His focus remained on mastering magic and strengthening himself. Elevating his status among the students was merely a means to enhance his learning of spells. When the flying lesson concluded, the clock struck 6. Jerry and the young wizards made their way to the Great Hall, indulging in the lavish dinner that had long been laid out on the tables. Frankly, the cuisine at Hogwarts was commendable overall. Although it lacked the opulence of the welcoming feast, the meals were plentiful. With meat dishes featuring prominently, beef and lamb were nearly staples at every dinner. Suddenly, Professor Snape, clad in a black robe and with an expressionless demeanor, blocked Jerry's path. "Come with me." With that terse command, Snape turned and headed toward his office. Though bewildered, Jerry dutifully followed him. The office of the Slytherin head was also located on the lower level, sharing a floor with the potions classroom and the Slytherin common room. The office's decor reflected Snape's personal image. Aside from a desk, it was filled with various jars containing specimens of flora and fauna, along with rare potion ingredients. At first glance, one might mistake it for a storeroom for potion-making supplies. It was evident that Snape was quite wealthy, as most of these precious potion ingredients likely belonged to him personally. "Miss Hooch has already informed me of your performance in class," Snape began, his sharp gaze fixed on Jerry. "I hear you dove from 20 feet in the air and caught that fool from the Longbottom family? Indeed, I never anticipated it myself." Upon hearing this, Jerry realized it pertained to the flying broomstick lesson, and he immediately felt a sense of relief. He understood that although Snape outwardly despised Gryffindor, he genuinely cared for each young wizard from every house and would not create trouble for him simply because he had rescued a Gryffindor student. Furthermore, he had earned points for Slytherin in doing so. "Is this your first time riding a broomstick?" Snape continued to inquire. Jerry, with a bold face, nodded slightly. "Excellent. Ms. Hawkeye has informed me that you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the position of Seeker that she has ever encountered. Therefore, I am assigning you directly to the Slytherin Quidditch team as the Seeker," Snape declared without any preamble, issuing a direct command. "But isn't it the case that first years cannot join the Quidditch team?" Jerry hesitated. He was not particularly keen on joining Quidditch, as he believed that the time spent on it could be better utilized for studying magic to enhance his abilities. After all, excelling at Quidditch was merely a recreational pursuit. It was akin to basketball, football, or badminton. No matter how skilled one became, one could not compete with someone trained in martial arts during an actual confrontation. Moreover, he did not recall Voldemort ever having been a Quidditch player. "You needn't worry about that. I will speak to Dumbledore." Snape waved his hand dismissively. "I have heard that our Slytherin team has consistently dominated Gryffindor. Given their formidable prowess, is there truly a need for a newcomer like me to join?" Jerry expressed his thoughts. Additionally, I wish to dedicate more time to studying magic. Snape nodded, appreciating Jerry's diligent spirit, yet he remained steadfast in his earlier intentions. I have never regarded Gryffindor as a worthy opponent. Throughout recent years, they have never emerged victorious. However, that does not guarantee Slytherin's supremacy each year. Last year, Hufflepuff claimed the top position, followed by Slytherin, with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw trailing behind. My ambitions extend beyond merely defeating Gryffindor. I aspire to conquer both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, which is why I require you as the new Seeker. It became apparent that although Slytherin had consistently bested Gryffindor, they had not always secured the Quidditch Cup. As Hufflepuff's team proved formidable, particularly their Seeker, Cedric Diggory. Observing Jerry's lingering uncertainty, Snape intensified his persuasion. The Nimbus 2000, should you agree to serve as Slytherin's Seeker, I shall bestow upon you the latest Nimbus 2000. Deal. The Nimbus 2000 was the latest model of broomstick, boasting a speed at least double that of the Clean Sweep 3. With superior performance in turning, braking, and other aspects. Jerry was acutely aware that, given his current inability to master apparition, possessing a broomstick of such enhanced capabilities could significantly increase his chances of survival in perilous encounters akin to the last. Thus, upon hearing Snape's promise of a complimentary Nimbus 2000, he readily acquiesced. Indeed, it is no surprise that the esteemed Slytherin has responded with such alacrity upon hearing of potential benefits. Follow me. With Jerry's agreement, Snape rose and led him before Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Flint appeared exceptionally robust, rumored to possess the bloodline of a troll. He was a fifth-year student and had just been appointed captain of the Slytherin team this year. Upon learning that Snape intended for Jerry, a first-year student, to assume the critical role of Seeker, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Headmaster, what will become of Terrence Higgs? Terrence Higgs had previously occupied the position of Seeker for Slytherin. Your defeat to Hufflepuff last year indicates that he is not suitable for the role. Let him serve as a reserve. Snape cast a menacing glance at Marcus. His eyes narrowed. Very well, let us convene on Saturday. I will instruct Jerry on the rules of Quidditch. Snape's confidence in Jerry stemmed not only from Madame Hooch's words, but also from having witnessed Jerry's act of valor in saving Neville. Upon returning to his office, Snape said little more and allowed Jerry to depart. However, just as Jerry was on the verge of exiting, Snape's emotionless voice echoed behind him. If you perform well in Quidditch practice, I will permit you to come here in the evenings to seek my guidance on magic. Chapter 71, A Midnight Encounter. As Jerry left Snape's office, his spirits were notably high. His initial intention in rescuing Neville was merely to earn a few house points. Especially considering how foolish Neville already was. One more fall would only exacerbate his clumsiness. Yet unexpectedly, he had acquired a complimentary Firebolt 2000 and secured Snape's promise of future magical instruction in the evenings. Initially, he had aspired to join Gryffindor, hoping Professor McGonagall would grant him a Firebolt 2000 and perhaps facilitate a closer relationship for additional tutoring. Now, though he had inadvertently joined Slytherin, he could still obtain the Firebolt 2000 and enjoy similar privileges. It appeared he would need to invest considerable effort into the forthcoming Quidditch matches. However, he could not afford to squander time on it. He needed to devise a plan that would yield dual benefits. Upon returning to the Slytherin dormitory, Jerry had yet to enter when he heard the triumphant laughter of the Malfoy trio within. Can you imagine the look on Potter and Weasley's faces when they arrive at the trophy room tonight, expecting to duel us, only to find Filch waiting? The thought brings me immense joy. One of them exclaimed, I believe that once caught, even if they are not expelled, they will certainly face detention. It is no wonder. Gryffindors have always been rather dim-witted. I only need to suggest it, and they swallow it whole. Truly, they are fools. As the three individuals beheld Jerry push open the door and enter, their laughter abruptly ceased. They exchanged furtive glances and, with an air of awkwardness, departed the dormitory to continue their discussion in the common room. Observing this, Jerry merely shook his head, choosing not to concern himself with their antics. Instead, he collapsed onto his bed, eager to indulge in some much-needed rest. He paid little heed to the mischief that young Malfoy and his companions had planned for Harry and Ron, deeming it entirely unnecessary to intervene. After all, Harry had the formidable backing of Dumbledore. No one could possibly expel him from the school. To the young wizards, breaking school rules might seem a grave and daunting affair. Yet to the professors, it was hardly worth a second thought. Each year, it was not uncommon for over half of Gryffindor students to face expulsion before graduation, as they relished the thrill of nighttime escapades. Even the seemingly most rule-abiding Hufflepuffs would stealthily slip from their dormitories at night to raid the kitchens for snacks. At midnight, Jerry slowly opened his eyes. By this time, Young Malfoy and his companions had long since succumbed to slumber. Quietly, Jerry rose, grasping his wand and a jar of catnip, and stealthily exited the dormitory. From this night forth, he intended to visit the room of requirement after midnight each evening to practice his magic, honing his skills. Activating his heightened senses to evade the patrolling Filch, Jerry made his way up the enchanted staircase towards the 8th floor. Suddenly, as he reached the 4th floor, 4 terrified screams echoed from the far end of the corridor. Instantly, he spotted Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, their faces etched with fear, bolting from a room at the corridor's end. What on earth was happening? Jerry was momentarily perplexed. He recalled from the film that the trio had inadvertently stumbled upon the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, during the day while traversing the magical staircase. But why was it now the dead of night, and why was Neville with them? Ah, right, this was the realm of fiction. However, he sighed, for the fact that Harry and the others had trespassed into the forbidden area on the 4th floor suggested that Dumbledore was likely nearby, concealing himself with the disillusionment charm. This meant that Jerry would be unable to practice his magic in the room of requirement that night. What has transpired? Jerry inquired, stepping forward to intercept Harry and the others. Jerry, there's a terrifying 3-headed creature in the forbidden area on the 4th floor. We must flee. Hermione and the others gasped, their breaths coming in rapid succession as they hastily explained their predicament. Stay calm, stay calm. The 3-headed creature isn't pursuing you. Jerry pointed down the corridor behind them, feigning a look of bewilderment. The 4 recounted how they had inadvertently wandered into the forbidden area while being chased by Filch, discovering a gigantic 3-headed dog and a trapdoor within. Oh, Jerry, what are you doing here? Hermione suddenly asked, her expression one of astonishment. Clearing his throat, Jerry began to weave an elaborate tale. It has come to my attention that you were to engage in a midnight magical duel with the decrees. However, as the clock struck 12, it became evident that the trio had no intention of arising to face you. I had warned you that Malfoy and his cohorts were deceiving you, yet you chose not to heed my caution. Gryffindor narrowly escaped a deduction of points due to your recklessness, and I nearly faced expulsion because of your actions. Hermione exclaimed angrily at Harry and Ron. The 2 exchanged glances, bemused, as they had not forcibly dragged Hermione out. Why, then, was the blame resting solely upon them? Nevertheless, they expressed their gratitude to Jerry, who risked expulsion by daringly alerting them to retreat at such a late hour. Indeed, although Jerry was a Slytherin, he proved to be a trustworthy one. Jerry surveyed his surroundings, his keen senses detecting an unseen gaze upon him from the air, prompting him to issue a timely warning. Hermione and the others found merit in his observation, bidding him farewell as they hastened up the stairs toward the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor. Although they had not visited the room of requirement, it became clear that Dumbledore had indeed been monitoring Harry's every move. Henceforth, they would need to exercise caution when in Harry's company. Chapter 72. The Golden Snitch, Bring It Forth. On Saturday morning, in the Great Hall on the 1st floor, Jerry addressed Hermione as he passed by the Gryffindor table after breakfast. Hermione, once you finish your meal, please proceed to the library without waiting for me. I have a matter to attend to, and I shall join you in approximately half an hour. Last Saturday, he had arranged to visit the library with Hermione, but due to the unforeseen events on Thursday, he needed to visit the Quidditch pitch that morning to address matters concerning upcoming training. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts lay nestled between the castle and the Forbidden Forest, expansive enough to accommodate several football fields, with spectator seating for over 1,000 individuals, ensuring ample space for all. Each end of the pitch featured 3 golden posts, towering at least 10 meters high, adorned with circular hoops. Today, the Slytherin team had secured the pitch exclusively for their practice, where they engaged in their routine drills. The imposing captain, Marcus, alongside 2 other Slytherin wizards, conducted passing drills with a ball approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, of vibrant crimson in hue. Occasionally, they would toss the ball toward the goalkeeper stationed at the hoops. Meanwhile, 2 Slytherin wizards soared on their broomsticks, wielding short rods as they deftly repelled 2 persistent black iron balls, which were notably smaller than the previous red ball. Below, another Slytherin wizard remained off the field, seated in the stands with a rather displeased expression. All right, let us pause for a moment and gather here. At this moment, Captain Marcus, who was passing the ball, spotted Jerry and promptly waved his hand, calling out to his teammates. Moments later, Marcus introduced a newcomer to his 6 teammates. This is Jerry Carmen, a first-year student, and our new seeker. Let us give him a warm welcome. However, as Marcus's voice faded, none of the other 6 players raised their hands to applaud. Instead, they all wore expressions of disdain. In their eyes, it was absurd for a first-year student who had never even touched a flying broom before to assume the crucial role of seeker on their team. Even though this decision had been made by their formidable headmaster Snape, it did nothing to instill confidence in them. With you attempting to replace me as Seeker, it seems the headmaster has lost his senses. At that moment, a Slytherin wizard who had been sulking in the stands mockingly addressed Jerry. I too believe the headmaster has overstepped this time. Although Terrence isn't the top Seeker, he has brought us considerable honor. It's unjust to let this inexperienced first year replace him due to last year's mishap. Another Slytherin wizard interjected. Moreover, Terrence is graduating next year. This is his final season of Quidditch. You're merely speaking from a position of comfort. I understand this situation is highly inappropriate, but if you possess the courage, go tell the headmaster yourselves and see if he doesn't send your souls to the depths of hell with a dark curse. Marcus, overhearing his teammates' complaints, rolled his eyes inwardly. Despite his imposing stature and fierce appearance, he remained quite timid in the face of Snape. It wasn't that he truly feared Snape's potential use of dark magic. Such a thing had never occurred, but rather it was a psychological response. Snape was perpetually grim, exuding an aura of darkness and terror, particularly in potions class, where he was merciless in his reprimands of young wizards. For every first-year student, he was a nightmarish figure. Thus, even those who had progressed to 6th and 7th years, now of age, still trembled in his presence, a relic of history. Well, since this is the headmaster's decision, it cannot be altered. Our foremost priority now is to dedicate more time to training Jerry, ensuring he becomes a somewhat competent Seeker before our first Quidditch match next month. Marcus recognized that complaining was futile. Only through rigorous training could they hope for triumph in the upcoming matches. Sorry, Marcus, but I'm quite busy and may not be able to attend your training sessions. Just as Marcus endeavored to soothe his teammates, Jerry cheerfully raised his hand. What did you say? The towering Marcus loomed over Jerry, his face contorted with anger. How audacious! I just mentioned intensifying our training, and you claim you lack time? You, a novice, what confidence do you possess? I remarked that I am usually quite busy and might not have the time to train with you all. Jerry smiled and reiterated my statement once more. Shortly thereafter, he was met with a tempest of protests from 7 former Slytherin members. Stop. Allow me to explain. Jerry took a step back to evade the barrage of spittle from the upperclassmen, then spoke slowly. What if we make a wager? I am well versed in the rules of Quidditch, and the Seeker's task is to disregard everything and seize the golden snitch. Now, I bet that if I can catch the snitch 3 times within 5 minutes, I shall be excused from attending training. If I fail, I will personally speak with Professor Snape and resign from the team. Upon hearing Jerry's words, all 7 Slytherin members, including Marcus, were taken aback. Catching the golden snitch 3 times in 5 minutes. Surely, you jest? Even the most skilled Seekers in international Quidditch cannot achieve such a feat in the opening 5 minutes unless fortune smiles upon them. So what will it be? Shall we wager? Jerry smiled again. We shall wager. They believed this was merely Jerry's way of acknowledging his inability to fulfill the role of Seeker, seeking an excuse to withdraw. 5 minutes later, Jerry, equipped with a training broom, gestured an OK sign towards Marcus at the center of the Quidditch pitch. Marcus opened the box, retrieved the training golden snitch, and released it. The walnut-sized snitch immediately unfurled its tiny silver wings and darted away across the Quidditch field. Jerry kicked off, activating his heightened cognitive abilities, and charged after the snitch. Bring it here. With a series of swift turns, Jerry, in his superhuman mode, captured the golden snitch in his grasp. Chapter 73, an overwhelming display of skill. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Marcus gazed at his stopwatch, unable to suppress a rub of his eyes. Impossible. The other 6 Slytherin team members exclaimed in unison upon hearing Marcus's announcement. To catch the golden snitch in 3 minutes and 40 seconds was nothing short of absurd. Even in a non-competitive setting, such a time would surely set a record. Luck. It must be luck. A mere novice, having only recently touched a broom, could not possibly claim such a feat through genuine skill in a mere 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Thus, only luck could elucidate the events that had just transpired. Receiving the golden snitch from Jerry with a smile, Marcus inhaled deeply and threw the snitch into the air once more. This time, the Slytherin team members were not as lackadaisical. They fixated their gazes intently upon Jerry. They aimed to prevent any magical cheating during his pursuit of the snitch. However, in their eyes, Jerry propelled himself with a kick, accelerating on his broom, and swiftly spotted the golden snitch after just a few turns in the air. Immediately, the golden snitch, renowned for its speed and agility, was unexpectedly captured by Jerry with a swift, lightning-fast extension of his hand. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Marcus announced Jerry's time once more, a remarkable improvement of 35 seconds over his previous attempt. At this moment, All the team members fell into a profound silence. If the first capture was attributed to luck, then the second occurrence significantly diminished the role of chance. Moreover, they had closely observed Jerry's mastery of the flying broomstick, which was undeniably exceptional. The tactical flips and accelerations he executed were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wizard. Most importantly, his subsequent grasp of the golden snitch was quick, precise, and ruthless, devoid of any hesitation. I cannot compete with him. Terrence, the seeker for Slytherin for 4 years, sighed deeply as he watched Jerry return with the golden snitch in hand. Taking the snitch from Jerry, Marcus, somewhat numbed by the events, released it once more. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The time had once again decreased, now firmly under 3 minutes. A truly terrifying feat. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Observing Jerry S. smile, seemingly oblivious to the astounding nature of his accomplishment, the hearts of the Slytherin team members were filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, they felt elated at the prospect of having such a formidable seeker. On the other hand, in comparison to Jerry, a first-year student newly acquainted with the flying broomstick, they felt as though their years of practice had been in vain, which was somewhat disheartening for the proud Slytherins. Well, seniors, this wager is a victory for me, Jerry softly reminded the 7 Slytherin players, who were still in a state of shock. The first to react, Marcus, looked at Jerry with gleaming eyes. You've won. From now on, you need not attend any Quidditch practices. Just show up for the matches. As the new captain of the Slytherin team, Marcus could already envision leading Slytherin to victory in the Quidditch Cup during his remaining 3 years before graduation, thanks to the exceptional talent of Jerry as their seeker. Thus, merely a request to avoid training could certainly be accommodated. However, I have a condition that I hope you will agree to, Marcus added eagerly. Speak. Jerry raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Do not disclose your status as our new seeker to anyone else, nor should you mention what transpired today. I wish to deliver a grand surprise to the other 3 houses during this year's Quidditch matches. After a moment's contemplation, Jerry nodded. Very well, it shall remain a secret. At this point, he had already established himself sufficiently within Slytherin, and with Snape promising to provide him with additional guidance. Revealing his joining of the Slytherin team would merely be the icing on the cake. After leaving the Quidditch pitch, Jerry made his way directly to the library. As the saying goes, one person's weakness is another's strength, especially considering that Hermione was such an extraordinary yet unassuming talent in magic. Shortly after Jerry departed from the Quidditch pitch, Marcus hurriedly rushed to Headmaster Snape's office to provide a detailed report on Jerry's recent performance. Jerry, look, there's a new spell. Would you like to note it down? Hermione suggested, pointing to a spell she had stumbled upon while perusing her magical tome in the library. Of course. Jerry promptly retrieved his notebook, diligently transcribing the contents of the page detailing the arrow charm. Although both Hermione and Jerry were engrossed in their studies within the library, their focus diverged significantly. Hermione primarily delved into the historical and general knowledge of the wizarding world, along with an array of miscellaneous and peculiar information, lacking a specific intent to master spells. In contrast, Jerry's studies were concentrated on various magical theories and an assortment of spells with diverse functionalities. However, not all spells were cataloged in spell books. Many were concealed within biographies and historical texts. For instance, the rather archaic arrow charm appeared in Hermione's current reading on the history of Quidditch. This charm, commonly employed during the medieval period, served as a potent offensive spell, particularly effective against Muggle armies. With a mere flick of the wand, arrows would soar forth, propelled by the wizard's intent, rivaling the strength of a robust bow. Indeed, a formidable wizard could conjure a terrifying volley of arrows. Nevertheless, due to the statute of secrecy and regulations prohibiting wizards from attacking Muggles, the use of this charm dwindled. The risk of inadvertently causing harm to a Muggle, resulting in imprisonment in Azkaban, proved too great consequence. Moreover, employing this spell against fellow wizards was largely ineffective. A wizard could easily counter a barrage of arrows with a shield charm or transfiguration, rendering such an assault futile. Unless an arrow struck precisely in the head, it would hardly prove fatal, as wizards could recover from grievous injuries using magic. Consequently, the arrow charm became merely a playful gesture during Quidditch matches, employed to express support for favored teams. However, following an incident where an arrow inadvertently pierced the referee's nose, its use was subsequently forbidden. Chapter 74. A Preconceived Attack. At dawn, Jerry observed the giant Hagrid alongside Professor Flitwick, the charm's instructor, conjuring magic to adorn the Great Hall. Hagrid filled enormous, hollowed-out pumpkins with magical candles, while Professor Flitwick levitated the jack-o'-lanterns into the air, witnessing the colossal pumpkins floating gracefully above the hall. Jerry could not help but marvel at the considerable disparity in power between himself and the esteemed professors. Professor Flitwick effortlessly elevated hundreds of enormous jack-o'-lanterns, maintaining their levitation for days, whereas Jerry had struggled to keep a single bus afloat for a mere 2 seconds. However, compared to his peers who were still using the levitation charm to float feathers, he was indeed quite remarkable, perhaps due to the extensive use of pumpkins for jack-o'-lanterns today. Breakfast consisted entirely of the pumpkin porridge he detested, were it not for the presence of several professors having their breakfast in the Great Hall. Preventing the casual use of magic, Jerry would have transformed the pumpkin porridge into a silken tofu with a flick of his wand. As a first-year Slytherin, Jerry had no classes scheduled for the afternoon, so after replenishing his sleep, he deliberately took a borrowed book of magic from the library and settled into a chair in the Slytherin common room to read. He lost track of time, only realizing it was around 6 in the evening. Jerry, dinner is about to commence. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. Daphne and Pansy, passing by the common room, noticed that with less than 10 minutes until dinner, Jerry was still seated with no intention of leaving, and promptly reminded him. Jerry looked up and smiled gently, saying, "It's all right, you go ahead. I prefer a quieter atmosphere. I'll join you after finishing these last 2 pages." Seeing his determination, Daphne and Pansy reluctantly left the common room. 10 minutes later, he set aside the magic book and checked the time. It was nearly time for dinner. Everyone must be in the Great Hall now. Engaging his superhero mode, he moved swiftly towards the staircase, connecting the first floor to the basement like an agile elite agent. The basement of Hogwarts was expansive, housing the boathouse near the Black Lake, the Slytherin dormitory, the potions classroom, the Slytherin head's office, and the Hufflepuff common room, along with a storage room and kitchen, as well as a dozen abandoned classrooms. To descend from the first floor to the basement, aside from the special secret passages, there was only the small staircase beside the grand marble staircase. Thus, Jerry, armed with his sniper rifle, made his way to an unused classroom nearest to that small staircase, pressing his ear against the wall as he began to wait quietly. After approximately 20 minutes, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoed unexpectedly from the small staircase behind the wall. Someone was heading from the first floor to the basement. At this hour, the only person who would be coming down was Professor Quirrell, who was planning to unleash the troll to create chaos and steal the Sorcerer's Stone from the 4th floor. Once the footsteps faded away from the staircase, Jerry raised his sniper rifle and cautiously moved toward the classroom door. He opened the wooden door just a crack, took out a prepared mirror, and through its reflection, he caught sight of Quirrell, his purple turban wrapped tightly around his head. At that moment, Professor Quirrell was facing away from him, stealthily making his way down the basement corridor towards the distant 5th underground classroom. As anticipated, seeing Quirrell's figure in the mirror filled Jerry with delight. In truth, this operation had been meticulously planned for quite some time. Back in the primary world, he had longed for a suitcase akin to Newt's from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, resembling a small world of its own. Once he acquired that box, it became akin to possessing a secret hideout. As a superhero, particularly one who intends to remain unshackled by any individual or force, lacking a personal sanctuary would be quite untenable. Moreover, carrying a flying broomstick each time he ventured out proved exceedingly inconvenient. Thus, possessing a spatial device would alleviate many of his concerns. The likes of Newt's suitcase, a spatial apparatus, are primarily crafted using the concealment expansion charm, an advanced spell typically studied in the 5th or 6th year. However, the usage of such a charm is strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. Regulations dictate that the concealment expansion charm, due to its unique nature, cannot be employed for personal belongings, but is only permitted for the production of specific items sanctioned by the Ministry, such as school trunks and family tents. Therefore, unless a wizard contravenes these regulations to create one independently, it is virtually impossible to procure such items from legitimate shops. Yet, given Jerry's current level of magical knowledge, mastering the concealment expansion charm, even if he were to acquire the incantation through other means, would not pose a significant challenge. Even if he were to succeed, the extent of spatial expansion he could achieve would likely be minimal, especially considering the advanced knowledge of alchemy involved. Consequently, he focused his attention on the wizards he had encountered who might possess such items. In truth, the professors at Hogwarts might very well have them privately, though they may not carry them at all times, and Jerry would find it exceedingly difficult to seize an opportunity for a stealthy attack. However, there existed one notable exception: Professor Quirrell, the instructor of defense against the dark arts. Once an esteemed wizard from Ravenclaw, Quirrell exhibited considerable prowess, particularly in the realm of dark magic. Unfortunately, during a journey to Albania, he encountered a fragment of Voldemort's soul, which ensnared him, transforming him into a loyal Death Eater. ultimately allowing Voldemort's essence to inhabit him. Upon returning to the school, he perpetually concealed Voldemort's presence at the back of his head with a purple turban, masking the decayed scent of Voldemort with overpowering aromas such as garlic. He began fabricating tales of encounters with vampires or witches that had frightened him, masquerading as a timid and cowardly individual to lower everyone's guard. This time, he intended to exploit the moment when everyone, including Professor Dumbledore and the caretaker Filch, was gathered in the Great Hall, to venture alone into the basement and unleash a troll, thereby creating chaos and seizing the opportunity to steal the Sorcerer's Stone from the forbidden area on the 4th floor, which could resurrect Voldemort. Chapter 75. Plans cannot keep up with change. Jerry awaited this very opportunity. The fact that Quirrell managed to elude everyone's notice to release a troll in the basement indicated that he must possess a spatial item capable of concealing such a creature. Even more subtly, Quirrell's evasion of all attention provided Jerry with a potential advantage. The only daunting aspect was that Quirrell's abilities were undoubtedly at the professor level. With his current magical prowess, even a surprise attack would unlikely suffice to silently defeat Quirrell and obtain that spatial device from him. Moreover, Quirrell bore the remnants of Voldemort's soul upon the nape of his neck. His desire for spatial equipment was undeniable. However, he was not inclined to risk his life for it. Just as he contemplated relinquishing his pursuit, he recalled the anesthetic sniper rifle he had seen while employing magic to heal the soldiers, rekindling a spark of hope within him. Both Quirrell and Voldemort were acutely wary of magic, possessing considerable experience in confronting magical assaults. Yet, when it came to modern weaponry, they were woefully inexperienced, perhaps even oblivious to its capabilities. The pivotal aspect was that the specially designed anesthetic sniper rifle had a range that extended up to 1 kilometer, allowing him to launch a stealthy attack from a location unseen by his adversaries. Even if he failed to incapacitate Quirrell, he would still have ample opportunity to retreat. Furthermore, this was Hogwarts, the very realm overseen by Dumbledore. As a Death Eater, Quirrell would be unlikely to act recklessly, even if he sensed something amiss. Should he succeed, he might not only acquire spatial equipment, but also gain access to Quirrell's personal belongings within it, an opportunity that promised multiple rewards. Upon witnessing Quirrell's figure vanish into the 5th classroom, Jerry hastily exited the classroom at the staircase and swiftly retreated in the opposite direction, taking refuge at a well-chosen sniping point he had scouted over the past few days. This vantage point was situated 600 meters from the staircase, at a corner that constituted a visual blind spot. If someone descended the stairs, they would see Jerry just as he would see them. However, anyone ascending would be entirely oblivious to him, presenting Jerry the perfect opportunity to aim at their back with his sniper rifle. Setting up the sniper rifle, Jerry peered through the scope, focusing intently on the staircase. With the enhancement of his superhuman mode and the practice he had undertaken in the answering room over the past few days, his accuracy was assured. After approximately 10 minutes, Professor Quirrell's silhouette finally materialized within the scope. Bayou, Jerry decisively pulled the trigger. An anesthetic sniper round erupted from the barrel, traversing the 600 meters in under 2 seconds, striking Quirrell's posterior before he had any inkling of what was occurring. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through Quirrell's backside, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness that he could not resist. Before he could take another step, his body swayed and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. With a successful shot, Jerry did not linger. He promptly retracted the rifle and concealed himself in a nearby abandoned classroom, hiding the weapon within a pile of debris. He refrained from advancing to search Quirrell's body immediately, for while Quirrell lay unconscious, Voldemort remained alert. Presently, Voldemort might lack offensive power, yet caution was always prudent. Hiding in the derelict classroom, Jerry listened intently to the sounds outside. Sure enough, after another 5 minutes, distant roars of a giant and the sound of a heavy object smashing through wooden doors reached his ears. Jerry's strategy was straightforward. Aside from incapacitating Quirrell with the anesthetic sniper rifle, he intended to employ a strategy of using others to further his own ends. Quirrell possesses remarkable skills in dealing with trolls, yet it does not imply that he can tame them. At this moment, if the awakened troll were to encounter the unconscious Professor Quirrell lying on the ground, what might transpire? Surely, the troll would relish the opportunity to deliver a few hefty blows to the wizard who had rendered it unconscious with magic. Should Quirrell meet his demise at the hands of the troll, Voldemort's lingering soul would undoubtedly flee Hogwarts, allowing him to covertly seize Professor Quirrell's box in the end. A distinguished Slytherin, engrossed in a book and missing the dinner hour, stumbles upon the troll and the deceased Professor Quirrell on the 1st floor. One cannot help but find this scenario rather ordinary. At this juncture, Dumbledore remains in the Great Hall, unperturbed by the prospect of being discovered. Moreover, Jerry's surprise assault employed no magic. Rather, he unscrupulously wielded a sniper rifle. As for whether Kiro's death would impact the unfolding narrative, Jerry mused. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Dumbledore's intention to utilize the Philosopher's Stone incident to cultivate Harry is Dumbledore's affair. Jerry's focus is solely on strengthening himself and acquiring a spatial artifact. However, while the plan appeared flawless, it is often difficult to anticipate unforeseen developments. Just as Jerry patiently awaited the demise of the unconscious Professor Quirrell at the dilapidated classroom, a familiar scream abruptly compelled him to alter his plans. How did Hermione end up here? Stunned by the scream, Jerry found himself momentarily frozen. Soon after, the troll discovered him, nearly delivering a fatal blow, but fortunately, Harry and Ron arrived just in time to subdue the beast. Earlier that day, during lunch in the Great Hall, he had indeed sought out Hermione to confirm her well-being. In the morning's charms class, Ron had felt embarrassed after Hermione pointed out his misstep with the levitation charm and had uttered a couple of thoughtless remarks. However, with Jerry as her good friend, Hermione did not succumb to the despair depicted in the original text, although she was somewhat disheartened. To prevent any unfortunate occurrences, he had even taken the time to have a heart-to-heart with Hermione during lunch, offering her some encouragement. Yet now, how could Hermione have appeared in the basement? What was the situation here? Due to Hermione's unexpected presence, Jerry found himself compelled to revise his plans. Upon reflection, he realized that this turn of events might prove advantageous, as it would lend an air of authenticity to the situation. Moreover, this intervention would not only save Hermione, but also Professor Quirrell, undoubtedly enhancing his reputation significantly. Chapter 76, Quirrell's Box. Having tidied his wizarding robes, Jerry feigned a casual demeanor as though he had just emerged from the common room, making his way towards the staircase. Upon rounding the corner, the scene at the staircase came into view. The troll stood at the base of the stairs, its left hand brandishing a large club, while its right hand grasped Professor Quirrell by the ankle, as if he were a mere toy, smashing him against the ground with reckless abandon. This sight evoked memories of the Avengers, particularly the moment when the Hulk swung Loki about with similar ferocity. How tragic! Observing Professor Quirrell, bloodied and dazed, Jerry couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for him. On the staircase opposite the troll, Hermione fell to the ground in fright, shrieking and retreating in terror. Clearly, the sight of the troll and the bloodied Professor Quirrell had unnerved her, despite being an academic prodigy with a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Hermione was ultimately just a young girl, lacking practical experience and formidable combat skills. When faced with a sudden danger like today, she was not as combat-ready as Harry and Ron. Hermione, what happened? How did the troll capture Professor Quirrell? Jerry exclaimed, his face a mask of bewilderment as he rushed toward the staircase. Upon seeing Jerry, Hermione managed to regain some composure. I'm not sure. I drank too much juice at dinner and went to the basement to use the restroom, and then I saw this. Huh? ISNT, there a restroom on the first floor? Why go to the basement? Jerry replied, somewhat exasperated, but he quickly drew his wand and shouted, I'll hold it off. You hurry to the Great Hall, and some of the professors. Unbeknownst to him, Hermione's need to use the restroom was merely a pretext. She had been concerned about Jerry's absence from the Slytherin table during dinner and wanted to check on him. Unfortunately, as she descended the staircase, she had stumbled upon the gruesome scene of the troll dragging a bloodied Professor Quirrell. Be careful, I'm going to get the professors, Hermione shouted, hastily standing and rushing toward the Great Hall. At that moment, a small box about the size of a palm fell from Professor Quirrell's robes as the troll held him aloft. Jerry's eyes lit up upon seeing the box. Sleep, he commanded, directing a beam of blue magical light straight at the troll. The troll, a creature standing approximately 4 meters tall and weighing around a ton, was classified as an XXXX level danger in the textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Having fought more powerful foes, Jerry was not particularly intimidated by the troll and was aware of its weaknesses. After stunning the troll with a sleeping spell, Jerry stepped forward to seize the unconscious Professor Quirrell, inadvertently kicking the box that had fallen to the ground so that it flew into an abandoned classroom beside the staircase. Dragging the barely conscious Professor Quirrell, Jerry chose to flee down the stairs rather than attack the troll again. The back of Professor Quirrell's head thumped against the stairs as Jerry pulled him upward. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the troll regained consciousness and charged up the stairs with its club, only to be hit once more by Jerry's stunning spell. Upon reaching the first floor, Jerry encountered Professors Snape and McGonagall, along with Madame Pomfrey, who had rushed over. It turned out that Hermione had burst into the Great Hall, exclaiming that a troll had appeared in the basement, and Professor Quirrell had fainted in the troll's grasp, prompting Jerry's attempt to rescue him. Dumbledore promptly dispatched Professor Snape, McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey. Mr. Carmen, are you all right? McGonagall inquired, casting a concerned glance at Jerry. Although Jerry was not a Gryffindor, McGonagall regarded the safety of every young wizard with equal importance. I'm fine, but Professor Quirrell is in a dire state. And that troll is still on the first floor. I doubt my sleeping spell could restrain him for more than a few seconds. Jerry pointed at Quirrell, whose face was smeared with blood. Snape cast a puzzled look at Quirrell before addressing Jerry with a tone tinged with admiration. Leave Professor Quirrell to me. I shall ensure he receives treatment. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, and Quirrell's body began to move under her levitation spell, following her towards the infirmary. The levitation spell is akin to the floating charm, but it not only allows objects to hover, but also enables them to move according to the wizard's intent, provided the wizard maintains a certain proximity. Otherwise, control is lost. Mr. Carmen, what were you doing alone in the basement? In response to this question, Jerry was well prepared. I became so engrossed in reading in the common room that I lost track of time and missed the start of the feast. He had indeed spent the afternoon in the common room, a fact corroborated by several Slytherin students, and just before the feast began, he had encountered Daphne and Pansy. McGonagall nodded, not out of suspicion, but merely out of curiosity. Mr. Carmen, you performed admirably just now. Had it not been for your brave efforts to hold off the troll, Miss Granger and Professor Quirrell could have been in grave danger. In recognition of your courage, I shall award Slytherin 10 points. McGonagall had always been impressed by Jerry, from the moment she witnessed his bravery in defending the weak at the orphanage. She believed he would have thrived in Gryffindor, the house renowned for its valor. Unfortunately, she had not anticipated that during the Sorting Hat ceremony, Jerry would be assigned to Slytherin. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Jerry replied with a smile. Although Snape had treated him kindly, he could not deny that. In terms of fairness and impartiality, McGonagall was indeed a paragon among the professors at Hogwarts. Upon entering the Great Hall alongside McGonagall, Jerry noticed that aside from the Slytherin students and Hermione, as well as Ravenclaw's head, Flitwick, and Hufflepuff's head, Sprout, Dumbledore was conspicuously absent. Jerry felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the plan had encountered a minor hiccup, the outcome was ultimately favorable. The only potential flaw was Dumbledore's ability to penetrate his thoughts. Should Dumbledore employ legilimency against him, it would indeed become troublesome. Nevertheless, he considered the likelihood of that occurring to be rather slim. Chapter 77. The Space Within a Box. After rummaging through numerous tomes of magic, he finally stumbled upon a book titled On the Mind Reader and the Mind Reading Spell, which contained relevant information. In truth, the Mind Reading Spell, being a rather profound and perilous incantation, is not included in the curriculum of Hogwarts for the 7th year. Even within the school library, only general descriptions are available, devoid of any specific instructional guidance. Of course, it is possible that such knowledge exists in the restricted section, though he had never ventured there and was thus unaware. Within the pages of On the Mind Reader and the Mind Reading Spell, he learned that mind reading is categorized into two distinct entities, the Mind Reader and the Mind Reading Spell. A Mind Reader is a wizard endowed with the innate ability to read minds, requiring no formal training. They are born with the capability to access the thoughts of others. However, this inherent talent appears to be challenging to control due to the overwhelming strength of their mental faculties. When surrounded by too many individuals, they may experience great distress. Jerry speculated that this was akin to the American witch, Queenie Goldstein, from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. On the other hand, the mind-reading spell was developed long ago by mind readers who, through the study of their own abilities, crafted a spell that any wizard could learn. By gazing into another's eyes and reciting the incantation, one could delve into the thoughts occupying the mind of the other, and even trace back through memories. Wizards who master the mind-reading spell to an exceptionally high degree are referred to as mind-reading masters, exemplified by figures such as Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Snape. They require no incantation. A mere gaze is sufficient for them to ascertain your innermost thoughts. To effectively counteract such mind reading, one must acquire the skill of mental shielding. Alternatively, one could choose to avoid direct eye contact and concentrate on entirely different thoughts, thereby impeding the intruder's ability to access memories. However, the text did not clarify the efficacy of this approach. Nevertheless, Jerry believed it must possess some merit. Otherwise, when Voldemort wreaked havoc at the school, Dumbledore would have easily discerned all the details with just a glance. Jerry, are you all right? The recent events had been quite alarming, and upon seeing her closest friend unharmed, Hermione finally felt a sense of relief. Although it was technically forbidden, Hermione, as both the informant and a witness, would inevitably need to recount the entire incident in detail, prompting Professor Flitwick, who remained behind, to acquiesce. I'm fine, However, Professor Quirrell sustained significant injuries and was taken away by Madame Pomfrey for treatment. Jerry paused momentarily before chuckling and giving Hermione's shoulder a reassuring pat. Meanwhile, Daphne from the Slytherin team, observing this exchange, pouted and let out a disdainful huff. At that moment, Snape entered the Great Hall, clearly unfazed, as resolving a troll incident posed little challenge for a wizard of his caliber. The true priority lay in uncovering the origin of the troll in the dungeons and how it had breached the confines of Hogwarts Castle. However, upon thorough inquiry, the four house heads discovered that neither Hermione nor Jerry had any knowledge of how the troll had appeared on the lower level. Hermione encountered the troll and Professor Quirrell at the entrance of the dungeon stairs, while Jerry appeared only after hearing Hermione's piercing scream upon leaving the common room. However, it was imperative to wait for Madame Pomfrey to stabilize Professor Quirrell's injuries before inquiring further. From his casual observations of Snape's demeanor, it seemed that the latter had not employed the legilimency spell on him. After listening to Jerry and Hermione's account, Professor McGonagall reiterated her intent to award Jerry 10 points, eliciting cheers from the entire Slytherin cohort. To Jerry's astonishment, Snape unexpectedly granted Hermione 3 points as well, citing her timely communication of the situation in the dungeon as deserving of recognition. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were patrolling the castle to ascertain if any other trolls had breached its defenses. At midnight, Jerry donned his superhero persona and cautiously made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. During this journey, he encountered the patrolling Mrs. Norris. However, under the influence of catnip powder, she posed no trouble for him. Inside the room of requirement, he was indeed met with magically crafted equipment produced through alchemy. Holding a palm-sized box before him, it felt as though he had parted the clouds in the sky, revealing a clearing of approximately the size of a football field, accompanied by a quintessentially English cottage. Faced with such a diminutive entrance, Jerry pondered how he might enter. Observing the small opening and then contemplating his own physique, he found himself at a loss. Yet, recalling that Professor Quirrell had managed to extricate a troll several meters tall through such a tiny aperture, he reasoned that his own size was surely inconsequential. Placing the open box on the ground, Jerry mimicked Newt's entrance into the suitcase world from the films, extending 1 foot towards the box's opening while resolutely thinking, "I shall enter." Indeed, a spatial fluctuation manifested above the box, and his foot truly stepped into the realm within. At the entrance of the box, a ladder approximately 8 or 9 meters long awaited him. As he inserted 1 foot, it found purchase on the ladder. Once balanced, he swiftly raised his other foot, mirroring the action and stepping into the box's interior. Thus, he descended the ladder, and soon his entire form vanished within the box, leaving only the palm-sized container alone on the floor of the room of requirement. Chapter 78. The 3 Unforgivable Curses. As he descended the ladder, Jerry's feet soon met the soft, verdant grass. He looked around the interior of the box, and an exclamation escaped his lips. What a marvel! Above floated a luminous orb, illuminating the entire space with a brilliant glow, likely an alchemical creation akin to a miniature sun. Besides the lush green lawn, specific areas had been meticulously designated for the cultivation of numerous precious herbs. Within the text, there are references to elements from 8,000 marvelous herbs and fungi, some of which are unfamiliar to him. Beside the herb garden, there lies a water reservoir, its waters crystal clear. Surrounding it are various trees, giving the impression of a quaint villa with an expansive courtyard. As one strolls across the verdant lawn towards the villa, it reveals itself as a classic English manor, commonly found in the wizarding world, adorned with Victorian aesthetics. Upon entering, one is greeted by a lengthy hallway, its floor adorned with a purple carpet. Walking across the carpet leads into the grand hall, where a splendid fireplace and intricately carved furniture catch the eye. It is evident that Professor Quirrell is among the more affluent wizards. The villa spans 2 stories. The first floor comprises the hallway, hall, kitchen, dining room, and a magical laboratory. The laboratory, more aptly termed a potion brewing room, is equipped with an impressive array of costly potion-making apparatus, alongside a cabinet stocked with various potion ingredients. Additionally, it houses numerous magical potions, some familiar and others unknown to Jerry. Although Professor Quirrell may not be a master potion maker, he demonstrates considerable skill in the art of potion brewing. This is to be expected, as wizards inclined towards the study of dark magic generally possess a proficient level in potion making. The second floor features 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. After a meticulous search, Jerry discovered a substantial reserve of 1,000 galleons and a notebook documenting Professor Quirrell's research on dark magic. Most astonishing to Jerry was the revelation that the notebook contained Professor Quirrell's insights into the three unforgivable curses: the Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Killing Curse, as well as the notoriously difficult Fiendfire Curse and several less common hexes. His findings were indeed bountiful. In the primary world, Jerry had never fretted over finances, as his magical abilities made acquiring wealth relatively straightforward. However, in the wizarding realm, where magic is ubiquitous and he is but a novice, amassing a significant sum of galleons presents a challenge. He finds himself hindered by his lack of expertise, youth, and the constraints of time and power. As a first-year wizard, his primary focus must remain on mastering magic, which necessitates his presence at school. Moreover, recklessly challenging the established order without adequate strength or support could yield dire consequences. He later recalled the eight-eyed spiders of the Forbidden Forest, whose venom is a prized commodity, valued at 100 galleons per pint. However, considering that the danger level of the eight-eyed giant spiders is marked as XXXXX in Fantastic Beasts textbooks, along with their sheer numbers, he decided to reconsider. Although Harry and Ron managed to escape unscathed from a swarm of these spiders in the film, it was a privilege afforded to them as protagonists. The danger level of XXXXX is akin to that of a fire dragon, indicative of a formidable challenge that even elite wizards may encounter alone. If one fails to react swiftly, disaster is inevitable. Although the eight-eyed giant spider does not possess the same strength as a fire dragon, it is endowed with intelligence comparable to that of humans and thrives in groups, with venom that is exceedingly lethal. Therefore, the discovery of 1,000 galleons within Professor Quirrell's box is significantly beneficial for Jerry in his time of need. However, the true value lies far beyond the gold. Professor Quirrell's dark magic notes hold immeasurable worth. While earning galleons may be feasible with effort and time, the knowledge regarding the three unforgivable curses and the Fiendfire Curse, along with Professor Quirrell's insights on these advanced spells, is invaluable and cannot be purchased. With Professor Quirrell's dark magic notes, Jerry believes that even without guidance, he can gradually master the spells through self-study and persistence. The Cruciatus Curse for extracting information, the Imperius Curse for controlling thoughts, the Killing Curse for taking lives, and the Fiendfire Curse for area attacks. Mastering these four dark arts would undoubtedly enhance his magical prowess significantly. Should he encounter a boggart again, he might not even need to confront it directly. A single Imperius Curse could suffice. This opportunity is indeed a lucrative one. Without venturing some risk, one cannot achieve sudden wealth. He was fortuitously saved from a grave injury inflicted by a giant beast, thanks to the first-year Slytherin student Jerry Kamen. Consequently, the Wizards of Hogwarts now not only recognize the renowned Harry Potter among the first years, but are also aware of the exceptionally talented young wizard Jerry Kamen within Slytherin's ranks. Jerry's name has gradually spread beyond the first-year cohort, capturing the attention of older students. Though they may not yet know who Jerry Kamen is, they have at least become acquainted with his name. Thus, time moved forward to November. With the arrival of this month, the weather turned bitterly cold. The surrounding mountains were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed with ice and snow, while the surface of the Black Lake resembled hardened steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, frost blanketed the ground. He would either seek out Professor Snape to elucidate perplexing magical principles or engage in discussions about spell applications with Hermione. In the evenings, he would stealthily practice dark magic in the Room of Requirement. In essence, Jerry felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment each day, learning new things, making progress, and growing stronger. Aside from the astonishing consumption rate of his little red stars, everything else was going splendidly. Nevertheless, he had amassed over 50,000 little red stars prior to entering. And despite the rapid consumption, it should suffice to sustain him until the end of the term. Chapter 79, The Quidditch Match. On Saturday morning, adorned in his green and silver Slytherin scarf, Jerry strode into the great hall as usual. Upon entering, his eyes sparkled with delight as a rich aroma of sizzling sausages wafted into his nostrils. Among the myriad breakfast offerings at Hogwarts, his favorite was undoubtedly the sizzling roasted sausages, primarily due to the generous portion of meat within. He relied heavily on invigorating sustenance daily, consuming not only an abundance of small red stars, but also depleting his internal energy reserves. Thus, if given the choice, he would relish the prospect of enjoying meat at every meal, accompanied by sugary confections and beverages to replenish the energy he expended each day. If any other young wizards had observed Jerry during mealtimes, they would likely note that, while he endeavored to maintain an elegant demeanor, the quantity of food he consumed far exceeded that of an average adult. Even the ravenous Goyle and Crab could not match the volume of food Jerry devoured. Consequently, It became a common occurrence for Jerry to be the last to depart from the dining table whenever there were no pressing matters at hand. "Jerry, will you attend the Quidditch match this afternoon?" Just as Jerry settled into his seat, poised to grasp a succulent sausage, Daphne across from him eagerly inquired. "Of course. Today's match features Slytherin against Gryffindor." Jerry smiled and offered an affirmative reply. Given his nature, he would much prefer to dedicate that time to studying the 3 unforgivable curses rather than watching a group of young wizards play on broomsticks. He had possessed the knowledge of these curses for a week now, but had yet to master their incantations. However, duty called, for he was the seeker for the Slytherin team, and one of the competing teams today was indeed Slytherin. Moreover, it was only a few days after he joined the team that Snape had gifted him the much-anticipated Firebolt 2000. "This is a token of our Slytherin pride," he had said, "and later we shall wave our flags together to cheer for Slytherin." Upon learning of Jerry's attendance at the match, Daphne promptly retrieved a green flag she had prepared earlier, her eyes sparkling as she handed it to him. Typically, in scenarios where their house team was competing, it would be rare for any young wizard to abstain from attending. Yet Daphne felt compelled to verify Jerry's intentions, given his unpredictable tendencies. To the Slytherin peers, Jerry was an epitome of excellence, excelling in every subject, treating everyone with utmost courtesy, and embodying perfection. The sole shortcoming was his apparent absence from the extracurricular activities organized by his fellow Slytherins. Aside from the hours spent in class, if one spotted Jerry, he was invariably engrossed in a book, be it in the library, the common room, or on the grassy banks of the Black Lake beneath the setting sun. Thus, apart from his studies, Jerry seemed devoid of any other passions. It was precisely this singular focus that earned him the admiration of many Slytherins, including a somewhat envious Draco Malfoy. This led Daphne to believe that Jerry might, though not necessarily, attend the Slytherin Quidditch match. "Thank you, Daphne." Jerry responded with a momentary pause before naturally accepting the small green flag. He would soon be entering the match, rendering the flag unnecessary. Yet he promised Marcus to keep his role as a seeker a secret and felt it unwise to elaborate further. By 11 o'clock in the morning, nearly all of the professors and young wizards had assembled at the Quidditch pitch. In the stands, which were oriented in all 4 cardinal directions, young wizards from each house proudly displayed their respective banners, each adorned with scarves representative of their houses. Gryffindor's was a vibrant red and gold, with red symbolizing fire and bravery. Slytherin's bore green and silver, with green representing water and bloodline. Hufflepuff's was a blend of yellow and black, where yellow stood for earth and kindness. Ravenclaw's was blue and bronze, with blue signifying air and wisdom, to ensure that the young wizards could clearly view the match. A portion of the stands had been elevated into the air by powerful levitation spells, although many still brought along binoculars. In the center of the stands, wooden towers, slightly taller than the ordinary seating, housed the professors, commentators, and some non-students who had traveled from Hogsmeade to witness the event. "What are you looking for?" Pansy inquired, observing Daphne as she anxiously scanned the crowd. "Jerry said he would come to watch the match this morning. Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Daphne frowned, eager to cheer for the Slytherin team alongside him. Pansy chuckled, covering her mouth. "Don't worry, Quidditch matches typically last 2 to 3 hours. He will surely arrive before it concludes." "All right," Daphne conceded with a nod, redirecting her gaze to the center of the match. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin team's changing room, Jerry, now donned in green Quidditch robes, stood calmly at the exit. "Jerry, try not to be nervous. As long as you perform at least to the level you did last time. Oh no, even just 1/10 of that. We should secure a victory." Marcus, the team captain, encouraged him, albeit with a hint of nervousness. Although Jerry's previous performance had astonished Marcus, he understood that private training and actual competition were worlds apart. In the heat of the match, with so many eyes upon him, the pressure could lead to a significant decline in performance, or even render him too anxious to compete. After all, Jerry was merely a first-year student. Notwithstanding his remarkable talent, his lack of experience in matches left Marcus somewhat apprehensive, especially since Jerry had never participated in their training sessions. "Captain, you seem more nervous than I do." "Don't worry, I won't let you down," Jerry replied, offering Marcus a reassuring expression. Chapter 80, The Fastest Match in History. The Quidditch match comprises 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. The 3 chasers are tasked with seizing the quaffle and scoring by throwing it through the opponent's 3-goal hoops, each successful score earning 10 points. The 2 beaters are responsible for repelling the aggressive bludgers, thereby safeguarding their teammates. If skilled enough, they may even direct the bludgers towards rival players. The keeper's role is to defend the goal, preventing opposing players from scoring with the quaffle. Most crucially, The seeker is designated to capture the golden snitch. Seizing this elusive prize not only concludes the match, but also awards a substantial 150 points. Therefore, typically, the team whose seeker first catches the golden snitch is poised for victory, barring a significant disparity in player prowess. Nonetheless, capturing the snitch is no trivial feat. Historical matches have witnessed intense competitions lasting several days due to both seekers failing to secure the snitch. Slytherin had consistently dominated Gryffindor primarily because their seeker outperformed Gryffindor's. They often secured the snitch first. In fact, during previous matches, Gryffindor had maintained a lead against Slytherin until the latter's seeker captured the snitch, albeit without a 150-point margin. It is essential to note that Gryffindor's chasers and beaters are exceptionally skilled, particularly the formidable chaser Charlie Weasley, who graduated last year. Rumor has it that he received an invitation from the British Quidditch team upon graduation, which he declined. Should Jerry fail to perform adequately, allowing the opposing seeker to seize the golden snitch first, Gryffindor would pose a considerable threat to their match. The record of 7 consecutive victories over the brash Gryffindors could be jeopardized under his leadership. This is why Marcus is even more anxious than Jerry himself. Now, let us welcome the two teams onto the field. The Quidditch commentator, third-year wizard Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, announced loudly with the aid of sonorous charm. As his voice echoed, the air was filled with the thunderous cheers of young witches and wizards. The time has come. Good luck to all. Marcus mounted his broomstick and soared into the air, followed closely by Jerry on his Nimbus 2000, along with the 5 other teammates. The field was soon graced by the sight of Gryffindor in their vibrant scarlet robes and Slytherin clad in deep green, swiftly emerging from opposite ends of the Quidditch pitch. They then performed a flamboyant aerial display before gracefully descending beside Madame Hooch, who stood poised in the center of the pitch. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. Gryffindor, Slytherin. The cheers erupted in a relentless wave. However, it was evident that the cheers for Gryffindor resonated far louder than those for Slytherin. This was unsurprising, as the amiable and valiant Gryffindor was far more endearing than the haughty and disdainful Slytherin. Consequently, apart from their respective houses, the cheers from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff predominantly favored Gryffindor. Yet, as they scrutinized the players on either side of the pitch, they discerned something amiss. The seeker for Slytherin was not the familiar Terrence Higgs, who had remained unchanged for 4 years, but rather a fresh face, an apparent first or second-year wizard. It was Jerry. How had he become Slytherin's seeker? At that moment, the Slytherin stands erupted with gasps from Daphne and her fellow wizards. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who were well acquainted with Jerry, emitted similar exclamations. Jerry, it's actually Jerry. Hermione, did you know Jerry became a first-year seeker? No, but that's impossible. He has been studying with me in the library every weekend and has never attended Quidditch practice. Hermione shook her head in disbelief at Harry and Ron's inquiries. Oh, Merlin's beard. We discovered that Slytherin has indeed changed their seeker. They audaciously employed a new one. Can anyone tell me the name of this new seeker? At that moment, the voice of announcer Lee Jordan echoed from the tower stands. What? His name is Jerry Cammon, the one who rescued Professor Quirrell from the troll? But if memory serves me right, he should still be a first year. The bold decision by Slytherin to utilize a first year as a seeker was either an audacious gamble or prompted by some special circumstance. We shall await the unfolding drama. Previously, they had merely heard whispers of Jerry's name, but now it seemed the entire Hogwarts community, including the wizards from Hogsmeade, had come to recognize him. Nonetheless, many regarded the replacement of the experienced Terrence Higgs with a first year for such a pivotal role with skepticism, particularly the upperclassmen of Slytherin, who mostly furrowed their brows. On the field, Gryffindor's Wood, brimming with excitement, whispered to his teammates, "Let us play well. This match is ours for the taking." Listening intently, Madame Hooch, holding a silver whistle in one hand and a broom in the other, surveyed both teams, particularly Slytherin's captain, Marcus, known for his frequent fouls due to his size and strength in previous matches. Having said that, she raised the silver whistle and blew it sharply, prompting all players to soar into the sky. The quaffle was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkably skilled chaser and quite enchanting as well. Lee Jordan's commentary once again filled the air. The golden snitch has been released. Merlin, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Oh, our Slytherin seeker has made a move. Has he spotted the snitch? Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? Surely, I must be dreaming. How could it be? Slytherin's new seeker, Jerry, has captured the golden snitch. It has been less than a minute since the snitch was set free. This might be the swiftest conclusion in Quidditch history. Chapter 81, Christmas Eve. The speed of a Nimbus 2000 is truly unparalleled by any ordinary broomstick. Thus, Jerry's capture of the snitch was significantly quicker than during his previous wager with Marcus and the others. The snitch, no larger than a walnut, seems to possess a will of its own, excelling in evasion, while a broomstick can match its speed. The physical prowess of a seeker is not markedly superior to that of an average individual, making it challenging to seize. However, once Jerry activated his superhuman mode, his senses were vastly enhanced, and his control over his body reached an extraordinary level akin to that of a martial arts master. Historically, grandmasters of martial arts could catch a flying fly with chopsticks. Thus, for Jerry to grasp a walnut-sized golden snitch was hardly a formidable task. Throughout the entire process, his only limitation was the speed of the broomstick. As Jerry descended, clutching the golden snitch, before the referee, Madame Hooch, the entire stadium seemed to halt as if time had paused. Angelina, who had just snatched the quaffle, froze mid-throw, and the faces of the Quidditch players were filled with bewilderment. The young wizards in the stands gaped in astonishment. Even Madame Hooch stood in stunned silence for a full 10 seconds before she finally comprehended the situation and accepted the snitch from Jerry. Upon inspection, confirming it was indeed the official snitch, Madame Hooch raised her hand to declare, "Slytherin wins." In the commentary booth, Lee Jordan, upon seeing Madame Hooch's signal, loudly proclaimed the result. "Slytherin, Slytherin, Slytherin, Jerry, Jerry, Jerry." His words seemed to press the start button once more, and the stadium erupted in a cacophony of excitement, with all the Slytherin wizards cheering wildly. From the initial shouts of Slytherin to the later chants of Jerry, this victory was unprecedented. Although Slytherin had won matches before, never had they triumphed so swiftly, so decisively, and with such legendary flair. The entire match, from start to finish, lasted less than 2 minutes, with the snitch being caught in under a minute. This shattered Hogwarts Quidditch records and even broke the records of Quidditch history itself, igniting a profound sense of exhilaration and pride among all Slytherin wizards. Marcus and the other Slytherin players jubilantly dropped their broomsticks and lifted Jerry, tossing him into the air in celebration, despite having mentally prepared themselves for today's outcome following Jerry's previous performance. Their emotions were no less tumultuous than those of the young wizards in the audience when reality unfolded. They understood that as long as Jerry remained, the Slytherin team would face no rival for the next 7 years. Their only regret was that the games would become exceedingly tranquil for them. Thus, this year's inaugural Quidditch match at Hogwarts concluded in a legendary fashion, solidifying Jerry's name among wizards at Hogwarts and even in Hogsmeade. The strongest seeker in history, Jerry, had been born. After the first Quidditch match, Jerry noticed an increase in his popularity in the days that followed. Not only the Slytherin wizards, but even those from the other 3 houses would greet him with smiles when they encountered him at school, and some young wizards had even bestowed upon him numerous nicknames, such as Swift Jerry, King of the Balls, Golden Snitch Nemesis, and Quidditch Legend. Naturally, this newfound fame and amiable reputation were beneficial for Jerry, as they provided him with advantages in various endeavors, overall enhancing his experience. However, it was evident that while time in the primary world was restricted, his physical growth was not. He seemed to have grown taller. This implied that traversing between the 2 worlds would cause him to age more rapidly than his peers in either realm. Consequently, his true identity would be increasingly difficult to conceal. A child of his exceptional caliber already stood out in areas frequented by wizards, and he may have already caught the attention of the Ministry of Magic. The lack of confirmation likely stemmed from his earlier use of Chinese, which had misled them. Initially, he had planned to adopt a more subdued demeanor upon entering secondary school, striving to reduce the chances of arousing suspicion, with the hope that once he grew stronger, he would no longer fear scrutiny. However, if his physical changes became too conspicuous, maintaining his cover would prove challenging. Yet, this was not his most pressing concern. With magic and potions at his disposal, he would find ways to address this issue. What truly troubled him was the matter of longevity. If things continued as they were, he might find himself nearing the end of his lifespan, just as his peers reached adulthood. Thus, he began to contemplate whether to risk pursuing the Philosopher's Stone, which could potentially yield a potion for immortality. Although the immortality granted by the stone came with significant drawbacks, it would at least allow him to live longer, providing him with more time to explore other solutions. However, attempting to seize the stone right under Dumbledore's nose was no simple feat for now. He could only take one step at a time, perhaps discovering better alternatives along the way. Time swiftly passed, bringing them to mid-December, with Hogwarts enveloped in a thick blanket of snow and the Black Lake completely frozen over. Chapter 82. A Nighttime Intrusion into the Library. Jerry, wait a moment. We have something to ask you. On Saturday morning, having just finished breakfast, Jerry was preparing to seek out Hermione for their customary visit to the library when he was called to a halt by Harry and Ron. "What is it?" Jerry inquired with curiosity as he took a seat. Hermione elucidated. "Jerry, do you recall that incident when we inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden area on the 4th floor? Of course I remember. You mentioned that there was a massive, three-headed dog guarding something significant." Jerry nodded in acknowledgement. Harry continued, "We've heard that someone intends to steal the important item that Dumbledore has hidden there, and this item is connected to a wizard named Nicholas Flamel. We want to know if you've encountered any mention of him in your readings at the library." Hermione added, "Initially, Harry sought information from me, as I typically seem to know everything, but I hadn't come across that name in the library's texts. Knowing that you read even more than I do, and that our reading interests differ, I suggested we ask you, especially since you were aware of our escapade to the 4th floor. Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemist who lived for 6 or 7 centuries. Someone is attempting to steal something from the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Who could it be?" Jerry squinted, having surmised that Harry was alluding to Snape. However, given that Jerry belonged to Slytherin and Snape was the head of that house, Harry refrained from voicing his suspicion. Reflecting on it, Jerry considered that Dumbledore might be orchestrating events to challenge Harry, explaining the unfolding circumstances. After all, if Dumbledore aimed to test Harry, no matter how Jerry sought to influence the narrative, he would inevitably guide Harry towards the forbidden area on the 4th floor. "How do you know that Nicholas Flamel is connected to the contents of the forbidden area?" Jerry inquired for clarification. This time, Ron was quick to respond. "While you and Hermione were engrossed in your books, Harry and I were visiting Hagrid. He inadvertently let slip that the three-headed dog is actually his pet, named Fluffy, and he is the one guarding that important item for Dumbledore." Harry immediately nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, no matter how we pressed him, he wouldn't divulge what that item is. "Is that so? I've heard that Hagrid's hut is quite fascinating. Perhaps you could take me there next time?" Jerry smiled and nodded once more. "Of course. Hagrid is a splendid fellow. He always enjoys our visits. But Jerry, do you truly not know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Harry inquired, impatience creeping into his voice. "I don't," Jerry replied, observing the disappointment on Harry's and Ron's faces, but he quickly added, "However, I do know where to find information about this individual." "Where?" Harry and Ron's hopes reignited. Jerry chuckled. "Since neither Hermione nor I are familiar with Nicholas Flamel, it suggests that the information regarding this wizard must not reside within the ordinary sections of the library." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Hermione seemed to have an epiphany and immediately turned her incredulous gaze towards Jerry. "Indeed, you guessed correctly. It is precisely that place." Jerry's expression radiated affirmation. Harry and Ron were so anxious they could hardly contain themselves. "Where on earth are you referring to?" "The restricted section of the library." "The restricted section? Of course. How could we have overlooked that?" Harry and Ron exclaimed simultaneously, their minds racing with the realization that if they could not find it in the ordinary section, they would undoubtedly need to venture into the restricted area. "However, Jerry, access to the restricted section requires a signed note from a professor, and one can only borrow one book at a time. The professors would never consent to our borrowing from the restricted section." Hermione's brow furrowed once again. Jerry lowered his voice and glanced around, signaling the trio to draw closer. "Why don't we sneak in tonight?" "What?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at Jerry in disbelief. In their eyes, Jerry embodied the quintessential model student, graceful, polite, academically exceptional, and the record-breaking seeker in Quidditch. The notion that he would propose a clandestine expedition to the library's restricted section was utterly astonishing. It was akin to the top student in school, revered by all teachers, suggesting a midnight escapade to skip class. Jerry, noticing their reaction, chuckled heartily. "You needn't be so surprised. I often roam the castle around 11 or midnight. It's a peculiar hobby of mine. And fear not, I possess certain methods to evade Filch and Mrs. Norris." Previously contemplating how to absolve himself of any suspicion from the ministry, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. If memory served him right, there was a book titled Potent Potions in the restricted section, which contained the recipe and instructions for the Polyjuice potion. Entering the restricted section alone would be impossible, but with Harry as a scapegoat, the danger would be significantly mitigated. "It is far too perilous. If we are caught, we shall all be expelled." Hermione immediately cast her dissenting vote, clearly disapproving of such a breach of school regulations. "We could avoid being caught." Ron viewed the idea of infiltrating the library as utterly thrilling. Harry chimed in, persuading Hermione. "Hermione, do you not wish to uncover the true identity of Nicholas Flamel and the mysteries that lie with Dumbledore on the 4th floor?" This Hermione began to waver. At that moment, Jerry added fuel to the fire. "Hermione, Trust me, I shall ensure none of you are apprehended. Very well, but only this once. Upon hearing Jerry's assurance, the most reliable among them, Hermione slowly nodded in agreement. In truth, although Hermione outwardly resembled the stern and dogmatic Professor McGonagall, the mere fact that she was sorted into Gryffindor indicated her intrinsic affinity for adventure. In truth, many of the transgressions that occurred in the latter part of the original work were instigated by Hermione herself. Chapter 83. Foundations and Extensions of Alchemy. At midnight, Jerry stealthily departed from the Slytherin dormitory, skillfully evading the patrolling Filch. He incapacitated the fat lady with a sprinkle of catnip powder and ascended to the 8th floor of the castle. This evening, instead of visiting the room of requirement, he found himself at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, before the portrait of the fat lady. Come on, let us proceed to the library. Upon seeing Harry, Hermione, and Ron emerge from behind the portrait, Jerry quietly waved them over, leading the way downstairs. However, as they passed the 6th floor, Harry and the others were startled to find the fat lady leaning against the banister, lost in a trance-like state, nearly prompting them to turn and flee. They were well aware of the formidable nature of this gossiping portrait. It's all right, no need to worry. She is likely to remain in this stupor for 2 or 3 hours. Upon hearing Jerry's words, the trio noticed that the fat lady merely cast a glance at them before slipping back in her daze, seemingly lost in delightful reverie, nearly drooling in her trance. As the four reached the 3rd floor, Jerry suddenly paused for a moment before continuing to the 2nd floor. Activated in his superhuman mode, he sensed a solitary gaze sweeping over him from an empty corner, and he detected a familiar scent akin to that which lingered when Harry and his friends had trespassed on the 4th floor. He surmised that it must be Dumbledore approaching with the disillusionment charm. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he would not concern himself with the nighttime escapades of young witches and wizards, nor would he allow the ever-watchful portraits to report on their nocturnal activities. Harry, however, was an exception. The moment Harry departed the common room, it was likely that the fat lady would swiftly relay the matter to Dumbledore. Alohomora! He brandished his wand towards the library door, casting an unlocking spell, and the grand entrance swung open with remarkable smoothness. The illustrious library of Hogwarts, a repository of perilous tomes of magic, was surprisingly accessible with just the simplest of unlocking charms. It was akin to releasing a vast ocean's worth of water. Shaking his head, Jerry, along with Harry and the others, stepped into the library, arriving at the previously unvisited restricted section. Titles such as The Darkest Charms, The Book of Spells, Evil Dark Magic, Compilation of Curses, and Powerful Potions adorned the shelves. Jerry felt an overwhelming urge to gather all these magical tomes into a small box. However, sensing the occasional scrutinizing gaze upon him, he prudently suggested, everyone, search for books related to biographies. If those prove elusive, look for potions or alchemy texts. Perhaps he is not a conventional wizard. With that, he began to sift through the shelves. However, considering that Dumbledore might be watching from nearby, he refrained from touching any books related to dark magic, instead sifting through biographies, alchemy texts, and potion manuals, works that would likely not attract Dumbledore's attention. Yet while perusing the volume titled Powerful Potions, he lingered just a moment longer on the pages detailing the recipe for the Polyjuice potion, memorizing its formulation and preparation steps with remarkable clarity. Aided by a surge of mental acuity, Eureka! After placing powerful potions aside, Jerry continued his search and eventually discovered a reference to Nicholas Flamel in a book called Fundamentals and Extensions of Alchemy. At that precise moment, Harry happened to open a large, black tome, unleashing a chilling and spine-tingling scream. We must go. Quick! Jerry hastily tucked the book Fundamentals and Extensions of Alchemy into his robe and pulled Hermione along as they dashed for the exit. Simultaneously, Harry and Ron sensed the urgency. Such a loud scream would undoubtedly attract Filch's attention, and if they didn't leave promptly, escape would be impossible. Indeed, as the four burst from the library, they heard Filch's footsteps and furious shouts from the 1st floor. Violation of school rules. Wait till I catch you. Hurry upstairs, Jerry urged, leading Hermione, Harry, and Ron in a frantic race up the stairs. Filch seemed to have caught wind of their footsteps and was hot on their trail. However, Hermione quickly dismissed the suggestion of slowing down, stating, Filch is right behind us. We don't have time for that. It's all right, follow me. I know a place where we can temporarily evade Filch. Listening to the approaching footsteps growing ever closer, Jerry wasted no time and led the trio toward the room of requirement. In truth, there were numerous ways to elude Filch, but he chose the room of requirement for a specific reason. Dumbledore was still near. Jerry understood that his nightly visits to the room of requirement allowed him to evade Filch and the fat lady, but he knew he could not hide from Dumbledore. After all, no matter how skilled he was, he could not escape the ever-watchful portraits throughout the castle. Nonetheless, the Room of Requirement was not inherently sinister, and, currently, Dumbledore remained unaware of its hidden chamber containing Voldemort's Horcruxes. A young wizard inadvertently discovering a room that grants wishes and visiting it for amusement should be justifiable. Especially now that Jerry had brought Harry and the others along, which would further demonstrate his innocence to Dumbledore. If one were to secretly engage in nefarious activities, it would be implausible to bring others to one's clandestine sanctuary. As for whether Harry and the others knowing about the Room of Requirement would affect him, certainly not. They cannot visit the Room of Requirement at midnight every day. As for other times, Jerry has no need for it. What is this? As Jerry walked past the white wall 3 times, a door unexpectedly appeared on it, causing Harry and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. This is a fascinating place I stumbled upon. Come in quickly. Jerry waved his hand, beckoning the trio into the Room of Requirement. Chapter 84. The Birth of the Four Iron. Wow, what is this place? Hermione, Harry, and Ron exclaimed in awe upon entering the Room of Requirement. A spacious little courtyard greeted them, filled with various targets, a beautifully designed large bed, and an array of tables and chairs. I'm not quite sure what this place is. I merely discovered it by chance. When I have free time in the evenings, I come here to practice magic. Jerry gestured for everyone to sit by the bed. No wonder your magic is so impressive. It turns out you train here every night. Hermione sat next to Jerry, her face reflecting admiration. She knew that Jerry was the best in their year in terms of magical prowess. Professor Flitwick had even praised Jerry, a Slytherin, for his remarkable skill in using magic during their lessons. While they were still struggling to levitate feathers with the levitation charm, Jerry had already demonstrated the ability to levitate a table effortlessly in class. It turned out that Jerry was not uniquely gifted. Rather, he diligently practiced his spells every night. Consequently, the trio's admiration for Jerry deepened significantly. Hermione, you know my dream is to become a Justice Auror who maintains order among wizards. So I must work hard on my magical skills. Jerry explained, not a trace of embarrassment on his face. To avoid being perceived as potentially following in Voldemort's footsteps by professors like Dumbledore and Snape, Jerry had consistently communicated to those around him that his aspiration was to be an Auror who stands firmly against dark wizards and upholds wizarding order. Well, let us put that aside for now. From now on, this will serve as our secret base. If anything comes up next time, we can discuss it here. But first, let us find out who Nicholas Flamel really is. With that, Jerry took out the book titled Fundamentals and Extensions of Alchemy. Harry and the others nodded in agreement. Despite nearly being discovered by Filch during this adventure, they were fortunate to have unearthed clues about Nicholas Flamel. Opening Fundamentals and Extensions of Alchemy, the 4 little heads huddled together to read. This book primarily discusses the applications of basic alchemy and the transformation of related magical items. Alchemy is not part of the Hogwarts curriculum, but that does not diminish its significance. Rather, its complexity and difficulty make it a field where most ordinary wizards struggle to achieve mastery. The typical curriculum for novice wizards encompasses subjects such as the history of magic, spells, and potions, whereas alchemy primarily involves the creation of objects imbued with magical properties, permanently inscribing once ephemeral spells onto these items, thus rendering them capable of infinite use. This is akin to the enchanted automobile belonging to the Weasley family, the night bus, the time turner, and a plethora of other magical artifacts, including the box currently held by Jerry, which belonged to Professor Quirrell. Alchemy is a profound discipline that few can comprehend, yet as they turn to the latter pages, they encounter the name of the renowned alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. Born in 1327, Flamel is the most celebrated alchemist and the sole known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of extraordinary capabilities. The Philosopher's Stone can transmute any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. Throughout the centuries, numerous accounts of the Philosopher's Stone have emerged, yet the only remaining stone belongs to the illustrious alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Goodness, has he truly lived for over 6 centuries? Hermione exclaimed. That large dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I wager Flamel asked Dumbledore to safeguard it, as they are friends, and he was aware that others were coveting the stone. Thus, he relocated the stone from Gringotts. Harry seemed to comprehend the entirety of the situation in an instant. A stone that can produce gold and grant eternal life. Who wouldn't desire such a thing? Ron shrugged. Jerry, too, chimed in, riding the wave of the conversation. However, while voicing his thoughts, his gaze remained fixated on the magic book in his hands. activating his memory-enhancing function to swiftly absorb the knowledge about alchemy contained within. Alchemy piqued his interest immensely. With the memory-enhancing function engaged, Jerry approached an almost photographic memory. Had he chosen to delve deeply into the subject for a thorough study, even with the enhancement, the intricacies of alchemy would likely elude him in a short time. However, the act of memorization was exponentially quicker. He resolved to jot down the information and later take the time to understand it more fully. After approximately half an hour, Jerry successfully committed the entirety of fundamentals and extensions of alchemy to memory. Harry and the others nodded in agreement and quietly followed Jerry out of the room of requirement. Following this adventurous excursion to the library, the bond among the four was notably strengthened, particularly since Jerry had shared with them a secret hideaway known only to them. Although Jerry had previously assisted Harry and Ron on the train, their subsequent separation into different houses and classes had prevented them from forming an unbreakable camaraderie. Harry and Ron shared an exceptionally close friendship, while Hermione and Jerry's frequent study sessions fostered a deeper connection. However, after this experience, the relationship among the four blossomed remarkably. In a previous life, Jerry once heard a saying about the experiences that forge unbreakable bonds between individuals, the Four Iron Principles. These principles state that true camaraderie is built through shared trials, facing battles together, enduring hardships side by side, dividing spoils, and embarking on adventures. Presently, the four of them had collectively breached school regulations, stealthily infiltrated the library, uncovered the secrets of the fourth floor, and established a clandestine base, thus solidifying their friendship. Initially, Jerry had hoped to explore other tomes, but sensing the lingering gaze that had not strayed from him, he decided against it. In truth, today's findings had already exceeded his expectations, rendering further risks unnecessary. Chapter 85. The Christmas holiday commences. During his visits to the library, Jerry primarily perused books on potion making and often consulted Snape regarding potion-related queries. This focus greatly pleased Snape. Amidst this, Harry extended an invitation, and Jerry, along with Hermione, set aside a day to visit Hagrid's hut, establishing a rudimentary friendship with him. Hagrid was quite astonished that Harry and Ron had brought along a Slytherin friend, as he was well aware of their aversion to Slytherin. However, as he interacted with Jerry, Hagrid quickly discerned that Jerry was unlike the typical Slytherin, particularly noting Jerry's appreciation for his rock cakes and his evident fascination with magical creatures, which endeared him to Hagrid immensely. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were utterly astonished that Jerry could actually consume Hagrid's notoriously hard rock cakes, which could easily chip a tooth. Ron, in particular, found this feat even more impressive than Jerry's remarkable magical abilities. Jerry simply remarked, "I'm in excellent health. I eat well." Shortly thereafter, they would all board the Hogwarts Express to depart from Hogwarts Castle, just as they had arrived at the beginning of the term. Jerry, however, carried noticeably fewer belongings, having previously stowed most of his possessions in a small box. The trio of Malfoy appeared momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jerry, who typically immersed himself in books and refrained from interacting with them, to initiate a greeting. Yet, for reasons unknown, the three felt a flicker of joy at this unexpected gesture. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jerry wheeled his suitcase away from the Slytherin dormitory. Upon reaching the first floor, he did not immediately follow the throng of students toward Hogsmeade Station, but instead made his way to the Great Hall, as he had arranged to bid farewell to Harry and Ron there with Hermione. Upon entering the Great Hall, Jerry was struck by the extraordinary beauty and splendor that adorned it today. The walls were festooned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood majestically throughout the hall. Some trees sparkled with glistening icicles, while others flickered with hundreds of candles. Additionally, some were adorned with golden bubbles conjured by magic. "Jerry, over here." Just as Jerry was captivated by the hall's enchanting decorations, he noticed Harry and Ron waving at him from the Gryffindor table. "Are you playing wizard's chess?" Jerry approached and discovered that Harry and Ron were engaged in a popular game of wizard's chess. Wizard's chess is a magical variant of chess, where the pieces move to their designated squares at the player's command. When a piece is captured, it is overturned by the opposing piece and removed from the board. Jerry had little interest in playing wizard chess, but he was deeply intrigued by the alchemy involved in crafting the chess pieces. However, the content was quite profound, and he doubted he could grasp it in a short time. In truth, he was quite astonished by this alchemy that imbues ordinary matter with intelligence. On the surface, it may seem unremarkable, but upon deeper reflection, one realizes that this form of alchemy is extraordinarily remarkable, even somewhat daunting. It is akin to creating a new race, a new life, akin to the divine powers of deities such as God or Nuwa. Of course, it still falls short of truly creating life. Yet it is undeniably progressing in that direction. For instance, the pieces on the board not only obey commands but also engage in disputes, even expressing their opinions to Harry and Ron, clearly exhibiting a semblance of personality or perhaps a soul. The most remarkable among them is the Sorting Hat, which boasts a lifespan of a millennium, possessing intellect comparable to that of humans, along with unique magical abilities. Don't send me there. Can't you see his knight? Send him instead. His sacrifice wouldn't matter. On the board, Harry's bishop, upon hearing Harry command it to advance, immediately became agitated and pointed to the nearby pawn. Harry, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "This piece was lent to me by Seamus. They don't trust me enough. Trust is irrelevant. I am a master at wizard's chess, and even Hermione cannot rival me," Ron said proudly, lifting his chin. This was the only skill he could currently boast about. "Jerry, would you like to play a game with me?" After securing Harry's attention, Ron's eyes lit up with the idea of challenging the exceptionally talented Jerry. If he were to triumph over Jerry in wizard's chess, it would certainly be a tale worth boasting about in the future. "Jerry, Harry, Ron, you're all here." At that moment, Hermione, wrapped in a large Gryffindor scarf and dragging an enormous suitcase that nearly matched her height, approached the three with exuberance. "Hermione, the Christmas holiday lasts 2 weeks, not 2 months. How could you possibly have so much stuff?" Jerry thought it seemed as if Hermione had crammed all her belongings into the suitcase, for it was bulging. "But I believe I will need all of these things during the holiday," Hermione replied innocently, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 86, A Grand Shopping Expedition in Diagon Alley. 15 minutes later, after Jerry had pushed Hermione's oversized suitcase into the corner of their compartment, the Hogwarts Express began to move slowly. Due to a portion of the students, particularly those in higher years, opting to remain at school to prepare for exams. The number of young witches and wizards aboard the Hogwarts Express was far less than when the term had commenced. In the compartment occupied solely by Jerry and Hermione, the two of them simultaneously extracted a spellbook from their bags after setting down their suitcases. They settled in together, engrossed in their reading and exchanging thoughts. Outside the train windows, the towering mountains and lush forests gradually transformed into snow-covered fields and quaint Muggle villages as the train progressed. As noon approached, the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station in London. Through platform 9 3/4, young wizards, having exchanged their magical attire for Muggle clothing via a space-altering passage, disappeared into the crowd under the guidance of their parents. At the entrance of the station, the Granger couple, having received an early notification from Hermione via the school owl, awaited in their car. "Jerry, remember to call me," Hermione exclaimed, leaning out of the car window and waving vigorously. "Of course I will," Jerry replied, watching as the car gradually vanished down the street. From his pocket, he retrieved a small vial, into which he placed several strands of Hermione's hair, discreetly acquired on the train. "Once I concoct the polyjuice potion, no one will suspect me any longer." With his suitcase, which held little of substance, Jerry made his way directly to the subway entrance. Having spent over 3 months in the magical realm and frequently enhancing his cognitive functions, the number of his little red stars had dwindled significantly. First and foremost, he needed to procure supplies in Diagon Alley. Although the Hogwarts library boasted an extensive collection of books, many containing dangerous spells or intended for adult wizards were relegated to the restricted section. In contrast, the bookstores in Diagon Alley imposed no such limitations. As long as one possessed galleons, there were no restrictions on purchasing books. Furthermore, given his current predicament with the trace and his inability to remove it, Diagon Alley remained the only place where he could freely practice magic during the holidays. Regarding the trace, Jerry had sought information prior to the break. According to some upperclassmen from Slytherin, the Ministry of Magic could not precisely monitor whether one was using magic. It could only detect magical activity in the vicinity. In an area populated by wizards, even if magic were to be used, the Ministry would be unable to ascertain who was responsible. Just as wizards could use magic at home, provided their parents were wizards, without drawing the Ministry's attention, the Ministry would assume that any magic was performed by the wizard's parents. Consequently, the trace imposed on Muggle-born wizards was considerably more stringent than that on those from wizarding families. Muggle-born wizards, typically residing in areas devoid of other wizards, will be promptly monitored by the Ministry upon casting any spells. This was precisely why, after Dobby performed magic at Harry's aunt and uncle's home, the Ministry attributed the violation to Harry, with Harry being the sole wizard in the entire neighborhood. It was only natural for the Ministry to conclude that he was responsible for the magic. Upon arriving at Charing Cross via the subway, Jerry swiftly located the dilapidated pub that Professor McGonagall had previously introduced him to. After parting with 14 gold galleons, he was escorted by the proprietor, Tom, to a uniquely styled, antiquated room on the second floor. It was in this room that he would reside for the next fortnight. Once he had settled his luggage, Jerry refrained from heading straight to Diagon Alley. Instead, he opted to order a sumptuous lunch downstairs. Following his meal, he began to leisurely explore Diagon Alley. During his last visit, with Professor McGonagall by his side, he had not had the opportunity to visit many places. This time, he was determined to thoroughly browse every shop, except for Nocturne Alley, which he deemed too perilous for now. Among the ingredients he required were lacewings, leeches, fluxweed, two-ear grass, powdered bicornhorn, and fragments of African snake skin. The preparation of Polyjuice Potion necessitated nearly a month, and to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Jerry planned to concoct several batches. Polyjuice Potion was an intricate and uncommon brew, involving a diverse array of herbs that were neither cheap nor easy to procure, hence the rarity of its use among wizards. Jerry estimated that the total cost of the ingredients for a single batch of Polyjuice Potion would amount to at least 100 galleons, which was roughly equivalent to a month's salary for a typical Ministry of Magic employee. Under normal circumstances, no wizard would consider spending an entire month's earnings on such expensive ingredients for a potion that would only allow for transformation for a few hours. Thus, Polyjuice Potion remained a relatively rare concoction within the wizarding community. After acquiring the potion ingredients, he made his way to the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley, Flourish and Blots. "Good sir, what books are you in search of?" Upon Jerry's entrance, a clerk promptly approached him with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Jerry placed a bag filled with galleons on the counter and stated, "I require Standard Spellbook, Level 2, Standard Spellbook, Level 3, Standard Spellbook, Level 4, Standard Spellbook, Level 5, Standard Spellbook, Level 6, Standard Spellbook, Level 7 Foot, Intermediate Transfiguration Guide, and Advanced Transfiguration Techniques." In one breath, Jerry listed all the textbooks related to magic spells and potions from the 1st to the 7th year that he was aware of. Although the efficacy of self-study could never quite match that of formal education, he now possessed a foundational knowledge that, coupled with the invigorating properties of the texts, would yield some beneficial results. Even with higher-level spells, the mere act of successfully casting them, regardless of whether their power met his expectations, could sometimes prove life-saving. Knowledge is indeed power, particularly within the wizarding realm. These magical tomes were true treasures, though he lamented that his galleons might fall short. "By the way, do you have any books that elucidate the disillusionment charm?" After Jerry had packed a multitude of spellbooks into the complimentary suitcase provided by the clerk, he inquired hopefully. He had taken a cursory glance around, but had yet to find a volume dedicated solely to the disillusionment charm. The vanishing spell, indeed, is a form of magic that grants invisibility, classified as an advanced incantation, and its learning methods are documented in the textbooks of Hogwarts. However, this spell, much like the disapparition charm, presents significant challenges. Even the most seasoned young witches and wizards may not fully master it before graduation. Therefore, discovering a tome dedicated exclusively to the vanishing spell would be immensely beneficial for its study. Acquiring such a spell would greatly facilitate Jerry's activities in the primary world. While there is a possibility, it comes with certain complications. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of hesitation. "What do you mean?" Jerry inquired, to which the shopkeeper beckoned him closer. "Sir, please come with me for a moment." A short while later, on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron, Jerry surveyed a row of utterly vacant bookshelves and cast an inquiring glance at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, pointing at the empty shelves, lamented, "A few years ago, the vanishing spell became exceedingly popular among Hogwarts students, prompting our proprietor to invest a substantial sum in ordering 200 copies of the Art of Invisibility. However, as you can see, they have all vanished from shelves." Jerry, somewhat at a loss for words, approached the shelves and felt around, indeed encountering the invisible tomes. However, when he attempted to pull one out and open it, he found that it remained entirely unseen, as every page was also invisible. Is there truly no feasible solution? Jerry pondered, deeply valuing the significance of the vanishing spell. The shopkeeper scratched his head. "It's not entirely without remedy. Though one might say it's akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, it hardly proves effective." "Please do elaborate," Jerry urged. The shopkeeper shrugged. "In truth, a simple countercharm could dispel the invisibility, but it would last barely 20 seconds before reverting. Continuous application of the countercharm is necessary. Yet no one would resort to casting it thousands of times just to read a single book. As such, none have been sold in years." "Very well, I understand. I shall take this one," Jerry declared, grasping the invisible tome and descending the stairs. While an ordinary wizard might indeed find themselves casting the countercharm thousands of times, Jerry had no such need. With the aid of a little red star to sharpen his memory, he could effortlessly memorize the contents of the book at a glance and later review them at his leisure. Even if it required casting the counter-charm thousands of times, he would not falter. After all, the importance of the vanishing spell to him warranted the investment of time to master it in advance. After leaving the Leaky Cauldron, he ventured to the second-hand shop in Diagon Alley, hoping to unearth additional rare tomes or magical notes that the Leaky Cauldron did not possess. Thus, Jerry spent his days either immersed in magical studies and potion brewing within his box world, or scouring Diagon Alley for various magical books, potions, or artifacts that might prove advantageous to him. With over 1,000 galleons in his possession, they vanished like water flowing away, leaving him with scarcely 30 coins at the end. This fortunate circumstance was largely due to his decision to sell the low-level potions he had concocted at the apothecary, earning a modest profit to supplement his dwindling funds. Otherwise, he would likely have been left with even less than 30 galleons. Although Jerry was merely a first-year student, his diligent study of potions, frequent consultations with the master potion maker Snape, and exchanges with the potion prodigy Hermione had elevated his potion-making skills far beyond those of most 4th and 5th-year wizards. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, having prepared a series of Christmas gifts in advance, he sent them through the Diagon Alley post office to his classmates, including Harry, Hermione, Ron, young Malfoy, Daphne, and all the professors he knew. If he was going to give gifts, he intended to ensure everyone received one, particularly the professors, as fostering good relationships could facilitate more detailed discussions when he sought their guidance later. He even gifted Dumbledore a pair of the latest style of knitted socks. To his surprise, an upgrade had occurred. Placing the box into his pocket, Jerry opened his panel, only to find that all previous content had vanished, leaving behind the words, "Panel upgrade." He clicked on the upgrade details. After this upgrade, a second mini-world will be unlocked, and the items that can be carried will no longer be limited to inanimate objects. The duration of the upgrade is uncertain, but during this period, the small red star will continue to accumulate statistics. Upon reading the upgrade explanation, Jerry's eyes sparkled with excitement. A second mini-world meant that soon, in addition to the wizarding world of Harry Potter, he would have the opportunity to traverse into other mini-worlds to learn magic. The magic of just the Harry Potter universe had already been immensely beneficial. If he could acquire knowledge of other forms of magic, his potential for future development would ascend to new heights. The phrase regarding the ability to carry items beyond inanimate objects made Jerry's heart race. Previously, there had been strict regulations during his travels, permitting only inanimate objects such as wands, broomsticks, and even that tranquilizer sniper rifle. Living entities, such as his cat Crookshanks, humans, and various magical creatures, were strictly off-limits. However, with this upgrade, those restrictions would cease to exist. This meant that, if he wished, he could even bring Hermione into the main world without any issues. Yet, what truly ignited his imagination was the prospect of becoming powerful enough to transport a legion of wizards through the box's space to the main world, potentially forming a wizarding army to resist the invasion of Thanos. Moreover, it raised the tantalizing possibility of similar operations in other subsequent mini-worlds beyond just Harry Potter. Of course, this was contingent upon his own strength. Chapter 88. The initial use of the soul-catching curse. Hell's Kitchen, here I come. At midnight, Jerry soared into the sky on the Firebolt 2000 he had retrieved from the box, clad in a brand-new wizard's robe, as he launched from the abandoned factory, heading straight for the famous Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. The wizard's robe he now adorned was no ordinary garment. It was a bespoke creation, procured at a considerable price from a shop in Diagon Alley. Enhanced with alchemical enchantments, it boasted the protective capabilities of an ironclad charm. With this robe, the threat posed by conventional firearms was significantly diminished, granting him the audacity to venture into Hell's Kitchen in pursuit of coveted red stars. However, his current predicament was dire, for his panel displayed not a single red star. Consequently, he set his sights on the crime-ridden Hell's Kitchen, a district so notorious that even the police dared not tread lightly. In recent times, due to his frequent interventions, crime in Queens had dwindled, reduced to mere petty thefts that yielded scant red stars. In stark contrast, Hell's Kitchen was a veritable haven for crime, where murder, robbery, assault, human trafficking, and drug dealing transpired daily in alarming numbers, a veritable paradise for accumulating red stars. Yet, the criminals there operated not as solitary figures, but as part of a vast, intricate network, a formidable black empire. Jerry's interference would inevitably disrupt their interests, inviting fierce retaliation. Previously, he had refrained from targeting this lucrative opportunity, wary of being met with a barrage of heavy weaponry or even the possibility of a rocket launcher. However, now armed with a bulletproof wizard's robe and a repertoire of newly acquired spells, his prowess had grown considerably since his last encounter with the Malevolent. Furthermore, he had stocked up on numerous potions for detoxification, healing, and various other enhancements, greatly augmenting his safety. It was time to boldly embark on his endeavor. With the speed of the Glider 2000, Jerry swiftly traversed Queens, soared across the East River, and entered Manhattan. The two boroughs were merely separated by the river, and within half an hour, he had pinpointed the location of Hell's Kitchen. What a veritable den of iniquity it was. Hovering above, he gazed down at the sprawling expanse of Hell's Kitchen with a complex expression, letting out a sigh of astonishment. Drawing his wand, he mounted his flying broom and dove toward the nearest crime scene. With a flick of his wrist, he petrified the three assailants who were terrorizing a girl in the alley. A swift motion followed as he conjured a dollar bill to confiscate all their ill-gotten gains. Healing was paramount. He employed a restorative spell to save a passerby who had been shot and subsequently immobilized the shooter. Thus, Jerry's figure flitted from one crime scene to another throughout Hell's Kitchen, and the once barren Red Star count began to flourish once more. During this escapade, he encountered instances of stray gunfire, yet his new wizard's robe effortlessly deflected the bullets. In truth, once Jerry activated his superhuman mode, it became exceedingly difficult for anyone to strike him with firearms unless they were positioned at a considerable distance or outnumbered him significantly. A mere handful of assailants stood little chance against him. At 2:30 in the morning, Jerry gazed with satisfaction at the burgeoning quantity of his little red stars before departing from the hellish kitchen. Quietly landing atop a towering crane at the dock, Jerry peered intently down below. The two factions gathered there were clearly not of reputable character. After all, who but the unscrupulous would engage in transactions at such an ungodly hour? Two leaders were huddled over a box, murmuring to one another, while their subordinates, armed with firearms, stood alertly around, vigilant against any unwelcome intrusions. Jerry estimated the combined number of these individuals to be nearly 40, each equipped with weaponry, some even wielding rifles. As he pondered the possibility of a clandestine trade in contraband, he found himself wavering momentarily. Over 40 menacing armed criminals were not to be trifled with. Without the prospect of his precious little red stars, he would have been reluctant to take such a risk. However, this hesitation dissipated swiftly when he observed the two leaders opening their boxes, revealing one brimming with stacks of US dollars. The sheer volume of cash in that suitcase was likely in the realm of hundreds of thousands. These men were engaged in illicit activities. It would be a waste not to seize the opportunity. Furthermore, such actions could potentially involve the little red stars, as the release of a shipment of flour could spell disaster for many. Having made his decision, Jerry opted against a direct descent. With so many armed men present, a frontal approach would be tantamount to courting disaster. The ironclad curse could deflect bullets, but it was not infallible. The wizard's robe might shield his body, but not his head. Moreover, a direct confrontation was unnecessary. A stealthy ambush would prove the safest and most efficient course of action. Carefully ascending higher, he maneuvered behind a shipping container, stowing the light Will 2000 in a small box. With his wand in hand, Jerry stealthily advanced. In a trance-like state, he observed a burly, menacing Caucasian man scanning the vicinity with a handgun. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention, and he felt an emptiness engulf his mind, soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of euphoria. A gentle, alluring voice beckoned him, urging him to approach the individual engaged in negotiations with their leader and to take aim. Despite his inner conflict, the potent wave of happiness compelled him to obey, and he ambled towards the heart of the transaction, a foolish grin plastered across his face. "Marla, what's going on? Have you seen something? What are you doing?" The leader of the Caucasian man furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss as he watched his subordinate approach. Yet, the burly man paid no heed, his face alight with bliss as he raised his weapon and fired upon the opposing leader. Bang, bang, bang. The opposing leader, taken completely by surprise, had not anticipated that a longtime collaborator would turn on him and was swiftly gunned down on the spot by the very man he had trusted. The scene momentarily froze for a second, and then the faction that had just shot the leader unleashed a torrent of curses while aiming their firearms at the burly white man and the leader on this side, sending both to their demise in a hail of bullets. Chapter 89. A New Beginning in Middle School. Indeed, dark magic proves effective against ordinary individuals. Observing the fierce gunfight at the dock, Jerry nodded in satisfaction. The spell he had just cast was the soul-snatching curse, learned from the notes of Chilo. Although he had yet to master it fully, it was evidently more than sufficient to deal with common folk. Just like now, he didn't even need to intervene. He could merely stand at a distance and watched the two factions clash. Most magical spells from the Harry Potter universe lack the lethality of modern technological weaponry. However, the remarkable effects conjured by magic are often beyond the capabilities of contemporary high-tech advancements, excelling in their unpredictability and, at times, their utter inescapability. As the two factions, consumed by rage over their leader's demise, exchanged fire, the two fallen briefcases that had landed in the midst of the chaos suddenly soared towards a nearby shipping container. This was Jerry employing the summoning spell, effortlessly tossing the two suitcases into a small box. Noticing the increase in his small red star count, he paid no further heed to the ongoing shootout and mounted his Nimbus 2000 to depart. Murder, whether committed by the virtuous or the wicked, does not yield small red stars. Only by preventing ongoing crimes and performing good deeds can one accumulate such rewards. Having secured both wealth and goods, why linger any longer? He had yet to master the disillusionment charm, but once he did, he could seamlessly return home without the need to traverse the warehouse each time. With the textbooks from higher grades and the tome on invisibility in hand, he believed it would not be long before he achieved this. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Jerry sent his sister, Aisha, off on the school bus to elementary school. With the summer break concluded, both he and Aisha were set to return to their studies. However, while Aisha remained in elementary school, he was proudly stepping into the role of a middle school student starting today. Consequently, his school was not the previous elementary institution, but rather a different middle school. His new middle school was a public institution, relatively ordinary, characterized primarily by its distance from his former elementary school, making it unlikely for his former classmates to attend. Initially, Haas intended to enroll him in a private school which, despite its exorbitant fees, offered a superior education compared to public institutions. However, Jerry had declined this offer. Previously, in his quest to earn small red stars, he had excelled in all areas, becoming a well-known figure among teachers and students alike. Now, however, he no longer regarded those small red stars as significant, and thus felt no need to showcase himself as he once had. At present, he planned to use the Polyjuice potion to completely obscure his presence from the eyes of S.H.I.O., necessitating a more low-key approach moving forward. At this public secondary school, Jerry found that everything was rather average, and the management was quite lax, making it a suitable fit for his current circumstances. Before sending Aisha off on the school bus, Jerry felt a twinge of concern and gave her a series of reassurances. "Brother, I don't want to be apart from you." "Boo-hoo." Aisha pouted, displaying her reluctance. Jerry, slightly touched, comforted her. "It's all right. Next year when you start middle school, you'll be at the same school as me." As he watched Aisha board the bus, which then roared to life, Jerry was about to turn away when he suddenly perked up, his ears twitched, and his lips involuntarily curled. Due to his morning's activities in the box space concocting a compound potion, his superhero mode had not yet dissipated, granting him superior hearing. He faintly caught Aisha's jubilant exclamations from the already moving bus. "Hooray! Hooray! Finally free from the clutches of the demon Jerry. The era of Queen Aisha is about to commence." Huh. It seemed he had been a tad strict with her. Jerry chuckled and shook his head, raising his hand to flag down a taxi. His prior educational experiences inevitably influenced his guidance of Aisha's studies, employing the unique pedagogical methods of his homeland. Although he had made a conscious effort not to interfere too much with her learning at home, he still kept a close watch on her at school. Perhaps this was why Aisha felt such elation at the prospect of not sharing school with him. In fact, Jerry believed he had surpassed most parents in this country regarding oversight of Aisha's education, yet her mathematics scores remained persistently below passing. It was quite remarkable. Perhaps some individuals are simply not naturally inclined towards certain subjects. No amount of effort can bridge that gap, while others may effortlessly achieve success in their areas of aptitude. The notion that choice outweighs effort does seem to hold some merit. With ample funds at his disposal, Jerry took a taxi that took over half an hour to reach his new school. During this back-to-school season, countless vibrant youths entered through the school gates. Unlike secondary schools in his homeland, where high-achieving students commanded attention, here, those who excelled academically but lacked social flair were often regarded as nerds and faced social ostracism. The popular students were those who exuded trendiness, versatility, and brilliance in various activities, perhaps due to earlier exposure to the internet. The children here appeared more mature than their peers back home and found it challenging to remain focused solely on their studies. Among a sea of fashionably dressed students, Jerry stood out as remarkably ordinary. Clad in the most unremarkable oversized t-shirt and jeans, he concealed his handsome features beneath a cap and donned a pair of thick, black-framed glasses devoid of prescription lenses. He wasn't particularly tall either. It remained uncertain whether his height was affected by his early martial arts training or simply a matter of age, but he was not particularly distinguished among his contemporaries. Even after spending a few more months in this small world, his height was comparable to that of Hermione. In response, Jerry found himself at a loss. However, he surmised that the issue primarily stemmed from age. Under normal circumstances, girls tend to develop earlier than boys, and thus at the age of 11. Hermione appeared to mature more swiftly. He speculated that it would take him another 2 years before he experienced a significant growth spurt. Haas had once remarked on the impressive stature of Jerry's biological parents, both of whom were exceptionally tall and striking. It seemed illogical that he would inherit only their looks without the accompanying height. Chapter 90. Jerry's Secondary School Life. In truth, upon entering the school, Jerry discovered that the secondary education system of this country bore little resemblance to the middle school he had attended in his previous life. The cultural disparities were not readily apparent during elementary school, but they became glaringly obvious once he transitioned to secondary education. He recalled how, during his previous middle school years, it was common to witness numerous classmates engaging in fights outside the school premises. One particularly vivid memory involved a brawl with over 100 participants. However, the atmosphere within the school was decidedly different. The teachers of that era were formidable figures, far removed from the modern educators. They were known as the 4 great demons and the 6 great kings, with a reputation that instilled genuine fear. Behaviors such as dyeing hair, sporting long locks, smoking, mischief in class, and romantic entanglements, if discovered, would lead to dire consequences. He faintly remembered the silence that enveloped the classroom upon the entrance of the mathematics teacher. Any ambient noise would vanish without a trace. He recalled a particular classmate, who was quite prominent outside of school, being caught smoking behind the teaching building during recess. The bald-headed tyrant discovered him and, after a public reprimand of 13 strikes, delivered a final kick to the ground, only to add a couple more for good measure. Such occurrences have become rare in the present day. In this secondary school, various hairstyles, piercings, and unconventional attire seem to be commonplace. Jerry even spotted 2 13 or 14-year-olds embracing and kissing in a corner as he ascended the stairs. Notably, upon being seen by Jerry, they displayed no signs of embarrassment, as if such displays had become routine. Perhaps due to the institution's nature, some reputable private schools likely enforced stricter regulations in this regard. In truth, Jerry found this environment quite appealing, as it provided him with ample time to pursue his own interests, particularly with a more relaxed school management style. He located the classroom indicated on his notification letter and chose a seat in the back corner. My name is Jerry Carmen, 11 years old, with numerous hobbies and dreams for the future. The gaze of the teacher and classmates lingered on him for only a few seconds before they shifted their attention elsewhere. Expelliarmus. At that moment, Jerry discreetly drew his wand and lightly tapped it on his desk, then retrieved his spellbook from the box and commenced reading. The disarming charm was a newly acquired incantation, commonly used by wizards. While not particularly difficult, its effectiveness depended on the wizard's skill level. The muggle-repelling charm does not genuinely expel muggles. Rather, it renders a specific area, upon which the spell is cast, imperceptible to muggles, compelling them to unconsciously disregard that space. It resembles a potent form of collective psychological suggestion, much like the leaky cauldron, which, despite being conspicuously nestled between a bookstore and a record shop, is instinctively overlooked by passers-by. Only those wizards who are specifically alerted can dispel this psychological illusion and perceive it clearly. At present, Jerry has cast a muggle-repelling charm on a small section near his desk, ensuring that both the teacher and his classmates unconsciously ignore that particular spot. Thus, whatever he engages in there, as long as it is not overly conspicuous, will go unnoticed. Naturally, should the teacher call upon him, he would still be discovered. However, when perusing his spellbook, Jerry activates a focus-enhancing function, allowing him to react promptly the moment his name is called, mitigating any potential issues. Moreover, public schools are not as stringent in their management as private institutions. It is relatively rare for students to be singled out for questioning, allowing for a more relaxed classroom atmosphere. On the first day of class, there were no significant lessons. The focus was primarily on self-introductions and getting to know one another. Throughout the day, Jerry memorized the names of all his teachers and classmates, but did not forge any friendships. As he devoted his time to studying potion recipes and the disillusionment charm, which he deemed essential for his current pursuits. Thus, the first day of his middle school life unfolded in a remarkably tranquil manner. At least, it was supposed to be so. The rules of the game were exceedingly simple. The boys from 2 classes would be divided into 2 teams, competing to seize a red flag planted at the opposite end of the lawn, employing any means necessary to hinder their opponents. The first team to deliver the flag to the teacher would be declared victorious, while the girls from each class acted as cheerleaders for their respective teams. Initially, Jerry felt he could easily navigate this activity without much effort. However, since it was the first day of school and he was still unfamiliar with his classmates, the physical education instructor requested that one team remove their shirts for differentiation. Unfortunately, Jerry's class was chosen for this task. Consequently, the moment Jerry shed his shirt, he became the focal point of attention for all students in the playground, including their PE teacher, who was momentarily rendered speechless. At this stage, children were either frail or overweight, and Jerry's physique, characterized by 8-pack abs and a body resembling iron, was strikingly conspicuous. In particular, an 8th-grade girl from the school newspaper captured the moment of Jerry's shirt removal not far away. By the following day, his muscular image graced the front page of the school newspaper, propelling him to the status of an overnight sensation. The initially devised plan for subtlety crumbled spectacularly on the very first day of school. There was no way around it. Had he been capable of wandless magic, he could have easily cast a soul-snatching spell on that teacher, thereby preventing this predicament. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that during physical education, everyone had changed into specialized athletic shirts and shorts, rendering it cumbersome to carry wands and boxes. Consequently, he had stowed them away in the designated student locker prior to class. He had not anticipated that such a trivial physical education class would give rise to such complications. This incident served as a stark reminder for Jerry that, regardless of the perceived safety of his surroundings, his wand must never stray far from his person. Without it, he was merely an ordinary child with slightly enhanced physical abilities. Fortunately, upon reflection, he deemed the problem manageable. His discretion was merely a strategy to evade the scrutiny of S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as he successfully brewed the polyjuice potion, everything would be resolved. Chapter 91. Identity Exposed. A month into the school year, after bidding goodnight to Haas and Aisha, Jerry closed the door to his room, cast a locking charm, and entered his box space. Upon arriving at the potion laboratory in his quaint villa, he inspected the color of the potion in the cauldron, a faint smile gracing his face. It appeared to be nearing completion. He added the final ingredient, a lacewing fly, and the syrupy potion erupted into a flurry of bubbles, churning vigorously within the cauldron. Lifting his wand, he infused the potion with magic and then added a strand of hair he had obtained from Hermione to the boiling concoction. Instantly, the previously roiling potion transformed into a delightful shade of pink. The advanced transformation potion, the polyjuice potion, was complete. Gazing at the pink elixir, Jerry joyfully divided it into 4 small vials. Each vial contained a dosage sufficient for him to assume Hermione's form for an hour. The polyjuice potion, a magical brew allowing the drinker to take on the appearance of another, could transform the imbiber into any human age or gender, though it could not morph them into animals, nor could it facilitate the transformation of non-human or half-human beings, such as Hagrid. With the inclusion of the transformed individual S-hair, the resulting form was a perfect replica of the original. The potion's hue and flavor varied depending on the individual being mimicked. Some were earthy brown, others deep mahogany, golden yellow, or pink, with flavors ranging from unpleasant to surprisingly delightful. It was rumored that the taste correlated with the purity of the transformed individual spirit, though this notion remained speculative, lacking empirical evidence, as no one would willingly admit to harboring dark thoughts. Previously, when Jerry ventured outside, he donned a voluminous wizard robe, topped with a wizard hat and mask, obscuring his appearance from prying eyes. He could only be identified by his height or voice. Fortunately, Hermione's height was comparable to his, and despite their vocal differences, he could easily employ a simple voice-altering charm to mask this. Thus, if executed skillfully, S.H.I.L.D.'s investigation into his true identity could very well be misled once again. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, D.C., within the Triskelion building, Agent Hill placed a stack of documents on Nick Fury's desk. Director, according to our logistics agent's current investigations, we have a high probability of identifying the true identity of the sorcerer among these children. Lu Hui, Wang Gang, Jerry Cameron, Li Hu, and Zhao Xiaogo. Nick Fury took the documents, glanced through them, and then pulled out the file on Jerry Cameron, expressing surprise. Wasn't it previously determined that the suspect was of Asian descent? How is there an exception? In fact, Agent Hill clarified, based on all our investigations, this child named Jerry Cameron is the one with the highest likelihood. Although Jerry had never revealed his appearance, S.H.I.E.L.D., as a premier international intelligence organization, possessed immense resources and a plethora of elite talents across various fields. With sufficient time and investment, uncovering traces of Jerry was not entirely impossible. The lack of prior information about Jerry was merely due to Nick Fury's initial lack of emphasis on him, as more resources were allocated elsewhere. Now that Jerry had displayed unparalleled healing talents and formidable supportive abilities, Nick Fury naturally intensified the investigation. As a responsible agent for this matter, Hill was able to mobilize more operatives for extensive screening. By narrowing down the possibilities through a process of elimination, she quickly identified several children that met the criteria, with Jerry Cameron standing out prominently. Initially excluded due to not being of Asian descent, a diligent agent later noted that Jerry appeared to be quite proficient in Chinese cuisine, suggesting he likely spoke Mandarin as well. Most notably, this child excelled in every aspect, far exceeding normal expectations, which compelled Agent Hill to harbor doubts about him. After all, his height matched, his home address was not far from the warehouse, and he exhibited extraordinary traits that inevitably led one to contemplate the possibility of him being the sorcerer capable of wondrous magic. Upon hearing Hill's report, Nick nodded. He held great trust in Hill's intelligence and judgment, and from his perspective, the child Jerry Cameron was indeed worthy of suspicion. Accompany me to New York tomorrow. I wish to meet him in person and perhaps enlist his assistance. Is it concerning Tony Stark? Hill surmised, already anticipating his thoughts. It is known that even if the secrets left by Mr. Howard were unraveled, it remained uncertain whether they would resolve Tony's issues, thus necessitating the exploration of alternative methods. Nick Fury sighed deeply. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Howard Stark's son, Tony was a pivotal figure in the Avengers Initiative. Despite possessing certain flaws in temperament and character, it is undeniable that, even if he may not be suitable to be an Avenger, his technical support and guidance alone could prove to be immensely beneficial to S.H.I.L.D. Exiting the box space, Jerry grasped his flying broom and, pointing his wand at himself, murmured the incantation, invisibility. A flash of blue magical light enveloped him, and both Jerry and the Nimbus 2000 vanished from the room. After a month of diligent study, he finally mastered the disillusionment charm, a spell reserved for advanced wizards. Consequently, he no longer had to endure the arduous task of sneaking into the warehouse. He could simply don the charm and soar in and out through his bedroom window. Although his skill level meant he could not maintain invisibility for extended periods, it sufficed for his needs. With the aid of the disillusionment charm, Jerry swiftly ascended to the skies above Hell's Kitchen, embarking on his daily crusade against crime and earning small accolades. However, as he flitted through the air, resolving one criminal incident after another, on the rooftop of a nearby building, a robust man clad in a black suit observed him through binoculars. The target had appeared, and preparations were underway to eliminate him decisively. Chapter 92. A Premeditated Assault. Captain, rest assured, a mere child with a hint of superpower truly believes himself formidable. Another burly man extracted a tracking rocket launcher from a box and expertly began its calibration. The suited leader shook his head. We must not underestimate him. Despite the target being a child, his abilities are rather peculiar. If he gets too close, we could find ourselves in considerable trouble, and, as it stands, ordinary bullets seem ineffective against him. Fear not. I refuse to believe he can withstand this rocket. The man operating the tracking launcher loaded a rocket into place. The key is to ensure a direct hit. Have the drones been deployed? The leader nodded toward a young man on the opposite side. Captain, they've been released and are tracking his location. Dana, once the rocket hits him, you must immediately follow up with an attack. It is imperative we ensure his demise. The leader turned to a stunning red-haired woman who was assembling a heavy sniper rifle. Once this job is done, we can retire, she winked at the leader. Rest assured, I'm using a Barrett heavy sniper rifle with 127mm armor-piercing rounds. Even steel will not withstand my shot from a kilometer away. He may evade ordinary bullets, but can he withstand my armor-piercing rounds? With a sinister grin, she licked her lips and murmured, I adore witnessing the splatter of brains. I wonder if a child's brain is even more exquisite. The suited leader, seemingly unfazed by her macabre enthusiasm, instructed the young man controlling the drone to meticulously track the wizard's flight path. Meanwhile, beneath Hell's Kitchen, a small van sped down the street, where a young woman in her 20s anxiously urged the driver while holding a camera. I just saw the wizard fly towards 39th Street. Hurry up, drive faster. If we don't, we'll miss all the action today. The driver, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, replied, Miss Lucy, he has flying in the sky, and his direction is erratic. No matter how fast I drive, I cannot catch up with him. Perhaps we should find a higher vantage point. We might capture something worthwhile. No, that is too vague. I want close-ups, ideally of the wizard casting spells to thwart criminals. The young woman, named Lucy, was the very journalist saved by Jerry during his initial endeavors against crime. Once merely an obscure reporter whose daily tasks involved interviewing street vendors and food establishments. Her encounter with Jerry and her first-hand witness of magic ignited an insatiable curiosity within her. She believed that by dedicating her energy to Jerry, she could unearth sensational stories and ascend to the ranks of premier journalists. Indeed, her belief proved justified. Initially, when Jerry was less renowned, his impact was subtle. But once his reputation as a wizard spread throughout New York, any news related to him garnered significant public interest. This propelled Lucy, who had been capturing countless photos of Jerry near Queens, to greater heights within her company, particularly after she personally reported on a significant fire incident. Thus, upon learning that Jerry frequently appeared in Hell's Kitchen to combat crime, she began to stake out there almost every night, eager to capture remarkable photographs. However, success remained elusive. The wizard was remarkably swift in subduing criminals, often descending from the sky, swiftly resolving situations with a flurry of spells before vanishing again. Even when crimes unfolded nearby, by the time they arrived, everything was already settled. Consequently, both Lucy and her fellow reporters, sharing the same aspirations, found it exceedingly difficult to capture high-definition images of the wizard apprehending wrongdoers. Suddenly, after dispatching a robber, Jerry soared through the air on his enchanted broomstick when an unsettling sensation of being watched washed over him. With a quick turn of his broom, he spotted 2 drones nearby, each equipped with cameras. Could it be SHILD again? It didn't seem likely. Unlike the previous surveillance from SHILD, this time Jerry's instincts sensed a palpable malevolence. With a flick of his wand, he obliterated one drone, but before he could cast another spell, the second drone swiftly retreated westward. Attempting to flee, with a surge of speed, Jerry activated the Light Wheel 2000 and propelled himself in pursuit of the escaping drone. Although the drone's speed is impressive, the Glider 2000 is not far behind. Boasting a maximum velocity nearing 200 kilometers per hour, Jerry swiftly closed the gap between himself and the drone. With a flick of his wand, a brilliant blue light erupted, instantly reducing the drone to a heap of scrap metal. However, at that moment, while in Superman mode, Jerry was suddenly overcome by an intense sense of impending danger. Alarmed, he glanced upward and saw a rocket projectile hurtling towards him from the rooftop of a nearby building. The ironclad charm could deflect ordinary bullets, but its efficacy against a rocket was uncertain. Jerry believed it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. The ironclad charm, while an exceptionally potent defensive spell and a high-level incantation he was currently endeavoring to master, relied not only on the spell itself, but also on the wizard's prowess. The effectiveness of the ironclad charm cast by Dumbledore would vastly differ from one conjured by a first-year wizard, akin to the lethal killing curse, whose potency diminishes if wielded by an inadequate sorcerer. Chilo's notes indicated that a poorly skilled wizard, even if successful in casting the killing curse, would likely only result in a mere nosebleed. The expensive wizard's robe he had ordered, which contained the ironclad charm, was merely average in quality. The robe shop did not typically sell garments imbued with the ironclad charm. It was only due to Jerry's generous payment that the proprietor attempted to craft one for him. Expecting the shopkeeper to be adept in the ironclad charm was unrealistic. He could barely manage to cast it himself. Chapter 93. The defensive power of the ironclad charm. In a flurry, Jerry redirected his flying broomstick, executing an intricate evasive maneuver that successfully evaded the rocket's attack. However, his expression remained grim, for the rocket circled in midair and charged at him once more. What the hell? It could track me? He muttered under his breath, quickly brandishing his wand and shouting, "All freeze!" A flash of light emanated from his wand, and, astonishingly, the incoming rocket was halted midair upon entering the luminous field. The freeze spell, a particularly unique incantation found in the second-year wizardry textbook, differs from the sleep spell, which targets the mind, and the full body bind curse, which restrains the body, as it allows for area of effect attacks. When the spell is cast, any individual enveloped by the magical light becomes immobilized under the wizard's will, as if time itself has frozen. Nevertheless, wizards seldom employ this spell in combat, as it has a notable drawback. Its effectiveness diminishes significantly against wizards, humans, or larger creatures. It is more suited for dealing with smaller creatures, such as the pixies of Cornwall. However, what Jerry values most is a rather unique attribute of this spell. It can affect the products of magical melons or, in other words, inanimate objects. This is something that neither the sleep spell nor the full body bind curse can accomplish. For instance, if an alarm suddenly blares, casting a sleep spell or a full body bind curse upon it would yield no effect, it would continue to sound. However, if one were to cast a freezing spell on it, the alarm would immediately cease its clamor. Similarly, when a rocket is hurtling toward him, applying a freezing spell would cause it to halt mid-flight. Jerry is acutely aware that living in the Marvel Universe, he will inevitably confront such high-tech, formidable weaponry, especially now as he finds himself in the perilous Hell's Kitchen, a veritable haven for criminals. The freezing spell is currently the most effective countermeasure he has discovered against advanced technological weaponry, and it is notably a second-year spell, not exceedingly difficult to execute. On the rooftop, as Jerry observed the rocket suspended before him, rendered inert, the leading suit-clad man gasped in astonishment. He was aware of the adversary's peculiar capabilities. But as one of the world's premier mercenary squads, they had encountered individuals with seemingly superhuman abilities before. In truth, they believed that as long as they comprehended the nature of their capabilities, the level of threat posed was not significantly greater than that of an ordinary person. After all, they lacked specialized training, essentially resembling a child wielding a firearm. To eliminate them, a single bullet or a rocket would suffice. This was one of the reasons they dared to accept the contract upon learning of the wizard's powers. Nevertheless, the ability to immobilize a rocket in mid-air was unprecedented in their study of combat footage featuring wizards, hence their astonishment. "Dana, cover me." Received. "Watch me blow his head off." The red-haired woman locked her sniper rifle onto Jerry's forehead, her expression brimming with confidence as she squeezed the trigger. A terrifying roar erupted as a round, thicker than a finger, soared toward Jerry's brow at nearly a kilometer per second. Jerry's custom wizard robe, enhanced with an iron armor spell, boasts two defensive modes. The first mode allows the iron armor spell to envelop the robe itself, akin to donning a super bulletproof vest. The advantage lies in the comprehensive protection it affords the entire body, while the drawback is that the neck and head remain entirely unprotected. The second mode involves Jerry actively activating the spell with his wand, transforming the iron armor spell into a semi-transparent protective shield that covers one entire side of his body. The benefit of this mode is that it provides complete protection against attacks from a single direction. Yet the disadvantage is that it leaves the other three sides entirely vulnerable. As the semi-transparent iron armor protective shield materialized, a penetrating round was already less than a meter away from Jerry's forehead. If only the moment had been slightly slower, his head could have truly burst like a watermelon. Yet, should his skull have exploded entirely, death would be the only outcome. Alternatively, one might choose not to die and instead transform into a specter, though this is hardly a favorable fate. Otherwise, so many wizards would not opt against becoming phantoms after death. Unexpectedly, the armor-piercing round was entirely thwarted by the translucent barrier of the iron shield charm upon contact. Indeed, the advanced defensive spell lived up to its reputation. Although a diluted version lacking the full might conjured by a skilled wizard, it still offered impeccable protection against such a purely physical assault. Jerry had underestimated the magic wielded by wizards, for magic, by its very definition, transcends the realms of scientific explanation. While the armor-piercing round was formidable, the wizard's advanced defensive spells were no trifling matter. It is worth noting that the Iron Shield charm is renowned for its ability to shield against nearly all spells, save for the lethal curse. Seeing the armor-piercing round suspended outside the protective barrier, Jerry's mind raced, and he swiftly commanded his flying broom to retreat downward, feigning that he had been propelled backward by the round's kinetic energy despite having blocked it. He crashed into a closed clothing store, toppling several clothing racks and burying himself and the broom beneath a mountain of garments. In the brief seconds spent entangled in the pile, he hastily retrieved a box from within his wizard's robe, extracting a potion and surreptitiously consuming it. Almost immediately, a terrifying sensation of melting enveloped him, as if his skin were bubbling like molten wax, prompting him to gasp for breath amidst the fabric. Chapter 94. The Wizard is a Girl. Moments later, as the transformation completed, Jerry felt an uncanny unfamiliarity envelop his once familiar form. His previously short brown hair began to lengthen and thicken, becoming increasingly unruly. His physique, once honed in his steel-like musculature, dissipated, leaving him with a strength akin to that of an ordinary young girl. The lower half of his body was an even more complicated matter. In essence, Jerry, buried beneath the pile of clothing, had entirely transformed into Hermione's likeness. Pushing aside the garments that covered him, he neglected to retrieve the hat and mask that had fallen into the fabric heap, and instead feigned annoyance as he mounted his broom and burst forth from the clothing store. Soaring back into the sky, moments prior, Jerry had been propelled away, causing the freezing spell to dissipate, which in turn led to the suspended rocket exploding mid-air. startling the residents who had drifted into slumber and the reporters lurking on the street. Particularly fervent was Lucy, who, having closely followed Jerry's trajectory, found herself alarmingly near the site of the explosion. Before the explosion occurred, she caught a glimpse of Jerry soaring through the air as if struck by some unseen force. Plummeting downwards, without hesitation, she urged the driver to speed towards the street where Jerry had fallen. As Jerry burst out of the clothing store atop his light cycle 2000, Lucy's vehicle arrived precisely at the store's entrance. Click! The flash illuminated the scene just as Jerry ascended on his broom, his long hair cascading down, and Lucy captured a clear side profile of him, unadorned by a wizard's hat. Click, click, click! Only after Jerry's figure had vanished into the sky did Lucy, her eyes sparkling with excitement, whisper to herself, "I never expected it. The wizard is actually a girl. This is sensational news. Tomorrow's headlines are secured." Lucy pondered further. Every appearance of the wizard had been cloaked in a mask revealing only 2 eyes, draped in a voluminous robe, making it impossible to discern whether the figure was male or female. Yet, most people instinctively assumed the wizard was a boy, a notion Jerry had never bothered to refute. He silently commended the female reporter for her audacity in capturing his image. Aware that numerous reporters lurked in Hell's Kitchen, prepared to snap candid shots of his crime-fighting exploits, he had spontaneously decided to use the polyjuice potion for transformation. Little did he anticipate that he would be met with such an immediate flash of a camera upon his emergence. In truth, even if these reporters had not caught his likeness, he knew that the satellites of S, H, L, D would undoubtedly record his image. Not only were his appearances distinct, but his gender would be unmistakably different as well. Would S, H, I, E, L, D still suspect the wizard's identity to be his own? From this day forth, the world would recognize the wizard as a girl, and her appearance would dispel any lingering doubts about his identity for the foreseeable future. However, this was not a permanent solution. After all, the polyjuice potion could only maintain his transformation for an hour, and as he aged, his masculine traits would inevitably become more pronounced. Nevertheless, he reasoned that he simply needed to conceal this truth for a few more years. His power would only continue to grow, and once he reached a certain level of strength, there would be no need for subterfuge. Furthermore, Hermione was not a mere figment of his imagination. He could always introduce her to the main world in due course. Next on his agenda was to deal with those audacious attackers. Riding his flying broom, Jerry chose not to ascend too high, but instead darted swiftly between the buildings, heading towards the very structure from which he had been assaulted. At this moment, employing the disillusionment charm would have been a safer option, yet he was reluctant to reveal his ability to become invisible. Moreover, facing only a handful of muggles, he was confident in his ability to dispatch them without the need for such enchantments. While modern weaponry indeed posed a threat to wizards, that was only in the context of surprise attacks. Once a wizard was aware, eliminating him with firearms would prove exceedingly challenging. Especially, Jerry is not an ordinary wizard. His understanding of modern weaponry surpasses that of his peers, enabling him to deftly evade danger and effortlessly neutralize his adversaries. Truly a remarkable being. He remains impervious even to armor-piercing rounds. The burly man in a suit, peering through binoculars, observed Jerry soaring on his broomstick. Aside from his hat and mask that had fallen, his body emerged unscathed once more, causing a furrow to form on his brow. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Although the opponent's defenses were formidable, they were not insurmountable. The very fact that the adversary exerted significant effort to prevent the rocket's explosion indicated that it posed a genuine threat, while the armor-piercing round, failing to penetrate the defenses, had nonetheless caused the opponent to plummet into the room below. Thus, with precise coordination, the possibility of vanquishing the foe remained within reach. Dana, he has been evading, and with the buildings obstructing my view, it is quite challenging to aim at him. However, once he approaches within 100 meters, devoid of any barriers, my skills will surely enable me to strike him. The red-haired woman continuously adjusted her sniper rifle, endeavoring to lock onto the elusive Jerry. All right, once Dana hits the target, you will pursue him with the rocket launcher, and you will initiate a self-destruct sequence with the drone. Both nodded in agreement. However, just as Jerry traversed the towering buildings and came within 100 meters, with no obstructions left, he suddenly waved his wand, enveloping himself in a shroud of smoke. "You think you can catch me?" Jerry scoffed, glancing at the 4 individuals atop the nearby building. After casting the smoke spell, he waved his wand again, proclaiming, "Bright as day." Instantly, beams of light, as blinding as miniature suns, erupted from the smoke, causing the 4 who had been intently watching the mist to instinctively shut their eyes. bright as day, an advanced spell that emits dazzling light akin to that of the sun. The orb, floating like the sun within Jerry's spatial box, was crafted through alchemy combined with the bright as day enchantment. All petrified, seizing the moment while the four were blinded, Jerry dashed out of the smoke, swiftly maneuvering to their flank, and cast a binding spell upon the burly man wielding the rocket launcher. The sniper rifle could not penetrate his ironclad enchantment, yet the rocket launcher was another matter entirely. Thus, neutralizing the most significant threat was paramount. Chapter 95, Rooftop Battle. Boom. Just as Jerry had dealt with the man carrying the rocket launcher, a powerful force suddenly surged from behind him, propelling both him and his broom into the air above the rooftop where the four stood. It was the young man controlling the drone, who seized the opportunity to remotely detonate it behind Jerry. Fortunately, the explosion was not overly potent and protected by his wizard's robe. Jerry only lost a small portion of his voluminous hair, sustaining no serious injuries. Simultaneously, the red-haired woman executed a highly skilled shot, aiming directly at the approaching Jerry. As the armor-piercing round was about to exit the chamber and pierce Jerry's chest, he realized, to his astonishment, that he had somehow anticipated the red-haired woman's swift shot. With a deft backward lean, he hooked his feet onto the broomstick and evaded the attack. In this superhuman state, although his body was that of Hermione's, significantly inferior in various aspects, his senses remained heightened to their utmost limits. The red-haired woman's movement, though rapid, was still within his grasp. All petrified, Jerry, sprawled on the broom, observed the crimson-clad woman pause for just a heartbeat after her shot missed, before swiftly redirecting her firearm towards him. In a flurry, she cast a full-bodied bind curse in his direction. Having dealt with the formidable sniper, Jerry leaned forward and resumed his position on the broom, preparing to eliminate the remaining two adversaries. However, he was startled to see them disregarding their immobilized companion, charging straight towards the rooftop iron door. Trying to flee, at this juncture, there was no way he would allow them to escape. With a surge of speed, he propelled his broom ahead to block the entrance, leaping off to obstruct the passage leading away from the rooftop. Should they slip through the iron door and into the building, he might lose track of them altogether. Upon witnessing Jerry dismount from his broom, the burly man in the suit exchanged a glance with the slender youth, both revealing a sly grin of triumph. It became clear that their intention was not to flee, but to lure Jerry down from the skies. After all, if Jerry remained airborne, they had no means to defeat him. It was only by enticing him to engage in close combat that they could hope to eliminate their target. The slender youth drew twin pistols, rolling behind the rooftop water tank for cover, while the well-built man brandished two daggers, charging towards Jerry. All petrified, upon landing, Jerry wasted no time. He raised his hand and cast a full-body bind curse at the dagger-wielding assailant. Thus it was settled. Once he subdued his opponent, he would have ample opportunity to inquire about the circumstances. As for his choice of spells, the full-body bind and sleeping curses were the most effective against ordinary individuals, and they were also the ones he was most adept at using. Unless in exceptional circumstances, he habitually resorted to these two spells in combat. Although he had acquired knowledge of more potent dark magic, such spells often inflicted severe damage and were difficult to control, posing a risk of unintentionally killing an ordinary person. This type of dark magic was better suited for subtle applications. Wielding it overtly did not align with his superhero persona. However, in genuinely perilous situations, exceptions could be made. In his assessment, the current scenario hardly qualified as dangerous. His opponents remained blissfully unaware of the myriad ways in which they could easily meet their demise at the hands of a wizard. Remarkable speed. Jerry's expression shifted to one of surprise as he watched the suited man effortlessly evade his spell with a swift movement. Had the opponent merely evaded by anticipating the motion of his wand, he would not have been particularly astonished. Under normal circumstances, casting a spell with a wand is akin to firing a bullet from a handgun. With ample combat experience, one might successfully dodge such actions through foresight. However, the speed at which the suited giant had just dodged was astonishingly swift, clearly exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary individual. In this world, one is not the sole anomaly. Perish! The suited behemoth scoffed coldly, taking several large strides to traverse a distance of over 10 meters, closing in on Jerry with alarming swiftness. Simultaneously, the frail young man who had been hiding behind the water tank emerged partially, raising his hands to fire two shots aimed at Jerry's head. Evidently, the suited giant had gleaned insights into Jerry's abilities through his earlier observations, devising an exceptionally targeted combat strategy. At that moment, should Jerry choose to cast a spell against the suited giant, he would risk a fatal outcome from the dual gunfire, as his wizard-esque robe offered no protection for his head. Conversely, if he activated a second mode, conjuring a translucent shield with his wand. The bullets would be rendered ineffective, yet he would forfeit the chance to retaliate against the suited giant in order to maintain the protective barrier. Thus, the extraordinarily swift giant would swiftly maneuver behind him, brandishing a dagger to sever his head. "Huh, look at your feeble attempts." Casting a glance at the grinning giant wielding a dagger and the frail young man preparing to fire, Jerry discerned their plan. He immediately crouched down, executing a clever maneuver and retreating into his wizardess robe. Although Hermione's physique was considerably weaker than his own, her slender form easily slipped into the ample fabric of the robe. Bullets ricocheted against the robe, all deflected by the iron armor charm woven into its fabric. Unerring in aim, once ensconced within the robe, Jerry pointed his wand upward and promptly cast an arrow spell. Instantly, 7 or 8 black iron arrows materialized from the tip of his wand, shooting forth with great velocity towards the suited giant, who had leapt to thrust his dagger through the robe's opening. The powerful arrows flew swiftly, and the giant, spinning his arms like a windmill, barely managed to deflect them all. However, as he landed, a cry of agony escaped his lips. Unbeknownst to him, a 2-meter-long black venomous serpent had appeared at his feet, sinking its fangs into his ankle. With a desperate thrust, he drove his dagger into the serpent, pinning it down. Yet, as the suited giant stood up, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly stumbling to the ground. Clearly, he had been poisoned. It turned out that after casting the arrow spell, Jerry had cunningly extended his wand from the robe and executed a slithering wizard's favorite summoning spell for serpents. The snake's summoning spell, an extension of the transformation charm, could conjure a serpent from thin air to attack an adversary. What Jerry conjured was none other than the infamous African death deity, renowned for its speed and venom, the Black Mamba. Chapter 96, The Wizard's Unimaginable Tactics. In the realm of Harry Potter, wizards may initially appear to possess limited prowess, primarily because both combatants are wizards. Many spells have counterspells and can be unraveled. Upon deeper reflection, one may realize that numerous spells, trivial to wizards, can prove exceedingly lethal to ordinary individuals or those devoid of magical knowledge. Particularly, the arsenal of a wizard's spells is boundless, with diligent study and research. One can learn and create an array of enchantments with diverse functionalities, if one is unfamiliar with the profession of wizardry. Engaging in combat with a wizard can be a daunting experience, as one can never ascertain the extent of their bizarre abilities. Some superhumans may breathe fire, teleport, or become invisible, yet they possess merely one singular ability. In contrast, each spell wielded by a wizard can be considered a unique superpower. Fire breathing is represented by the fire charm, an advanced version of the flame spell known as the Fire Goddess Path. Invisibility is achieved through the illusion spell, while teleportation is realized with the shape-shifting spell. Flight is facilitated by the levitation charm invented by Voldemort, and mental control is executed through the soul-stealing spell, among countless others. The possibilities are vast. Any conceivable superpower can seemingly be developed and created with sufficient magical knowledge. Perhaps the sole limitation of a wizard lies in their bloodline constraints, preventing them from casting cataclysmic spells. Nevertheless, in terms of overall capability, Jerry, as a wizard, stands as one of the most versatile entities among all superheroes in the Marvel Universe. Furthermore, once he opens a second small world, he may acquire more potent spells, amplifying his potential immeasurably. Notably, his physique is commendable, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Through the seams of his wizarding robe, he observes a suit-clad man, bitten by the Black Mamba, struggling to rise and advance toward him in an attempt to strike. Jerry raises his hand. Wulong out of the cave. Wulong out of the cave. 2 more Black Mambas materialize, one lunging towards the suit-clad man, and the other towards a frail youth who is still suppressing Jerry with a handgun. Were it not for Jerry's current level of mastery, summoning multiple snakes would be difficult to control. He could, with a single snake summoning spell, conjure an entire army of venomous serpents. Upon witnessing the emergence of 2 additional Black Mambas, the suit-clad man's complexion turned sickly green. In his youth, he had participated in a Siberian training camp and undergone an experimental gene serum injection, rendering his physique somewhat more formidable and his resistance to toxins somewhat superior. However, while he could withstand the venom of a single Black Mamba, 2 would likely prove unbearable even for him. 3 would undoubtedly spell his demise. First, kill the snakes. The suit-clad man shouted urgently while retreating cautiously, directing his voice towards the frail youth who continued to fire Jerry. At this moment, the frail youth also sensed the impending danger and hastily aimed at the Black Mamba rushing toward him. The frail young man, though primarily responsible for the team's network, possessed commendable shooting skills. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to hit Jerry's wizard robe from such a distance with every shot. However, the Black Mamba is renowned not only for its venom, but also for its remarkable speed, capable of reaching 19 kilometers per hour, covering 5 meters in a single second. Given its serpentine movement, evading bullets is no simple feat. A piercing scream echoed as the frail youth was bitten on the calf by the Black Mamba. Lacking the robust physique of the suited man, he soon fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and it was evident that without immediate assistance, he would meet his demise within minutes. Emerging from beneath the wizard robe, Jerry brushed aside his tousled hair and slowly approached the suited man, now encircled by 2 Black Mambas. "Hey, brother, why the stillness? Keep going." Jerry, wand in hand, approached the paralyzed suited man without haste. The suited man, clearly adaptable, now faced a hopeless situation, managing to force a faint smile upon his rigid visage. He could only hope that the young girl's heart was as sweet and kind as her appearance suggested. Without further ado, Jerry cast a sleep spell, rendering the suited man unconscious, and promptly stowed him away in a spatial box. He then retrieved a vial of antidote he had previously concocted and administered it to the frail youth, temporarily averting the tragic fate of poisoning. Another sleep spell was cast, and the young man was placed into the box as well. Next, Jerry directed sleep spells at the red-haired woman and the muscular man with the rocket launcher, ensuring their equipment was also confined within a box. After surveying his surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he summoned a flying broomstick and departed from Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, the basement of the building where Jerry had just engaged in battle, hosted a nearly 2-meter-tall behemoth. Perhaps it was inappropriate to label him merely as overweight, though portly. His bare torso revealed a well-defined musculature. This bald giant was, in fact, a formidable figure forged from sheer muscle. At that moment, he found himself encircled by more than 20 robust men. While these men lacked the grotesque physique of the bald giant, they exuded an extraordinary presence. The stances they assumed indicated mastery in combat techniques. Altogether, despite the overwhelming assault from the 20-plus martial experts, the bald giant remained unfazed. His immense frame belied an agility that was remarkable, coupled with an extraordinary strength. Each adversary he struck would almost instantly lose their fighting capability, while those who attacked him, provided they avoided vital areas, found that their blows had no effect on his formidable body. Soon, this bald man swiftly brought down more than 20 robust men, then nonchalantly donned a custom, oversized suit and departed the basement. This bald figure was none other than Gene Bing, the leader of the underground realm of New York. Or rather, the entire M Nation, who also masqueraded as a prominent businessman with intricate ties to numerous government officials and politicians. Furthermore, he was a masterful combatant, engaging in daily training sessions with over 20 martial artists from around the globe, typically dispatching them to the ground within a mere 20 seconds. As he ascended in the elevator to his penthouse office, Gene Bing inquired of his secretary, "What's the situation? Has the battle on the top floor concluded?" Like Gene Bing, this secretary was also bald, yet his stature next to Gene Bing rendered him akin to a mere sprout. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, the bald secretary presented a device resembling an iPad to Gene Bing, respectfully reporting, "Boss, this is the video captured by the top-floor surveillance. Those mercenaries have failed in their mission and seem to have been entirely taken away by that little sorcerer." Gene Bing, grasping the iPad with his hefty fingers, observed the footage showcasing the entire confrontation between Jerry and the 4 mercenaries. The world's top 10 mercenary squad had been thwarted and captured. The prowess exhibited by that sorcerer was indeed formidable. "Boss, should we not take matters into our own hands? Let us assemble our forces and eliminate him with heavy weaponry," proposed the bald secretary. Gene Bing waved his hand dismissively. "Do not approach this recklessly. This little sorcerer does not appear as simple as she seems." As the architect behind the entire Dark Empire, Gene Bing possessed not only unparalleled physical strength, but also an intellect that surpassed the ordinary. Instead of charging into battle, he preferred to operate from the shadows, manipulating events from behind the scenes, until he fully comprehended the full extent of the sorcerer's abilities. He would refrain from sending anyone into action. "But boss, she comes around every night, and many of our businesses are being affected." The bald secretary sighed in exasperation. Over the past month, thanks to this sorcerer, several of their white-collar transactions have been completely compromised, with their human trafficking operations thwarted multiple times. Although they had means to extricate their detained associates from the police, this situation was not sustainable. Gene Bing pondered for a moment and then commanded, "Notify everyone that all major transactions will henceforth be arranged outside of Hell's Kitchen, and the trading times must be during the day rather than at night. Following the sorcerer's patterns, she typically emerged after midnight to combat crime in Hell's Kitchen, thus avoiding this time frame would temporarily alleviate their predicament. However, he understood this was not a long-term solution and continued. Moreover, now, her appearance has become exposed, prompting everyone below to spring into action. I must uncover the true identity of this sorceress and gather all pertinent information about her. Individuals drawn to the role of superheroes, regardless of their formidable abilities, invariably possess similar vulnerabilities. Moreover, she is merely a child. It is imperative to locate her family and friends. Then you know what must be done? Yes, boss, I comprehend. Upon hearing this, the bald secretary's eyes brightened with understanding of Jean Bin's intent. Although the young sorceress is powerful, it is improbable that all her relatives and friends share her strength. Capturing her loved ones would significantly simplify the task of eliminating her. Creak. The window swung open as Jerry leaped into the room, subsequently dispelling his illusion spell, revealing his true form. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and it seemed he would be pulling an all-nighter. Glancing at the time, he shook his head and retrieved a box, placing it on the ground. He then stepped onto the ladder, descending into the interior of the box's space. Unfortunately, the duration of the polyjuice potion had not yet expired, and he remained in Hermione's body, necessitating caution. Upon reaching the bottom of the box, he found 4 individuals sprawled on the ground. Unconscious, the assassination squad Jerry had previously incapacitated with a sleeping spell. Swiftly, he uttered the binding spell. With a flourish of his wand, 4 ropes surged forth, securely binding the 4 unconscious figures. The rope spell, an extension of the transformation spell, was designed by wizards to subdue magical creatures with high magical resistance. In the wizarding world, many magical creatures possess considerable magical immunity, rendering spells like the binding and sleeping spells less effective against them. However, the rope spell is notably effective against opponents of lesser strength, such as centaurs. Another advantage of the rope spell is that, while it restrains the enemy, it does not render them mute, making it particularly useful during interrogations. The effects of the polyjuice potion had now waned, and his body reverted to its original form. How delightful it is to be in my own body. He caressed his regained 6-pack abs, a smile breaking across Jerry's face. His hard-earned physique could not be replaced by Hermione's flat stomach, and he found her body rather weak, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Quickly, he cast the revival spells. With a series of wand movements, 4 revival incantations were unleashed, causing the bound individuals to gradually awaken. The burly man in a suit, afflicted by snake venom, though alive, remained in a weakened state. His first reaction upon awakening was to cautiously survey his surroundings, and upon spotting Jerry, a look of confusion crossed his face. The other 3 remained still. The slender young man made no movements, while the red-haired woman scanned the area warily. Only the robust man, despite being bound by ropes, resolutely lunged toward Jerry with a vigorous leap. A backflip. Jerry, unhurried, pointed at the burly man wielding a rocket launcher. Instantly, the man was suspended in midair by an invisible force, rendering his struggles futile. The sight caused the eyes of the remaining 3 individuals to widen in alarm. This indicated that the boy before them, clad similarly to the earlier little girl, was also a wizard endowed with magical abilities. Having already been vanquished by a young girl, the addition of another with the same powers left them with little hope of escape. I ask you if you dare deceive me. I shall not hesitate to end your lives. Jerry's countenance was icy. Yet, upon witnessing Jerry's demeanor, the man in the suit feigned compliance, murmuring agreeable words while his eyes darted about. The threat posed by an 11-year-old child was hardly intimidating. Rather, they schemed to ensnare the boy with sweet words. Why do you seek to kill wizards? Who sent you? Noticing their expressions, Jerry furrowed his brow but pressed on with a stern inquiry. Dear child, we are actually good people, forced into this situation. That wizardess emerges nightly to combat criminals. Her ruthless associates, of course, seek retribution. This was initially none of our concern, but they kidnapped our families, so... The man in the suit spoke with a quivering voice, on the verge of tears. The woman in red began to sob, adopting the guise of a delicate maiden, a stark contrast to her earlier ruthless demeanor when she had wielded a sniper rifle. Chapter 98. The Limitations of the Soul-Snatching Spell. Observing the frail youth beside them commencing to weep, albeit without tears, Jerry could not suppress a twitch of his lips. Just moments ago, they had faced a little girl with fierce expressions, devoid of mercy. Now, they claimed to be coerced, truly believing they could deceive him. I see you are not moved until faced with death. With that, Jerry seized his wand, no longer wasting time, and approached the seemingly easiest target, the frail youth. Soul departure. Within mere seconds, The youth transformed into a semblance of blissful simplicity under the spell's influence. "Speak. Who are you, and why do you wish to kill wizards?" The frail youth responded with an uncharacteristic cheerfulness. "We are the Red Dragonfly Mercenary Team, one of the top 10 mercenary squads in the world, undertaking assassination missions globally. A week ago, our leader discovered a lucrative contract to assassinate a wizard on the dark web, and we accepted it. The Red Dragonfly Team, mercenaries, the dark web. Do you know who hired you?" Jerry's brow furrowed slightly. "Uncertain. You must inquire with the captain." At this point, the man in the suit appeared utterly bewildered. Could it truly unfold in such a manner? As an experienced mercenary with countless kills to his name, the mantle was undeniably stronger than that of an average individual. Yet, upon witnessing the effects of Jerry's soul-snatching spell, his pupils constricted. "Who is it?" Jerry stepped forward. The man in the suit immediately plastered a smile across his face. "The identity of this young gentleman remains a mystery to me, as he is also anonymous. However, I surmise with considerable certainty that he is likely Gene Bing. More than half of the criminal activities within the underground kitchen are connected to him. And as you strive daily to combat crime, it is he who suffers the greatest losses. No one desires to be manipulated in thought, not even a robust man in a suit. Thus, he promptly divulged all the information he possessed and speculated upon. Nevertheless, Jerry did not let him off the hook. For precautionary reasons, he resorted to a soul-binding curse. To Jerry's astonishment, however, the curse only managed to bind the man in the suit for less than 10 seconds before he forcefully broke free. It turned out that a sufficiently strong will could indeed resist the control of the soul-binding curse. Observing the now normal man in the suit, Jerry recalled the entries in the Chilo notes regarding the soul-binding curse. Although the curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses and is intended to control the thoughts of the bewitched, it is not absolute. If the subject possesses a strong enough will, even a successfully cast soul-binding curse may be broken. Furthermore, repeated applications of the curse on the same individual can lead to resistance, resulting in failure. Indeed, had the soul-binding curse been infallible, the Death Eaters would not have relentlessly employed the Cruciatus curse to torment and interrogate Neville's parents during the First Wizarding War. The man in the suit before him, though now appearing somewhat unimpressive, is the leader of one of the world's 10 most formidable mercenary teams. He has also undergone genetic enhancement experiments in a Siberian training camp and has blood on his hands. Such a person cannot possibly possess a feeble will. Thus, it is no wonder that Jerry's soul-binding curse faltered within mere seconds. However, he did not dwell on this failure too much. As a superhero, it is only natural to attract attention while combating crime daily. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he harbors little genuine interest. If it were indeed the underground forces of Hell's Kitchen, he would not consider exterminating them entirely. This is not due to an inherent kindness akin to Spider-Man or Batman with their unique ideologies, but rather because such actions would not be beneficial to him. Not to mention the intricate web of relationships these underground organizations maintain, even with government officials. Attempting to eliminate them all is utterly unrealistic. Even if he succeeded in eradicating them, new, similar organizations would inevitably arise in such an environment. The world is not merely black and white. Achieving a state of pure light devoid of any darkness would require the extinction of humanity. The crux of the matter is that from a perspective of self-interest. If he were to transform Hell's Kitchen into a crime-free zone, what would become of his little red star? While he does not actively engage in wrongdoing, he cannot forego the pursuit of his little red star, as it is fundamental to his strength. To be overly earnest could lead to a depletion of resources, rendering sustainable development impossible. Regarding the recent failed assassination, what if they seek revenge in the future? Let them come, from this day forth. Everyone will perceive Jerry as a mere girl, and no one will be able to uncover his true identity, thus posing no threat to Haas and Aisha. Their focus will solely be on attacking Jerry himself. As Jerry's strength increases, he will grow increasingly composed in the face of assaults from ordinary underground organizations. The gong resounded. His legs became rigid, paralyzed. He set down the burly man carrying the rocket launcher and bound the legs of the 4 individuals with a binding spell, preventing them from fleeing within the confines of the box. Although escape was impossible, Jerry exited the box via the escalator, drew a network cable from his room to the lawn below, and retrieved a privately purchased laptop from the small villa within the spatial box. Connecting the cable, he stood once more before the 4 individuals. Ignoring their various pleas for sympathy, Jerry cast a soul-seizing spell to control the frail youth. From the frail youth's lips, he extracted the passwords to all of his accounts, subsequently transferring the substantial wealth therein to an account associated with an organization called the Save the Children Foundation. Remarkably, a small red star appeared in the account. Observing the panel, Jerry noted the modest yet satisfactory accumulation of red stars, nodding in approval. It was curious that donations made with his own money yielded no red stars, yet forcibly donating with the mercenaries' funds resulted in such acknowledgement. Releasing the soul-seizing spell, Jerry disregarded the ashen-faced frail youth and approached the burly man with the rocket launcher. For mercenaries, money is of utmost importance. They engage in perilous work, teetering on the brink of life and death, solely for financial gain. Now, Jerry intended to confiscate their earnings, and it was inconceivable that they would acquiesce. However, unwillingness was futile. The burly man, evidently lacking the strong will of their suited leader, soon succumbed to the control of the soul-seizing spell, dutifully relinquishing his account details and secrets. Chapter 99. The first use of the soul-seizing spell. Passing the burly man, Jerry confronted the leader of the mercenary squad. Understand. At this juncture, the suited man recognized his precarious position, aware that he could not confront this sorcerer who wielded magic. Fortunately, the controlling spell did not affect him, allowing him to retain one or two crucial accounts, initially presenting a few lesser accounts to appease Jerry. As the team leader, his savings were naturally more substantial than those of his companions, and even a partial disclosure was nearly equivalent to the entirety of his comrades' assets. This should suffice to placate the child before him. Minutes later, Jerry regarded the suited man with a measured gaze and inquired, "Is there anything else?" The suited man immediately responded with a forced smile, "Young sir, that is all, truly. We have recognized our errors and shall certainly amend our ways, striving to be better individuals and refraining from further violence." Refrain from violence? Jerry was not the least bit convinced. This time he had drained every last cent from the group. If he were to release them, they would only become more audacious in seeking tasks on the dark web to earn money. However, he could hardly believe that they had nothing left. Jerry smiled at the burly man in the suit. The man was momentarily taken aback, suddenly flooded with an ominous feeling. "Let's put this to the test," Jerry declared, raising his wand and pointing it at the suited giant. Silencio. Due to the network cables, the lid above the box was not entirely closed. He feared that the captain's screams might awaken Haas and Aisha, so he cast a silencing spell first. Once the spell was cast, Jerry lifted his wand again. Crucio! A piercing scream erupted from the suited man, his face contorting in agony as an unprecedented pain, seemingly stemming from his very soul, surged through him. In mere seconds, he felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. This torment was 100 times worse than the suffering he endured during his gene enhancement experiments in the Siberian training camp. Fearful shrieks escaped his lips, yet the sounds emerged as mere whispers, creating a profoundly eerie spectacle. The other three, witnessing this, couldn't help but shudder. Although they had been captured, they had never truly feared for their lives, believing they would merely be sent to prison. Their hearts had not been particularly troubled, for during the assignment, they had formed an impression of the wizard. He was a child of considerable righteousness, one who had never taken a life in all recorded actions. Thus, even if the worst were to occur, being caught by the wizard, they figured it would amount to being handed over to the police, ending up in prison. However, prison was not a cage for them. Escaping was hardly a daunting task. This was the very reason they had chosen to engage in this perilous assignment, despite the wizard's peculiar abilities. According to their original plan and analysis of the wizard's previous capabilities, they believed they had a 70% chance of eliminating him and claiming a substantial reward. Yet now, it appeared that the young girl was indeed a virtuous being, while this boy, equally skilled in magic, seemed far from benign. "Is there nothing left?" Jerry inquired again, halting the torture spell. "Nothing at all." The suited man gritted his teeth, certain that his tormentor would not persist indefinitely. As long as he remained steadfast, he believed he would be spared, and upon escaping from prison, he would at least have something to show for his efforts. Crucio! Jerry raised his wand once more. The suited man had made a grave miscalculation. Jerry had no intention of allowing them to escape, much less turning them over to the authorities. How could he possibly spare those who had come to assassinate him, those who could so callously harm even a young girl? Perhaps they all harbor their own tragic pasts. Perhaps they intend to amass sufficient wealth to retire and lead a tranquil life. Perhaps their entry into this profession was not by choice. Yet, none of this concerns Jerry. From their self-inflicted demise to the moment Jerry confronts them in his true form, it is fated that none shall survive. Now, it is merely a matter of extracting their savings to donate to the Save the Children Foundation, garnering a few more stars of merit. The pain is excruciating. The anguish is unbearable. After several rounds, even the stout man in the suit, with his resolute spirit, can no longer withstand the torment, and finally divulges all his accounts and passwords. The suffering is relentless. I have revealed everything. There is nothing more, nothing at all. At this moment, the man in the suit is in tears, clearly having reached his limit. Given your recent deception, I remain somewhat skeptical. Let's proceed with a few more rounds. Jerry shrugged and subjected the man to several more rounds of torment. Ultimately, upon witnessing the man in the suit becoming increasingly dazed and foolish, he ceased his actions and shook his head. If only you had been honest. We could have avoided all this. After dealing with the man in the suit, Jerry approached the final subject, the red-haired woman. Her expression shifted dramatically as she immediately exclaimed, I will confess. I will disclose everything. There will be no concealment. Please do not use that on me. Jerry nodded, refraining from employing the soul-snatching curse on her, believing that after the previous ordeal, the red-haired woman would undoubtedly dare not withhold anything. After several rounds, once Jerry had donated all the red-haired woman's funds to the Save the Children Foundation, he slowly closed his laptop. It is time to send you on your way. As if sensing the impending conclusion, the red-haired woman suddenly thrust out her chest, her alluring figure, accentuated by the ropes binding her, fully exposed before Jerry's eyes. She then flicked her tongue across her luscious red lips, her gaze brimming with seduction. An 11 or 12-year-old boy, already experiencing a nascent sense of confusion and impulse, might easily succumb to temptation if he were to loosen her constraints. She was confident she could eliminate the boy in close proximity. Jerry, gazing at the voluptuous and enchanting red-haired woman, gradually raised his wand. Avada Kedavra, a beam of green light shot forth from the wand, striking the red-haired woman with precision. In an instant, her pupils dilated, her heart ceased to beat, as though her soul had been violently expelled from her corporeal form, leaving her devoid of life. Humph! What a wretched creature, preying even on children. Faced with a woman who favored ending her own life with a sniper's bullet, Jerry harbored no other thoughts. Chapter 100, Deceived. Who am I? Oh, I am Dana. I am dead. It turns out I am truly dead. Finally, I have perished. Death is preferable. In this life, there is little difference between living and dying. In a fleeting moment before the red-haired woman succumbed to the deadly curse, her mind began to traverse the dismal landscape of her wretched existence. Her father, ensnared by the vice of gambling, her mother, a victim of domestic violence who ultimately fled, and herself, sold to a casino before she even reached the tender age of 10, leading a life shrouded in darkness and despair. For years later, she clandestinely ended the life of her grotesque employer with a fruit knife while in bed, escaping the casino to confront her father, whom she subsequently executed with a handgun stolen from the casino owner. Yet, fate intervened as a passing elite mercenary took notice of her plight, clandestinely extricating her from that forsaken town. From that moment onward, she dedicated herself to mastering combat techniques and marksmanship under the tutelage of her esteemed mentor, ultimately emerging as an exceptional sniper through relentless perseverance. Tragically, during a critical mission, she fell victim to the betrayal of the very mentor she revered, becoming a mere pawn sacrificed for the operation. Following the treachery of her biological father, the fragile remnants of her mended psyche crumbled completely. Driven by vengeance, she fought her way through perilous circumstances for 5 arduous years until she located her former mentor, who had since amassed a fortune and concealed himself with a family. From that point, she morphed into a solitary figure among mercenaries, taking on any task, assassinating anyone, earning the moniker Scorpion for her ruthless efficiency and striking beauty. However, the allure of the job lay not in monetary gain, but rather in the exhilarating rush of delivering a fatal shot, as each victim morphed into a reflection of those who had once inflicted suffering upon her. In due course, she encountered a squad of burly men clad in suits, each bearing their own harrowing tales, equally twisted and unyielding in their pursuit of any assignment. Together, they formed a collective of psychologically tormented souls, gradually developing bonds over time. They even contemplated retirement after completing one final job, yearning for a glimpse of a normal life. Yet, in the present moment, such dreams seemed utterly unattainable. A final lament echoed in her mind. How splendid it would have been to be born into a normal, unremarkable family. With that thought, the essence of the red-haired woman dissipated into the cosmos. The deadly curse, it seemed, warranted careful consideration in its application. Observing the 4 lifeless bodies sprawled upon the lawn, Jerry couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. The key to employing a death curse lay in the necessity of harboring a profound intent to kill. The stronger the intent, the greater the curse's potency. It was said that frequent invocation of the 3 unforgivable curses and the practice of dark magic could corrupt a sorcerer's mind, leading to an insidious shift toward malevolence. This assertion held merit, for in Jerry's view, most forms of dark magic were indeed vicious. It was not merely the act of casting that would taint one's mind, but the pervasive desire to inflict harm and suffering upon others with each incantation. Over time, such inclinations would inevitably manifest psychological issues. However, if one's willpower were sufficiently robust, it was indeed possible to overcome these darker impulses. Many aurors dabble in dark magic, much like Moody. The potency of the 3 unforgivable curses is hardly inferior to that of the Death Eaters, yet the law forbids their use. In this regard, Jerry remains somewhat unfazed, as he is a man who has truly experienced life and death, harboring no profound aversion to killing. Thus, while the killing curse has a slight impact on his psyche, it is not a significant concern. The primary issue lies in the tremendous magical energy it consumes. Just moments ago, he cast 4 killing curses, and to his astonishment, over half of his magical reserves were depleted. It is noteworthy that through continuous practice, the amount of magic he can wield has substantially increased. Typically, he could effortlessly unleash 100 or so binding curses. However, with the killing curse, even 6 or 7 casts would likely exhaust him. Truly, it lives up to its name as a curse of certain death, one that even the ironclad charm cannot mitigate, immense in power and equally demanding in energy. It is no wonder that the Death Eaters do not continuously cast the killing curse during battle. They too cannot withstand such depletion. As per the traditional virtues of his homeland, Jerry did not dispose of the 4 corpses, but instead took a box and rode his broomstick to a desolate area on the outskirts of New York. Digging to a depth of 3 feet, he effortlessly used magic to excavate 4 deep pits. He then emptied the box containing the 4 bodies and cast a body movement charm on each of them. Like marionettes bound by invisible strings, the 4 figures stood awkwardly, their heads drooping grotesquely. Their feet dangled a few inches above the ground as they slowly drifted toward their respective graves. Should anyone happen to pass by and witness this scene, they would surely think they had encountered a ghost. As dawn began to break, it was evident that Jerry would not be sleeping that night. However, it was not all in vain. The small red stars he earned nearly equaled what he would normally acquire in 5 or 6 days, along with a tracking rocket launcher, a Barrett sniper rifle, and a considerable amount of armor-piercing ammunition. The following day, as Jerry entered the classroom, preparing to cast a muggle-repelling charm before catching up on sleep, he overheard his classmates animatedly discussing something. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all buzzing about the reports that had emerged early that morning regarding the true identity of a wizard. This renowned and relatively young wizard had become an idol for many children, so news about him was of great interest. Particularly shocking was the revelation that the wizard was, in fact, a young girl complete with a profile photograph. Simultaneously, Nick Fury, who had just arrived at the New York branch, received detailed intelligence concerning the wizard, a stark contrast to the information available to the general public. In addition to the side profile captured by journalist Lucy, there are also surveillance footage from the clothing store and some subsequent battle videos with the 4 mercenaries taken by satellite. Hill. It appears we have all been outwitted by this sorceress. Chapter 101. The Forgetfulness Spell and the False Memory Charm. Setting down the intelligence report, Nick Fury regarded Agent Hill. Though his words seemed to express frustration at being deceived, a subtle smile graced his lips. In truth, the more formidable the sorceress proved to be, the more elated Nick felt, for it indicated that her potential value exceeded prior estimations. In the face of threats from powerful extraterrestrial civilizations, the strength of the Avengers is undoubtedly paramount, particularly in the case of Sorceress, who embodies justice and battles against crime daily. Such strength is even more essential. Currently, on Nick's list of Avengers, Hawkeye and Black Widow, as seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, pose no issues whatsoever. However, regarding Tony Stark, despite his sense of justice and willingness to sacrifice, the character assessment provided by Black Widow reveals certain discrepancies with Nick's expectations. As for Dr. Banner, he harbors a strong aversion to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. While his transformation into the Hulk is immensely powerful, it also presents significant challenges as communication and control become virtually impossible, potentially rendering him a threat to global security. In contrast, the issues with the sorceress appear far more manageable. Her skepticism towards the government and S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to stem merely from watching too many films. This is something that can be addressed over time, as S.H.I.E.L.D. is fundamentally dedicated to safeguarding the world and ensuring the safety of the earth. It is quite surprising that she is merely a young girl, upon first hearing her voice. One might have assumed her to be a boy. Hill, clearly attuned to Nick's demeanor, was not taken aback by his amusement and made a jest. Nick waved his hand dismissively. At her age, vocal characteristics are not yet fully developed. If she were to pay a bit more attention, it would not be unusual for her voice to sound somewhat masculine. The utmost priority now is for me to meet with her and discuss matters in person. Hill nodded, understanding the sentiment, recognizing that altering one's voice is not particularly difficult. Some agents within SHIELD are even capable of mimicking the voices of others with such precision that machines cannot discern the difference. Director, according to our intelligence, it appears this sorceress has relocated. She no longer consistently emerges from that warehouse, but now randomly flies out from an alley in Hell's Kitchen each night. Therefore, we may need to stake out the area in advance to catch her. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Hill's face. Previously, the sorceress would regularly visit the abandoned warehouse in Queens at night, making it easy to wait for her there. However, for nearly a month now, she has been appearing in Hell's Kitchen, with her location varying each night, making the search for a witch soaring through the skies on a broomstick considerably more challenging. Thus, you should accompany Phil. His Laura should be able to keep pace with the sorceress and her broom. In the absence of a mentor's guidance, Jerry found himself grappling with the intricacies of spell casting. Even as he managed to grasp the concepts, imperfections lingered. Seated in the corner of the classroom, he scrutinized the explanations and precautions regarding the forgetfulness charm and the false memory charm found within his second-year textbook, Standard Spells, Level 2. These spells had occupied his thoughts over the past few days. To be candid, while they may lack significant destructive power, both charms are remarkably practical, akin to the disillusionment charm. The forgetfulness charm, as its name suggests, enables the caster to erase specific memories from the victim's mind. It is commonly employed by wizards to eliminate muggles' recollections of magic, thereby safeguarding the existence of the magical world from their awareness. The false memory charm, on the other hand, is cast in conjunction with the forgetfulness charm, implanting fabricated memories into the victim's consciousness. Within the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, there exists a specialized role known as a memory eraser, which necessitates a profound expertise in both the forgetfulness charm and the false memory charm. While these spells are introduced in the second-year curriculum and are not exceedingly difficult to master, their practical application proves to be a more formidable challenge, requiring a certain level of innate talent. Many wizards struggle to precisely erase the desired memories or to implant impeccable false memories devoid of any detectable flaws. Even some seasoned wizards with commendable skills. Often, the result of casting a forgetfulness charm may render the recipient a blank slate, devoid of any memories. Alternatively, while a memory may be successfully erased, the procedure could inadvertently inflict damage upon the individual's brain, leading to cognitive impairment or chronic forgetfulness. Much like the case of Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. However, Jerry speculated that Neville's predicament may have stemmed from his tender age at the time, when his brain had yet to fully develop. At present, although Jerry had managed to learn the forgetfulness charm and the false memory charm, he hesitated to employ them due to the lack of thorough guidance from an instructor, fearing that his attempts could devolve into a form of offensive magic. Perhaps, he mused, engaging in practical exercises with real subjects would bestow him with the proficiency required to master the nuances of casting these two spells. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have so readily dispatched the 4 mercenaries yesterday. Instead, he could have utilized that opportunity to practice the forgetfulness and false memory charms. It was a wasted chance, perhaps with a bit of finesse. He could have turned those 4 individuals onto a better path. Ding! Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Closing his spellbook and deftly stowing it away in his bag, Jerry tidied his desk before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and preparing to leave the classroom. The teachers at this school had no habit of prolonging lessons, often departing faster than the students themselves. Thus, there was no need to linger. He simply needed to walk out with his bag in tow. However, as he approached the classroom door, a trendy girl with blue curls, clad in a denim skirt and adorned with earrings, leaned against the doorframe, blocking his exit. "Hey, Jerry, are you free? How about joining me for a night out dancing?" "Sorry, I have other commitments. Perhaps next time." Since he became the editor of the school newspaper, he has emerged as a prominent figure on campus. Despite his low profile, his handsome visage and perfect physique continue to captivate the attention of several students. Just moments ago, a senior girl, 2 grades above him, attempted to engage him for the 3rd time this month at the classroom door, hoping to secure a date. However, Jerry had no time to indulge in the frivolities of adolescent games. He had to pick up Aisha, prepare meals, practice magic, and earn little red stars. His plate was quite full. Chapter 102. Another visitor from S.H.I.L.D. Hey, I hear you've been quite the hotshot lately? Once again, such individuals seemed to lurk around every corner. Observing the clearly older students, Jerry couldn't help but twitch his lips. Fame can be a double-edged sword. If one excels too much in school, becoming the object of admiration for girls while having few friends, envious individuals will soon come forth, resorting to intimidation in numbers. They believe that such actions enhance their own image, making them appear cool and powerful, oblivious to the harm they inflict on others. The world is inherently unfair. Perpetrators quickly forget their transgressions, while victims are left to carry their scars for a lifetime. Come here, you lot. Jerry beckoned to several boys before purposefully striding toward a secluded alley near the school. The 7 or 8 boys hesitated momentarily, but eventually followed him. At that moment, a noticeably anxious tall boy in the crowd shook his head upon witnessing this scene. He did not pity Jerry, rather, he felt sympathy for the boys who had chosen to follow him. Why? Because he had once attended elementary school with Jerry and was acutely aware of the power behind Jerry's punches. He could never forget the terror of being physically overpowered by Jerry, whose muscular frame had once pressed his head into the ground. He had hoped that moving to this distant school would allow him to escape from this formidable figure. Yet on the second day of school, he found Jerry's name once again gracing the pages of the school newspaper. At that moment, he resolved to be a model student throughout his 3 years of middle school, determined to survive until graduation. True to form, it wasn't long after the 7 boys followed the big boss into the alley that cries of despair echoed out. Help! Mom! Dad! God! Holy Mary! I swear I won't do it again. The outside world is perilous. I'm only looking out for your well-being. Jerry clapped his hands, shouldered his backpack, and left behind the 7 boys sprawled on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely as he exited the alley with nonchalance. Upon emerging, he courteously smiled at his classmates near the school gate before leisurely turning away. As someone who had once practiced martial arts, albeit as an amateur, Jerry had honed the ability to inflict pain without leaving visible marks over several years of elementary school. His expertise in grappling techniques was particularly notable. During my elementary school years, there was an incident where a classmate reported to the teacher that Jerry had assaulted them. However, on one side stood Jerry, a model student renowned for his exemplary conduct and academic prowess, while on the other side was a mischievous troublemaker, unscathed and devoid of any visible injuries. Naturally, the teacher had her own judgment. Occasionally, Jerry would inflict minor, superficial injuries upon himself, playing the role of the accused first, ensuring that those unruly children would not only face his wrath, but also the displeasure of their parents. On a seemingly trivial note, at the stroke of midnight, he resumed his flight on a broomstick, soaring above Hell's Kitchen. The previous day's attack had little impact on him. In fact, he welcomed more such encounters, as they would not only allow his little red star to earn extra, but also provide him an opportunity to practice the forgetfulness charm and the false memory charm. Yet, such fortuitous events were evidently rare. What troubled Jerry today was the markedly improved security in Hell's Kitchen compared to the previous day, as if some directive had been issued, causing the criminals to retreat into the shadows. Perhaps it was merely the calm before the storm. As he hovered in the air, contemplating which alley to descend into for concealment, an unusual sound emanated from the west. A classic crimson automobile, propelled by what appeared to be rocket-like devices, hurtled towards him from a distance of 500 or 600 meters. As it drew nearer, Jerry discerned that 2 individuals occupied the vehicle, one of whom was a familiar face. The driver was a balding middle-aged man, and beside him in the passenger seat sat Agent Maria Hill of S.H.I.L.D., with whom Jerry had previously exchanged pleasantries. Good evening, Miss Sorceress. May I have a moment of your time? Agent Hill called out, waving enthusiastically at Jerry on his broom. After a moment's contemplation, Jerry consented, signaling an affirmative gesture. Thus, the red automobile led the way, with Jerry following closely behind on his broomstick. However, during his flight, he discreetly summoned a potion from his box, consuming it under the ample coverage of his wizardly robes for safety's sake. The sorceress persona of Hermione reemerged, clad in his voluminous wizard's robe. Adorned with a wizard's hat and a mask that revealed only his eyes, he felt secure in his guise, yet opted to drink a potion regardless. Mindful that he still had 3 left, wasting them would be unwise. After all, he harbored some apprehension towards S.H.I.L.D. agents. He had heard from a colleague during his past life that aside from the director and a few core agents, most of them were not particularly virtuous. In truth, Jerry had not immersed himself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. His experience with the Avengers was limited to being dazzled by the impressive special effects and imaginative narratives, and he had not pursued further interest. Yet, he was unable to escape the enthusiasm of a Marvel aficionado among his colleagues, whose character was such that after watching an intriguing film or series, he felt compelled to share with others, fervently recommending it, a true embodiment of the notion that joy shared is joy multiplied. After Jerry accompanied his colleague to watch the Avengers, he found himself frequently approached for conversations about subsequent developments in the storyline. Topics range from the revelation that S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually Hydra, to the conflict between Captain America and Iron Man, the sinking of Asgard, and Thanos' devastating snap that obliterated half the universe. The unfolding narrative was undeniably captivating, prompting his colleague to urge Jerry to visit the cinema without delay. However, Jerry felt a profound disconnect with the heroes depicted. He lacked a genuine understanding of their world. Attending the cinema alone, especially without a girlfriend, seemed absurd to him. Consequently, his familiarity with the Marvel heroes remained superficial, only vaguely recalling significant events. Chapter 103. A deal with the Egghead. 10 minutes later, on a secluded street in Manhattan, a striking crimson classic car descended gracefully from the sky, accompanied shortly by a child riding a broomstick, who landed swiftly beside the vehicle. This was my colleague, Phil Coulson, and that was his cherished car, Lola. After exiting the passenger seat, he'll notice Jerry's curious gaze upon the red automobile and Coulson, prompting her to introduce them with a smile. "Hello, Miss Wizard." Coulson approached Jerry politely, extending his hand for a handshake. "Greetings, Mr. Coulson." At that moment, Jerry's form was that of Hermione, and thus, her voice mirrored Hermione's as well. It became evident that her prior voice was also a guy's. Hill, upon hearing Jerry's voice, a departure from previous encounters, immediately grasped that Jerry had been disguising her voice before, now reverting to her true tone upon complete exposure of her identity. However, she chose not to confront it. Some matters are better left unspoken to avoid awkwardness. "Ms. Hill, we have already discussed matters clearly. Is there something more you wish to discuss?" Jerry felt bewildered by the sudden appearance of the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Could it be related to her deliberate revelation of her identity as a girl? That seemed unlikely. Once they obtained her photograph, they should have sought her true information rather than approaching her directly. Perhaps it tied to the mercenaries' attack from yesterday? That held a slight possibility. Yet it seemed improbable that mere mercenaries would warrant the attention of two seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. "Indeed, Miss Wizard, our director wishes to meet you personally and seeks your assistance," Hill explained, sensing Jerry's somewhat unwelcoming demeanor and momentarily hesitating before clarifying. "The director? You mean the one-eyed egghead?" Jerry recalled Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., quite vividly. His impression stemmed from the opening scene of The Avengers, featuring the bald man with an eye patch, strikingly memorable and distinctive. Additionally, his colleagues often referred to him using the colorful nickname Egghead, which had lodged itself firmly in Jerry's memory over time. After a moment's contemplation, Jerry eventually nodded. "So, where's your director?" Although Jerry had no intention of joining the Revenge Alliance or being restrained and managed by S.H.I.E.L.D., he was open to engaging in mutually beneficial transactions with them. The intelligence and resources that S.H.I.E.L.D. accessed were undoubtedly beyond his reach. It seemed that Hell's Kitchen was not yielding many credits in the short term, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. could offer him substantial rewards, he was willing to consider it. Furthermore, since it was a transaction, S.H.I.E.L.D. would naturally need to offer commensurate incentives. Surely S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed some valuable assets. "Please, get in the vehicle and follow us." Upon hearing Jerry's inquiry, Coulson reached into his pocket and produced an object resembling a car key, pressing it towards an apparently dilapidated car wash on the side of the street. A beep echoed, and in an instant, Jerry witnessed the old car wash transforming like a transformer, undergoing various shifts and changes. Soon, a fully mechanized entrance leading deep underground appeared before him. The synergy between technology and magic was indeed remarkable, as he observed the decrepit car wash morph into a mechanized base entrance. Jerry was reminded of the time Professor McGonagall took him to the Leaky Cauldron before heading to Diagon Alley, where he encountered that magically concealed wall. Perhaps, had wizards never been exposed to technology, they too might have found such advanced mechanisms incomprehensible upon their first encounter. Taking out a box, Jerry stuffed his flying broom into it and opened the car door, seating himself in the back. Coulson and Hill exchanged astonished glances. Having witnessed Jerry magically compress such a large broom into a seemingly tiny box, despite having seen images and videos of Jerry fitting several mercenaries into a box that day. Witnessing it in reality was still awe-inspiring. With a roar, flames shot from the rear of Laura, transforming into a streak of red lightning as it surged into the mechanical entrance. Once it vanished completely, the mechanical entrance reverted to its previous appearance as an old car wash. Approximately 5 minutes later, Laura came to a halt in a small underground plaza after traversing the mechanical passage. Following Hill and Coulson, Jerry passed through about 5 doors requiring fingerprint and iris verification, finally entering a room where he met the guest of honor, Nick Fury. "Good evening, Miss Wizard. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he said, turning around in a leather jacket and eye patch, attempting to greet Jerry in a relatively gentle tone. Jerry removed his wizard hat, revealing his thick, brown hair, and bowed respectfully. "Good evening, Mr. Fury. I wonder what brings you to summon me. Please have a seat. Let us converse at our leisure. Would you care for a drink? I think I will pass on the beverage. I'm wary of the possibility of you slipping in a sedative or something of that nature." Currently, her identity is that of a young girl. In fact, a more straightforward approach may yield better results. If she, at such a tender age, were to adopt the demeanor of a cunning schemer, it might raise the suspicions of Director Nick. Intelligence and depth of character are not synonymous. Indeed, Nick paused momentarily upon hearing this, yet he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he smiled and began to explain. "Miss Wizard, you may be under a misconception regarding our Department of Strategic Defense and Logistics. We operate under the auspices of the International Security Council, established to uphold global peace and address unique situations. Your current task involves maintaining peace in a localized area, while our mandate encompasses the entire planet. Therefore, there is no conflict, and I urge you to harbor no animosity towards us." Jerry, upon hearing this, responded with a casual scoff. "Mr. Fury, I must admit, I do not quite grasp your assertions. My philosophy is rather simple. I will employ my magic to thwart criminal activities. Should you require assistance in this regard, I am willing to help. However, if you wish for me to join your ranks and follow your directives, that I cannot acquiesce to. Furthermore, according to the law, I am still a minor, and employing child labor is illegal." After a brief pause, without allowing Fury a chance to counter, Jerry continued. "Additionally, if you seek my assistance, it must be clearly articulated in advance. I will assess the situation accordingly, and I shall not offer my aid pro bono. Due remuneration is expected."